This story starts with a genius who was exceptionally talented with a knife. The light would glint on the blade of his weapon and there was nothing that he could not cut through, nothing that would not yield to his blade. A blade so mastered that it could even slice cleanly through a droplet of water in a really cool fashion. The blade master worked so hard that his palms were covered in calluses, and after dropping out of high school, he spent 20 years in the knife business. He had become the best knife master in the country. In the present day, Table 3 calls for another course. It was coming up and more orders were made, one for special tuna platters for tables 5 and 7. The people cheered, saying that it looked delicious. They had heard that the chef there was really skilled with a knife, and they added the VIP course to Table 4 and thanked each and every customer for dining with them. One of the customers noticed something going on in the kitchen at the back. Even the chefs paused when they noticed that something strange was happening. It was the masterful chef and he glared at the fish in front of him with a serious expression on his face. One of the other chefs informed him that his phone was ringing. The talented chef paused in surprise because his phone was supposed to be on vibrate. However, he was surprised to get a notification from a game that he had already deleted before. He wondered if his phone was broken, but he did not have long to ponder it before someone called him. They inform him that they have customers waiting. However, the customer is to be told that they do not have the course that they are looking for, and he clenches his fist. However, the customer stepped forward, telling him not to lie since it was obvious that the master chef was not telling the truth. In strode a sleazy-looking mafia boss with blonde hair and 2 bodyguards. Mr. Sleaze said that he had come because he thought that it was time for the talented chef to give him an answer. Sleaze said that he believed that he had given the MC more than enough time to think it over, and that for someone who handled the same things every day, this should not be too difficult for the guy. The mafia dude laughed and said that he must have been too ignorant. In situations like this, it was the one asking the favor who should make a gesture, and he snapped his fingers, presenting a suitcase of dollar bills, saying that he would make sure that the talented chef would not be disappointed. The mafia boss grinned, saying that he would pay him $3 billion as an advance payment, as long as the job was done properly. However, there was suddenly a lot of sharp slicing and a lot of quick and clean cuts were made. The MC had unleashed his knife and done a little bit of slicing. He then spoke to the obvious mafia boss, saying that this was a kitchen where cleanliness was their top priority, so someone as dirty as the mafia boss had no place there. With a stern look of disgust on his face, the talented chef asked the mafia boss to leave. His cleanly cut fish fell threateningly on the floor before the mafia goons. They were shocked, but Mr. Sleaze would not back down so easily. He laughed, saying such skills were expected of the sword master. The blonde mafia laughed that the guy was truly not someone who should be slicing fish in a place like that, so the boss asked him to hurry up and switch professions. However, the talented chef just grabbed his knife and the mafia goons panicked, scared he would fling it at them. They left, but Mr. Sleaze laughed that he would not give up that easily, and he swore to be back to be the bane of the MC's existence soon enough. Then, the mafia boss asked his goons to go with him and the other chefs nervously watched him leave. Everyone turned back to work after that incident and time passed. The sky began to darken as the business day came to an end. The chef said that an advance payment of $3 billion was amazing, and if it were him, he would have accepted the deal right away, so he had no idea why his gifted colleague had refused. The colleague in question took a happy puff of his cigarette and explained that he had spent his whole life slicing fish, and that he knew nothing about dealing with gangsters. The other chef pointed out that the mafia just wanted to use the talented chef's reputation as the sword master, and that surely they would not make him take someone's head off. The chef naively said that the mafia just needed his colleague to scare the people a little, take their money, and then buy a house or open a shop. The other chef insisted that his colleague deserved to live like a human too. However, the guy kept puffing at his cigarette and said that he would turn it down even if he got offered a fortune. The other chef then noticed that his colleague kept getting notifications and he asked what was going on and if he was dating someone. However, it turned out that it was just a game. The chef then asked if his colleague was still playing the game called Diaper Blessing. However, that game had not been played for ages. Suddenly, someone yelled out for Jubang and demanded where everyone had gone without cleaning everything up. The other chef groaned that their boss was here, so he would be leaving first. So, the guy kept smoking and admitted that honestly, after his family had gone bankrupt when he was a kid, all he did was work. He had also once considered what it would be like to live as a real human, and he had definitely been too focused on just moving forward. Finally, he groaned and fished his phone from his pocket, wondering why on earth his phone would not stop ringing, and that it was getting ridiculous. The MC wondered if he had reinstalled the app when he was drunk, and he even considered deleting it again. It had been so many years since the Demon King's invasion in the game, and the talented chef tapped on the notification on the screen by accident. He cursed when he opened the app and music began to play. The screen showed a smirking girl with waterfall blue hair as the music got louder. The flashy background music was just as the MC remembered even after all this time, and he admitted that the female characters were still as pretty as ever. Suddenly, something weird started happening with his phone, and he noticed that his phone was glitching. Suddenly, he was then consumed by a bright light, although he was greatly confused by all that was happening. The other chef popped back outside to call his colleague and tell him that the boss wanted to see him. However, much to the chef's surprise, his colleague was nowhere to be found and all that remained was his glowing cell phone. The chef looked around and wondered just where his colleague had run off to. He wondered why his colleague had left his phone behind and he called out to him. Then he reached the conclusion that he had gone to the toilet. So, the chef walked away, leaving the phone behind, unaware that the phone screen had a new display that said that the transfer was 100% complete. There is no backstory to this tale, and it starts with 2 fingers reaching for a phone. The game was a typical pay-to-win model with an auto-hunting system, and the advertisement stated that the storyline was surprisingly worth checking out. It was a generic mobile game that needed no further explanation, and it was called Miracle Blessing. The game instructs the player to please click on the screen, and the narrator figures that we wonder why he even played that game. The answer was as simple as ever, and there was a blue-haired girl with golden eyes smirked cockily at the front. Beside her was another brunette with a blush and a smirk, and a feisty-looking girl with blonde hair. Obviously, the MC had played this game because the appearance of the female character was to his taste. The main character had ended up swallowed by the game, and he had never spent a penny of in-game purchases or played through multiple cycles, and had not even finished the game. However, the unfortunate guy had not ended up in the game as a playable character, and he had not even manifested as an NPC. The unlucky main character instead found himself getting reborn into the body of a background character whose location was unknown. The suffering protagonist was born into the body of a background character. He bit harshly at the hand of fate that had dared to place him there. As the background character, the dude's name was Kang Jeong-ma. As the MC walked past, he ended up bumping into the shoulder of another person. The virgin was shocked to have bumped shoulders with a woman. However, he explained that the situation was not how it appeared, and that anyway, even as he asked the young lady if she was okay, she stammered that she was fine and that she was sorry for the inconvenience. Fortunately, the setting of the Miracle's Blessing was in Korea. Names, locations, geography, even the speaker announced on the train that the next station was Mapu Mapu Station, and the polite dude explained that there were only minor differences of 1 or 2 characters, but it was still similar. Thanks to that, the MC was able to adapt easily, and he had been just a normal teenager. At least, he had been for a year, and he lived there, forgetting whether the world he was in was reality or a game. Experiencing an ordinary teenage life that he never had in his past life was all that he dreamed of, and he enjoyed living a very ordinary secondary life. That was until he had returned home to some devastating news. He announced that he was home, and heard someone call out to his mum. Suddenly, someone declared that he was the pride and joy of the Seori Kang clan, and his parents excitedly held up an acceptance letter, showing that he had been admitted into the Houken Academy. Our guy was absolutely stunned to see such a letter and laughed nervously, asking his parents to kindly not bring out such a letter, but they scolded him and asked what he was talking about. His parents went on excitedly yammering about how no matter how many times they read the letter, they were super proud of their son and they thought that they had done a great job raising their child. His parents went on to happily inform him that the entrance ceremony was the next day, and they asked if he had already packed up all the things that he needed. Stunned, the MC could only mumble that he would finish packing everything up soon, and his parents encouraged him to go immediately. That was it. His modest dream of living an ordinary life was completely destroyed by that one letter. The talented chef sighed in his chair and realized that it was tomorrow already. With everyone so excited, he could not go back to his normal life by rejecting that letter. There was sighing and then some pondering on how many times he had asked to leave. But it had not made much of any difference. Just thinking about it made him feel tired, exhausted in fact, and he glanced at a picture on his wall, knowing he was exhausted because of the person in the picture. That person was the background character whose body he was now stuck in, and the MC could not understand how a background character had managed to get accepted into that prestigious school. However, what happened was that, before our boy had possessed his body, the background character Kang Jeong-ma manifested his blessing by immediately passing the entrance exam for Houken Academy. The situation was confounding, and the talented genius could not help but wonder if the background character was some kind of genius or something. A blessing, a bright power, often used by humans as a special ability, and it had the same concept as a game skill with it manifesting in various different forms. However, not all humans had divine protection, because it was mostly genetic. Getting a blessing heavily depended on the presence or absence of blessings in a person's family line, and the society itself was divided into ranks called noble, commoner, and privileged. This was created to maintain the power of the elite at Houken Academy. Although the academy was founded under the pretext of hero training, in truth, it had long been a school exclusively for the upper-class hero families. Until recently, a special admission system was introduced for non-heroic families, and the dude, who was stuck in the body of Kang Jeong-ma, was accepted as one of those special admissions. However, this of course begged the question of why heroes were needed in the first place. Well, the answer was simple, and a bright red light hovered in the sky casting dark shadows of horrific creatures over the earth. Heroes were usually needed because of monsters, otherworldly beasts that possessed powers far beyond any human skill. It was a probability, but the MC has to make it clear that such a thing is not his reality. A hero training school is to prepare for war. It sounds different, but if he had to go through re-enlistment, that is exactly how he would feel. He groaned as he considered the misfortune of his body getting a blessing. He tried to check it out, but the status window still looked pretty weird, saying it was a painless blessing that could be activated in 30 seconds with a 12-hour cooldown period. Still, he focused and tried to figure out his body's manifested ability, which was stated to be painless. My guy did not completely understand what that was supposed to mean. The lazy dude groaned and wondered how he had gotten accepted with something like this, and he got depressed just looking at it. Then, he figured this was the blessing that he received when he possessed this body, the blessing of the sword god. It had an infinity activation time and 0 cooldown time. It activated only when the sword's length was 30 centimeters or less, and the width was 5 centimeters. Our guy was kind of stunned at the ability and wondered if someone was playing a trick on him with this. It was an ability that he had not seen in the game, and the content was so simple when compared to elaborate nomenclature. The status window said that it would cut if he struck, and writing something that obvious as an ability seemed weird to him. However, what stood out the most was the weird activation condition. It spelled out the exact sword length as well as the width, which was the perfect size for a sashimi knife. So, the MC wondered if there was a fencing game here too. He groaned, having no idea what the heck the game wanted, and life just did not always go the way a person wanted it to. Finally, the reluctant student was done packing. Then, his eyes snapped open as he recalled that he almost forgot to pack his equipment. Come to think of it, when he played the game, the character's equipment was as expensive as ever. Even the lowest E-rank gear cost millions, and an average C-rank gear was worth hundreds of millions. While NS ranks were treasures in their own right, the tuition alone was exorbitant, and the dude did not want to spend money on an entrance that he was being pushed into. For the entrance screened, it was written there that if he did not pack something, then he would be marked from the first day. The lazy MC sighed heavily as he pondered his options, and he decided to go to Dexo. Placing his hands in his pockets, he stood and walked off. He recalled his first teacher's habit of insisting that Japanese knives were worth over 100. Now that the nostalgic dude was thinking about that old geezer, he recalled how the old man would say that a master did not blame their equipment. Time passes and someone calls out to the black-haired dude, calling him a new kid. Our boy is dressed in a uniform and unimpressed by the people calling to him. The other speaker is a big guy with a mohawk and an angry look on his face, and he is completely offended by the weapons that the MC submitted. The black-haired new student had brought with him a nice assembly of sashimi knives, all freshly bought at a great discount. It was the day of the entrance ceremony and he was going through a weapons screening. Every year, the instructor knew that there were pranks from upper-class children, so the instructor needed to establish authority from the start. The mohawk guy yelled and asked if the students thought that the academy was a joke. He yelled that it did not make any sense to use a kitchen knife as his equipment for the class placement test. However, the MC said with a serious face that this was his equipment. The mohawk dude was confused, and then he yelled once again. However, someone called out to the instructor. It was the black-haired new student, of course, and he explained that he was just a special admission student from an ordinary family. The tuition alone must have been a huge burden on his parents, and now the instructor was asking him to provide expensive equipment. He pointed out that he would never do such a disservice. The instructor noted that the color of the guy's name tag did indeed mark him as a special admission student, and it was true that the academy's tuition must be a significant burden for students who are not from the upper class. The instructor was shocked to think that someone affiliated with an institution meant to be a level playing field for education was using such prejudice to target a deeply devoted student. So, the 30% off was meant to convey that. Then the MC added that lastly, blaming the equipment was something only amateurs did, and the instructor was stunned. An expert did not blame their equipment, a really powerful quote. A pubescent teen was certainly not someone to be taken lightly, and this was exactly what he wanted, and it was as if the guy had reached the pinnacle of a field. The genius's words of wisdom and unyielding spirit was overwhelming and completely blinded the instructor, who looked at him in awe with tears in his eyes. To the instructor, the boy was the greatest of all time. The talented former chef then called out to the instructor, and the instructor agreed to allow the special admission student to use his sashimi knives. Our guy ignored them and happily thanked the instructor, and some hater purple-haired girl at the back cursed at the special admission student, and other students agreed, asking how someone like him had even gotten in. The snobby jerks even complained that he stunk. The instructor yelled at the rest of the students on the line and asked them to be quiet, and once the evaluation was over, the students were ordered to move. The MC was rather stunned at the tenacity of the instructor now fighting for him. The instructor yelled that he could be an angel or devil depending on how the students acted, and he asked if they understood, to which they replied yes. Meanwhile, our guy raced away in fear that this might give him post-traumatic stress disorder. With a deep sigh, the MC admitted that he needed a break, and he rested on a bench. As expected, it happened, but experiencing it firsthand feels awful. At least, the equipment evaluation was done, and he had made it through the entrance ceremony. The only thing left was the class placement test, and he was already exhausted. He paused to think for a moment, but he had come this far and it was too late to give up now. This was the school that he would be attending for the next 3 years, the Hero Training School, Jokwon Academy. Just as suspected, the school was completely different from what he saw on his screen. If he was to exaggerate a bit, then he would say that the school was about the size of a small city. It was pretty cool and it was a great and privileged opportunity to study at a school attended by the upper class people. Thinking back to his past life in the district, he'd had to drop out of high school due to family circumstances, and he wondered if this was really happening. The placement test would happen soon and the announcement reached our guy where he was lounging. New students were told that they must assemble at the training hall by 3 in the afternoon. It is surprising that such an announcement was made so soon. The entrance examination had already been passed, but the placement test was important. A test was a test, so the MC had to get used to it, and he held up his sashimi knife with pride. Now that the genius thought about it, he had not used a knife once since he had gotten there and there was nothing he could do. His former trainer had once told him that he must never let go of his sword, and that he must sleep with it in his hand if it came to that. It was another of his teacher's habits, and the stuck-in-the-past clown smiled as he recalled 20 years of living by the sword. A year of rest could not possibly dull the student's skills, and the sharp dude rubbed at his sashimi knife, testing the weapon. The talented fighter unsheathed the knife a little and tapped on the blade to test that out too, and he smiled at what he had found, saying that it was not bad. He then decided that he would try cutting a leaf, and he slid his knife out of the sheath as it began to charge with power. The equipment he held in his hands met the conditions to activate his special power, and the sword god blessing was then activated. There was a blinding flash and a large explosion, with the status window then informing the MC that his physical body had a level that was too low to withstand the power of the special skill. He was shocked by this announcement, as he heard that the level of the equipment he was to use was also way too low. The status window then told him that it would use suppression to synchronize the equipment with the user. He was shocked since he had just drawn the sword, but that was enough to activate the special ability, much to his horror. Level 1 activation was now complete, and the status window told the gifted dude that the blessings of the gods would be with him. The MC's eyes widened in horror, and there was a sharp charge as the blade in his hand suddenly flooded with overwhelming power. He cried out as he was flooded with energy, and he panicked, knowing that at this rate he would die, and dying was unacceptable. His eyes widened in panic as the charge of power flooded his body, and then there was a bright blinding golden light. Shattered images fell around the MC, who found himself transported to an odd domain of red lines and line spaces. The black-haired genius was so confused about the whole situation that he cursed, and he realized that he had no idea what had happened. The sashimi knife fell from his hands, and he stared out in front of him, dazed at the cracks that hovered around him. Suddenly, the vision dissipated and his eyes widened when he realized that he was back at the academy, safe and sound. The moment he let go of his sashimi sword, he returned to how things were before, and he wondered what was going on. He groaned and he rubbed at his head, finding the whole experience very painful. Finally, it was understood that his ability got activated. But the sword god's blessing surely should not have made the entire world seem torn apart. It was hard to understand how and why such an intense pain had come about, to the point that he felt it in his head and he wondered if it could be a backlash. The painless blessing only caused a mild muscle soreness after use, and if every activation felt like then this might be a skill that the dude just could not use, and he glared at the fallen knife with great disappointment. Once again, the announcement rang out for new students to assemble at the training hall immediately, and the MC sighed. He wondered if it was okay for him to even try to pick up the knife again, since he could not just leave it lying on the ground. Perhaps it had hurt like that because it was the first time, and the dude continued to gas himself up to touch the knife. He told himself that it had to be okay, but his hand trembled as he reached for the weapon. He finally grabbed it in his hand, but then screamed that it was not okay when once again sparks began to fly and the dude felt electrocuted by his own ability. The other students turned in surprise to hear the man loudly cursing. Later, at the training hall, all the new students were gathered and were in awe at the giant auditorium. They walked around, admiring the place and murmuring with their various acquaintances. Even the big guns and parents talked to each other, boasting about the cost of enrolling their children. Suddenly, the green-haired man with an ugly bob turned and was surprised to see someone who had made it through a difficult journey. That person was the Lord Sword Emperor, a tall and proud man with white hair, and he was the 7-star hero Sword Emperor, Siegfried von Nibelung. The Sword Emperor was the direct descendant of Aaron Nibelung, the apprentice of the legendary hero, Balor Håkon. The ugly green bob guy hailed the Sword Emperor as the strongest human, and the dude with a big white mustache suggested that they return to their seats. The Sword Emperor laughed to himself as the nobles walked away. Then his eyes opened as he felt a disturbance in the force, just for a green-haired lady with glasses and a smug smile to appear. She greeted the Sword Emperor and called him Sieg, saying that it had been a while since they had met. She was the 7-star hero sage, Media Poison, and she laughed, asking if it had already been half a century. The old man greeted her without even turning to face her. Sieg could not believe that Miss Poison had come dressed like she was the head of the academy, and he mocked that he had thought that turning 70 would be a great excuse for her to let herself go. However, she said that it was every woman's desire to remain beautiful until the very end. She smirked and said that all the Sword Emperor had to do was to say a word and then she would make him look 10 years younger with her blessing. However, the Sword Emperor responded that even though she was turning 70 in a few days, she still had not grown up and that people should value their character above all. The Sword Emperor was very stoic, and Miss Poison giggled, calling him an old fogey. She even laughed, asking how he could be the same as he was half a century ago, and he called her an old hag out of annoyance. Miss Poison snickered, saying that she must say that he was an old bore that had changed a lot, since he was even coming to a place like this. The old man had used to despise mixing with people of that elitist mindset, and the Sword Emperor did indeed look down on the boasting nobles who were yet to take their seat. Miss Poison smirked and teased, saying that the old man's granddaughter must be quite beautiful. The old man said nothing in response, refusing to respond to such a taunt. Besides, it seemed like the placement was about to start. Many students had gathered and were just casually chatting with themselves. There was a lot of getting to know each other and mixing and matching, while the dude stood awkwardly in the center with no friends whatsoever. He then wondered if he was the only present with black hair, and he stood out like a sore thumb. To make things worse, he was also a special admission student, and 100% an outsider in this crowd. The MC still remembered how all the nobles had mocked and sneered when they heard he was on special admission back in the line. He wondered if this is what people meant when they said someone was of humble origins. He walked on through the crowd, unable to properly blend in as the people muttered around him. Suddenly, the sharp MC took interest in the person that everyone was looking at. It was a lady with flowing blue hair that caused blush to blossom on cheeks as she passed. Just as he had suspected, that girl studied in this academy as well. As she walked, the sound of her shoes made a tapping sound and all eyes were drawn to the lady with long soft blue hair and a hard golden glare. She was none other than Abel von Nibelung, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, and the game's main heroine. She was also the reason the MC had spent so much money on this game. Subspace was created by the legendary hero, Balor Joquin, along with the establishment of the academy, and it is an alternative space from reality. The damage and pain experienced there feel real. But the good news is that the damage sustained in subspace does not apply to reality. Since there was no intervention from reality, even murder could be overlooked if it happened in the subspace. The old Sword Emperor noted that they would be using a subspace battle royale, and Miss Poison agreed, saying that it was a tradition at their school. But this year they tried to apply the battle royale format a little differently than before. This time the new students were divided into groups of 10, and they were ranked based on who survived within the subspace the longest. It was a survival game, and there were no restrictions on armament. The Sword Emperor pointed out that if there were no restrictions, then it was like saying that the elites could have it all. However, Miss Poison asked him to not even mention that, as this was also a compromise as much as possible. Like it or not, the academy was funded primarily by the nobility's money, and she just went through a lot of trouble to introduce that system, and the old man asked Miss Poison what she was talking about. Of course, she meant the special admission. The MC dude blushed when he got to see his crush in real life, and he admitted to himself that she was incredibly pretty. Honestly, he had thought that the game was only two-dimensional, but now he could witness her beauty in real time. The guys around her were immediately trying to strike up a conversation with her, and if he did not know better, our guy would have joined those poor guys and would have also tried to talk to Miss Gorgeous. However, he had played the game to some extent, so he knew what they did not. Abel von Nibelung was a player of the Miracle's Blessing M. In other words, the protagonist of the game was connected to her. In the end, beautiful people would always have someone they match with, which was often other beautiful people. Furthermore, as a special admission student like him, he was not suited for this. The gloomy protagonist would rather avoid getting involved and ending up with a noisy school life. The goal, after all, was to stay safe, ordinary, and secure. His self-imposed motto for the future was to complete his studies smoothly, to obtain a regular job, and to lead a normal and very secure life. Suddenly, the negative Nancy protagonist paused when he saw a job opening for a hero. Of course, he sighed that it was a joke since he could not even use his power properly, and just using the knife gave him the creeps. His body trembled just thinking about it. The MC was going to leave the protection of the world for the main characters, while he was going to focus his energy on a few more comfortable jobs. Now, the rules for the 783rd class assignment test of Joquin Academy were going to get announced. Suddenly, it was announced that the test was about to start, and the announcer said that this year's assignment test would be a battle royale. Among the 10 cadets, the top rank was Star, and the second to third ranks were called Dragon. Rank 4 to 7 were called Wolves, and the ranks 8 to 10 were ranked under Ordinary. Based on these results, the students would be assigned to different classes, and scores were automatically calculated and there was no time limit. Our guy realized that the test was just like a game, and the goal was to finish it quickly without drawing attention as an ordinary student. The spiritual occurrence device was activated and the exam started immediately. The announcer wished the blessing of the hero to be with the students, and the main guy got serious as the transportation began. He told himself to avoid drawing his weapon as much as possible. Meanwhile, the 24th group's review had been completed and a few students threw up and groaned from the intensity of the battle that they had just faced. The first place was announced for that group and the 47th group's review was also complete. The first place and second place were announced as well. Come to think about it, Miss Poison turned to the Sword Emperor and pointed out that the new batch included the old man's granddaughter as well as the descendants of Chang Xiang and Jiao Geng. The results of the match were practically predetermined. However, the old man scolded her for saying that. However, the lady pointed out that 7 minutes and 14 seconds was incredibly fast. Abel was already making an amazing record even with just a C-class weapon. The high-level weapon claymore that Abel used demanded a fair review, and the lady laughed that the young kids were already acting like their elders. While it was not a record as great as her grandfather's, this was among the top 10 in the Academy's history. However, the old man said that it was only natural for a descendant of Nibelung, and since it seemed that the test was ending, it was time for the old man to take his leave. Since the other students were descended from pigs, Miss Poison then points out that there was just one batch left and she asks if the old man is leaving. The old man admitted that he was indeed leaving and he says that he will see her next time. The beautiful lady also wishes him farewell, saying that she will see him in the afterlife. Suddenly, they feel a very strong presence and both the Sword Emperor and Miss Poison stare in shock. Even the people in the arena cannot help but stare in confusion with their mouths open wide. They all stand around and stare, and Miss Poison quickly turns to her friend, asking the old man if he felt it too. Even the old man had to admit that it was ridiculous, and there was a murmuring among all the students at the center of the auditorium. The old man thought that there was no place near the president where he could feel the previous feeling, but he had definitely felt it earlier. The presence suddenly returned, just as strong and as sharp as it had been before, and both the old man and Miss Poison were stunned. Suddenly, a bright sharp light like a cut in the sky appeared, and they stared in shock. The two old powerful mentors were speechless at the sudden apparition, and a crack appeared in the sky, shattering the blue and giving way to a darkness littered with stars. Then something seemed to descend from above, crashing from up to down. The others gathered stared in shock at what had appeared, and they gaped and screamed as people landed on the ground face first with a huge bang. The people were shocked and murmured to themselves, asking if people had just fallen from the alternative dimension space. Then, there was a bright light in the sky and the old man glared at it as a bead of sweat formed on his face. Then, something descended from the light in the sky, and it shot down into the ground, landing with a bang where the fallen students lay. Miss Poison immediately called out for the medical team while the old man watched in silence. The beautiful lady ordered the medical team to check the vital signs of all the cadets who had just arrived. She yelled for them to hurry, and the sashimi knife that had impaled itself on the floor still glowed with power and magic. The fallen person's face was reflected in the sharp blade of the small knife. The outcome of the test was already decided. Someone screamed out and cursed, because unfortunately, there was a lot of fighting and strangling. By nothing but sheer bad luck, the MC had manifested in a place where students mercilessly beat each other down. Our guy had ended up caught in the middle of a death match. Quite unfortunately, he had landed near the evil twins, the Iron Family's Mao Jun and Mao Shun. One was big enough to clobber other people mercilessly and call them weak, while the other sadistically goaded his beaten opponents to try to fight back. Despite their natural talent, the evil twins' brutal, violent, and duality was almost boundless. Those were deliberately playing with their opponents for 30 minutes, and the gloomy protagonist had the bad luck of landing near them. Jiao Ma wondered if he looked so weak that the evil twins had not even noticed him standing there the entire time. The smaller twin looked disappointed at his opponent and asked why the student was dead. He tossed the student like he was trash and mumbled that it was boring. Then, he paused to do a bit of calculating on his fingers, and the twin realized something was off. He asked his darker-haired bro if he had caught a few of them, and his bro was casually wickedly pressing his boot down on a student's neck. Then, the twin with fairer hair realized something. The bigger, darker-haired twin admitted that he had caught almost all of the students, as he crushed the one he'd been torturing under his heel. His brother protested, saying that it was so annoying. The fairer-haired brother pointed out that his brother had already caught 4 of them, and the darker-haired twin laughed, apologizing and pointing. The darker-haired boy pointed out a girl with red hair and offered her to his fairer-haired companion. The girl trembled when they set their sights on her, and the fairer-haired brother rejoiced, saying that he would give his brother credit. Jiao Ma cursed, saying that he was the one who had been staying quietly in the corner since earlier, and it looked like their chosen victim was already panicking and had no will to fight. The fairer-haired brother began to approach the shivering girl, and he made an ugly face, mocking her. He grinned and said that she suited his taste, and he laughed wickedly as he wondered if the screams that escaped from her little lips would be to his liking. It was driving the fair-haired brother crazy just thinking about it, and the girl looked terrified. Even though the fair-haired twin was a sibling, the dark-haired twin laughed that his twin just looked like a pervert. The fair-haired twin then grinned disgustingly and asked the shaky redhead where he should start with tearing her apart. Unable to take it anymore, the MC called out to them, swearing and calling them fatherless jerks. The twins turned and he yelled, saying that even if they were in the other space, there was no reason to go that far, and that only psychopaths would do what those evil jerks wanted to do. Jiao Ma ended up stepping in without thinking, even if it was the last thing that he wanted to do. The twins were surprised to see that there was another guy available, and the dark-haired twin noted that our guy was just a special student, a person with a low-class background. Knowing this, both the twins grinned wickedly, and the fair-haired twin stepped forward, saying that he would quickly take his new opponent's head off. His dark-haired twin agreed. The fair-haired twin geared up, grinning maliciously, and his twin brother spoke up, saying that because the MC had insulted them, he wanted his new opponent's tongue. The cowardly protagonist panicked as he realized that he was now in a very tough position, and he wondered if he ought to use the blessing of the void at this moment. However, the twins had been desecrating corpses for 30 minutes, and avoiding pain for 30 seconds would not make any difference for him. He had to think out of the box, and then Jeonma had an idea. He recalled his sashimi power, but of course, he was hesitant. After all, if he wielded a blade, the blessing would surely manifest. The blessing of the sword god, although he only had negative memories of it so far. Our guy only wanted a safe, ordinary, and secure life, and it had not even been half a day since he chose that life. If he drew his knife now, he could kiss his dream life goodbye. He cursed, and the twins watched him in confusion. He reached his hand into his bag and yanked out the knife, as the twins watched in confusion and part wonder. They then cursed when they saw the temporary hero pull out his glowing weapon, and even the girl he was trying to save was surprised. The thing was that the twins did not take Jeonma's weapon seriously at all because it was so small, and the fair-haired twin charged, calling his new opponent funny, so he swore to make his opponent's death as painless as possible. The fair-haired twin roared and cursed at the MC, saying that he would start by smashing his head in. The fair-haired twin leapt, and our guy stared up at the jumping giant in alarm. This was not the kind of situation where the indecisive protagonist could be picky, and he only had 30 seconds, so he needed to hold on. He figured that this would at least work for something. He placed his hand on his sword and activated his power. The painless blessing had an effect of only 30 seconds and a cooldown of 12 hours, and it had to be used very wisely. Then, he activated the blessing of the sword god when he pulled his sashimi knife, and the no-pain blessing helped to neutralize the amount of pain he felt while using his other ability. The fair-haired twin laughed, mocking his temporary opponent and asking what he could possibly do with a kitchen knife in battle. The fair-haired dude cursed at the MC, and our guy knew that if he could not cut his opponent, then he would surely die. He had to use his small knife against his massive body charging at him, and he gritted his teeth as he prepared to fight. The black-haired dude braced himself, knowing that he fought not a fish but a human being. He had wondered before why gangsters always used sashimi knives in movies, and he wondered if sashimi knives could really cut people like fish. His old trainer had yelled at him and told him that this kind of thing only happened in movies, and that even if a god was to do it, cutting people with sashimi knives was impossible. His old trainer had told him that if he cut people with sashimi knives, then it would turn into something else. Then his eyes widened as his magic power activated and a bright light shone around him. The fair-haired twin was almost on top of him, and the big gross dude yelled at our guy and told him to die. However, his recharged opponent suddenly focused and sliced. He had used the god's protection. The fair-haired twin looked up in shock when he saw his hand fly away from his body. The counterattack of the Mao brothers was now with Jeonma, and the hand of the fair-haired twin dropped to the floor with a sickening thud. Once the president had been asked why gangsters ate sashimi, and the chef had barely managed to dodge a knife that had been thrown at him. The very sharp knife embedded itself in the wall, much to the chef's fear and horror as he realized that the president was utilizing it. Our dude's old trainer said that he had instructed him to call him master, and he asked the young nonchalant chef why he even cared about that. Jeonma's first mentor had been an ex-gangster, and he had hacked off one of his own wrists as a kind of atonement. To make people happy with a knife, the mentor had founded a sushi restaurant, and the mentor had demonstrated great capabilities. The gloomy protagonist pointed out how in movies, criminals were constantly flashing sashimi knives, and the MC wondered if it was like that in real life. The mentor said that someone who claimed to have survived by the sword should not ask such a question. The mentor then asked the black-haired dude to think about it, saying that if someone was stabbed with a wide kitchen knife, the skin would rapidly contract and it would be hard for the knife to come out easily. However, sashimi knives were thin and allowed a person to stab and withdraw several times. This was surprising and very informative information. Then Jeonma asked why his mentor had said stab and not slash when it was easy to slice a fish, so it should be easy to slice people. However, the mentor yelled and said that the fish were sliced since they were already lying down. Standing, a person could not even cut a loaf of bread in one go. The MC was still adamant and said that even after watching cartoons, a slash made everything go away, and he complained that his boss just lacked talent. The old ex-gangster pounded our dude's head in anger, saying that his old boss had been his mentor. The ex-gangster went on to say that even if the god of knives appeared, it would not work. However, the fair-haired twin stared in speechless shock as his arm disconnected from his body. The fair-haired boy gaped as his hand went flying away. Even his brother and the girl who had been rescued were speechless. Then, the dismembered arm hit the ground, and the fair-haired twin screamed his agony. He cried and cursed and writhed in many languages, and the fair-haired twin grabbed his arm and cried out for his brother. Tears gathered in the brute's eyes, for he was in so much pain. The boy kept crying and sobbing about the pain, and the MC stepped forward. The fair-haired twin panicked and told our dude not to get any closer. He fell on his ass and waved his arm around in fear. Still, Jeonma advanced, and then the coward turned behind him, shouting out for anyone who could help him. The fair-haired twin ran blindly with tears in his eyes as he cried for anyone to come to help him. His twin brother was so shocked by what had happened, and the fair-haired twin called out to his brother, stretching out his hand and begging for assistance. The fair-haired twin cried and cursed the MC hard, and he shouted, asking his brother to hurry and help him. However, before he could reach his twin, there came another deadly slice, and the fair-haired twin lost his head, right in front of his brother who was still very stupefied. There was a large splash of red as the fair-haired twin lost his head, and his body hit the ground with a thud. The dark-haired twin began to sweat with a mix of fear and horror. He stared at the blown wide eyes of his sibling as his head lay gruesomely on the floor. The dark-haired twin was speechless for a moment. Then he yelled out his brother's name in horror. He had been in so much disbelief that he had not been able to move, and as he screamed, the genius MC caught his breath. The redhead was stupefied at her hero's skill, and the dark-haired twin made himself calm down. This was the void space, and nothing that happened there could affect reality, so there was no way that his brother had died by the knife. Even so, the dark-haired guy had no information on our guy who had just attacked them. The dark-haired twin was not sure what that attack was, but it felt like someone was clumsily using a knife for the first time on a human. The dark-haired twin had to steady his heavy breathing and trembling, as he reasoned that it could be a coincidence and that Jeon-ma had just gotten a lucky shot. The dark-haired twin was now sure that he just needed to be careful when facing the knife. He was sure that his twin's loss had been caused because the fair-haired twin had been too irresponsible. So, the dark-haired twin was going to take things seriously. The dark-haired twin fired up, yelling that his weapon displayed its true might when he used it with two hands. The dark-haired twin fixed the machine hand that belonged to his brother on his own hand, and he used the blessing of resolution, defense, and amplification. He also used the blessing of intervention, increasing his jumping ability by 200%. The spiritual blessing led to increased fist power, and the dark-haired twin grinned wickedly as he had successfully activated a manifestation that had 3 benefits simultaneously. The dark-haired twin shouted that these were rank benefits that even the gods could not imagine. The dark-haired twin grinned and said that he did not know where our guy had gotten his magical cutting knife, but even an S-rank weapon could not pierce his new fists of power. The dark-haired twin laughed that he was different from his brother. Meanwhile, the main character was silently counting. The dark-haired twin yelled that the MC had been standing about like an idiot before a few moments ago, and he launched at his opponent with a wicked punch, shouting a question on whether the gloomy protagonist was mumbling about his will or something. The dark-haired twin grinned maliciously as he decided to just smash Jeon-ma's head while his back was turned, and his body thrummed with energy as he prepared to release his punch. However, our guy kept counting down from 7 to 6 to 5, and the dark-haired twin was confused. Somehow, the dark-haired twin found himself falling to the ground with multiple sashimi knives piercing his body. The dark-haired twin groggily opened his eyes and saw his opponent was still standing above him with his knife, his eyes glowing as he continued his scary countdown. Our guy finally reached 1 and his body began to tremble. The dark-haired twin could not keep his eyes open any longer and he closed his eyes thinking of the word black. Meanwhile, Jeon-ma's countdown had finally reached 0, and the status window informed him that the effect of the blessing of immunity had come to an end. He then cried out in agony as the strength of his own power overtook his body. He was like a black ghost. When the MC managed to open his eyes again, he blinked blearily at a sight that he could not recognize. He had stared ahead in confusion as he had woken in soft sheets, and he wondered if he had woken in a hospital. He managed to sit up with a small groan, and someone opened the door as he settled himself. Imagine his overwhelming surprise to see a man who suddenly announced that our guy had opened his eyes. Suddenly, there was a bit of a commotion as 2 feet made their way to him. The lazy genius found himself looking at a face that he had never seen. But somehow the face was familiar. 50 years ago, the person who destroyed the Demon Lord's 6th Legion commander was none other than the 7-star heroes, and he had 2 of them before him, the Old Sword Emperor and Miss Poison in all her beautiful glory. The old man stared down at him and the MC recognized him as the strongest of humanity, Siegfried. Meanwhile, the bright bubbly lady who asked if he was doing okay was the Academy Director, Media Poison. Our guy was horrified as he wondered why these very important individuals were in his room. They asked him for his name, and he introduced himself as Jeon-ma. The old man then said that it was time to get to the point as he repeated our boy's name, and then asked what on earth the hospital victim had done. The sensation at the time that the MC had used the weapon, although the sensation did not belong to Jeon-ma, it was obvious that the sensation had come from him. Jeon-ma was silent and then he glanced up at the two. He looked specifically at the strongest of humanity who wielded a mighty sword, and the MC reasoned that there was nothing good to be gained from being targeted by that monster at a time like this. Even though it was a void space, the genius protagonist said that he had judged that some of the actions of the other students had gone too far. Nevertheless, he believed that his actions were excessive and he would accept any measure or treatment without complaint. The old man glared at him, but our guy stared right back. Then, the Academy Director sighed as she groaned at the old man, saying that he did not need to be so harsh with a small child. She smiled and said that even when Jeon-ma spoke like that, the Sword Emperor had cleaned out his clogged meridians while the student was unconscious. The Academy Director chuckled that with more age came more stubbornness, and she smirked, saying that he should at least look at her for her face's sake. The old man complained, saying that he had warned the academy director not to say anything like that, but she just squealed as she inappropriately cuddled a student, laughing that the old man was acting all shy. The sleepy genius was truly surprised to hear that the old man had helped him, and he wondered why. The academy director kept inappropriately fawning over our guy's body, thinking that it was no surprise that Jeonma's body was light as a feather, or rather, moist and heavy like a feather saturated in water. The academy director beamed and told the lazy dude that although he had been unconscious, they had reviewed the video of what transpired in the void dimension with the staff. The image of the genius made hurting himself just to defend an underprivileged female student was truly the lovely prince that the academy director had always dreamed of. The academy director gushed and said that Jeonma was the hero himself. Meanwhile, the old man finally cleared his throat in protest. The academy director fumed, but she gave in while the old man just pointed out that he was advising her to keep her dignity. The academy director gushed that she was just stating that she would not make an issue of the MC's actions during the test, so he did not need to worry. To be honest, the twins were admitted after currying favor with the academy's elders from the Mao family, and they had stated that they would withdraw themselves. He was surprised to hear this, but that was a great relief, since it appeared they would not have to share school life together. Then, the academy director said that they had come to tell him, and the grateful protagonist thanked them for the information. However, the academy reactor was no one, and she informed him that he was now the top student, and they happily congratulated him. However, the MC was horrified to hear this news. He gasped in horror as his dream of a peaceful, safe, and secure life had once again begun to crumble. The great big prestigious academy glowed in the afternoon sun. Chilling in a room, the beautiful academy director let out a sigh. She smiled, saying that she had been the head of the academy for over 2 decades, and yet this was the first time that something like this had occurred near her. The position as the top student was instantly rejected, much to the shock of Miss Poison and the Old Sword Emperor. They had advised him to rethink, of course, asking if he understood what it meant to be in the star class. The Sword Emperor had even been sure that he had not heard our guy correctly. Even the elders had been furious that Jeonma was made top of the class. The top student was determined based on the subspace's direct results, and the MC paused to consider it for a moment. However, after a while, he confessed that he still did not want the position, much to the shock of the two once more. The old man was perplexed as the beautiful academy director kept trying to convince him otherwise. However, the academy director then called to the old man, snapping him out of his thoughts in the present time. The academy director asked the old man if he was upset that he had taken the top rank instead of his granddaughter when the old man had seen the video too. The old man laughed and said that was immature. There was nothing more immature than challenging the grading performed by the subspace imbued with the will of the founding hero. The academy had chosen our guy as the top pupil, and they simply just followed. The old man pondered the situation more and figured that if his skills had been outstanding, then this might have been comprehensive. If his physical abilities had been great, that would have been fine. If Jeonma's experience had been better, it would have been believable too. However, from a male till in his teens, our guy had displayed an exceptional amount of skill and precision when he had taken down his 2 opponents. It was a blast of power like nothing they had ever seen before. The emotions that the old man had seen were like the MC had embodied the notion of the skill, and the old man wondered what he had been pursuing all of his life. The old man thought that the large display of power represented the ultimate of swordsmanship. However, the old man had also sensed incongruity when he had unblocked the boy's acupoints, and the teen's feeble body had not yet received proper physical training. It appeared as if something was stored, something that should not even be stored within the young lad's body. The old man sighed at his deep thinking, knowing that at this age, he was still quite competitive, especially towards a boy of the same age as his beloved granddaughter. The academy director was still talking, and she mentioned how the MC was also quite attractive, and the way he killed opponents to save a woman in danger was extremely astounding. The academy director was baffled and wondered if she could ever pull off something like that even when she was 10 years younger, and it seemed impossible for her to do at her current age. She then grinned and asked the old man what he was thinking about. The old man was silent, and then he pondered on what college students nowadays named women like her. She was curious, and then she smiled and told him to go ahead and to open that fancy smart mouth of his. The academy director asked what people called ladies like her, and he said a cup down. A blush came to her face, and the old man began to speak some very dangerous sounding words that sounded like the word used to refer to a female dog. The academy director was furious, and the drink within the cup began to rumble. Meanwhile, our guy had climbed up some stairs to a building with brown walls and brown staircases. He saw the signboard for the wolf class, and he stared at the final compromise that he had managed to obtain. So, he would be in wolf class, even though the MC had expressed his desire to be in the tiger class. The headmaster had insisted that the top student could not be in the tiger class, and the lazy protagonist had argued that the top student should be able to be a tiger at a school that valued fairness. However, the director was not having it, and she explained that it was not permitted for the sleeping talent to be a tiger. In exchange, the academy director would keep the situation a secret, because she knew that if she sent the talented student to the tiger class, then the elders would cause even more of a fuss. The gloomy protagonist was confused, but the idea was to complete studies securely in a lower class rather than battling and straining a higher level class. He sighed as the wolf class still fell without the predicted range, and he planned on still living his peaceful life. However, when he walked into class, the door slammed loudly behind him and he was shocked to see the students all staring at him. They all stared with bored looks in their eyes, assessing Jeonma, who had just walked into class. Our guy had the special green badge on his chest, so they immediately identified him as a lower class student. Then, the other students in wolf class started laughing and mocking him. Unbothered, the MC walked further into class, noting that his classmates seemed to be ignoring him. He figured that was a relief, and if they were going to ignore him, then they could at least quit gazing at him. Since they were ignoring him, it appeared like the academy director had kept everything under control. Jeonma beamed, thinking that an outcast like him would surely have a tranquil life, so this was a positive thing, and he happily hummed to himself. Suddenly, he noticed something. He looked up to see a fidgeting girl nearby, and it was the redhead, thanking our guy for saving her regarding what previously happened in the battle against the twins. He stared at her in silence for a moment, and she stared back in silence as well. She then blushed and explained that this was regarding what had happened during the test, and our guy then recalled what she was talking about. He had wondered why she was using honorifics to address someone her age, but he told her that she did not need to thank him, and he smiled, saying that in such a scenario, anyone would have behaved in the same way. It appears the coincidental hero had ended up saving the redhead, and she told him again that she truly appreciated his help. The MC had however done that to save himself too, and now he felt like a hypocrite receiving her thanks. Come to think of it, Jeonma realized that he had yet to introduce himself, and he told her his name. Then the redhead happily introduced herself as Chloe. He smiled and said that it was nice to meet her and that he did not anticipate them being in the same class. She admitted that she had also not seen that coming and that it was good to meet him. Jeonma however wondered who Chloe was, as he could not remember her name from the game, and he had even played the mini-game. It seemed, considering that the core narrative involves combating demons in the latter meeting, that introducing a new character at this time felt a bit too soon. Our guy then noticed something again. He reached the conclusion that there was a high possibility that Chloe was just a support extra, just like he was. He then beamed and asked her to kindly keep the incident from the exam a secret, and she was surprised by his request, but she agreed. Then, Red said that if it was not too much trouble, then she would like to ask for a favor. However, before she could ask, a teacher came in and asked all the students to please take their seats, shocking Red. Jeonma smiled and said that they would talk later, and Red shyly agreed. The book was slammed on the table, and the professor said congratulations to all the new students who were being welcome aboard. It was the instructor from the gate, and he told them that they had all been chosen to take on the legacy of their brave forefather, Valor Jokwon. By standing here now, the instructor told them to embrace their pride, and then he introduced himself. The instructor was Lee Won-bin, and he was the wolf class instructor. Since it was the first day for many of the students, the instructor would begin with some basic physical exercises. The instructor grinned and told them to put on their workout gear and to meet at the training area in 30 minutes. One student raised his hand and asked what the instructor's physical training program would be. The instructor said that it was simple and that they would just do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. Then, they had to go 10 laps around the training area, and if they had no questions, then they should change into their gear and proceed to the place. Then, they were dismissed and the students agreed. Our dude wondered if the exercise had been designed to make them bald, as this was more strenuous than he had expected. Then, the MC called out to the instructor, and the instructor asked how he could help the student. He was surprised that the instructor knew his name, and then he said that he was not feeling too good. The lazy protagonist needed to find any means to avoid such tedious training. The instructor hummed as he considered our dude's words. Then the instructor replied that with a superb student like him, this routine was unlikely to make him even break a sweat, and that the unfortunately talented protagonist should have gained instruction in the star class on his first day. The academy director had specifically instructed the wolf teacher to look out for her top star student, and that he had to attend classes from all the different levels. Jeonma was horrified to hear this news, of course, and he cursed internally, calling the academy director a wretched woman. He had told her to keep it a secret, but she had gone ahead to blab to the teacher. However, our guy was not the kind to give up easily, and he groaned, saying that on second thought, it felt like he needed to use the toilet immediately. Given that the MC was already feeling stiff, it was pretty coincidental that the teacher's instruction was so well timed. He laughed sheepishly, but the instructor responded that the noodle-limbed protagonist was direct and outstanding, as one should expect from a great student. The instructor expected to meet Jeonma at the training area, and there was no getting out of it after that. He ended up showing up at the training area, puffing and panting. The gloomy protagonist ran as he was instructed to, his feet working up some dust into the air. As the class ran, the instructor yelled out 1 and 2 after them. Some of the students could no longer feel their legs, and the instructor told them to hurry up and move it, and to go faster. Our guy ran behind everyone else, and he cried and groaned from exhaustion just trying to keep up. The instructor kept yelling at them to go faster, but the MC felt like at this pace he would surely die, and crawling like a snail behind him was the redhead girl he had saved, also puffing and panting. Red was worried and asked him if the training was too much for him since he did not seem to be doing very well. Jeonma was surprised by her question, but he laughed nervously that it was okay and that he would be alright. Then, Red asked the black-haired dude how many laps he had managed to complete. He admitted that he had covered about 5 laps, and he asked how many laps Red had completed since she seemed to be lagging. However, it turned out that Red was doing way better than expected as she was already on her 7th lap, and he was shocked to hear this. Red beamed and encouraged our guy, telling him not to give up and that he could accomplish anything as long as he kept pushing. She also encouraged him, telling him that he should do this. Then, she sped off ahead and the exhausted protagonist watched her go. He huffed and panted as he ran after her, cursing the test that put him in the wolf class. It was an evening at the prestigious academy and the building was bathed in the golden glow of the night sky. There were bottles strewn all over the floor inside of a room, and the bottles rolled idly, sweating water as they lay. Suddenly, someone slammed a bottle on the table, knocking off the other lazy bottles, and our guy groaned heavily, gasping that he was famished as he lay in his room. He had consumed so many bottles of water and their empty cans were lying around his room. It was already 1 week into the academy and Jeonma had already faced some unexpected problems. In the great hall where the students gathered, he had groaned that he was famished and crazy hungry. The starving protagonist had called out for the cafeteria to give him spicy pork rice and that he would take 1 serving. Please. However, the cafeteria chef had zeroed their eyes on him and had shown our guy the glorious light of the ticket machine. He was surprised to see one, and he realized that the meal was not free. Broken. The MC said that he would come back later, but for now, he was ordering 1 spicy pork rice in advance. However, his smile faded away as he realized something. Spicy pork rice was 50,000 in price. Now that Jeonma took a second look at the menu, he realized that a lot of the food started from 50,000 and above and there was not a single affordable option on the menu. The gloomy protagonist had landed in a rich people's school without rich people's funds. The poverty-stricken hero felt humbled by the huge wall of prices, unable to believe just how much a small bowl of food costs. A tear fell from his eyes as he stared at the board, and he consumed his last drop of bottled water. Then, he angrily tossed the bottle of water aside and cursed furiously. Jeonma could not get a single plate of food because the price of said food was way too outrageous, and he was so famished. It was daylight robbery to pay that much for 1 plate of food. He was almost out of living expenditures, and he should have accepted the money that his father had offered before leaving home. The emaciated protagonist had been surviving thus far on the cheapest water from the campus shop for days, and now he greatly missed the complimentary dinners they used to provide them. He grabbed the blankets and lay all curled up in bed. He needed to think seriously about something else and forget his hunger, and he wondered if there was a blessing. The exhausted protagonist checked out his blessings, and the status window informed him that his physical level had risen recently to level 12. The MC read through the list and he realized the more his physical level increased, the more the constraints on the sword would be relaxed. The blessing would only activate if the sword was the size of a sashimi knife, but he already knew that. Just thinking about his blessing summoned his status window, and he sighed with a small smile. The newly burly and muscular protagonist stood to admire himself in the mirror, as he realized that his body had become significantly more toned, so perhaps all of the training was not entirely a waste of time. The suffering protagonist wondered if he had magically bulked up thanks to the sword master activating his pressure points, and at this point, it was essentially evolution. However, the sword god's blessing had yet to spread beyond the confines of a sashimi knife, and our growing guy wondered if he could manage even a small sword if he kept developing. Then, the talented hungry genius glanced at his small sashimi knives, and he vividly recalled being afraid of holding a sword before the admission ceremony. However, now when he was not carrying a sword, his hands itched and he wondered if this was also a result of the blessing. He then rubbed his head and wondered why he was suddenly feeling so proud. Then, our guy turned when he heard a noise behind him and he asked who it was. The MC opened the door to his room and found Red standing outside the door. The flustered girl flushed to see the built guy's muscles, and she apologized, asking if she was interrupting him on his break. He was surprised to see Chloe outside his bedroom door, but he smiled and said that she did not interrupt anything since he had simply been lying down. Jeonma then asked why she was there. She smiled and said that she noticed that the MC had not been to the university cafeteria that week. Red asked if he had been feeling unwell, and he just laughed, saying that he normally did not consume meals prepared by others. In truth, he truly enjoyed meals cooked by others and he was starving. She was surprised by his words and he assured Red not to worry about him. Then, Red said that if it was fine with our guy, then she was thinking of getting some things from the campus shop and having supper together. However, the protagonist quickly agreed, suddenly all dressed up, much to her surprise. He was, of course, happy to do anything for some free food, and he asked if she was suggesting that they eat supper together. She admitted that she was indeed suggesting that, and then he smiled that he was genuinely decent at cooking, so he would manage that aspect. Red raced after him, shocked by his behavior. He went to ask Red if her dorm was across the street, and since it was, then he would happily go with her. Later that night, the two had a very hearty meal, and little shy girl gasped in shock, saying that the meal was so delicious. Ma smiled and said that he was delighted to hear that. It was not even something that a person just threw together, but it was really quick. The shy girl admitted that she had only ever cooked fish before, so she had not anticipated anything like this. Meanwhile, our guy stared down at the empty tray and then suggested that they check the refrigerator, which Red immediately agreed to do. By the way, the MC realized that the shy girl had really enjoyed the fish, and Red admitted that she came from a beach region. The gloomy protagonist said that was excellent because preparing fish was his expertise. Red was surprised and asked if this was true, and since the MC's hands had been itching to do something, he would refresh himself by slicing some sashimi. However, he only had one problem with this brilliant idea, and that problem was the sword god's blessing, which activated every time he touched his weapon. Ma asked if Red owned a longer kitchen knife, and she repeated his question with surprise. The MC said that as Red knew, all of his weapons resembled the swords in her kitchen, so using something else seemed a bit awkward. The little shy girl said that he understood, and then she called our guy as she somehow presented a sword and asked if this would do. The fish-slicing protagonist was rendered speechless at the sight of the katana, and he decided that he would just take the risk and use the kitchen knife. He would finish the chopping in 30 seconds before the pain activated. So, he pulled out his sashimi knife and Red watched him in awe. The blessing of painlessness was activated, and Red watched nervously as the MC used his ability. The talented genius had once been called the greatest swordsman in the country, so this was conceivable. The star chef protagonist then activated the sword god's blessing, and he got to slicing at the speed of light. It was a masterful work, and Ma got it done quickly because his life depended on it. He ended up completing the work in 21 seconds, and that was how long it took him to scale the sea bream, split the bones, remove the guts, and fillet the meat. The successful protagonist then beamed with pride, and Red gushed at the delicious artwork that he had made. The slicing of the fish was so brilliantly done that he was proud, and he would even call it a masterpiece. He was happy that he still got it. Red asked the MC how he was so adept at cooking, and our experienced guy smiled that he had formerly worked part-time at a Japanese restaurant. Red was surprised to hear that he worked part-time, and we had to pause as he recalled he was in another world, and she did not know what a part-time worker was. Red apologized for her ignorance, and the polite protagonist said that there was no need for her to apologize, and the poor protagonist figured it was because of the difference in social position. Anyway, he was nice and fed, and he was happy to hear that Red loved the lunch. It made him very pleased. The shy Red had beamed, and she was overjoyed that our guy had cooked. She offered to wash the dishes, and he said that he would leave it to her. He crossed his arms all smug as she did the dishes, and he was happy that he was full. Our satisfied guy looked out at the moon, and he smiled that it looked so stunning that he could not help but hum a tune. Suddenly, he heard a crash behind him, and Red yelled that she was sorry. He had been scared by the sudden noise. Then, there were more loud accidents followed by more loud apologizes from Red, and he laughed nervously as he realized that she had probably never had to clean dishes before. The MC had been able to do that when he had been her age in his past life. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and he noticed a book flipping on Red's desk. Our gloomy protagonist was curious and went a little closer, and he saw that it was a diary. The diary said that Red had received assistance from someone throughout the class placement test, and that she would absolutely return the favor eventually. He thought it was such a rounded, cute handwriting with stickers, and he shamelessly picked up her diary as he considered putting it back in its proper place. After all, Red was simply a typical girl for her age. Suddenly, more diary pages flipped, and the MC was surprised that it turned. He then found that Red had written more about the dude who had saved her, which was him, and about how her heart was pounding and she could not bring herself to talk to him. The talented idiot smiled and thought that she was so cute, and realized this was the reason Red had been shy when talking to him. Ma then sneakily thought that he could keep reading the diary to see what else it said. Suddenly, the idiot then saw his name and then repeated pages and pages of Red's love declaration for him. The virgin was absolutely stunned by what he had seen, and he stared at the pages in speechless shock. Then there was a scream behind him, and our dude turned to see that Red had given up on doing the dishes, and she had in fact caught her rude guest going through her diary. Red then asked the colossal idiot if he had read her diary. Continuing on, we learn that the heroes in this world earn respect by defeating demonic beasts, and they increase their standing by gaining a global reputation. However, within their stagnant ranks, certain factions abuse the weak in the name of authority. When the law is unable to punish them, one of the hero families takes the lead and prefers to work in the shadows. The family name is the Auditor of Sicily, Auditor da Sicilia. They were a family that maintained order and carried out assassinations, working in the shadows to help the light. Those born within the auditor family had mental retraining before reaching adolescence, and their emotions were restrained and they underwent severe training. Little Red was one of those tiny auditors, and she often stared as others were trained under a strict master. Little Red was brought before an exhausted bound man and her eyes widened as she realized exactly what her master expected her to do. The little assassin shook with the sword in her hand as she approached the bound man who was beaten and tied to a log. Little auditors were formed into cold-blooded assassination machines, and the age at which the girl first soiled her palms with blood was 15. She was Chloe Auditor de Cecilia, and she was told not to underestimate her abilities as an assassin. She had heard those words long before she became completely conscious of herself, and Red had accepted those words as a part of her. Dutifully, she would pull up her mask and engage in unrelenting training, distorting her nature and casting a gloomy shade deep within her heart as she was stained with the blood of her enemies. So, by the time Red's identity had been worn down, leaving only traces of emotion, she had reached the age to enter the prestigious academy. The academy was of course Jokwon Academy, where the students were placed in classrooms according to their aptitude. Though each student's talent was at least at the level of a dragon or higher, the members of the auditor family who thrived in the shadows were assigned to the common class by their family's decree. This was the agreement between the family and the academy. Red had been excited about starting her first day at an exciting new place. However, she could not forget that she had been instructed to re-protagonist undetected. And nevertheless, even throughout their 3 years of childhood, the family eliminated every individual's liberty. Red accepted her fate as an assassin and did not protest, saying goodbye to her happy school life. Ultimately, nothing would alter her path, or so she had believed until she had met a boy. Red had been surprised on the day that our guy had stood up for her. The gloomy protagonist had yelled and cursed at the bullies that tried to beat on her, and he had yelled for the monstrous twins to keep their hands off her. Even if death in the subspace battle royale was fake, it did not mean that there was no fear of experiencing death for the first time. However, Red had been shocked when a boy appeared from hiding. Red had been prepared to quietly face death and her predestined fate, and she had long since given up on meaningless struggles. Red had been trained to do so, and she had always acted in such a manner. Ultimately, nothing was supposed to alter her from her path, not even the sight of the ugly bully charging at the boy who tried to defend her. After all, it was her fate to be in the shadows like a proper little auditor. Of course, that was how Red had perceived it. It was as though the sun had broken through ominous clouds in a mind whipped by frigid gusts, and her eyes widened as a burning sensation swept through her. Red witnessed for the first time a sword that was used voluntarily, a sword for self-defense. The lad before her brandished his sword in her honor, and then Red recalled the children's fairy tale that she had read aloud under her pillow in secret. She had read a book about a brave warrior with a sword, a story that told the tale of the imprisoned princess in a castle. The story had also told of the prince that had come to rescue the princess, and Red could only see the MC as a prince. He was the prince from the narrative, a figure that appeared to save the captured princess. Red's chest tingled and her cheeks became crimson, as an unidentifiable vague feeling surged through her. Chloe had then pondered as this was the love that she had always read about, and her hands rested on her cheeks as she watched the gloomy protagonist in adoration. In the present day, Jeon-ma was now looking very awkwardly at Red, not knowing how to respond to this very difficult situation that he had just found himself in. No matter how he looked at it, she had definitely seen him going through her diary and she was furious about it, with a dangerous aura surrounding her. The gloomy protagonist tried to nervously laugh it off. However, the awkward silence remained between the two of them and hung very heavily in the air. The idiot then knew that he had completely messed up and that he was in big trouble. Our guy panicked and wondered why everything went so wrong so fast. They had been having a great time just earlier, and the gloomy protagonist wondered if that had been the first time that he had taken the pure sentiment of a teenage girl. He then wondered if it was perhaps from the moment that he had foolishly followed her about because she was feeding him. The MC gulped and then he tried to play it casually, saying that the moon was very lovely that night. He continued to talk about how she had made him the tastiest supper that he had eaten in a long time that night. Then, Jeon-ma happily said that he would see her tomorrow and that he was heading out now, as if he would have a tomorrow. Then, Red suddenly asked the gloomy protagonist if he had seen it. He decided to play dumb and asked what she meant by her question. However, she took off her soapy gloves and asked again if he had seen that. He then glanced at the table and noticed something else on the table. Then, the MC laughed and asked if Red was talking about the reference book. He went on talking about how she had put so much effort into studying, but she darkly corrected him, saying that she meant the diary. Jeon-ma wondered if the girl had eyes on the back of her head because how had she seen him checking it out. Now, Red was even abandoning the formal speech in favor of a more relaxed one. He was internally panicking. Red now appeared to be an entirely different person, and the gloomy protagonist quickly said that he did not see it. Red asked if he truly had not seen it and our idiot insisted that he really had not seen it. The girl told him not to tell lies and he caved, finally admitting to having seen it. She fell silent and he fell silent as well. Honestly was not the best policy. Then, the gloomy protagonist became alarmed when he saw Red slowly begin to unsheath her katana, and he was very alarmed. He had no idea why the heck she was suddenly pulling out her weapon, and he was not digging the surprise attack. Our guy tried to look for an escape route, but it was difficult considering his location. He was on the 4th floor, so he would definitely shatter his body if he jumped from the window. There was only one way out, which was the door, but Red just happened to be blocking his path. Now, the MC had a problem, and he was stuck in there for sure. He then heard Red ask what he was talking about since he had been mumbling to himself, and a chill went through him as she scraped the tip of her blade against the ground. Red walked menacingly towards Jianma, who watched her approach with a shiver as he realized that she was really coming for him. The idiot protagonist tried to gaslight himself, saying that perhaps the girl was not feeling very well, which was why she had suddenly turned menacing. The gloomy protagonist had some knowledge about how to handle this type of situation. He recognized the unmoving pupils and the eyes tinted a dark crimson. Yes, already it was very certain now that what he was up against was a yandere girl. It made sense considering her sudden shift from a bubbly and puppy-like personality to a suddenly fierce tone and attitude. He was shocked to encounter someone with a dual personality this early into the game. Managing the yandere characteristic alone was difficult enough, but adding dual personality disorder to the mix made things even worse. It appeared that the change in personality was brought on by opening the diary. Our guy noted that this situation could be very harmful, and he was sure that she would pursue him till the day that he passed away. In order to secure his safety in the future, he had to take the initiative immediately. However, the aura in the room was even more intense than the Mao brothers, and it was downright wicked. Gosh, living in the academy was way more difficult than he ever expected it to be. First, he had to make his way out of this predicament, and he had little time because the danger was approaching menacingly on her home turf. Jianma then began to consider the situation. Thanks to how quickly they had cut the fish and how fast they had eaten, he had only 9 seconds left on his no-pain ability. The sashimi knife was still in his room, but the kitchen knife that he had used earlier was still lying on the counter. However, if he went that way, Red would intercept him, and there was no way that he would not lose arms or legs from that kind of encounter. Red's eyes were honed to kill, and she got ready to slice, alarming the gloomy protagonist, who knew that he had to act immediately. He bumped into a desk in his attempt to dodge, and then our guy noticed a salvation on the desk in the form of a temporary weapon that could serve as his tool. It was a knife cutter. Red charged at him with her sword swinging and guns blazing, and he noted that she was definitely coming. The gloomy protagonist seized the knife cutter, cursing because he would have preferred to resolve this through conversation. However, he no longer had the luxury of that option anymore, and the idiot protagonist cursed as he pulled the very short weapon. The status window opened, informing Jianma that it was exerting resourcefulness, which raised mental resilience, and that words and actions temporarily gained intimidation, and that it was initiating adjustment to suit the user with restraint. The blessing of the Sword of God was then activated, and the protagonist sliced with the small box cutter. As the MC prepared to battle, the same wish came up that the blessing of the Sword God be with him as he battled. The gloomy protagonist braced himself to meet the stone-cold yandere assassin, and Red's eyes widened as she approached our guy, who faced her with a very small weapon in his hand. He called out to her, saying that she had somewhat long hair, and Red's eyes widened. He said menacingly that he would chop it up for her, and he slid forward, cutting beautifully in very well executed and precise strikes. Red found herself waking in a bed, feeling all groggy as she regained consciousness. The little assassin managed to raise herself from the bed with a gentle hand on her head as she groaned and pondered on what had happened. Red looked around, wondering where our guy had gone, and she called out to him, acting all sheepish and shy. The last that Red recalled was him looking out the window while washing the dishes, and she remembered sneaking a look at his form and blushing about it. Then, she gasped and swept the sheets away as she recalled her katana. Naturally, she had to find that immediately, and she glanced at the blade propped up by her bedside desk. Red was surprised but very relieved to find that her sword was still in place, as she had often lost consciousness whenever she held a katana, so this was normal. Suddenly, Red heard the voice of her grandfather in her head, telling her that she had done a good job. Then Chloe panicked internally as she tried to recall what had happened and why she was recalling such a thing. But her inner voice told her not to worry about it. She only recalled that she had been told to not deny her talents as an assassin. Then, Red glanced at her blade again as she tried to put 2 and 2 together. The girl was a little baffled. Then she leapt into the bed, burying her face in the pillow as she gasped and called herself a food and an idiot. Red had suddenly recalled everything and was mortified that she had fainted at that moment. The assassin's thoughts instantly flew to our guy, and she panicked internally, calling his name over and over again as she blushed hard. Red flushed as she wondered if she had said something wrong when she lost her memory. Then, Chloe glanced to the side and saw a little object on the floor of her bedroom. Red was surprised to see a utility knife on the floor, and she picked it up in confusion. Suddenly, Red realized that her hair did look a little shorter, and she wondered why that was so. The assassins wondered if he had used a utility knife to cut her hair, and it looked like our guy even cleaned it up before he left and neatly disposed of the hair in the trash. Red blushed, thinking that Jianma was really just too kind, and she gushed over him. She decided that she just had to write this down in her journal before she forgot. So, Red got out a pen and went straight to her journal, happily jotting away. She had documented exactly what she wanted in the simple words that declared her love for our guy. Meanwhile, the boy in question was leaning on a tree and groaning in a forest. He also spat out a rainbow of barf from having overexerted himself. Somehow, the MC had managed to get through that situation, but the effect of the painless blessing quickly ended and the gloomy protagonist had temporarily been in agony. He had barely managed to get past the first 5 seconds of the 9-second mark and he still felt like this. He groaned as his body went through various levels of jelly belly and he worried that he would end up throwing up everything that he had for dinner, which was not good since he had worked hard to get that dinner. Finally, our guy collapsed on a bench from exhaustion. He did indeed end up throwing up everything and now he was severely hungry. As the MC stared up at the night sky, he thought of Red, and he had no idea who she was. Her swordsmanship had been exceptional, the kind of style that involved cutting off the opponent's life with a single strike or at least subduing them. However, the way Red had wielded her sword, she had persistently aimed for his vital spots. It was as if her technique specialized in assassination. If Red had caught him off guard, he would have certainly lost his head in her room. Feeling that his life was being threatened, the protagonist had instinctively aimed for her neck, slicing a hard slash toward her vital area. Fortunately, the knife was too short and he had only managed to cut her hair. Our guy had managed to clean up the mess, so he hoped that there would not be any problems later. He was glad that nothing serious happened, and keeping things on the peaceful and safe side was not as simple as it looked. Apparently, being ordinary was the hardest thing, but that was far beyond that. To be honest, when Jeonma had first gotten thrown into this disgraceful game, it was not that he did not have ambition. Utilizing only a sashimi knife, having reached the zenith, it was not an easy decision for him to give up on a man's romantic dreams. All people, nevertheless, had a part to perform. Miracle's Blessing was the name of the game and a special favor from this world's protagonist whom our guy had not yet met. In addition to the benediction of Valor Jokwin, the legendary hero, it was one of the 2 legendary blessings in the game as he recalls. The blessing's contents were somewhat similar, and they just had to save the world from the dangers of the Demon King. The true protagonist was a legendary sword whose name translated to wound, and it gave the user incredible skills. Yet the sword was known to pick its own master. On the other hand, the MC could only use this sashimi knife, so he had no reason to explain further on how his skills could never grow in that direction. He slapped his cheeks and decided to pull himself together. Ever since he landed in the game, he had to remind himself that none of the characters or the things that happened here were real. Jeonma had even forgotten his goals. He understood all that, but come to think of it, there had to be at least a single ordinary person in this world. Our guy had stopped trying to figure out who the true protagonist game players were, but at least he knew how to get his way around the game. It had been a week since he had started studying at the academy, and based on the storyline, it should be around that time that the true protagonist just manifested the divine blessing, and was now late for the registration process. Now, the game's story was really progressing, and he knew the general plot, but he had not seen the ending. Our guy regretted that he had stopped playing at some point, and of course, understanding the official plot halfway through was definitely a plus. No matter what happened, he would follow the official plot, and if he let himself get carried away, he would lose even the few advantages that he had to live his quiet and happy life. If Jeonma remembered correctly, the story would take a dark turn starting from the 2nd semester of the 3rd year. The demonic tribe who noticed the birth of the hero was led by the core commander and joined forces and took action, threatening the academy and the hero as well. The scale of the conflict grows and eventually, a world war between demons and humans begins with the hero in the middle. As a result of this, the game's storyline evolved in the genre cliché, and he recalled being irritated by the abrupt turn in the story back when he still played the game. Our guy had sought out the delightful aspects of teenage life that he had never had the opportunity to experience. Jeonma had been shocked about the weird turn and wondered if all the characters were going to die like this, and that the situation appeared to be deteriorating, so he had deleted the game back then. However, what gave him the creeps was that this horrific war happened in the world that he was now stuck in. A war sounded like the pits and he could not help but fear that he would perish in the war if it started. However, the MC rejected that fate. There were still about 3 years remaining before the war started, so he needed a realistic goal instead of a fantasy escape. Jeonma refused to accept his death in silence, so he resolved to get stronger and survive. Since most mass-produced game storylines have a happy conclusion, he believed that the protagonist would save the world nonetheless. So, all he needed to do was to gather the strength to defend himself. He could not live with a fate that was as fragile as a fly, where he may perish at any time amid war. So, the gloomy protagonist was going to train himself to survive as discreetly as possible. If our guy stood out too much, he would end up summoned to confront evil forces, and such situations should be avoided at all costs. Furthermore, it seemed necessary to restrain the use of his blessing of the sword god. The MC had always used the sashimi knife out of necessity, but the stress on his body was excessive and it was starting to wear him out. With the protection of the sword, he would be able to cut him in one strike. He pulled up his status window to look through the perks of his ability once again, and he found that a few of the unlocked conditions had not yet been met. However, Jeonma said that the performance seemed to be solid. Then, he rubbed his chin and he wondered why there was so much new content. The gloomy protagonist could now see the possibility of growing his body, mind, and even his equipment. The numbers currently seemed to be a level concept. Then he looked closer and saw something called assimilation rate. However, he had no idea what that was nor why it was rated at 1.5%. He then randomly clicked on the status board and was shocked when a pop-up came up and told him that the conditions had not yet been met, so the MC's access was blocked. Our guy was surprised, but he figured that was not important right now, and another question had arisen about this mysterious gift that he had. The most important thing to him right now was physical training and the fact that he needed a new weapon. He could not rely on painless blessings for 30 seconds forever, and he needed to train in swordsmanship with a blade that did not satisfy the God of Sword requirements. Unfortunately, there will be a practical extermination training next month that will replace the midterm exams. The training reward for that exam was Mirasama, which was a B-grade weapon. Gyoma figured that if he could handle that skillfully, then it would be enough for graduation. The specs did not meet the conditions for activating the God of Sword blessings, so it would not be a burden as a protagonist weapon. He sighed in relief and realized there was more to do than he expected. Suddenly someone called to him and our guy turned. He found beside him a girl with hair like a blue waterfall, and she said that he was on her spot. It was of course the beautiful granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, and he stared in confusion to have run into someone like her. The girl stared at him with her golden eyes, sweating a bit from her workout. The gloomy protagonist stared back speechless, and for a moment they both just stared at each other with not a lot to say. Then, she spoke again and asked the MC to move over. The dude gasped, as he had been too mesmerized by meeting his favorite character to properly respond. Our guy was shocked to see Abel, and he thought it was all rather unbelievable. He had not meant to stare at her like that, and Waterfall Locks informed him that he did not have to go anywhere, and she just wanted him to move over a little. Gyoma was silent but compliant. Then he wondered what she meant by calling the place her spot when he was sitting on a public bench, and he wondered if this was a class hierarchy thing. He groaned internally and decided to avoid any connection with the heroine or now. However, she adjusted her sweaty clothes and his pervy eyes could not look away from her as she got comfortable. A blush filled his face as the MC thought that the heroine's appeal appeared to have captivated his attention. He thought that she was so pretty, and she beamed that she had found the finest place to watch the stars. Our guy had been struck by Waterfall Locks suddenly speaking, but at least he now understood what she meant by saying her spot. He glanced over at the girl who was only focused on the beautiful stars in the night sky. Gyoma wondered if Abel was the granddaughter of the legendary swordsman that he knew. Even the handsome protagonist had started off as a rough guy. Then, Waterfall Lock suddenly asked the MC if his weapon was a sword. He was surprised and asked her how she knew. The genius noble explained that her grandfather had told her that swordsmen had varied expressions in their eyes. Gyoma blushed at her intense gaze, and then suddenly Waterfall Locks offered her sword to him. Abel beamed and asked him if he wanted to test out her sword. The gloomy protagonist looked away and mumbled that it did not really thrill him. Waterfall Locks pouted at our guy's rejection, and they were both awkwardly silent for it. He wondered why she was acting weird and wondered if she had hit her head or something. He was not used to this version of her, and he wondered if she was truly the same character that he knew. However, her eyes had darkened at his rejection, and she asked the gloomy protagonist if he even knew who she was. Abel's face had darkened at his rejection, and she raised her head, asking Gyoma if he was even aware of who he was dealing with here. He was shocked and speechless, and he wondered if Waterfall Locks was questioning him because she was suspicious of him. Of course, he thought that she was not, since there was not a single person in the school who did not know who she was. Then, he admitted that he did know her, and she said that she had no idea who he was. He wondered what her point was. The girl laughed and said that it was a bit cliché. She laughed that he knew her name, but she did not know his. He then asked if he had to give his name to someone that he had just met, and she admitted that one can never know. Ms. Waterfall Locks over here pointed out that our guy could be a spy for the Demon King who infiltrated the academy as a student for all she knew. Then, she sighed and said that she did not think that there was any reason to be alone this late at night. The MC fell silent and wondered how she had said that to him when she was also alone with a hand on her side. He felt like there was no rhyme or reason for her words, and then he asked the girl why she was there. She laughingly replied that it was obvious that she was out here to exercise and train. After all, she was with her weapon and she was covered in sweat. Gyoma continued the chat by saying that he was exercising too, so the girl questioned him further on the specifics. The MC muttered that he had been breathing, considering the wild night that he just had. Somehow, Ms. Waterfall Hair was really stunned by his response. Her finger dropped in confusion, which is when our boy took note of the wounds on her hands. He watched in confusion as the girl's crazy hair went crazier, feeling flustered. The MC did not know what to say as he took in her weird and strange behavior. Finally, he commented that the girl hair was really diligent. The girl replied to that. She was diligent, but that people did not know what it meant to bear the blood of the Nibelung family. You see, the weight of her grandfather's shadow followed her everywhere. She had to be perfect at all times, and even a sliver of weakness would be jumped on by others. She mentioned how she was not the top student of the year, and that everyone knew it. To be honest, it was the first time that she had lost to someone, and Gyoma remained speechless because the conversation had entered a dangerous territory. Waterfall then asked if our guy knew, and she smiled with a happy blush on her face, saying that on one hand, she was very relieved. He still said nothing as he looked like he was stuck in a very awkward conversation. The girl went on to say that on one hand, she was very curious about who it was that had defeated her. She wanted to know who they were. The MC was getting more and more terrified the more this conversation went on. Then, she added that it was her desire to crush the top student the next time, and he nearly passed out from the fear that quickly flooded his soul. Our guy spat really hard to mask his shock from the alarm her words filled him with. He nervously asked the girl if she really had to go that far, and she insisted that it was a matter of pride for her to take such an action. She had begged her grandfather for details, and he had said that the top student was not even one from her class. Of course, the girl was offended, and as if that information was not enough, the top student had the nerve to skip the oath. At first, she refused to live in second place to that. But then she calmed down and said that she was sharing this with someone she didn't even know. He also asked why she was even telling him all this, and the girl cocked her head as she thought about it. She then pouted that it was because Jeonma seemed weak. Well, I don't really need to elaborate that my guy was offended by her words. Waterfall Hair happily went on to say that to be firm with the strong and merciful to the weak was her family motto, and all of her classmates were good at what they did, so she did not have any friends since she had to be firm with them. He could not believe this girl, and he realized this was why the main heroine had been so distant. The girl stretched and said with a satisfied smile that she was going to turn in for the night. The MC bid his farewell, and then the girl paused as she considered something. Suddenly she yelled that he had not told her his name, and my guy mumbled that he did not want to do such a thing, which the girl didn't like at all. Later in class, all the students were gathered at their desks and ready to study. His life at the academy was a lot calmer than he thought it would be. Chloe quickly befriended others and blended into class as he worked hard to ignore her. Meanwhile, he was busy avoiding eye contact and avoiding ever running into her. In the instance where he did meet eyes with the Sky Assassins, the ice gaze of her new friends helped to discourage him as they laughed at him being a special admissions student. Our guy couldn't care less about their dismissive looks just because of his background, and he ignored them too. Also, he was not the only special kid in the wolf class, and there were not many of them, but most of them were reluctant to interact with one another, and he guessed it was from feeling entitled. Thinking about it this way, the MC figured that it was a good thing that he was not in any of the upper classes. That was because right now was the season when the Star and the Dragon classes would form political factions. They would leer at each other like dark demons as they started politics in the middle of school. The MC had felt like it was clowns were en masse even back when he played the game. If he was in the class, he would get dizzy just thinking about what he would have to deal with. He was managing to eat well at least, and he happily hummed as he wondered what he would eat that day. The academy director had beamed and told the MC that he should have gotten it sooner from the top student perk, and she apologized for the wait as she handed Jeonma a MasterCard key. The faculty member card enabled Jeonma a smooth passage through feeding in school, and he realized that bowing in the academy director's direction 3 times a day would not be enough to express how thankful he was to have that card. He closed his eyes in sudden worship of the black membership card, and he thanked all the fates and the academy director so much. He had also been fulfilling his duties as a faithful student, and it did not hugely impact the main scenario either. Our guy beamed, and he decided to just spend the next 3 years living a life of peaceful and quiet bliss. If he just did that, then he smiled in triumph, sure that he could achieve the future that he had imagined. 700 years ago, after the first human-demon war, the hero Jaquin Baylor, who felt the need to cultivate the next generation of heroes, established the academy with his 7 disciples. The teacher explained that this story would also be on their exam, so they had to take care in familiarizing themselves with the information. Jeonma knew the basic story more or less, so he was not really paying attention. He knew about the founding hero, Jaquin Baylor, and for 20 years, the hero had fought against the commander of the First Corps, and against the commander of the First Army, as well as against the Demon King's right hand called Lycan. The hero had fought with such tenacity and strength, and he had emerged victorious in that mighty battle. However, a bright light had shone, and crashed into the earth, casting a huge glow upon the world. In that tense battle, Jaquin had lost an arm and could no longer participate in battle. The whole place had been filled with screams. It had been a war that was soaked in blood, with no clear victor. Fortunately, the humans and the demons reached a truce in the midst of the first human-demon war, and the hero Jaquin established the Jaquin Academy to nurture future generations. So it was that the first human-demon war led to the establishment of the non-aggression treaty between the two parties, leading the next 700 years into an era of peace. There were whispers around the class about if there would be a war in their generation. However, another student laughed that there could be no war in the 21st century and that they were more worried about what they should wear to a party the next day. The MC had no comment concerning the matter. After 700 years of peace, Jeonma was the only one who knew that the beginning of the first crack and said peace was not far off, and that it was only natural that everyone was used to the serenity. As much as he would like to tell the academy director what would soon happen, he did not know what consequences that would bring, so he refrained from doing so. Our guy sighed, and although the academy director did not hide the fact that she wanted to leave her position as dean as soon as possible, as she often brought up in ditching in regular conversations, the director Medea was the first person in the story to catch a whiff of the abnormality thanks to the poet's lord. Also, she was the first of the 7 heroes in the story to step up to protect the students from the incoming danger. The MC did not play much of the game, however, he had indeed looked it up and he had found that the beautiful academy director had also been the first to get sacrificed to the Demon King. He had stared silently when he had seen the info from the game, and he had been horrified to find that she would die. Jeon-ma now thought in the present as he was now in the game, and he thought of the academy director, thinking that if he did not know then he wondered if things would be easier. Then, the lecturer informed the class that the lessons were over for the day and he asked them to study hard for the exam that would happen in 2 weeks' time. The students were happy as they left the class and started talking to themselves as they headed out. Our guy noticed there was a bit of a commotion that excited the students and he wondered what was going on. Then he wondered if the protagonist had finally arrived. He checked the date and it was indeed the 5th of May, which was about the right time for the protagonist to show up. He did not expect the true protagonist to pass by their class, and many of the other students expected that he would go to the star class where he belonged. If memory serves the MC right. Then on the 5th of May, someone important would enroll in their school and he eagerly joined the students to gape as well at the door. The world's main character walked into the school with flashy blonde hair and a tall and proud gait. His name was Leon Van Reinhardt, and the 700 long years of peace would have its first crack. The main character's beautiful and handsome face was basically the whole plot, and in the game, every woman seemed to fall for him. If this were an adult-rated game, all sorts of things would happen and our guy tried not to think about that and instead channeled some good, kind and positive thoughts into his brain. Even women who were drawn to the main character like Rachel Myroam, the niece of the Spear Saint, Seiki Ryozo, the daughter of the Bowmaster, and of course Abel von Nibelung, the grandfather of the Sword Emperor. The so-called protagonist party members were all impressive, and Jeon-ma watched him. It was annoying, but the main character Leon Van Reinhardt was the protagonist of Miracle Blessing M, and he would be among the first to get drafted in 3 years once the war began. Though, calling it a draft was putting it nicely and he grit his teeth as he recalled it would be his second time of getting plunged into military service since he had done his time in his other life. The war in this world was a mandatory enlistment. Also, even Baylor Jokwin only managed to seal the 1st Legion commander, so our guy wondered just how strong the Demon King was in that case. It was morbid just thinking about it and he considered how the game would end if the protagonist lost, and that would be insane. The happy blonde protagonist went to greet all those who approached him, and then he turned his gaze in the MC's direction. He was absolutely shocked to see the protagonist looking directly at him, and the protagonist then smiled like a happy golden retriever. Jeon-ma stood there speechless for a hot minute as he processed what had just happened, and then he recalled that the game was the Miracle Blessing M and that the protagonist would handle things one way or another. Honestly, he found the protagonist's face very inspirational, and it convinced him before he knew it. Suddenly, someone called out to him and the nonchalant main character turned to see who had called. Later, in the training grounds of the great and prestigious academy, the dedicated protagonist stayed practicing his moves so that he could one day actually use his ability for his own good. He groaned after a long hard practice, and as expected, exceeding the constraints would not activate the blessing. First, he was determined and he would need to at least have some swordsmanship skills as he could not swing a sword without them. Suddenly, someone called out to him, and it was of course Little Red, who asked our surprised protagonist if she had done anything to him. That's right, the little assassin had noticed that he had started avoiding her, and he could only think back to when his head nearly bid farewell to his neck. Of course, the terrified coward had no idea how to respond to his new Yander bow since he could not tell her the truth, but they would spend the entire year in the same class so he had to think of something fast. So, he lied and said it was nothing. Redhead was not really buying it, but our guy insisted that it was fine. He wanted to keep things civil and thought that there was no need to make unnecessary enemies, especially dangerous ones. Little Red was relieved by Jeon-ma's response, but he still could not figure out who she was and why she was so good at killing. Despite her being unconscious, he had been observant and had noticed that her sword was strangely filled with a lot of sorrow, and it was as if the blade was pleading to be saved. Yet, the killing intent radiating from the edge of that same blade was so intense that it made his skin crawl. The sword whisperer was able to deduce that the blade was for the purpose of killing and that Red was likely more dangerous than the twins that he had fought off. Then, the shy girl added as she called out to Jeon-ma and asked if it was fine if she could treat him to dinner tonight. Our guy was of course rather skeptical about it considering how the last dinner had ended. However, the shy assassin insisted that she really wanted to treat him, and even if she was not as good at cooking, she still wanted to try. Of course, the wary main character could not jump into a decision as he could still clearly visualize the moment that she had unsheathed her sword to take his head. However, Little Shy was not about to give up so fast and she hit him with the irresistible power of puppy dog eyes. Red's eyes made it really difficult for the black-haired MC to say no, and he would feel bad for refusing, even if accepting her offer could end with him waking up in the fridge the next morning. However, the sudden optimist figured out a way he could do this, and then he decided that instead, he would ask the little assassin for a favor. She was surprised and Jeon-ma went on, saying that she was the only one that could ask. This of course made Red feel very special and a blush appeared on her cheeks when she felt like the only one. Happily, she asked what he wanted. The smart guy then laughed and asked her to kindly teach him some swordsmanship. He needed an instructor anyway, and she just happened to have a sword, and she was pretty good at using it. After all, Chloe was insanely strong. It seemed a pretty good excuse to the MC, and he had been watching tutorials on how to handle Yandere types before bed ever since that day. It was important for him to learn how to survive a Yandere, and it had given some helpful tips. So, their training began and Red called out happily to him. Beaming and gushing, she asked our guy when he had gotten to the training grounds, and that she had been waiting at another entrance. Her new student greeted her and explained that he had just arrived. The giddy girl happily said that she had just arrived as well with a happy smile, and the timekeeper had to confirm when she had gotten there. She explained that she had arrived around 6:30, which was almost 2 hours before they were to meet, but she just laughed sheepishly. By the way, the observant main character took note of something, and Red blushed, asking if she looked weird in a very cute outfit with her sword strapped to her side. The girl did look lovely, but the blind idiot said that she just looked fine. Our guy had not noticed before because he had only ever seen her in a school uniform. But in her crop, he could see that the redhead had very solid stomach muscles. Now, he could see why she was so strong. Regardless of all that, the virgin admitted that he found her rather cute, and now he has the rare chance. So, he handed her a wooden sword, and she was surprised that they would not use real murder weapons for practice. It was not like Jeon-ma wanted to get his head chopped off by a Yandere, so he pretended that he had not hurt her well. The coward had no intention of fighting with his life on the line, and he explained that it was just a training session, so of course they would not be using real swords. Besides, they needed to use wooden swords to avoid getting hurt. Then, Red laughed all girlishly as this had somehow not occurred to her at all. The girl giggled that our guy was so nice and he had to act like he was not terrified at her malicious expression. Then, Red focused as she tested out the weight of the weapon that she now wielded, and then she swung it around easily with one hand, looking so unbothered. The coward was shaken by the feat of strength being displayed by a weak-looking young girl, and he wondered just how strong she was when she was making even the air tremble. Jeon-ma decided that it would be best to err on the side of caution before she broke him like a watermelon, and he would use his blessing as a last resort. Our paranoid guy checked out his status window and his blessing, making sure that everything was the way he needed it to be. The sword's length was not an issue and his body was still growing steadily, so everything was ready to go. However, the cautious protagonist then wondered if the blessing was usually like this. While it was not uncommon for a blessing to upgrade with experience, he was confused and wondered if it was normal for them to come with additional effects. Suddenly, it seemed like the blessing's terms were changing a bit and he could not remember such a thing happening before. He wondered how much more he had to grow for his blessing to adapt better, and then Red called out to him because to her he'd just been staring into space for a while. The little assassin asked what was the matter, and the swordsman in training apologized and realized that he was the only one who could see his status window. He also realized that he must have looked like a crazy guy just spacing out. So, he then begged the shy girl to please go easy on him on their first lesson, and she nervously agreed. Then, he gripped his wooden sword and was just about ready to swing. It was time for them to start their lesson and the gloomy protagonist raised his weapon with pride. For a moment, there was tension in the air when she also picked up her wooden sword. In our guy's past life, everything that he had learned was through hands-on experience. So, as far as the MC was concerned, seeing was believing. To truly master a field, one could not just give a piece of themselves, and they had to be ready to sacrifice their entire being. The reason why the genius had adapted so quickly to the academy was because of the training that he had dedicated himself to. The redhead swung her sword, a fiery red aura gathering around her as she took a warrior's stance. Jeon-ma had learnt from a young age, and he closed his eyes, noting the sweat clinging to his palms and how his stance flew toward. The final stroke of the sword must always strike the opponent. He knew that much. Red charged, and in a burst of speed she flew at him, and determined, he raised his sword in alarm. He thinks that her attack was sudden, and he grits his teeth as he tries to block it. However, she moved too fast and he barely managed to dodge the wooden sword that left a small bruise on his cheek. Our guy cursed, shocked at how fast little Red could be. It seemed he was biting off more than he could chew, even though her student had begged for her to go easy on him. However, the redhead still had that detrained look on her face and she cracked her fingers, adjusting her hold on the weapon, and charged again. Jeon-ma was stupefied as she came running, but this time he was able to knock her sword backwards. His arms trembled in terror and it was not exactly the kind of strike he'd been hoping for, but he comforted himself with the knowledge that he had at least been able to block Red. However, the little assassin was not even anywhere near done and the MC watched in horror as she launched at him yet again. He did not even know when she had taken to the sky. He cursed as he realized that she was just going to keep on getting faster. Just now, the genius had realized that Little Red had held back on one of her attacks. He managed to raise his stick and block her sticks. Their pieces of wood danced together in hard combat. However, a crack began to appear in our guy's wood. It was not hard enough. Jeon-ma began to get pushed back because the onslaught just would not stop. Red was on him like a barrage of demons from hell. Forget the demon clan. The hero could get started on training, just fight her because she was relentless. All of her strikes were heavy, and he knew that if he got hit even once, he might actually die immediately. So much for taking it easy on him. The panicked MC was finally reaching his limit for deflecting. He could not find any opening to counterattack this red demon, and his wood finally snapped with a mighty sound. It went flying, and he could only gape at his broken weapon. For some reason, Red gaped too, like she had not been the one to break it. The girl gasped and apologized profusely, shocked that she had broken his weapon. The assassin explained that he had been trying to fight our guy as gently as possible, but she had ended up breaking it. Then, she called out to him when she realized that he was no longer responding. Then, her eyes widened as she realized something that he had already realized. The broken sword had been cut at the exact size required for the MC's blessing, and his power informed him that the weapon conditions had been met. The weapon was damaged, so an error occurred, and the power was supposed to fit his current personality. So, it was that our gloomy main stood in the center, flooded with more power than he could contain. Ma's humanity level began to vastly decrease, and the sword god's divine blessing was activated. The conditions for the weapon had been met, and the system gave a caution warning as Red jumped back. The weapon had been damaged. The assassin stared at her opponent with eyes wide with surprise, and the system had begun initiating the user's personality adjustment using coercive power. A deadly aura had begun to build around Ma, and his humanity quickly began to decrease. Try as he might, the panicked student was not strong enough to fight against his fast awakening hidden abilities. The blessing of the sword god had begun to activate. We take a break from the shocking turn of events to give you Kim, who is confused and wonders where he is. Kim blinks and finds himself facing a kitchen, and wonders if everything before had just been a dream. Then Kim recalled that he had just been preparing fish, and that he had to get back to work. Focusing on the task at hand, the fish cutter looked at the selection of knives and wondered if he should use the Chinese chef's knife today after a long time. However, a warning came up and the fish cutter was informed that he could not choose this weapon. The guy was confused, but he could not use it. So, he selected the katana, but again a warning popped up, informing the groggy Kim that he could not use this weapon either. Now, Kim was getting a little frustrated and was more than a little annoyed that he could not use that weapon. However, the system popped up and told him not to worry about it, and to keep doing what they were doing. Then, there was only the knife left, and it was a sashimi knife, so Kim reached out and selected that. The blurry haunted system said that he could use this weapon, and all he had to do was pick it up. Still, the fish cutter was hesitant and pointed out that holding a sashimi knife would be extremely painful. However, the system asked if it truly felt that way. The fish cutter picked up the knife and was surprised to find that he felt perfectly fine while holding the sashimi knife. In fact, Kim even felt rather refreshed. The system gently coerced the fish cutter, saying that he could use the knife just like that. The fish cutter just needed to leave everything to the system. Our guy had become nothing but a puppet in the system's hand as he quickly lost consciousness and control of his own body. The system told him that it was time to create an incredible masterpiece today. The heat was activated and he emitted so much of it that he might as well be an oven. Red was shocked and worried, asking if he was okay. However, the burning main character was not okay and could not even give a response to her question. The burning oven suddenly turned in the assassin's direction, with light shooting from his eyes. Suddenly, he moved, much to the redhead's alarm. Bro was moving at the speed of light. They could barely make out his form with how fast he was zooming. The human oven appeared before the redhead, his broken sword sharpened to look like a dagger as he attacked the girl with a great force and intensity. She tried to call out to him, telling him to slow down and to wait. She even tried to tell him to hold on, but she suddenly slipped. The human oven swung his mighty sword and tossed the redhead far. She blew away like the wind, putting some much-needed distance between the both of them. Red had not expected the large strength the MC had used to attack her, and she floundered in the air. She spat out blood and pain, shock, and confusion from the intensity of the attack. Suddenly, our guy felt like a completely different person from just moments ago. Red was shocked and she squealed when her opponent immediately came rushing at her again. This time, he was the one with killing intent. The assassin slid back, knowing that more than anything she had to keep out of the reach of Mr. Dark-haired and crazy right now. His eyes were totally covered in blue. It was like he was not even human anymore as he searched for his target. The attack had thrown the little assassin as he had not expected something so intense. It was even hard for her to move and she clutched her chest in pain. She had no idea what happened to her kind and sweet crush, and she did not understand what was going on. But the match had to stop for now. If only the burning oven could hear or comprehend her words when she told him that they needed to stop. However, the killing machine was completely out of it as he dove for her with his hand outstretched like he was going to take her out. Red knew that she would be unable to avoid his killing strike and she stared at him with shock and confusion. The little redhead called out to him, calling to Geomat, telling him to get a hold of himself. A bright light shone in a straight line as the MC swooped in with a killing chop, his eyes still glazed over with the intent to kill. However, the little assassin had not given up and she clutched her chest as she cried out to him and called his name. Suddenly, in the other universe, Mr. Kim blinked as he noticed that something was off. The fish that he intended to cut kept wiggling away and making a weird noise. The fish was surprisingly quick, and he had never seen such a fish before. It was noisy, and this sort of irritated the fish cutter who wanted to quickly fillet the fish. However, it felt like the fish was speaking and the chef wondered if that was an illusion. The more he listened, the creepier it became as he realized that the fish was saying a name. The wiggling fish was calling out to Geomat, and it cried out over and over again. Then, the fish cutter saw his reflection in the blade of the knife that he held. Yes, that was him, and the more that Red called out his name, the more his consciousness returned. Soon, the chef's outfit became a school uniform, and then the MC realized with horror that his opponent was not at all a fish. It was Red, calling out to him and crying for him to pull himself together. The gloomy protagonist instantly recognized the adorable but kinda creepy Chloe. She called out to him again and his sword hit the ground. The unfortunately gifted genius had tossed his weapon at the last minute, and it was charged with so much energy that it embedded itself in the wall. However, he was back, and the little assassin opened her eyes shakily to see him. Her eyes widened with tears leaking, and she found Jeon-ma sweating but smiling down at her. The little shy girl was surprised, and the smooth MC agreed that it was best that they stop there for the day. Red blushed as she stared at him and asked if he was alright. The smooth and polite genius just waved and thanked her for helping with the practice. He was going to head out first and give her time to collect herself after that traumatic experience. Red watched our guy walk away. It was evening time at the school and the swordsmanship training lesson had ended. Red strolled her way down the street as she recalled that ever since the class assignment test, her crush's skill was not just raw strength but it also carried an eerie feeling. It was not just skill but a raw red and deadly instinct. Even though the blessing unconsciously manifested, the assassin was still no match for her crush. It was impressive that the MC had managed that with a half-hearted training sword. Red knew that her gifted classmate was strong but that was on another level, and she was so lost in thought that she did not notice the guy creeping around in the shadows. The shadow dude pointed out that she seemed to be enjoying it. The little assassin was immediately on high alert, and she found someone dressed in ninja garb with red hair just like hers. The shadow ninja called her by name, and he was Nox's auditor, a second year in the round class. Red was shocked to see her big brother just skulking around in the shadows like he had nothing better to do. Her brother adjusted his mask and asked if this was all she was doing after entering the academy, mingling with lowly people. Red was confused for a moment, and then she told her shadow brother not to refer to her crush with such an awful term. However, now the shadow ninja had marked her crush's name, and he added that if she kept trying to associate with our guy, then the assassin family would surely eliminate him. The red had said nothing and simply bowed her head in thought. Then, she said that even if the entire auditor came, then they would not be able to handle her man. Then she walked away, leaving her brother in the shadows whence he came. Her brother thought about her words and repeated Jeon-ma's name like he was also developing a crush. Meanwhile, Jeon-ma needed to clarify something and something had gone weird. The power that he had been given was not a divine blessing or a favor, rather, it felt more like a curse. To avoid relying on the blessing of the sword god, he had set out to find new equipment. However, the power that had overtaken him like demonic sinking sand seemed to mock his efforts, following him and taking control of his body. There had been no pain, but worse than that, not only was there no pain, but there had been pure pleasure and a feeling of debilitation that went on endlessly. During that time, the curse had manipulated the lazy and talented hero like a marionette bound by threads, and it had whispered sweet words in his ears like a poisonous lover. The system had told him to cut more, to cut deeper, and to even destroy more. The gloomy protagonist had ended up falling for those sweet words, and he completely surrendered his virgin body to the touch of that vicious ability that used him like a tool. However, the assassin's scream had cried out to him, mixed with her desperation. Then, our guy had been able to see the desperate and terrified girl as she had screamed out the name that he had come to recognize as his own. Jeon-ma, the background character with a new overwhelming malicious ability. In that cry, the fragments of the world were brought together and the gloomy protagonist was sharply pulled back to consciousness. So, he had thrown away the training sword that had clung to him like a parasite infesting his own skin. The genius had realized that if he had not detached that sword at that moment, then he would have lost himself forever. Until recently, the redhead had been nothing but a yander who just wanted to kill him. However, at that moment, Chloe had become the girl who had revived his fading conciseness. Then again, our guy did recall that he had been the one to originally break the sword and cause the whole issue in the first place. He was kind of irritated but mostly grateful. So, he had decided to let it go without anything much. Besides, the girl already looked terrified. Jeon-ma had ended up leaving in quite a hurry to avoid the possibility of the sword god's blessing manifesting again. The lazy protagonist wondered if he could really avoid this kind of problem for the rest of his life. The sword was God's blessing, a talent that weighed so heavy that it felt like a curse. The talent was manifested by trading one's lifespan, and it was a talent that he had to bear, as an alien who had been cast into a magical world. The gloomy protagonist sure had a lot of burdens to bear, and he did not wish for much in this new world. However, he only painfully wanted to live a normal life. Lightning struck in the sky, and as our guy thought, he could handle minor incidents as they came. Defeated, he trudged to his room, and he thought gloomily as he had only now realized that there was something inside of his body, something malicious that was trying to consume his reason. The gift that the MC had been given was in no way any form of blessing. It was definitely a curse solely intended to devour him, and it was a sickening and twisted art of the reverse heavens. 3 days after our guy got the very shocking revelation about his cursed powers, all the students are gathered in class as usual, and they are all prepared to take their lessons. Red is seated with her friends who inform her that something wild happened the other day, and that she should totally check it. The assassin smiles pleasantly and assures her friend that she will definitely look it up. However, she then falls silent and glances to the side, noting that her crush is not in class and he is not seated where he usually stays. Now that the redhead thinks about it, she realized that he did not even have the contact information for the gloomy protagonist. She now feels silly for never asking earlier. She had even gone to visit him at his dorm, but the only thing that had responded to her knocks were pained groans. It was rather eerie and foreboding, and the little assassin was rather worried. She had been worried that the lazy genius would hate her if she broke the door down, so she simply walked away. Now that he was no longer around, the redhead thought wistfully of how she had enjoyed watching her crush from afar. She would always find our guy lost in thought with his chin resting on his hand. Red could not even count how many times that she had secretly glanced at him in a single day. She had been careful not to talk to him, afraid that he would find her an annoying girl. At first, she had thought that she was drawn to him because he had risked his life for her. However, as time went on, the little assassin realized that could be an excuse. In truth, she really missed the MC. The next day arrived at the academy as usual, and the wolf teacher called for silence when he strode into class. The wolf teacher told everyone to be quiet and loudly yelled, asking them if they had come to a prestigious school just for show. He also yelled that since there was rain that day, they would have a study hall instead of the usual physical training. However, the wolf teacher had noticed that Kang Jioma was missing from class, and he had been missing for 3 days. Knowing the lazy genius, the teacher was sure that our guy had a reason for it. So, the teacher would trust in him and patiently wait for him like a true educator would. The teacher screamed at the other students to start studying, and they hastily complied. Suddenly, they heard the sound of the door closing shut, and the wolf teacher turned to the door with rage, asking who would dare to come to his class late. However, the wolf teacher paused in surprise to see none other than a dark shadowy figure striding down the stairs. His foot hit the stairs with each step he took, and his baggy eyes looked even more raggedy than before. It was the MC, and he looked like he had aged 5 centuries with a strand of white hair on his head. Red leapt to her feet when she saw him and even called out his name like she was the female protagonist. However, Jioma just opened his mouth and croaked out in a very deep and gravelly voice that he apologized for his lateness. The teacher was a little alarmed and told our guy that he had no reason to apologize and just asked the gloomy protagonist to just sit down. Bro looked like a walking shadow, and all the students immediately started gossiping about him. They knew that he was a special admission student, and they wondered if he had always looked that raggedy. Now that they mentioned it, some of the other students agreed that their usually average classmate did look a tad bit more handsome than before. The classroom was abuzz with whispers and gossip, and the gloomy protagonist just took his seat like he could hear none of it. After class, the students filed out, all of them eager to eat since they were starving. Red called out to Jioma with hesitation in her voice since he looked rather weird and his waist was newly snatched. However, he answered her and called her by name, so she asked what had happened. The gloomy genius replied that it was nothing much, but she pointed out that he had not been in school for a while, so he was really worried that something might have happened to him. Red asked if our guy's new attitude had anything to do with their crazy duel the last time they had interacted. Jioma fell silent, but then he turned to her with a smile on his face as he explained that he had just fallen a little sick. He thanked her for worrying about him since he was fine now. The redhead blushed since the MC was out here acting like he had not just gone through a revenge body transformation. The shy girl admitted that it was a relief and she averted her gaze. As the ML protagonist expected, it was a little difficult for her to believe his lie. For the past 3 days, Jioma had in fact been fighting his demons, and he had gone through something similar to extreme withdrawal symptoms until he was mentally exhausted. The gloomy tortured main character could not get out of his room and eat anything as he buried his emaciated body in bed whilst praying for his cursed convulsions to go away. The MC had suffered through pain far worse than anything he had ever faced before. It was a price that he had to pay for holding and using that broken weapon. And that was not the only thing that had happened. When our guy glanced at the mirror, it looked like his appearance was the same. That was a lie from the pits, as his expression was far more sunken and even some of his hair started turning white. It could not be more clear that this situation he was in was a penalty from the curse god that had given him a cursed gift that he wanted nothing to do with. Jioma thought about how Red felt guilty because of what happened, and it kind of was her fault. Well, considering that she had last seen the gloomy protagonist at the training grounds, it made sense that she was worried. So, our guy had to let go of his grudge. He brought up the fact that she had once invited him to dinner, so he was going to take her offer today. At first, the redhead was confused, then her brain caught up and she gasped in shock and wonder, asking if the MC truly meant it. She was going to get to take her crush to dinner. He said that he would like to eat her cooking though, since he was not eager to touch a knife again, and Redhead leapt at the chance with joy. The little assassin was so excited and she promised to do her best. Jioma could not help the smile that came to his face, and he was happy that Redhead liked his suggestion. The shy girl happily promised to make everything that he wanted to eat. She happily asked him what he would like, and the MO protagonist said that he would like to eat fish since it had been a while. The last time he had eaten in her room, he had thrown everything up. Then our guy had to pause and deflect because he had almost confessed to something dangerous. Instead, he said that fish was too expensive for him to try. Then, the sharp genius detected something weird and murderous aiming for his neck. He whipped around and eyed a suspicious-looking bush as Red continued to gush and squeal. The black-haired MC wondered what he had just detected, and then he whipped around with his hair like an Oreo biscuit. Oreo biscuit turned and Red turned as well with a smile, wondering if something was the matter. Then, they both noticed the red assassin standing by the doorway. The red assassin had a wicked glint in his eyes and he reeked of killing intent. The little assassin was horrified to see her brother in her class, and our guy noticed. He asked her if she knew the weird red ninja, but she did not immediately respond, so he raised his eyes to study the new red in town. The MC marched forward to where the red ninja leaned casually, and they both made dangerous, challenging eye contact like two wild animals in a forest. He had finally gotten to him, and he told the red clown that if he had something to say, then he should say it instead of staring like a creepy stalker. The creepy stalker stare got even more intense from Red the brother, and our guy wondered what was up with the assassin's eyes. Suddenly, Red spoke up and she had a lot to say, telling him not to concern himself with the creepy jerk. Then, she yelled at Nox, who was her appa, saying that she had told him not to come. Then the gloomy hero was able to connect the dots and the red hair, but the creepiness helped too. The little sister asked why her brother had come, and he noted that Red suddenly sounded snappy but with some hesitation. Actually, her voice was outright shaking. Nox then said that our guy did not look like much and that his sister had really thought that a pathetic-looking twin like that was worth breaking the auditor's rules. His sister yelled back at him that she had nothing to do with them anymore, and maybe she would not break the rules if the rules did not suck. Her brother glared down and said that he could not wash the blood from her hands, and that one was an auditor from the day they were born till the day that they died. Meanwhile, the gloomy protagonist watched the whole thing go down, noticing that the little sister was speaking like a rebel while the big brother was speaking like he was in a historical drama. They were both rather embarrassing and he wished that they would tone it down. However, the creepy brother was very to it and he told his sister to get rid of the MC and to return to being a proper auditor. However, his little sister bit her lip and then she yelled that her brother should not describe her adorable crush like that. Our guy did not even want to be part of this conversation and now everyone was alarmed since she had screamed. The gloomy lazy protagonist really wondered why they could not do this in moderation, and everyone went out to eat, so this silly squabble was going to turn into a mess. He was used to this nonsense by now, but he suddenly gave pause when he finally figured out what family they were from. Now, he got it, as he just remembered that they specialized in infiltration and assassination, and they were a group of shadows that appeared in the middle of the game. It was said that the auditor group was weaker compared to other heroic houses, but our guy knew for a fact that they were unrivaled in assassination. All members of the auditor clan were ridiculously strong thanks to their abusive training regiment that they forced all their children through. They molded kids into cutting-edge assassination tools before they had even truly grown up. Chloe was from that kind of family, and if that was the case then the MC had to admit that the creepy brother's hardened expression was much more normal and expected than Red's happy face. Her brother's expression was one that showed no hesitation when it came to killing. It was an expression that was used to killing. The MC was sure that the auditor family were probably chasing and vanquishing their enemies in order to maintain order, and it was not like he was against killing when necessary, and he thought it was justified if anything. However, now that he looked at Red's trembling form, the gloomy protagonist was starting to think otherwise. Chloe was shaking so much that she bit her lips until they bled, and he realized that she might have wanted to live a normal life. However, just like the MC's blessing of the sword god, the environment of the auditors was one that Chloe had been in since birth and it would not ever allow her to change. Red was destined to live a life of emotionless murder. However, it was so clear that he wanted anything but that, and it was very unfortunate. Our guy was no hero, and he had no intention of ever becoming something like that. While all of that was true, he could not stop laughing at himself. The lazy protagonist could not save the world, but he could try to save a life, so he stepped forward and offered to talk to the creepy brother. He had to admit it, the power that he carried was 100% a curse, but it would not let him taste defeat. So, he asked the assassin boy his name, acknowledging that he was called Nox. In the end, the Oreo biscuit had tried to escape the sword god's blessing, but he could not. In cartoons, they always say that there is no paradise in running away, and they are right. If he cannot run away regardless, then he will take a step forward, and he would declare himself as Kangjiom-ma, someone whose name consisted of a sword and a demon. Grinning demonically, the gloomy protagonist asked the red assassin boy to follow him, saying that he would cut Red's brother. He was someone who fought with a knife. Meanwhile, the wolf teacher was just chilling in the faculty room. But he was deep in thought, noting that something must have happened to Jiom-ma, since our guy's expression had been void of any emotion. Suddenly, someone threw open the door and called the teacher Seonbi. The person asked the teacher if something had happened since it looked like the wolf teacher was going bald. The teacher glared and said they must not talk about his baldness. The other person laughed and apologized. Suddenly, the phone rang, so the wolf teacher picked it up, saying that he was Lee Wonbin, the lead instructor of the wolf class. Meanwhile, his colleague watched him, thinking that the wolf tot was bald from the start and was wearing that weird thing around, which they found kind of cute. Meanwhile, the wolf teacher asked what had just happened, and was shocked that someone had suddenly called for the subspace. The teacher asked which cadet had requested it and who was the opponent. The cadet who had requested it was Kang Jeong-ma, and his opponent was none other than Nox's auditor. The teacher was stupefied. A light shone from an ajar door, and it led to the subspace arena. The time of usage was currently set at 0 because it was not in use yet. However, it had been booked by Jeong-ma. In 15 minutes, the battle inside the subspace area would begin. Our guy took a moment to think, as he had thought that the process for booking the subspace room would be a lot more convoluted. Surprisingly, it had gone very swiftly. The academy director had even told the Oreo biscuit that if he had to do this, then the least that he could do was to take care of himself. The gloomy hero reassured himself that this should be fine, since it was not like they would be fighting in reality, and there would not be any physical injuries, but there was still the possibility of suffering mental injuries. However, none of that would matter as long as the MC won. He could hear all the noise from the waiting room, and he got that watching a fight was exciting. But he had not expected such a large buzz from the viewers. The situation was hilariously ironic, since the lazy Jeong-ma had been trying his best not to stick out not long ago, yet here he was, and now all of his attempts felt pointless. Shaking even more than him was Red, who was very alarmed by the situation. Our observant guy was shocked to see her crying, as he had already lost the battle. The cute assassin called out his name, and he realized that she was probably blaming herself. He tried to reassure her, saying that it was not her fault, so she did not need to worry. Red had even been so sweet as to lend the MC her gear, and everything would turn out okay. Still, the girl sobbed a little. They fell silent for a moment, just sitting in the room. Then, little Red spoke up, saying that her brother was really strong, so she was worried about him. However, the gloomy protagonist just smirked all pompously and pointed out that he was strong too. However, the assassin was not convinced and added that her brother was a genius with unmatched talent in the entire history of their assassin family. When it came to the dark arts, there was no one up to her nasty brother's level, and at the age of 14, he had been dubbed the pinnacle of dark arts. Jeong-ma was frightfully shocked at that very awful and lame title. He wondered who was in charge of creating those. This was how it had always been now that he thought about it. No matter how hard our lazy guy tried to avoid it, this was ultimately a choice that he had made. He gripped the rose knife as he recalled his mentor grinning and telling him that he was destined to wield a blade for his whole life. The mentor would have probably never expected that the MC would still be running around with a sashimi knife in his next incarnation. It was not time to proceed with the subspace duel, and the participating cadets were instructed to make their way to the grounds. The announcement rang out, and Red got even more nervous. The Oreo cookie stood up nonchalantly, and he said that he was off, so the assassin had to wish him farewell. She blushed nervously as he left, and then he called to her, much to her surprise. He said that the world was filled to the brim with all kinds of geniuses, and that was why he gripped his knife tighter when he said that he was going to win. The confident protagonist waved his hand and strolled out with a casual wave. There was a light in the middle of the dark, and as the MC grew closer, the light grew brighter. It grew brighter and brighter, and our guy stepped in to cover his eyes. He found himself outside with the big blue sky above him, in a coliseum that was packed with seats. The students cheered when they saw him, saying that they knew the special student would not run away, and they cursed and said that they believed in Jeong-ma. The students got anxious just waiting for this duel to happen. The MC suddenly had a lot of fans, and it made him feel like a gladiator from the Roman Empire. He had not thought that things would be this intense among the crowd. Then, he looked up and spotted something. He was horrified to see that the entire star class had come as well, and seated at the top row was the protagonist, surrounded by all the hot babes that he was supposed to bag. Of course, the waterfall hair girl was there too, and she watched Jeong-ma silently with a determined look on her face. The gloomy protagonist wondered if the star students really had nothing better to do that they had showed up to watch his match. Things were going to get awkward, and he sighed. However, he did not have time to sulk for long, since the red-headed bully pulled and yelled, asking if our guy was trying to mess with him. The angry assassin said that it seemed his opponent could not tell the difference between courage and arrogance, and his aura leaked with disgust as he asked the wolf student how he dared to come to battle with a pathetic excuse of a blade like that. The Oreo biscuit was a little mystified by the intensity of the assassin's hatred, and he noted that the crazy jerk had a supreme killing intent. However, he confidently played it cool and said that a true master would never blame their equipment. This of course made his red opponent curse at him, but the angry red had quickly regained his cool and sighed. The assassin then said that he should deal that insolent tongue on the MC first, and the angry red had unsheathed his wicked blade as his murderous intent only grew. Our sharp guy smirked because he could tell that Red the brother was way too reliant on his equipment. However, he did note that his opponent carried the S-rank blade called the Hongrian Blades, and he carried 2 of them no less. On top of that, Mr. Pinnacle of the Dark Art had one of the best auras in the game, which was the Blessing of the Crow. Jeong-ma could feel how difficult it was just for his opponent to suppress his killing intent. With S-rank equipment as well, it might sound ridiculous, but he had also prepared himself to deal with the redhead. In our guy's hand was the Daiso Sashimi Feet Rose blade from Chloe, and it was of an unknown rank. The two fighters stood facing each other as the wind blew and the air was tense with their individual aura. The battle would start now, and the subspace barrier began to form as the two warriors locked eyes filled with malice. The subspace barrier was deployed and everyone watched, from the girls to the flashy protagonist. Then the announcement said that may the hero's blessing be with them. But the two opponents had already sailed from their standing positions and flew to attack each other before the barrier had even fully formed. The MC's painless blessing was immediately activated, and the sword god's blessing was also activated, along with the prayer that the blessing of the gods would descend upon them. Then the two fighters were gone. The students whispered amongst themselves after the subspace descended, asking if they had all seen the same thing. Some of the students complained that they could not see anything and that it was way too fast. Some of the students questioned if Jianma was really in the wolf class, and they had expected it to be an easy match. However, for the longest time, all some students could see was darkness. As for the students that could see, they saw flashes of lights of pink and blue as the two sliced at each other with their special powers, bobbing and weaving and dancing at the speed of light. The redhead had not gotten any less angry, and the wolf student was starting by playing defense. A blonde girl from the star class was intrigued by how fast they were moving, and she thought things were getting interesting. Waterfall Hair watched the fight with an intense look on her face, and she was surprised that the weakling that she had met the other day was a very good fighter. Our guy was doing great, holding his own against the dangerous assassin dude. The genius had to stay on top of his game, of course, because the other guy had every intention of killing him, even if it was just while they were in the subspace area. The MC slid around and blocked every violent attack. Redhead gripped his sword tighter and slashed with even more killing intent than before. The redhead kept slashing and slashing and slashing like a dark purple tornado of hate and violence, and he made so many marks on the floor as he fought. However, the wicked cool protagonist kept dodging, and it was frankly driving Mr. Pinnacle up the wall with rage. So, the red guy tried a different trick that he was sure the MC would not be able to avoid. The red guy used the three-legged crow and sliced with the murdering capacity of a monster with 7,000 grievances. Even Jianma was kind of thrown off by just how badly the red guy wanted to kill him. The slashes all came flying at our guy, and the red guy laughed, feeling very sure that his opponent was done for. However, the Oreo biscuit was not out of tricks yet, and he swished out of there, much to the absolute disgust and horror of the red guy. He could not believe that our guy dared to dodge and get out of the whole thing unscathed. The wolf student glanced back at the shocked red guy looking all cocky and all. One of the watching students said that he did not really see these kinds of things often, but he had to admit the sophomore's strength. Freshmen were always too busy running from these things, and another student agreed that sophomores were dominating, but they could not underestimate the freshmen's experience either. However, the waterfall girl knew that there was more than that, and only those who could clearly see what was happening would understand. All those aggressive attacks were coming from the sophomore, but the MC was able to dodge every single attack. He was not even trying to fight. The red guy got angrier and angrier as he recalled that his sister had said that Jianma was not a normal guy, and cursed. He had even used the blessing of the crow, thinking it would annihilate his opponent, but he had dodged it like it was nothing. The red guy was furious, noting that our smart guy had been too focused on speed. Seeing how skilled he was, the assassin had to be more cautious when fighting the Oreo biscuit. Mr. Pinnacle decided to aim a powerful strike that could slice through a wide area in one go. The more he saw the MC, the angrier he felt looking at his nonchalant gaze and watching him hold his lousy-ass kitchen knives. Then, Jianma suddenly dropped his weapon, and the red guy was alarmed. The assassin could not believe that the talented protagonist would drop his weapon in the middle of a duel. The red guy asked the wolf student exactly what he was scheming, but our talented guy just held out the rose blade that he had gotten from Chloe. The wolf student got serious and pointed the blade forward, his eyes going dark as he lowered his head. The air got tense when the suddenly serious main character pointed his blade right at the assassin, and the red guy was confused. The look in Jianma's eyes was lethal, and the red guy screamed internally, wondering if the genius was mocking him with that stance. And nobody like the gloomy protagonist had the nerve to act the way that he did. The red guy was furious and tightened his hold on his swords. The angry redhead made a pledge to cut down his opponent with a single killing strike. The red guy charged up with energy, and he asked the fool just what he could do before the blood-soaked hungry young blade. Suddenly, the genius leapt, intending to show the idiot assassin exactly what he could do. The red guy was speechless as his opponent flew forward in a straight arc of righteous precision. There was a bright glow of light, and his movement was so flawless that it was blinding. The MC had only wanted to live a comfortable life, and he had tried not to stand out. He had stuck to the rules as much as possible, so this all felt like a curse, and like something was chasing him and trying to take over his body. It was as if something deep inside the nonchalant protagonist was telling our guy to hold back. So, the MC gave his body up, and if he could not run away regardless of the sword god, then he would accept its blessing and its curse. The light shone even brighter as our guy dedicated to cutting his opponent so cleanly. The light was blinding when his opponent's sword arm fell away from his body, and the angry redhead could only stare in shock as his arm got detached. The assassin's eyes widened in shock as he was cut so fast and so clean that he had not seen the attack coming. Our guy had basically zoomed past at the speed of light. All the watching students were shocked, and even the protagonist was beyond intimidated. The wolf student had slid past like an anime character, and the world around the angry assassin had gone dark. Jianma would use anything. Regardless of it was a blessing or a curse, and it was time to say goodbye to the peaceful future that he had always dreamed of, and the end was marked by the neat slicing of the arm of an angry red assassin. Jioma had neatly sliced off his opponent's arm, but that was not where it ended. Twirling around, the MC launched at the speed of light at the dark and evil energy that was the angry redhead. As the wolf student sliced and sliced and sliced, the redhead panicked and cursed. The redhead cursed as more of himself was lost to our guy's cutting-edge technique, and it became so graphic that things went dark, and the subspace barrier was immediately turned off. There was a burst of smoke from the center of the fighting ring. The students were silent and no victory cheers rang out from the sheer intensity of the gore that they all witnessed. The red-headed assassin collapsed to his feet in shaky defeat, and the MC very calmly sheathed his knife. The blue light from it still lightly glowed, and the students from the star class watched in awe and slight fear, as well as newfound respect. The MC had successfully sheathed his weapon and the smoke cleared. The subspace duel had come to an end, but the entire coliseum was silent. Jioma nervously scratched the back of his neck as he wondered if he should have expected this kind of reaction. Well, there was no turning back now, and the Oreo cookie had done all this with a knife that was made for gutting fish. It was something that the gloomy man has always felt, but cutting a person was ridiculously unpleasant. The only consolation that the crazy genius had at this point was that both the Mao brothers and the Nox were in the subspace when they had fought. The specs of the subspace were pretty impressive, and thanks to that, the Oreo cookie had never actually killed a person. Though Nox seemed majorly traumatized and his body was covered in sweat, the angry red assassin had been just as strong as Red had described. The red guy had an incredible battle sense that had been honed through experience. However, anyone would sense him thanks to his intense killing intent, and it had been an ultimate blessing for the MC. The duel winner was the freshman from the wolf class, Kang Jioma. Instead of cheers, there were just gasps of disbelief and shock from the students who could not believe that a freshman had possibly taken down a sophomore. They were in such heavy denial that they almost sounded outraged. The gloomy protagonist cursed and thought that companies could learn a thing or two from such shameless publicity. Well, there was nothing that he could do about it at this point, and this was the path that he had chosen. Our guy was determined to endure the coming days using only sheer will and grit. He stalked away from the battle center. The school was still bubbling and buzzing with the news of the fight, and they found out that the angry redhead was from the auditor family. The students said that explained why he had been so strong, but they could not believe that even a strong guy like the angry red had gotten taken down by a special support student. Everyone was whispering the MC's name around the class like he was a forbidden spell. Waterfall Locks was also deep in the gossip, and she wondered about our guy, musing on his name. The beautiful swordsman was thinking about how the MC's name followed her everywhere she went, and he was the only person that everyone wanted to talk about. Yesterday, the fight had been quite shocking, to say the least, and she still recalled the time when the red assassin had lost his arm. It had shocked everyone, and the girl recalled how she could not believe what she had seen. At that moment, as her golden eyes widened in shock, she had seen the talented protagonist display such remarkable swordsmanship. Whilst using only 2 kitchen knives, Jioma had sliced and diced with such precision. The talented lady had prided herself on her knowledge of swords because she was the granddaughter of a sword master, but she had been hopelessly naive. To think that someone could be that strong with those kinds of blades was almost unbelievable. Suddenly, the girl paused when she realized something, and she said that on the other hand, she was still curious, and she had wondered who had defeated her. The talented swordswoman had wanted to know who they were so that she could crush them next time. Then, Blue Hair also recalled that she had called our guy weak to his face and how she was firm with the strong but merciful to the weak as their family motto dictated. Waterfall Hair also recalled how the year's top student was not in her class. All of her memories came flooding back, and the genius swordswoman was in shock as she realized that the lazy protagonist just might be the top student of her set. Based on what she had seen in the fight, she was sure of it, and she fumed that he was much stronger than she was. Now she wondered what was going through his head when they had that conversation, and Blue Hair was embarrassed thinking of all the shameless gloating that she had done. She yelled out, wondering what our guy had been thinking of her. The blondie of the class seemed to be zoning out, and she groggily asked what was going on. Waterfall Locks laughed nervously and said that it was nothing. But the blonde girl called Rachel smirked, and she asked Blue Hair if she was sure, since it was certainly something that bothered her. However, the talented swordwoman deflected and said that she had not been able to work out these days, so she felt a tad sluggish. The blonde girl smirked and asked Blue Hair what was up with the pouty face, immediately knowing the talented sword lady was trying to hide something. The girl asked what the blonde girl meant by that, but the blonde pushed and asked the blue-haired girl to tell her. She guessed that the snobby noble was just hungry, but the girl denied that assumption. Then, Blondie guessed that the brunette had left her equipment at home, but that was not it either. Then the blonde asked if it was the bathroom, and the noble girl yelled that she had already said that it was nothing. Then, the blonde called Rachel cute as she had finally figured it out through the process of elimination, as he guessed that little Miss Blue was having some boy troubles. The snobby noble was shocked and speechless. The brunette flushed in horror and the blonde grinned, with her lip twitching. Then, the blonde burst out with laughter and pointed as she guffawed at the noble lady. Rachel had thought that the noble lady Abel would never be one for romance. The blonde laughed so hard and loud at the poor noble that she blushed with shame, and she yelled that it was not what the clown thought that it was. The laughing hyena was skeptical and then asked the blushing sword lady what the issue was. Rachel wanted to know the man who hit the jackpot, and the brunette went silent. However, the blonde was not about to let it go, and she pushed, wanting to know who had stolen the heart of the normally stoic lady. Since she was not getting a response, the blonde started playing a guessing game. She sharply guessed that it could be Leon, the glowing and perfect protagonist, since he had such a handsome face. However, the brunette looked so disgusted by such a suggestion that the laughing hyena had to rule it out. The blonde thought it was strange that the waterfall hair girl was still apprehensive regarding Leon, and then the hyena guessed that it was surely the special student from yesterday. It was just a guess, but the jolt that she got from blue hair was all the confirmation that she needed. The hyena grinned like a laughing clown and hearts fixed into her eyes at this news that was worth more than gold. She was going to have so much fun with this. So, the blonde grabbed the waterfall hair girl and told her that it was time for them to go. The brunette was shocked, but the blonde was already on her way and racing off. The noble lady asked where they were going since the other girl was dragging her along, and the hyena laughed at her question, because obviously they were skipping away like characters in a romance novel to go to the wolf class. Meanwhile, at the wolf class, the blonde girl happily waved and said hello to all the wolf students in class. She asked them to excuse them for a moment as she dragged behind her the blushing noble. The wolf class was abuzz with shock to see the popular students in their class, and they could only gape in adoration. The noble felt nervous, but the hyena strode through like she was on a red carpet. Then, she got it, and the blonde hopped onto a table, and she beamed, declaring that they were looking for a fellow with black hair. Of course, she meant our guy. There were hearts in hyena's eyes as she searched like a predator, looking for the new joke of the day as she searched for anyone with black hair, since the MC was the only one with that hair color. Then, a busybody student came over and said that their high status did not permit the blonde to climb on their desks and make a ruckus. Rachel was not even slightly threatened by the dude, and she just flashed her good looks his way, using her pretty privilege to knock him flat like a bowling pin. The student was overwhelmed by her beauty, and the noble was horrified by the blonde shamelessly abusing her privilege. However, the blonde made the most horrifying face of success when she finally located our guy. He was dozing in his seat with a familiar redhead buzzing and gushing around him. Hyena immediately clocked the female assassin as Ma's girlfriend. Well, it was not like that mattered to the blonde, and she thought it was better this way since it made things even juicier. This was going to be fun, and love blossomed in her eyes. Red was busy gushing over the lazy protagonist as usual, but then she froze when she felt a weird killing intent coming their way. The blonde had suddenly appeared by their side, and she blew a kiss to Ma's sleeping head. The audacity of that man snatching the clown. She was so daring that her kiss made Red temporarily lose all color. Waterfall Locks was also rebooting, and Red looked like she'd just been transported to the depths of hell. Then, the hyena pretended like she had made a small mistake, and our guy groggily raised his head in confusion to find himself surrounded by baddies. The hyena smirked all cute and stuff, using her pretty privilege to the max as she asked Ma if she had woken him up. The MC was confused, and she just jumped right in and asked him to confirm his name. Before our sleepy guy could even respond, the flirty clown said that he had not known who the black-haired genius was before the incident at the subspace the other day. The sleepy protagonist was just trying to figure out why Rachel of all people was in his class. The girl in question went on, and she said out loud that the Oreo cookie was quite the looker up close. Meanwhile, the MC's intuition was screaming at him that the situation he was in was dangerous. Then someone said hello, and asked if they could ask what the heck Blondie was supposed to be. It was Red, and the inner jealousy inside her had activated. Red asked the blonde hyena just what exactly she thought she was doing when she put her hands all over our guy. The yandere girl was not happy at all, and her pupils had shrunk with the white of her eyes blown wide. The confused love clown was slightly amused by the situation, and the MC realized that things were getting out of hand, and that this was exactly what his danger instincts had been warning him about. The redhead's personality had completely flipped to the point that she could not recognize Blondie as human anymore, and she somehow had her box cutter ready to go. If a knife fight broke out in class, things would get very troublesome for the lazy protagonist, so he had to put a stop to this. It was a combination that he had never seen in the game before, and he could not fathom why Rachel had even come to their class. The reason for the season finally spoke up, and the waterfall hair girl told Blondie to stop acting up in a place that was not their classroom. The blonde clown refused to budge and instead smirked as she asked the snobby noble why she would not even say hello. The hyena was truly enjoying the situation, and she grinned, hopping down from her seat on the table. She spoke to Red directly. The blonde clown ruffled the little assassin's hair and told her not to interrupt when adults were talking. The clown went on to say that it was not safe to play with sharp objects either, and of course, her patronizing actions further aggravated Chloe, who slipped more and more into insanity, and her knife hand started twitching. While Blondie had her head turned, the assassin got ready to strike, and she actually aimed a killing strike right at the hyena's back, much to the shock of our guy and Waterfall Locks. However, even with the clown turned, she whipped around lightning fast, and there was a large splash of red. The large splash was a student who complained that his classmate had spilt all the juice because he did not open it properly. The classmate whined that if he did not open the juice like that, then his senior would not even glance his way. The other student yelled at his classmate and told him to be quiet. Meanwhile, a struggle happened in the background, and Red had her hand caught by the cocky blonde who had managed to knock the knife from her hand. The hyena teased Red for being slow and said that she had thought that the little shy girl was just a short kid, but the clown had no idea that Red also had a short fuse. No matter how Red tried, she could not pull her hand away, and Ms. Waterfall yelled out to Blondie, telling her to stop fooling around with the weaker students. Blondie looked bored by now, and then she threw the redhead backwards, sending her flying into the classroom much to her alarm. Chloe found herself soaring through the air, but she tumbled in the air and easily landed on her feet with a look of rage in her eyes. All the guys in the wolf class cheered suddenly like this was some kind of girl versus girl match, but the lazy protagonist was already quite tired of it, and frankly, it was driving him insane. The clan of the Spear Saint, that's where the blonde clown was from. Skills were often useless in the face of the clan's overwhelming strength, and that was the motto of a clan that valued brute force over all else. The high-class blonde student was the niece of the Spear Saint, and her name was Rachel de Muira. She grinned with her pink heart and asked the MC if Red was his girlfriend. Our guy immediately denied the poor assassin girl, and it was so cold that she trembled with hurt and killing intent in her little corner. Still, that would not change the truth. So, Guillaume spoke up and said that the redhead was his friend, and Blondie thought about it for a hot second. Then, the MC wondered what the heck was this weird situation that he had found himself in. Now that he was taking the time to look around, the protagonist narrator noticed that Abel was there too, and he had not even noticed her at first because he had been so frazzled. The perceptive protagonist got tense and asked why the two high-class students had come looking for him, as he expected big-time trouble. The hyena girl smirked and she said that it seemed like Waterfall Locks was interested in our guy, and she wanted to see his face. Abel was horrified to get thrown under the bus like that, and she squealed and protested, demanding when she had ever said something so embarrassing. However, the blonde clown insisted that was why they had come, and Blue Hair was mortified, saying that her classmate had practically dragged her there. Blondie explained that they had come over because she had thought that Waterfall Locks really wanted to see the handsome main character's face, especially since the noble had not protested and had followed. The noble was speechless at that point, and then they noticed that the other members of the wolf class had started whispering, wondering if the guys were fighting, and pointing out how they had heard the noble swordswoman yell for the first time. The noble suddenly started acting all snobby and stuck her nose into the air as she said that they had a misunderstanding, and that they had totally come to see our dude per se. Oreo Cookie Your Hair did not care and wished they would just leave. The Oreo Biscuit sighed and said that if they had nothing to do, then they could go since he was sleepy anyway. The brunette was crushed to be dismissed, and the hyena girl could barely hold back her laughter. The clown thought that the gloomy protagonist was really interesting, and she liked interesting guys. However, the exhausted protagonist said that he was happy to hear that since he was far from interesting. The blonde grinned and told him not to be like that, and then thought of a suggestion. She invited the MC over to their dorm after class and said they could watch some movies and chill together. That ambitious little brat was looking to start something, and Red yelled for her to get away from her man immediately. The hyena was confused since, as far as she knew, our guy did not belong to anyone. The clown laughed out loud in a huge guffaw, mocking the poor redhead. The tired protagonist could only think of how much he missed his mom and the peace that she brought him. The blondie was still hooting and hollering, and she asked the noble lady if she had heard those embarrassing words as well. However, the clown had to stop her laughing when she found that Waterfall Locks was seething too. It was too bad that the hyena girl had to end her fun, but it had been pretty cool meeting the only black-haired kid in school, and she said that she would see him later. The MC just told them to please not come back, and the clown laughed that he was cold. The blonde bimbo gushed and waved goodbye to Jianma while Red fumed, but Oreo Cookie Hair just ignored them and wished they would go far away from him. The Oreo cookies still felt so sleepy, and he lowered his head, with the little assassin turning to him in concern. However, while our guy dozed, the brunette had turned slightly, and she watched him from afar like a stalker. Even as she was to leave, the noble still thought of the sleepy protagonist like she was planning to keep him in her heart forever. However, the noble swordswoman hesitated as she had no idea what to say, so she turned and left. She ended up leaving the class behind and returned to her fancy class where she belonged, leaving the members of the wolf class behind. Back in the halls, as Blondie and Waterfall Locks walked back to class, the clown smiled to herself as she thought that it was one thing to have a cold attitude, but from those hollow black eyes, the clown knew that there was something faintly there, something about our guy and the strand of white hair on his head that looked like a gleaming knife, as well as his sharp gaze that was so unsettling that it felt like her throat was cut. The sleepy protagonist had gone far beyond the blonde's expectations, and she grinned foxily as she recalled the chills that she had gotten. The hidden talent in wolf class was definitely a step above the all-style no-substance students that Blonde had seen since the school started. She had only gone to the wolf class to tease, expecting the MC to be another of those jokers, but the clown might have gotten an unexpected gain. Blondie's clan was the type to pull no stops when it came to getting betrothed to only the most outstanding warriors, so in a way, our guy might just be a precious resource, and she licked her lips like a predator just thinking about it. Yes, the hyena thought that it was only natural that he caught the eye of Abel, the invincible empress of swordsmanship, and the blonde smirked at that. Little Miss Steel Yeoman suddenly whipped around to apologize to the brunette. However, the noble lady just groaned and said that the clown should first apologize to the students of the tiger class for causing all that ruckus. However, Blondie said that she was not apologizing for that. The noble's eyes then widened in confusion, and the hyena explained that she was apologizing about Kang Jeong-ma. Blondie crossed her arms with a smug-ass expression on her face as she said that he was not going to yield. Waterfall Locks looked for a moment like she could not comprehend what the blonde clown was saying. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, wheels were rolling down the halls and someone with dripping black murderous energy was obsessed with killing a dude. It was of course the red assassin guy, and he chanted that he wanted to kill Jeong-ma like it was his get well mantra. The redhead assassin dude was running through the halls like a psychopath, dragging his drip with him as he chanted his crazy mantra. His body, which had lived its entire life without knowing defeat, now had only one goal in life. The red guy was sure that he had the body of the auditor genius, and he wondered if he should charge into our guy's room at night. And since it was already night, he might as well take the opportunity and turn his enemy into a body bag that same night. All the red guy could think of was the cold genius' deadly stare, and a sweat began to form on his brow. The red guy refused to be scared, and he shoved aside a student as he ran down the halls. The redhead was determined to mobilize the entirety of the auditor household, and with the power of the clan, then they could cut off his enemy's head. The red guy marched through the halls with a newfound determination, and he planned that he would first kill the talented protagonist and then get his little sister back like a good big brother. To the red guy, his sister's potential was similar to his, if not greater. Now was the time to strike, and the murderous assassin paused by a door. With the power of the House of Order and the pinnacle of his techniques of Nightfall, Nox was sure that he would definitely show our guy what for. So, he opened the door. Nox nearly evaporated from fear when he did open the door because he found Jeong munching at an apple in the red assassin's hospital room. The MC looked as deadly as a knife, and he greeted the assassin respectfully, acknowledging that his Hyung had arrived. The poor red assassin was speechless. Red bit her fingernail as she stood in hatred and rage, gnawing at it like she had not seen food in months. The Oreo cookie sort of noticed her from afar, and he also noted that she seemed upset, though she was the one who nearly started a knife fight in the middle of the class. Meanwhile, the redhead was actually muttering to herself about how our guy liked them big and how she needed to kill her competition before they successfully snatched her man. Suddenly, someone called to the little yandere, and she raised her head surprised. It was the MC, and Red switched up instantly as she became all sweetness and love, asking Jeong-ma if he needed anything. It kind of creeped the hesitant protagonist out, and he would ask after she put down the intimidating box cutter. Then, the black-haired protagonist nervously asked how her brother was doing, since he had knocked him around a bit hard the other day. The little assassin was surprised by his question, and she fell silent for a hot minute. Then, Red explained that her big brother was in the academy's medical ward, and Jeong-ma was surprised. The medical ward was surprising since our guy knew that people did not usually get injured in the subspace area. The little sister admitted that she had not really visited, so she did not know much. However, she had heard that he was admitted to the ward despite having no injuries. She went on to assure Jeong-ma that it was fine and that he had no reason to worry. While it was true that our guy had sliced up the red guy, he did not think that the talented assassin would be so weak to the point of getting traumatized. The talented genius then worried that Red's evil brother might be thinking of doing something else. So, the MC called to Chloe, and then he asked if his sweet yandere could tell him where her brother's room was. The studious protagonist had not slacked on his how to handle yandere types manual, so he knew that he needed to give her a good pat on the head. So, Jeong-ma got the information that he needed, and now the sneaky genius was face to face with the horrified red assassin guy. Looking as dangerous as a weapon, the Oreo cookie lifted the apple and asked if he could eat it. The black-haired hero was already eating it though, so it was not like the red guy could stop him. The sweating assassin was still frozen at the door, while the relaxed protagonist noted that it seemed like the auditor clan was really loaded with cash. The special student marveled at the vast room for just one person, and he noted that assassin money was no joke. The red assassin was still tense, and he asked our guy how he had even gotten inside. But then the wicked protagonist suddenly reached for a knife, and the assassin was both horrified and alarmed. The assassin feared for a moment that the MC had come to finish what he had started, and the menacing protagonist did raise the knife so it glinted in the moonlight. And the red guy got even more alarmed. However, the careful protagonist just sliced the peel from the apple to help with the eating, and the assassin kept sweating. The peel was cut so cleanly that the red guy was slightly impressed and wondered how and why the MC was cutting the shavings so well. Then, the talented genius set down the perfectly cut apple, and he explained that if the red guy could not digest regular food, then he should eat some food. Our guy stood and walked out, leaving Red's brother shocked and baffled. The masked assassin swore in hatred that his enemy dared to pity his broken body, and he slid a sword from his sleeve, saying that if it was right now, then he could definitely take down the MC. Suddenly, the smart protagonist stopped and added that if the red guy ever dared to have thoughts of taking revenge, then something would happen, and the red assassin peeked his head out as he watched Jeong-ma leave. The dangerous protagonist turned, his eyes glinting with the sharpness of a knife, and he warned that he would chew up the entire auditor family, and the red guy was both shocked and intimidated to hear those alarming words. The super cool protagonist then slammed the door loudly behind him as he made his exit, and the apple that he had been messing around with suddenly showed slice lines. Neatly, each piece fell apart like a threatening, delicious apple flower, and the red guy fell on his ass, shaking in terror. The dangerous, powerful main character had made himself clear without speaking too much, and he now casually strolled underneath the evening sky. Now, the super cool virgin was sure that his red opponent was nothing more than a little candle that could be blown out at any moment. It seemed like the red assassin's will had been thoroughly destroyed, and the smug protagonist was feeling particularly proud about that. Thanks to that, his bravado-filled intimidation had worked well. Meanwhile, he also silently acknowledged that the auditors were an incredible assassin group in this world. There was no way that our one-man army could ever take on the entire clan, and he'd just been bluffing his way through the entire meeting just to neutralize the changes of the red guy becoming a pain in his behind. Although the MC figured that he could at least take out 10 people in 30 seconds, that was the worst-case scenario. Then, the dreamy protagonist took a pause to stare at the beautiful moon. He continued his stroll, noting that he felt like he was standing in the eye of a peculiar storm in a way, and he was starting to get used to all of the weird encounters with the heroines of the story. The lazy protagonist sighed as he considered that he might have also gone insane from everything that had happened so far. As long as the red Nox guy did not stir up any trouble, the MC figured that he would no longer need to worry about him. However, the busy student still had another problem to deal with, and that was the girl that he wanted to avoid the most. The girl with the pink heart eyes and flowing blonde hair, Rachel. In the original game, the blonde had approached the main character first, which worked well for the lazy introvert as he did not want to get involved with her. However, the blonde clown had some issues with the main girl, Abel. The exhausted main character sighed deeply and figured that he could just think over things slowly because he really needed to prepare for the really important journey, the upcoming midterms. He was going to take this seriously, and a reward was a reward. The reward was the Murasama, and the talented genius needed a weapon that would let him fight for more than just 30 seconds. He looked through the calendar that marked when the midterms would begin, and he knew that the test was to subdue a demonic monster in groups of 5, regardless of class. There was a reason the school emphasized teamwork work, and this was because individual work was important, but having faith in comrades was more important on the battlefield. Although this was an annoying setup test, it was fine as long as our guy could find the right teammates. The lazy Jeonma was on level 1, but as long as he got carried by higher-ranked individuals, he'd be fine. Also, the demonic monster featured in the test was the D-ranked demonic monster, the Merman. It looked super ugly, the ugliest, creepiest mer creature alive, and the MC was going to have to see it face to face. He was not looking forward to that. Even though the withdrawn protagonist had worked hard with fish all of his life, there was a limit, and he thought that he was surely going to barf at the sight. If they were a mermaid, then at least they would be a little easy on the eye, plus mermaids were rather high-ranked. However, no matter how pretty the mermaids were, the virgin would not get nosebleeds. Come to think of it, mermaids were considered demonic humans. The main force of the demons was the demonic humans. Compared to the demonic humans, demonic monsters were nothing more than barking guard dogs. Fortunately, only mermen had to be subjugated, meaning that students did not have to deal with demonic humans. The sharp protagonist sat on a bench to ponder how it had already been a month since he had joined the school. The nights at the school were peaceful. Then, the little philosopher pondered peace. It had been 700 years since the humans and the demons had sworn a truce. Just like how human history was not without war, there had been quite a few disputes, both large and small, in this world as well. For example, Basman, a large purple demonic creature, and half a century ago, who had been the commander of the 6th Legion, claimed that he would revive the commander of the 1st Legion and cross the line of armistice. The demon had sworn to bring back the demonic Sir Lycan, and he had caused a great uproar that led to great fighting and a lot of chaos. A lady had yelled out to Seek, who had gritted his teeth and pulled his weapon. After a week of battles that were bathed in blood, humanity of course emerged victorious, and the 7 heroes were born. Although 3 sacrifices were made, eyes widened in horror, and neither faction wished to escalate things further. Back then, the judgy protagonist had complained that the hero was named the strongest of mankind when he had only defeated the 6th Legion commander. The peace that had been won in blood had continued to this very day, with the MC now a part of the story, and he wondered if what he experienced now could be called peace. The more that Jeonma thought about it, the one who had sealed the 1st Legion commander alone, Baylor Jokwin, our guy wondered if a guy like that was even human. They only had 3 years left until the Second Human-Demon War, and its fighters included the Demon King. Thinking about the bleak future would not change anything, so the unfortunate protagonist needed to get his head out of his ass and focus on the midterms. The situation was a little annoying, but first, Jeonma needed to find some teammates. However, looking through his contact list, the Virgin realized that he was a huge recluse. He only had his family members and the academy director on the dial, which was embarrassing. Wait, now that he took the time to think about it, the lazy genius realized that he was the most famous student in the academy right now. If he used this to his advantage, then that would surely solve his problem. Besides, living 3 years under the radar was nearly impossible anyway, so Guillaume figured it was time to live his life to the fullest. He was going to get a good group and ace his midterms, and he switched his goals from living comfortably and quiet to living comfortably but not quiet. 1 week later, the black-haired idiot was in shambles at the class. There was a lot of murmuring and whispering in the class, but he swore violently as not a single person had invited him to join their group. He could not believe that he had shown off his perfect ninja skills for nothing, and his situation was getting really bad. The lazy student could not do anything in moderation, so the other students were probably now too scared to approach. Then, the social outcast noticed something and he realized that Little Red Assassin was just like him. He figured that the little assassin had also been considered as an outsider ever since that time, so he approached her, taking one for the team. His #1 fangirl was of course happy that he came, and then he asked her if she had found any cadets to team up with for the midterm. However, much to his glee, she was also alone. Our smart guy asked if she was doing okay, since he was used to being ignored, but she used to have a lot of friends. However, the little red yandere just laughed and said that she was okay as long as she had Guillaume. If that was the case, then the ambitious protagonist finally took the plunge and asked her to partner up with him so that he could then find 3 other people. Red was thrilled. The MC was not rejected, and it was a resounding success. Chloe's capabilities were nothing to sneeze at, and the goal of the test was to catch as many mermen as possible during the 1 hour given. Considering that the black-haired protagonist only had 30 seconds, to him, the crazy girl was like 1,000 soldiers, and he smiled fondly as she confessed her excitement. He was so happy that she was happy. Suddenly there was a loud noise and our guy looked up at the commotion. It was the girl he hated the most running straight at him, Blondie with the pink heart eyes. She had shown up at the worst possible time, announcing that she had come back to play. The black cat protagonist swore internally, and then he tried to play it off, asking why she had shown up. The blonde hyena pouted, saying that she had literally just told them why she had come. However, Red was not having it and she had gone full demonic mode instantly, chanting that the big ones had come and she was talking about melons, not power level. The black-haired protagonist immediately tried to do some damage control and told Blondie to beat it, and that he could not humor her since he had things to do. The clown then pretended to be so hurt by his words, even getting tears in her eyes when she asked why he was so cold. Our guy asked her to stop calling him by his first name, it was getting way too personal. However, Blondie dropped the sad act and said loudly that she had suddenly gone deaf. That shameless liar whined that he could not hear him and collapsed on the tired protagonist's desk. He was so done with her. The talented hyena whined that she had fallen, and then she popped up, beaming as she asked the talented protagonist if he had a group to take the test with. Guillaume was just frustrated that she did not know how to listen. He unfortunately admitted that he had no such thing, and Blondie bounced at her luck. Then she turned her heart-shaped puppy dog eyes in his direction and ever so sweetly asked the reluctant protagonist to join her group. Blondie chuckled about how lucky she was, and then she asked Guillaume to come along and to join her group. She even had the audacity to place her hand underneath his chin like the Virgin was her little girlfriend. Of course, the picky protagonist with standards was not digging the seduction approach and he instantly smacked her hand away. He asked exactly why the hyena would ask for him of all people when there should be a huge line of students rushing to her, and all she had to do was ask. Well aware of her privilege, the happy clown laughed and said that those students were no fun. However, the touch-averse main character on the other hand seemed fun to do the test with. Our guy was speechless and had no idea what to say to that. Then, the black-haired protagonist pointed out that he had already started a group with his girl Red, and she was a little surprised to hear him speaking up for her. Blondie beamed and said that was fine too since there were spots open in her team anyway. That little rat was ready for everything, let alone the reward. The hyena girl did not realize that asking 2 losers to join her team would risk her grades. Then again, the nonchalant protagonist recalled that the rule was to not hate the player, but the game. So, the MC took some time to consider his options. Out of the corner of his eyes, the charcoal-haired protagonist shot a look at the little assassin to guess what she thought of all this. Red was a little hesitant, but she nodded since it was not like they were going to find anyone else and Blondie was at least pretty strong. So, our guy finally gave in and put himself in her care. The hyena was overjoyed and she told the strong MC that he was not allowed to back out now that he had said yes. Then, it occurred to the slow genius to ask who the other members of the group were. To no one's surprise, Blondie asked the slow poser if he knew who Leon was since he was super popular. Of course, the lazy background character knew exactly who Leon was and he swore in horror as he started to mentally evaporate since he had wanted to stay as far away from that dude as possible. Later on, Guillaume sat at his seat in class, trembling worse than a leaf in the wind. However, he shook not with fear but with rage and he growled, wondering just how bad of a crime he had committed in his past life to suffer so much in this one. Even if the gifted protagonist had wielded a knife for 30 years because of his job as a chef, he had only sliced fish. This was so unfair. Alright, it was ridiculous that the lazy protagonist was getting involved with the heroines. He did not think that was possible, and even though he may stand out from the crowd and bump into the girls a few times, they were eye candy, so the Virgin did not mind them too much. However, to get involved with Mr. Sparkly Hero of a game that goes violently south in 3 years was a whole other story. The background character could not fathom getting involved with the protagonist character, for one thing. The protagonist is way too bright for a shadowy guy like the MC. The shadow had zero clues on how things would pan out in the future because he had failed to finish the game, and it would be his fault one way or another. When our guy heard that the protagonist character was involved, he immediately tried to change his group. However, the blonde which he had signed the contract with was not about to budge on their agreement. She had already put his name in the application before she had even asked his permission, and then she had submitted it immediately after. Not even sacrificing his virginity could get the loser out of this, and he shook with rage as he considered finding Blondie and slicing her up in vengeance. This was the first time in his life that he had ever been provoked to slice a woman. Suddenly, Red called out to Jeon-ma and she looked pretty haunted herself as she asked him if something was the matter. Our guy froze and Red pointed out that ever since the blonde dog girl had left, the loser had stopped looking very well. The little assassin was acting like the blonde had somehow made away with the black-haired protagonist's virginity, and he was silent as he searched for a good response. Then, he told his yandere pet that he had just been a little overwhelmed knowing that he would be taking the exam with the star class cadets. Red was surprised and instantly mellowed down, encouraging him, saying that she was sure that there was nobody in the star class stronger than he was. He nervously thanked her, and the genius recalled that he had been the one to ask the redhead to team up with him, so there was no way that he could leave the group without her in good conscience. Now that Jeon-ma had taken the time to think about it, he could not possibly ask for better people to take the test with. This was a good thing, a blessing, so the lazy opportunist told himself not to be pessimistic about the situation. So, the refreshed protagonist turned to the redhead and asked when and where they would be having the group meeting. The redhead recalled that Blondie had said that they would meet at the cafe in the protagonist building at 6. The sharp protagonist then realized that Red was not going to call the hyena girl by anything other than her hair color for now. It was nearly time, so our guy said that they might as well head off immediately, and Red beamed, agreeing with him at once. So, they took off and casually strolled through the halls of the academy, and eventually got to the door. A cup was slammed down on the table, and it was the little assassin sighing in relief as she slurped her avocado smoothie which she found so yummy. The MC watched her in amazement, knowing the green soup that she was drinking was worth 50,000 won. Those prices would get to him no matter how long he stayed at the academy. Then he nearly spat blood as he hailed Starbucks for being so good. Despite recoiling at the prices, Red figured that he was complimenting the brand that she was drinking from, and the redhead beamed as she happily agreed with him. Meanwhile, the loser reminded himself that he was an adult and he needed to practice some self-control. The only drink that was 10,000 won or below was espresso, so the guy had ordered it, but it tasted like horse poo. Since it was an outside company, the faculty cards did not work there, so the cheap protagonist would not be frequenting that place often. Suddenly, a phone began to ring, and it belonged to our guy. He checked out his messages and he had asked why Rachel and the gang were so late. The crazy blonde had replied that she was running late because she had to take care of the kids. The lazy opportunist and Little Red were already at the Starbucks meeting room, and the blonde hyena said that she would meet them there. Soon, the door opened and in strolled the blonde with a smoothie as she apologized for showing up so late. Behind her stood the true protagonist. The blonde asked the two if they had waited long, but our guy, who sat quietly in the corner, could only focus on the golden shine of the blonde-haired and blue-eyed menace behind the girl who'd been terrorizing him of late. If the protagonist was light, then the shadowy main character was definitely the darkness, and he stared at the protagonist in silent awe. Then the MC paused when he saw a face that he did not recognize, a nameless dude with orange hair and green eyes. The loser could not believe that the blonde girl had shown up with a delinquent on her team. However, the shiny protagonist strolled right up to our guy and he stretched out his hand to the shadow guy, saying that it was nice to meet him. The background wallpaper was silent at first, but then he stretched out his hand and introduced himself. The protagonist smiled, saying that he had been impressed by what he had seen at the subspace a few days earlier, and he felt assured knowing that the main character was going to be his group member for the exam. The loser could only think of how the protagonist had a voice with a perfect blend of intelligence and class. The shiny dude in front of him was definitely the protagonist character that our guy had played as in the past. Once everyone had ordered their drinks, introductions were in order, and the shiny blonde smiled as he considered introducing himself first. The blonde hyena was in full support of that motion. So, the hero went first and introduced himself as Leon Van Reinhardt, the group's leader and a student of the star class. He had ended up becoming the leader somehow, and while he was lacking, he looked forward to working with all of them. Jeon-ma swore internally once again as this hero just reeked of purity and his face was sparkling and glowing the entire time. There was no such thing as equality. Then, the hyena giggled that since everyone knew who she was, he would pass the introduction baton to the orange beside her, and he growled when she elbowed him. Next was the nameless guy. An orange introduced himself as a student of the star class called Speed Weapon, and he said that he liked heroes. Now that the dark shadow took a closer look, he could clearly see the word hero tattooed on that guy's back. The judgy loser was unimpressed, and he could not believe that orange was actually called Speed Weapon. This group was breaking down a lot of stereotypes that our guy had in mind for those who liked heroes, and he had expected Orange to explain way more. Then, Red shyly introduced herself as Chloe, auditor of the Wolf class, and she was here thanks to her crush. Then the blonde clown started acting creepy by noting how familiarly the redhead called her new prey, and the yandere nearly activated right then and there. However, Red showed remarkable restraint with a strong sigh as she said that it was a pleasure to meet everyone. Blondie was amazed that the redhead had patience and everyone else that her intro was rather well spoken. Then, Ma gave the dodgiest introduction there was by only saying his name and his class. Well, their shiny leader got started since things had gotten a little awkward. It was time to begin the meeting and the hero slid his laptop on the desk and it lit up in a brilliant PowerPoint presentation that left the dude extremely shocked. At their lunchtime, the Star class's instructor had distributed files to the group leaders, and what they were looking at now was a map of their examination site called Scopuli Island. First, the students would be teleported to the designated island through a subspace, but it would only be the gate that would be the subspace. The island itself was real so they could actually get injured by the demonic beasts. Then, the shiny hero zoomed in on the image further, and he showed his teammates the area that they had been assigned, which was the northeastern coast. 3 groups, including theirs, would be hunting mermen on that island. There was a limited number of mermen and hunting as many mermen as the limit would allow was the exam's objective, and as he spoke, all of his team members paid attention. Then, that was all, and the bright shiny dude asked if there were any questions. Everyone was silent at first. Then the orange-haired delinquent pointed out that Scopuli Island was known for containing mermaids, and he asked if there were risks concerning that. The shiny guy said that there was no need to worry since the instructors had already done their research in advance to ensure their safety. The delinquent accepted the response, so then Little Red asked a question and she asked if groups of the same zone could ambush or battle each other. The shiny guy pointed out that the exam's objective was to strictly exterminate the demonic beasts, so conflict between groups would likely lead to disqualification. Mr. Perfect asked if that answered Red's question and she nodded. However, our guy happened to know that they had an assassin in their group so that question had been necessary. That concluded the meeting for the day. All the team members were told to prepare themselves for the midterms, and that they would meet again the next day for their position meeting. Blondie was happy that the meeting was over and she happily dragged off her delinquent who growled about her stretching his clothes. The hero began to pack up his equipment and the Oreo cookie-haired main character lingered. He had ended up sitting in the corner so the light and the dark were now the only two left and it felt major awkward. So, the social coward made up his mind to hurry up and leave. Our guy began to stand and then a voice called out, "Excuse me." His eyes like knives slid to who had addressed him and he saw the protagonist had called with a serious expression on his face. Then, the shiny protagonist asked Ma where he had come from. "Where did you come from, Kang Ma?" That was the question that the shiny protagonist had suddenly asked the boy of darkness. The human shadow had frozen at the serious look on the pretty boy's face, and for a moment, our guy said nothing. Instead, the lazy loser wondered what was going on. Now that he thought about it, he had heard a similar question before, though this question was fundamentally different from back then. "Where did you come from?" The shiny guy's eyes looked a little dangerous and the main character could not tell at all what he was thinking, and the imposter syndrome genius wondered if the protagonist was literally asking where he was from. However, that could not be the case, since the blonde perfect boy could have asked what earlier while they were introducing themselves. The hesitant main character could only assume that the blonde had a reason to ask this question after everyone had left. Perhaps, the MC considered a possibility as he racked his brain for how to answer, so the shiny boy finally spoke up. First, the blonde apologized for popping that weird question out of nowhere, saying that he could not just help but think that the shadowy student was similar to him. Mr. Perfect said that with such a dark glow in his blue eyes that the lazy student became even more confused and wondered what he meant by similar. While it was true that the official language of the fantasy world was Korean due to the game, that did not mean that other cultures did not exist within the game. Anyone could tell that the main character was Korean. And then the shiny blonde suddenly told our guy to pretend like he had not heard anything. Then, the shiny blonde stood with a smile and began to walk away, saying that he would be leaving then. However, the MC suddenly reached out and grabbed his shoulder, calling the true protagonist by name. The protagonist hesitated, and the main character desperately asked just where the shiny perfect blonde had come from. Ma swore as he usually did when he found himself acting on impulse, as he had just grabbed the blonde without even thinking. However, if he did not get answers, he would not be able to get a wink of sleep. Finally, the blonde laughed and said that he came from Germany, and Oreo Cookie Hair was left speechless. Then, the blonde turned and walked away with our guy staring after him. He stared in confusion, wondering what was up with the weirdo protagonist. Later on, an object fell from the main character's hand and he found that this occurred because his hands were trembling. He glanced down at his hand, wondering if he was being paranoid. At that moment, a thought had crept into his head during the discussion with Mr. Bright and Shiny. The tar-haired guy wondered if the shiny protagonist had also come in from another world as well. As outlandish as it sounded, he could not help but wonder. There was no rule that said only one person could get dragged into the game's setting. Also, possessing the protagonist after getting transported to a new world was more probable than possessing an extra. While the blessing of the sword god was active, the black-haired main character's senses had been strangely heightened. So, the gifted student came to the decision to test it out and he activated the blessing of the sword god, pulling out one of his sashimi knives. His eyes were pressed together and the talented genius focused with all of his might. His mind reached into the dark as he searched for answers and he found that the blonde's existence was in fact of this world. Our guy was shocked, not only that he could get answers from the weird god, but at the answer that he had received. He had felt it again, the same sensation from when he had felt like a puppet in the blessing's hands. If Jeonma activated the blessings of the sword god and focused, then he could faintly hear a voice. He groaned and massaged his head, feeling a throbbing headache as just thinking about the situation was giving him a migraine that even bypassed the painless blessing. Regardless, the Leon that our guy had met that day was most definitely the same Leon that he played before. No actor in the world could replicate Leon so perfectly, from his bright and pure energy to his seriousness and determination when it came to taking charge. This made the tarpet-haired main character ponder more and he wondered if the protagonist had really intended only to ask which country he had come from. Even then, Oreo Cookie Hair could not stop his mind but remembering the shiny boy's words and how he had thought that they were similar. None of what the black-haired MC knew explained what the blonde golden boy had meant by that. He considered looking at the K-Com wiki more to research and read up about the characters in his old life, but he did not have any interest in male characters back then, and when he checked it now, there was no info on Leon. Our guy sighed heavily, deciding to let it go since this would be the only time that he would get involved with Wonder Boy anyway. If something like this happened again, then he could ask the academy director about it. Now that he thought of her, the lazy main character recalled how the director had pouted about him not coming to see her of late. The shameless pervert had sulked and asked when the gifted student was going to run away with her. It was advisable that Jeonma keep thinking straightforwardly without any nonsense distracting him. It was strange how calm he could be in a situation that he wanted to avoid. He wondered if this was also an influence of his crazy blessing. At any rate, the loser pulled up his blessings just to have a second look at them. He was thinking so much about them that he might as well check. He noted that he was making smooth progress, and his mental fortitude and armament were still the same. But his physical fortitude increased a bit because of the training he did. The MC figured that his armament would increase once he got the sword that wanted. Then he wondered what the assimilation rate was and gasped when he realized it had gone up quite a lot from 2.5 to 6.8. Then, the lone wolf wondered if it was related to the fact that he had duked it out with both brother and sister of the assassin guild. It was annoying that the talented genius had no idea what he had done to level up, and it was not like he could ask someone else about it either. Then, the system told him that he had reached a certain number of blessing activations and adjustments would be made. Our guy was confused, and he saw that the blessing of painlessness had leveled up from 40 seconds to 40. He was shaken as he pointed at the screen in baffled shock. His painstaking and tortured labors had finally borne fruit and the joyous main character laughed with joy as everything suddenly felt very great. Then, time flew by. The MC kept training no matter what, and he continued to attend all of the group meetings, interacting with the crew and having a swell time. With 3 days left, he continued his training with Red, who happily gave him more swordsmanship pointers. Then with 2 days left, the clown girl started moving in again and the yandere nearly lost her mind. One day before the start of the test, and Jeonma had not stopped his daily exercise as he fought and sweated to grow. His sweat hit the floor where he worked and he sweated more as he swung his sword with more precision after many days of practice. The main character was sweating up a storm and his sweat sparkled the more he learnt and improved. Then, Oreo Cookie Hair smiled in satisfaction after a long day of hard work. Finally, the day for the midterm had arrived and all the students gathered around. A subspace gate had been opened and it had a completely different vibe than the subspace for the training grounds. Then our guy was called to come over and he turned to see his group waiting for him, all strong men and women. The main defense from the left was played by the blonde clown grinned as she laughed that the lazy main character who usually preached punctuality was late that day. Their leader Leon, who was stationed in the middle, smiled brightly at the black-haired main character and called him over. Orange Hair called Weapon was their support from the right and he just waited for our guy to come around. And Chloe, who was their sub-DPS from the left with Blondie, happily greeted the MC this morning. The talented genius was the rearguard at the far right and he apologized for his tardiness. He could not help but marvel at the amazing equipment that they carried, and that the blonde had an S-rank gear Vermilion Phoenix halberd. It did not look like the protagonist had his bombing just yet, and speed weapons gear was a recorder for some reason. The underrated loser could not believe what that idiot was wearing around his neck. To make things worse, the orange delinquent totally saw him looking and started acting like he was itching for a fight. The blonde hyena whispered that it was actually one of the few S-rank equipment that aided with healing, and Jeonma could not believe that thing was that powerful. A healing S-rank armament was something that was ridiculously hard to get, even if one dumped tens of millions of one in-game. However, its appearance also contributed to its specs. The genius had no choice but to be rather impressed with the weapon and he rubbed his chin in admiration and newfound respect, studying the weapon. However, Orange got rather flustered and told him not to get so close. Then, an attention rang out that the first year midterms of the year 2043 would then commence. Seeing all of the students' faces, they all seemed prepared. They should all be familiar enough with the rules, so the wolf instructor would keep things brief. If there was something that they could not handle, the students were instructed to run away, as they were reminded that they were not yet heroes but cadets in training. They were told not to risk their necks for extra credit. The students smiled as they listened, and the teacher also informed them that if they were injured or wished to surrender at any time, then they could contact the instructor in charge. It looked like it was nearly time, so Shiny Boy said that it was time for them to prepare. The glowing golden boy told them not to be nervous and said that they would all do their best. The exam was finally starting and Jeon-ma got ready. Then, he noticed the redhead had gone rather silent and he asked her if something was wrong. However, the assassin asked if it was weird that he was now anxious about the test since she remembered that a mermaid could appear on the island. Our guy explained that the instructor said that the teachers had checked everything beforehand, so there was no need to worry. Now then, it was time for the students to step inside the game arena, and the subspace gate was now running. So, the smiling main character told Red that it was time for them to go and he patted her head. The redhead smiled, knowing that she should not worry because the talented genius was with them. She believed strongly in Jeon-ma, and as their team marched forward, she was sure that everything would be okay. However, suddenly the world went dark and the darkness stretched on long after the team had entered the test arena. A break-in the darkness was someone calling a name over and over again. There were words being spoken in the dark, flashing in and out in blurry lines, and Red realized that she could hear our guy's voice. He kept calling her name over and over again, until it was louder and louder. Chloe snapped out of her daze and was shocked as the genius asked if she could hear him. Her eyes widened as she realized that she had suddenly lost focus for a moment. Then she stared as the other teammates said that they could not contact the instructor in charge. They had landed in a cave and there was no connection. The crisis had come and someone was bleeding. The redhead was confused, but then she said before them a high-ranked mermaid. Just before the mermaid's appearance, the sky had been bright and beautiful over the beautiful Scopuli Island. There was a lot of coughing and hacking on the beach. For some reason, the team was feeling rather sick after stepping through the subspace. Then, the golden blonde turned to our guy, surprised that he seemed fine, and the talented genius explained that he generally did not get seasick. However, the pretty protagonist doubted that this was a seasickness issue. Suddenly, a merman showed up and it made a very surprised noise. Jeon-ma saw a merman for the first time and he was as horrified as he suspected that he would be. The creature was surprisingly smaller than he had suspected. The main character felt like an idiot for being so serious about it and that he might not even have to use his weapon at all. He had been planning to take it easy in the rearguard position anyway. The beautiful golden then said that there would be grown mermen once they reached their assigned area, and those mermen were not like these small ones. First, they had to go check out where the redhead had gone to scout, so that's where the team went. The team strolled through a forest and Leon reminded everyone to be careful while the observant Jeon-ma just monitored from the back. Then, he realized something. However, the shiny blonde called out that it seemed like the little assassin was around the area. Little Red zipped through the branches of the trees, using her full assassin powers, and she landed before them. The black-haired main character asked if the little assassin had just been climbing the trees on her way here, and the little redhead said that was the best so that she would not be noticed. Then, the shiny blonde asked Red how things were and what the situation was. The redhead started her report and said that there were about 500 meters ahead, and there was a cave there. The team easily found his cave and they confirmed from Red that it was the right cave. Inside the cave, they saw a gathering of golden eyes and it turned out to be a collection of fish-eyed mermen sitting around a burning fireplace. There seemed to be about 50 or 60 of them in the cave, and our guy noticed that it was definitely something to consider. If they hunted the mermen down, then they would definitely secure first place in the midterms. But for the leader, considering the safety of the team was important too. If it resulted in injuries, then they could be stuck in a cave with no outside communication. The genius wondered if they should take the risk or safety or somewhere else. This decision was of course up to their team leader, Leon. The leader counted on Cleo to scout around when they landed on the island. Weapon was to handle the buff-type blessings and healing from the back. The cynic still found it interesting that Orange was a healer, and the delinquent had immediately gotten pressed, asking Jeon-ma what he had said, and yelling that the basics of a hero was to help others and that should be common knowledge. Then, our dude Jeon-ma was to guard the rear against any potential threats. The lazy student was absolutely grateful for the very sweet and easy job that he was getting. Meanwhile, the golden boy would lead everyone from the center. The team could not just rush in, and of course, the golden leader would join the offense if the situation called for it. Then, the crazy clown pointed out that she had been left out and she asked what she should do. The beaming golden prince beamed at her and told her something. Present day, the leader has made a decision. Rachel was called upon and the vicious blonde pulled forth of her spear. Her hand tightened on her mighty staff, and then she swung and let go, the spear firing like a lightning bolt. It shot off, creating a golden arc in the sky as it flew towards her chosen victim, and their golden eyes stared back. The spear hit dead center in the campfire, completely obliterating it. All the mermen stared shocked and confused as they wondered what on earth had just happened. They were rather slow, but they quickly gathered that they were under attack and they whipped their big bulbous eyes around to see a muscular figure with really large melons leaping right at them. The mermen were distraught as the figure was terrifying and she approached with murder in her eyes. Grinning wickedly, the blonde maniac landed in their midst and grabbed her spear, creating a remarkable arc as she spun in the cave, eliminating many mermen in one go. They were too shocked to even process their deaths as their heads went flying. Meanwhile, Jeon-ma watched her in admiration as he recalled that their brave leader had asked the blonde girl in one of their meetings if she could tear up all of their enemies. Of course, she could do that exceptionally well, and the blonde posed as she grinned back at them, replying in French that of course she could cut down anything. Then, Orange took up his recorder and began to play a note. He blew with all of his might into his glowing green recorder and his blessing immediately activated. The mermen were shocked to hear such amazing tunes firing their way. As the music attacked them from one side, blowing their minds, the hyena lady attacked from the other side, cutting them down like they were paper. As she advanced, she kept counting down her kills with mad glee in her eyes. Crazy Blonde counted 18, then 22 kills, and then 24, her joy never diminishing as she swirled and whirled. She beamed with joy, thanking Weapon for his blessing, as she had taken 25 kills down now. Everyone was amazed at her ruthlessness and skill, though the shiny leader just looked proud of her. Then, Red decided to show off as well and grabbed her own weapon. Unsheathing her mighty sword, she activated her own special blessing as pink magic danced off her weapon and body. She used the blessing of the cat. With one mighty slash, she had beheaded a whole line of mermen. She sliced 8 in one blow and boy did little Red look proud of her kill. More mermen charged at her, and she sliced the ugly creatures up in ribbons of flesh and blood. That made 10. Meanwhile, Crazy Hyena Blonde was pushing 45 while she swirled and whirled her way deeper and deeper into the cave. Now, the boys were kind of concerned as they watched the girls' progress. They were surprised that the girls were not stopping because at this rate they would go too deep into the cave. Then, Jeon-ma's eyes widened as he realized something. The two girls danced and slashed their ballet of battle as they fought in the cave, not one of them willing to slow down. Red was covered in pink while the hyena girl was encircled by golden magic, and then they both met in the middle to face a giant fish with legs, bigger than any of the other mermen. It almost looked like the girls were fighting each other at some point as they charged towards each other with the giant merman behind them. The beast roared and showed all of its dangerous and sharp teeth, and the two girls activated their powers as they landed before it. Within seconds, that giant monster of death was sliced and its body parts divorced, flying apart and filling the cave with sliced fish. Rachel grinned at Red, noting that the little assassin seemed a little faster than she had been before. Red glared back at the golden hyena and growled that she had been the one to take the big boss down. The blonde laughed and said that the little red assassin was funny as they jumped apart. Our guy was relieved that they were not trying to kill each other, but the girls stayed doing too much. Then, the shiny protagonist took down a few foes on his own, and the MC's attention switched. Leon had noted that the black-haired main character was worried about the two girls, but Jeon-ma pointed out that it seemed his concern was unnecessary. They had managed to take down all 60 mermen, and they had done it so fast. The shiny protagonist grinned and told Oreo Hair to put a bit more trust in his teammates. Since everything was settled, it was now time for them to leave and there were grunts of agreement. Decisiveness and leadership, as well as being the solid backbone of the team, made Leon an irreplaceable, an important center of the story. So, the protagonist's existence in the game seemed to be real. So, our guy once again contemplated the question that he had been asked, and he wondered if it had really been just a simple question about where he was from. Jeon-ma was so distracted that he had not seen the blue light that glinted in the cave. He stood there, knowing that he had not had to contribute much to the fight, so it was a relief when the bright light fired like a laser, coming from over our guy's shoulder and tearing into the protagonist's midsection. Everyone could only stare in shock, confusion and horror at the sudden attack when they had successfully eliminated all enemies. However, that was not exactly so, and now they all looked back to regard the lithe and beautiful enemy that had suddenly appeared. The team cried out their leader's name as he crashed to the ground, but behind them a bigger problem was brewing, and a feminine figure rose to the surface from the water. A beautiful purple demon mermaid had appeared, and she meant business. The blonde hyena panicked, shocked to see a mermaid of all things, and she asked why such a creature had appeared. They had scouted ahead and seen nothing, so the students could not imagine now where that thing could have come from. Jeon-ma was beyond horrified about the recent development, and he cursed internally, knowing that it had felt like things were going too smoothly. Given the situation, he did not know if they were to fight or run. If they were to poorly attempt to flee with the injured Leon, they might all end up wiped out. In that case, there was another option. Meanwhile, Rachel yelled at Weapon, asking him to try to contact the instructor about a mermaid showing up. However, they were not getting through as there was no connection inside the cave. The students had begun to tremble, and our guy cursed that they no longer had communication from the outside, and his teammates were panicking even more. It seemed the MC was the only one who was still clear-headed, and the blonde was surprised to hear that. Our guy immediately leapt to take charge, telling the recorder guy to pour out his blessing on Leon as soon as possible. Then, Jeon-ma called out to Chloe, snapping her out of her daze, and she stuttered out a response. He told her to get out of the cave and to alert the other cadets nearby to evacuate. She was also their escape route, so she had to go call the instructors as she was the only one who could slip away in this situation. Red was alarmed by these instructions, but he insisted that it was hard to flee with the injured protagonist, so the little assassin had to hurry before the mermen began to swarm again. She was hesitant, but she knew her given task was important, so she accepted it. The little redhead leapt away, and then Rachel returned to our guy, asking if he had a plan. Then she paused in horror and asked what he was doing. Even Orange yelled at him that he was insane. However, the crazy genius turned to the mermaid, telling the blonde hyena and the orange healer that he was leaving the small fries to them. They cursed, asking what the crazy genius was planning to do. However, the black-haired main character just closed his eyes. He had always disliked small fish because there was no skill involved in handling them. However, when it came to slicing big fish, he was exceptional at it. With joy, Guillaume pulled out his knife, for he had big fish to slice. Demons could utilize a unique power similar to humans in their blessings. Magic. The protagonist fell to just one normal attack with said power. This was the difference in strength between humans and demons. Guillaume could not say for sure that he would reign triumph, despite having the blessing of the sword god. Even in the original game, it was impossible to subdue a magic-utilizing demon without a party. The fact that he was supposed to solo a boss that usually required a full-scale raid was a terrible situation. Of course, he was going to curse when things got so bad so very fast. There was no way for him to back out of this now, and he silently considered his options. It would take around 10 minutes for Chloe to come back, and there was only one thing he could do while facing the mermaid that was smiling like he was fish food. His words and actions also gained an increased sense of authority, and restrictions would be applied to the blessing to adjust to the user's level. The blessing of the sword god was then activated, and our guy grinned as silver overtook his eyes. It had been quite a while since he had done some proper sashimi, and he was quite looking forward to it. The power as usual wished the sword god's blessing upon him. The fight had begun, with the blonde hyena charging forward and attacking the prey in front of her with a mighty fast slash. The fish with big bulbous eyes roared at her and charged. However, she stuck her spear far within its gut and through its gaping mouth, groaning all the while. The talented spear master had to fight back 3 mermen at once with her incredible strength, screaming and growling the entire time, as well as cursing as she pushed back the alarmed fish people. She yelled at them to get out of her way, sending a blast of power through them that knocked them back. Then, the blonde sighed with relief and wiped the sweat from her face. The orange-haired kid watched her from afar, considering giving Rachel a blessing boost. But healing the hero Leon was overwhelming enough, as the wound in his side was deep and bleeding. The wound was deep and it was not healing very quickly, but it was recovering regardless, and that was all that they could ask for. The orange record blower was aware that the jerk Guillaume was absurdly strong from the subspace duel that they had watched. Surely there was a limit when the first-year student was facing a giant malicious mermaid. There was no way our guy was not crazy to be able to stand before that giant fish woman and not run. Just watching them made the ginger feel as if his bones were splintering. It was much too late, but he considered trying to talk some sense into the MC and stopping him from doing something this stupid. However, as the mermaid raised her mighty webbed hand, tinged with magic, and brought it down with malicious intent, Kang Jianma's ability activated and he sliced forward with overwhelming speed. He managed to dodge her first attack, bolting right at her with his swords drawn. The mermaid seemed to be a demonoid who primarily utilized long-distance attacks with the magic of water properties. While he did not know magic, the mermaid was still just a fish that happened to have flesh and bones. So, he was going to dive in, leaping at the powerful figure with all of his full chest, and he could cut that giant fish up into pieces. His eyes were whited out with focus, and even the mermaid looked shocked when our guy leapt. The MC sliced with ferocity, slashing through the mermaid, but she somehow dissolved like water, surprising him. He was alarmed when the mermaid suddenly turned her arm into a water drill and charged forward at the orange-haired healer. The poor recorder boy was terrified and frozen in place. He could not even compute moving out of the way. The ferocious fish was elated at the fear that she found in his eyes, and she excitedly rushed at him, but she had distracted herself, and her mouth fell open in a scream of pain. Our guy had zipped over there instantaneously. He was not about to let the mermaid get away with hurting their healer, and he cut her off before she could get to Orange Boy. Guillaume skidded to a stop as he landed, turning to face his screaming opponent. The cut had been irritatingly too shallow to be good enough, and he leapt off again, this time intending to cut her like he had been trained to cut fish. The mermaid was not having it and leapt back into the water in retreat, much to our dude's hatred and disdain. She truly was a cowardly mermaid, and predicting her movements was no easy task. She was making this entire fight so hard for him. Then, he wondered if she had deliberately gone for the ones who were injured. Regardless, he had to cut her down. Suddenly, someone called to our dude, and he turned in surprise to the recorder boy, who watched him speechless. The hero was also rather speechless as he clutched his wound. The MC sort of remembered they were there, and he asked if they were doing all right. The recorder boy was nervous, but he managed to stutter out that he was fine. Satisfied with that answer, our guy leapt into the fray once more, telling the healer that he was relying on him, and calling him a hero. Weapon was in disbelief as the mermaid leapt out of the water again, and the MC relentlessly attacked her. He had been called hero by Guillaume, and the boy's eyes widened. He recalled telling the black-haired boy that being a hero was cool. It involved justice and bravery and self-sacrifice and the ability to turn despondence into hope. However, despite entering the world's best hero training school, the orange-haired boy had not seen anyone who had the things that he had mentioned. Our guy had wondered if the healer would confess his love if he found someone like that. The healer said that he had not seen anyone like that in the dragon class anyway, which was why he had joined this group with Rachel, and since he was a supporter type, the team composition worked out well. He had been sure that he could find the hero that he was looking for in Leon. Our guy could not help but smile as he looked at the shiny protagonist, thinking that the healer was right. Weapon caught the MC idolizing too and he grinned sorry to say, but Jeon-ma was far from being a hero in his eyes, although he was strong. Even if he was, the black-haired main character would refuse to be a hero anyway. The orange-haired boy said that being a hero was not some kind of object for him to refuse, and even so, he would not be giving that title to our guy anyway. Now, the recorder boy looked at Kang Jeon-ma in a different light, and Loki cursed at him. The way our dude valiantly fought the giant beast, tearing piece after piece from her in lightning-fast moves. The mermaid even sent projectile purple fish at the MC and they zoomed at the talented fighter, intending to do great harm. However, he was able to smoothly dodge the attacks, flying over the projectile purple fish, and he mumbled that this felt a bit slow. Then, he realized that the projectile fish were following. Little Miss Mermaid was playing dirty. The dirty fish laughed like an evil villain as she shot more reprehensible attacks his way. But our dude sliced an X shape on the cave wall and broke through to the other side, the fish flying through the wall as well. They shot at him as he ran, chasing him down no matter his speed, and the mermaid grinned wickedly. She used her projectile purple fish to hunt him down. She grinned wickedly and turned her head, intending to send more projectiles towards the others, and the blonde hyena screamed, knowing the evil fish was aiming for their healer. The demonoid mermaid had been aiming there from the start and she stretched out her hand as she fired a blast at them, and Weapon once more feared that his time had come. However, suddenly our guy zoomed by, slicing her arm right off as the fish still zoomed after him in pursuit. He cursed as he had once again made a shallow cut. He could not take this beast down with only small cuts and he growled to himself to get himself together. The mermaid was shocked when her arm flew clean off and then she felt a new level of rage. The magic she had intended to fire got blasted in another direction and it smashed into the cave walls, tearing a whole beacon out into the island. The mermaid was furious with rage and she whistled and clicked in annoyance. Suddenly, the three fish she had sent Jeon-ma blasted right into her and the large fish was highly alarmed and very confused. Meanwhile, some of the students around the region noticed that their instructor Kim had arrived and the purple-haired sensei turned. They had also heard a very loud sound that was like a roar as well as a bam. The birds had taken to the air in a suspicious area as well. There had also been a flash of light before the student had seen the instructor, and it had started to rain. All of these were not very good signs and the teacher got serious as she stared in the direction that the sound had come from. The teacher then smiled at the students and said that they should get to the wounded and move quickly. Seeing that it had started raining, she told the students that they had likely seen lightning and heard thunder. The students immediately accepted this excuse and happily agreed that they should return to the academy as soon as possible, with the purple-haired teacher smiling the entire time. Meanwhile, the rain fell into the hole that had been created in the cave, and the orange-haired student continued playing his tunes to heal the fallen leader. There was silence in the cave and the fishmen looked alarmed by the sudden hole in their home. They ran and retreated, much to Rachel's surprise. The rain kept flooding into the cave and the students looked around as their foes seemed vanquished. But they were not about to let down their guard. Our guy groaned mentally about failing to land a fatal blow on the creature because he had to be conscious of Leon the entire time. The mermaid had likely been crushed under the debris after the cave collapsed, and she likely was not dead. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion from the debris to quickly confirm our guy's suspicions, and he grinned in exhaustion, knowing that stupid fish would not die from rocks alone. The mermaid appeared with her melons hanging out, and she looked furious. She looked like she had unlocked new forms of rage as she charged at Jeon-ma, and he threw aside his jacket. Then, he called out to Rachel, saying that since the fishmen were basically taken care of, he was leaving Weapon and Leon in her care. The blonde agreed and the healer looked hesitant. He could not believe it. But Kang Jeon-ma was really going to keep facing the demon head-on. He had thought that the knife-slicing genius had been nothing but a madman earlier, but now, it seemed the orange-haired boy was witnessing a legend in the making. Our guy could finally focus on defeating that big fish and that big fish alone. He had only 10 seconds left and he rolled up his sleeves so that he could use his time wisely. It was now time to make up for the lost time. The big fish gritted her teeth and growled at him, and then, once again, she charged at the crazy knife-wielding genius who told her to bring it on. He closed his eyes for a second and then they snapped open as he zoomed right at her, intending to cut everything down. Faster, faster, and faster, the redhead had to run even faster through the forest. She had no intention of stopping as she raced through the forest. The little red assassin ran, her sword in hand as she slashed through the forest, knocking out every obstacle that appeared in her way. She had run so fast and so hard that it felt like her legs were screaming at her now, begging the redhead for mercy. However, even if she had to use up her blessing to run, even if she could get even a sliver of help, she needed to find any form of help for her fallen comrades. Even so, running hurts. It hurt so bad and she was not even stopping to catch her breath. However, she would not slow, her thoughts filled with Jianma. He had told her to contact the instructors while they had stayed back to fight that impossible beast. The dark-haired guy was the strongest person that he had ever met in her life. However, he always found fighting arduous, and he was the kind to avoid drawing his blade whenever possible. He would only unsheath his difficult weapon when there was no other choice. It was because of this that she ran now. She also believed that the MC had made the best decision when it came to dealing with the situation. But Chloe was still bitter about the mermaid, wishing that she had been stronger. Suddenly, she heard an explosion from the mountain where she had left her comrades, her eyes wide in shock and horror. The redhead turned in horror, wondering what the blast had been. Her lip trembled as she hoped her darling crush was still alive. She raced forward, running even harder and faster, racing through the forest like nobody's business. Her feet skidded across the floor, and she ran even faster. Chloe could not fall here, she could not stop at this limit. The girl ran faster through the rain, even as rain fell from her eyes in despair. She needed to find somebody, anybody who could help, and she cried out, screaming if anyone was there, if anyone could help. Her eyes widened when she finally sensed something. She could not feel it clearly because her senses were a mess, but she could detect mermen ahead of her. Chloe's heart was filled with rage and disgust. Mermen were the last people she wanted to see right now, and she rushed forward with the intent to eliminate them, just to run right into a magnificent sword. Her eyes widened in shock at the sword that deflected hers, and even the blue-haired person who had stopped her was shocked. The redhead was relieved. Finally, she had run into a person. She apologized and then just collapsed on the floor without passing her message. The waterfall-haired girl was surprised, and her teammates cursed when they saw that, wondering if they had been attacked in an ambush. They yelled at the redhead, asking if she was insane and that they could not just let it slide and that she tried to hurt them. However, Waterfall Hair told them to hold their charge because the redhead looked familiar. The little assassin managed to weakly crack her lips and speak, telling them about what had happened to Jianma. The mountain was still smoking in the distance, and the blue-haired girl was horrified. Later, they would wonder if there would ever be a day as astonishing as this. The ginger-haired boy stared in wonder, noting that the MC looked like a skilled swordsman, handling a live fish and flopping on a chopping board with skill. The black-haired boy went beyond just fighting the demonoid. The talented sashimi knife wielder had overwhelmed it. The ginger was certain that the scene that was unfolding in front of them now would be something that would be etched in his memory for the rest of his days. He was witnessing the birth of a true hero. It was not like Jianma was moving as quickly like he did back at the subspace duel. With his precise and fast technique, he deflected attacks and closed in. The sashimi wielder sliced through his opponent without mercy, darkness thriving within him. His technique originated from the simple act of cutting, and the dark-haired boy sliced through the fish expertly, and its outcome was literally clear-cut. That giant fish fell apart like fallen paper. The two watching could not help but stare in shell-shocked awe. Even Rachel, who was the successors of the Spear clan and grew up among the strong, had not seen anything of this caliber. The blonde was speechless. At this rate, the mermaid might just fall. Suddenly, the blonde noticed something and yelled to weapon. The ginger straightened in shock, and the girl barely managed to shove him out of the way as a huge white blast came flying their way. She yelled at the boy to get his mind out of the clouds or they were surely going to die. The ginger was a little surprised about that, and then he gaped at the gigantic crater that had been created by the blast that they had just dodged. It was insane. The boy had nearly forgotten where he was from and how surreal the sight was. The surroundings had suddenly changed, and their opponent was a demonoid who utilized magic. A blade against magic would not have been a good matchup to begin with, even if he currently had the upper hand. Eventually, Jianma would start to struggle. The ginger then worried that their opponent used magic that could not be dealt with, and even the dark-haired boy seemed to consider the possibility. However, he still stood in challenge, his knife out as he faced the opponent. The mermaid was still standing despite getting sliced up consistently. She was a huge pain, and she thought the same of her opponents. The angry purple fish then attacked them with the needle squall and roared at them. Her attack came flashing at them, along with her slimy bouncing melons as she aimed again to kill. There was a flash of purple in the rain as she faced the MC who stood in her path. Suddenly, there came the collective sound of snapping. The mermaid waved her hand in Jianma's direction, her teeth gritted with malice, and purple slashes flew right at the young lad as he stood facing the approaching strikes. The young student leapt and raced, moving faster than the incoming attack. The slashes all crashed into the mountainside, narrowly missing him. The sashimi knife that Jianma held smoke from the attack, a serious frown on his face as he noticed this. The fighter kicked and slashed his attack right back at the creature, slicing through her. The mermaid's eyes widened in shock as Jianma became larger than life, his look almost demonic as he launched his attack at the quivering fish. The mermaid screamed in alarm and rage, her scream of pain echoing through the mountain cave as yet another slash sliced through her. Suddenly, the boy with Oreo-colored hair had his eyes widened, because suddenly appeared the most rolling, confused pile of mermen coming towards him. The mermaid growled wickedly and then suddenly powered up by tossing something glowing and purple down her gullet. Then, her neck powered up with glowing light like a toad cannon was bubbling in her chest. Then, her jaw unhinged and her mouth became a gaping chasm of purple power, fired directly at the main character. Weapon yelled for him to get out of the way, but the young lad knew that he could not avoid the blast on time. Staring at the blast coming right at him, the scene went white and it felt like he was transported to another world. In that world, the main character stood in a calm sea. He stood confused in the silence, staring out into the open and still world of white and blue. His feet were deep inside the water, but the MC was speechless, and he knew not where he was. He caught the water in his hands, staring in confusion when something caught his attention. There was suddenly a flash of pink, like the mermaid's blast was cutting through his very slowly, slicing through the perfect piece of white and blue. Ma's eyes widened and he stared out at the horizon, and a voice spoke, telling him to slice. The boy replied that he did it, he had sliced. Little sparks of red flickered within the darkness, and he reached for a sashimi knife, grabbing it tight in his hand. Then, the young lad sliced. The mermaid's shot seemed to slice through the young lad, the rain still pouring heavily in the gaping cave without a roof. The main character could slice, and he did, severing the creature's head right from its body. The magic had been severed right at its core and the mermaid's head fell. Blood stained the floor before Ma's feet and the mermaid's body lay fallen, drenched and dried up like a fish out of water. The young student stood over the creature's corpse like a dark executioner with his knife in hand. Silently, he regarded his fallen foe as the rain continued to pour. The mermaid struggled to speak, gurgling and glubbing as she did. The other two students immediately tensed, worried that she would launch yet another attack at them. However, suddenly there was spinning and the mermaid's body rolled on the sand, completely dead and defeated. The dried fish's severed upper half rolled, and Weapon's eyes widened as he realized that his newly beloved hero had won the battle. A freshman sashimi knife wielder had defeated a demonoid overpowered creature by himself. The others could not help but feel a little intimidated as they stared at the student's back in awe. Suddenly, there was a splash of blood and the young lad fell to his knees, his hand clutching his chest. The blonde hyena immediately recognized something was going on and she ran immediately to Ma. The ginger was relieved that Leon was fine, and then he paused in alarm. This was because the orange-haired boy had noticed that the merman who had run away may have happened to return once more. The lad turned on the alarm but was relieved to see an approaching blue-haired figure. He sighed in relief that it was about time, and before him was Waterfall Hair and her team, one of them carrying the slumped body of the redhead girl. The students were shocked and alarmed to see the diced-up fish body before them and the remnant of the team in chaos, with the blonde still struggling to leave Ma. They wondered if they were really looking at the decimated body of a mermaid and why a mermaid was there. Everything had been destroyed to bits, and the blonde hyena pulled the Oreo-haired boy close to her chest as she called out to him desperately. The waterfall-haired girl could not believe the blonde was sticking to the young lad like that. Then, the girl to the group leader who was the blonde, now standing to his feet. Leon laughed nervously and the blue-haired girl assessed that most of the team members looked like they had one foot in the grave, yet the team leader was pristine and spotless. The blonde boy had an absurd amount of luck. The genius swordsman informed the blonde leader that she had made contact with the academy, and the instructors would be with them in an hour at the earliest. Then, the young girl asked just what had happened there. The ginger was speechless at first and then he cursed at their good-for-nothing teachers who were supposed to have explored the darn island beforehand. The genius swords lady already knew the rules and she demanded that they properly explain just what had happened there. Weapon did not take kindly to her words and he asked if the swords lady really had the audacity to be ordering him around right now. Of course, their blue-haired savior snapped and asked why the ginger always had to perceive things so weirdly. This was a request, just a request, not an order, and she wanted answers. Well, it was not like he would believe what he had to say anyway, but he would answer since she had only just asked. The orange-haired boy grinned as he prepared to explain things since that was his speciality anyway. So, they did explain it and the blue-haired swords lady put all the information that she had heard together. Apparently, a mermaid had appeared out of nowhere during their mission and the dark-haired boy who was now unconscious had defeated it alone. The ginger groaned and said that was exactly what had happened, and he wondered what else she was expecting from his explanation. The blue-haired girl was speechless. A freshman of the academy had killed a demonoid who had appeared out of nowhere on his own. That was a very rare story and was barely believable. The tales that her grandfather had told her when she was younger were even more realistic than that story. However, as ridiculous as that story was, it seemed to actually be the truth. She could not imagine why the survivors of such a terrifying encounter would lie about something like that, giving all of the praise to Ma of all people. It really did sound like a story that came out of a legend. As the descendant of the acclaimed hero, Baylor Joquin, and his disciple, Aaron Niblung, those radiant roots had let her attribute herself to a special class since birth. In other words, she was of a bloodline of masterpieces. Regardless, she had put incredible effort into not being overshadowed by the impressive roots of her impressive family tree, and the young girl had worked hard. That was how she had her talents flourish and how she had gotten this far. However, the young lady now stared ahead as she considered Kang Ma. It was ridiculous how large of a gap there was between their skills and she had mixed feelings of fear, dread, and admiration. Perhaps she had just been an ordinary person all along when faced with such a brilliant level of talent. She asked her teammate to use her healing blessing on him, and the healer girl immediately agreed to it. A green light enveloped the slumped unconscious boy. Although he was tatted and at death's door, Kang Jeong-ma, who was the same age as she was, fought a demonoid alone and emerged victorious. The waterfall-haired girl then stared at the unconscious boy with the slightest looks of contempt etched on her face as she regarded him. The ginger called to her and asked if she really had contacted the academy earlier, and the blue-haired girl confessed that she had. For now, the orange-haired boy thought that it would be better not to tell the instructors what happened in detail after all. The genius swords lady was surprised to hear this and asked why, to which the ginger replied that the teachers had supposedly scouted the island before the mission they had been sent to. If that was the case, as the blue-haired girl agreed that it was, then the ginger had to admit that it was strange. Even though Scopuli Island was large, a demonoid popping out of a cave that could easily be noticed by cadets, such a thing did not add up with the search that should have been done earlier. Even the waterfall-haired girl fell silent as she realized that this was true. It was just a guess, but it made the air heavy and dark with speculation. The blonde boy, Leon, then asked the ginger-called weapon if he thought that there was someone from the demon faction within the academy who would make such a thing happen. There was silence at such a blatant accusation, and then the ginger hurried to say that was not what he meant. However, they could also not rule out that possibility. It was a really chilling speculation, and it was undeniable that this cave was not easy for cadets to miss. Just as Speedweapon had said, if it were not for Kang Jeong-ma, Leon's group would have been long torn to shreds by the demonoid. They wondered how such a mistake could have been made by their professors. There definitely were conflicts both large and small in the 7-year truce, but never once did the demons dare to touch the cadets of the Jokwon Academy. There was also a clause in the truce stating that such an act could be a justification for war. The talented swordswoman's eyes widened in horror as she realized something horrible. Her dark thoughts were dispelled by a gentle touch on her shoulder, and the ginger said that he knew what she was thinking of, but he gently told her that she was blowing things out of proportion. Of course, it was not a bad thing to be wary of the possibility of a spy within the academy, but it was far too soon to jump to conclusions about things like that. They were not silly conspiracy theorists after all. Leon then pointed out the importance of their stories matching up when the teachers came around. If there was really a spy in the academy, then Jeong-ma would definitely become a target once they heard that he defeated a demonoid alone. This was true, and though the ginger did not think it was right to keep this under wraps, considering how much the boy did for them, they had to protect him. If that was how they felt, Abel then suggested that they could all just talk to her grandfather about this first. They were surprised that she had suggested the Sword Emperor, and so some time passed. That evening, all of the students had returned to the academy. A curtain fluttered in the wind at the window of Jeong-ma's hospital bed. The poor main character had only just awoken to the sound of the carefree laughter of students. The young lad wondered if he was in a hospital now, and he stared at his hand as if trying to figure out if he had truly survived that encounter. He was truly alive after all, despite the mermaid's best efforts. The wicked creature of purple light had shot something out right before it had died, a magic sphere aimed straight at him. It was not an attack that he could dodge, yet he had been able to see it. Without thinking, the genius with the sashimi knife had been able to cut through it like a like, and the magic was severed into 2 halves before bursting. It had definitely been water. The magic had been water. However, the boy struggled to figure out what that sensation had been. After he had activated the sword god's blessings, he had felt things that he could not possibly describe. Then, Jeong-ma recalled his blessing that had used to feel more like a curse. Just then, his status window popped up and he had leveled up a bit on certain strengths. His mental fortitude, for instance, had increased by 1. He did not get scared when facing the mermaid, so he guessed that was the reason why, and the effects were nice. Finally, the young black-haired boy reached out and noted that the assimilation rate of his power had gone up to 7.2%. He began to wonder if this had unlocked when he drew his knife while fighting the monster. The line on the mermaid's magic had been sliced too, and he wondered if that contributed, oblivious to the bespectacled figure that had opened the door to his hospital room. It popped in the clingy head, who grabbed him in a happy hug, crying out in relief. She said that she had been worried that something horrible happened, and she wailed, swearing that she was going to pop every single one of the useless instructors who had supposedly explored the area. She was so relieved that he was unhurt. The boy begged for the director to let up, and she sulked that she was happy to see him awake. She had nearly forgotten that she brought something with her, and she quickly searched around in her purse for the item, sure that she had put it near the opening. The black-haired boy wondered if it was a dimensional pocket, and then the director crowed with success as she had found what she had been looking for. She pulled it out with joy, saying that the young lad had earned the midterm reward, the Murasame blade. Jeong-ma stared at the blade in awe. It was a B-rank sword, a Japanese sword that meant rain shower, and it was said to possess an edge that glistened like dew. It was a level 25 sword with a really high attack level. The director really hoped that the young lad liked it. Then she apologized for giving this sword to him in a place like this, as he should have gotten it officially. The boy was just happy to get the sword, and then the principal detected someone sneaking around at the back. She yelled at the old geezer, asking what he was suddenly being so shy for, and the young lad looked up in surprise as she yelled for the old man to come in. The old man stepped in, scolding Medea for calling him an old geezer even though he had asked her not to do that. He cleared his throat, and the director scoffed that he would not let her act like a young girl. It was a strange sense of deja vu for Jeonma, as the last time he had used his powers excessively, those two had also been there. Once again, the director of the academy and the Sword Emperor were at his hospital bed, and he asked what had brought them there. The director explained that she had heard everything from his teammates and that on behalf of the Jokwon Academy, she would like to apologize from the bottom of her heart. The beautiful lady bowed in apology, and even the old man lowered his head a little in shame, much to the young lad's alarm. The academy was to blame for everything that had happened during the midterms. Because of that, he and his teammates, no, everyone who was there, had nearly lost their lives. The Oreo-haired boy was shocked to hear as the director, Media Poison, swore on her honor as the director of Jokwon Academy to uncover the truth behind this incident. The old man acknowledged that the young lad had saved the cadets, and for a moment the boy was speechless. Then, he just mumbled that he had only done what he could. The director was amused and said that while his actions were nothing short of remarkable, they needed to keep the incident under wraps until they had found out the full truth. She was ashamed to say this as the director of the academy, but the mastermind behind this event was within the academy. She was really sorry to Jeonma, and she knew that doing this would not be enough, but the young boy smiled and said that he understood perfectly. The director smiled in amazement, saying that the young lad should act like a kid sometimes and throw a tantrum or two as he had earned. The boy sometimes acted like an old man trapped in a teenager's body, which was not far from the truth. Later, the old man and the director left the room, leaving the young talented genius alone. The two walked in silence with a grim look on their faces as they considered the implications behind the recent attack. The director was the first to stop. She called her senior, calling him Sieg, and asked if he could remember the day that they had met for the first time after enrolling in the academy. Back then, the old man had been lying on a bench in the field, and she had told him to shove it. In response, the old man had drawn his sword without a word. What was it that he had said? Something along the lines of telling her not to order him around, with typical 8th-grader syndrome. The old man mumbled that he did not remember such an embarrassing memory. The lady smiled in amusement with the slightest of sadness coloring her eyes. It felt as if that encounter had happened just yesterday, yet she had already spent 60 years at the academy. Goodness, she really had lived long. Yet, it was laughable how she had not even filled a tenth of the Jokwon Academy's history. Back when they had enrolled, this place, the academy, was already ancient and filled to the brim with history. While there had been big and small incidents, the academy nurtured and protected its cadets for 700 years. Yet, Media colored green with rage, her hair dancing in her aura, and the glass of the window before them shattered. A protective shield protected them from the raining shards as she closed her eyes in concentration. However, the director still could barely hold back her anger, triggered by what had occurred to the students under their protection. Before the midterms had started, she had received reports that they had completed multiple preliminary surveys of the island. Even if it was rare, the Scopuli Island was known as a ground for mermaid sightings, so she had taken every precaution when it came to ensuring the students' safety. However, things had still ended up like this. Noticing her turmoil, the old man reached out and gently touched her shoulder as he called to her. The director smiled, apologizing for getting lost in thought, and the old man stared, knowing that her smile was fake. Then, the director switched personalities and cooed, saying that the young dark-haired student was so amazing though. He had taken down that mermaid all by himself, and she was very impressed by that, while the old man cursed and called her a dang old lady. The director cooed and asked the man what he thought of the young student, and the old man was speechless. In truth, the boy was a natural-born talent. They had seen countless names hailed as the chosen ones of their era, only for them to lose their light like a meteor, a temporary brilliance. In families of heroes desperate for glory and honor, the word genius was often recklessly thrown around when a child showed the slightest bit of aberrance or promise. It was a word that he had forbidden the use of, even for his precious granddaughter Abel. However, if it was the boy with a talent so unfathomable that he had decimated a mermaid solo, then the word genius could only apply to that boy. If Jeonma eventually accumulated experience, the old man could not help but wonder just how far he would go. If it was Kang Jeonma, the old man wondered if he could reach the place that he had dreamed of. The old man began to walk ahead, much to the director's surprise, but he just told her to stay put at the academy for now. The director smiled at his encouragement, and she agreed but reminded him that he was going to help her clean stuff up. He mumbled that he did not recall such things, and she rudely asked if he had suddenly gone senile. However, he insisted that he did not remember. Meanwhile, back in Wolf class, Jeonma went over all that he knew so far. The fact that he had severed the demonoid's head back on Scopuli Island seemed to have been kept under wraps, as per the headmaster's instructions. It was a bit awkward to say this, but it might be that his classmates were so carefree because he had stopped the mermaid. After his discharge, the first thing he had done was visit the school's forge to reshape and enhance Murasame. In truth, the sacred sword was just a metal rod to him, considering the sword god's blessing, so the reforging was necessary. The young student had asked for an enhancement of his weapon, and his request was confirmed, since he had come during the 700th anniversary event. The blacksmith would not even charge him, and he asked the boy to return in a week. The blacksmith Volander was brimming with enthusiasm, and the student had gotten lucky. He thanked the smith, and now he could only hope for a successful enhancement. Suddenly, someone called to him, and he turned in surprise to see his obvious #1 fan. Chloe was elated to see that he had been discharged and she happily asked how he was feeling now. She hopped over with a crutch and he asked her how she was doing. The redhead laughed and showed her broken leg, explaining that things had ended up like this, and thanks to the emergency treatment from Speedweapon. Though she could not really remember his name, the doctors said that she would be able to walk without crutches in a week. That was news worth celebrating and the little assassin was pleased. She was also an auditor after all, so of course her body was built different. Then, she giggled and apologized for getting a little too excited. And the dark-haired boy was also glad to see that she was doing better. Even if it was true that he alone had taken down the mermaid, it had not been through his efforts alone. The boy asked if there had been anything unusual and the assassin confessed to having heard that the director and the elders were at odds. Everyone had done their part in getting them out of that sticky situation. Chloe's rescue call, Rachel's merman clearing, and Speed's healing and blessing had helped tremendously during the fight. They could not say that Leon had contributed much as he had successfully gotten incapacitated before the fight had even begun. He had barely commanded or directed the way the fight would go either. Now, Jeon-ma was concerned and wondered how the blonde was even going to defeat the Demon King with that kind of attitude, as being that useless in a serious battle was a one-way ticket to the netherworld. He then wondered if the blonde had been so useless since he had gotten injured first. Suddenly, someone appeared at the door of class and yelled at everyone to stop what they were doing. Their wolf class teacher was back and he yelled for everyone to be quiet and to sit down. There were a few very important announcements to be made before the training assembly. This might be sudden, but for the time being in their class, there would be someone co-instructing with him. He cleared his throat and then prepared to introduce them. The students were surprised to get a co-instructor out of the blue, and some of them even found the situation rather annoying. In walked the Sword Emperor himself in all of his white and pristine glory. The room was shocked to see him stride in, with a serious expression on his face. The students were alarmed, wondering why the Sword Emperor had come to their class, and they thought that the whole situation was so cool. Then, the man with golden eyes then looked up and the black-haired boy was stunned, wondering just why the old geezer was there. Later that night, inside of a room with a square window, a grown man was getting knocked around. The man begged, saying that he was sorry when a small hand grabbed the chin of the bleeding man. The lady with white hair then punched the man again, sending him flying. The man begged the instructor Kim that he was really sorry. However, the white-haired instructor covered in purple huffed at the elder. She huffed with eyes glowing purple, saying that the 5th Corps commander was enraged. 2 fingers pulled forth a curved green and red item. It was one of the teachers in the academy and she raised the curved item to her lips, saying that her subordinate should have cooperated when they had the chance. They really had a knack for annoying people, and when the man tried to beg, he was beaten harshly. The teacher then bent and asked the man if he could repeat himself again, as she found him very annoying. The man coughed and spat blood and the pink-haired lady sighed. She nibbled on her little treat, mumbling to herself and asking if it had really been that difficult to bring Leon back half dead. Even if he was a hero candidate, they still could not get it done despite taking a mermaid along with them. The mermaid had indeed been targeting the blonde hero after all, and the pink-haired lady was pissed. Thanks to her henchman messing up the job, the blonde was now comfortable at the academy. The man once again tried to apologize but ended up spitting up even more blood. The pink-haired lady snorted and kicked the poor man again, saying that he clearly did not take her seriously. The man cursed and swore, his hand to his face as he cursed and hated. He thought that the mere instructor had a lot of nerve to treat him this way and walk all over his face. The instructor was greatly disgusted and complained about the dude getting blood on her shoes. She sighed that the whole situation was ridiculous and frankly, it annoyed her. She could not believe that a mermaid of all things had gotten taken down by a bunch of first-year students. The situation was completely unbelievable. Then again, looking at the new students this year, the instructor would not be surprised if they could indeed do anything. The messed up man tried to speak, saying that apparently, the whole beatdown had been done by just one cadet, which made the instructor pause. The pink-haired lady of course suspected Leon. However, the man coughed and said it was not the blonde at all. She could not stand the suspense, so she demanded that her subordinate just spit out his suspicions. The man confessed that the person who took down the mermaid was actually the year's top student, Kang Jeong-ma. The pink-haired lady was surprised to hear that the special admission student had somehow beaten a whole mermaid. She did not even look like she believed it. However, if that was the situation, then she was powered up. The evil instructor licked her lips, saying that she found the situation quite exciting. Meanwhile, back at the school, most of the students were living normal lives and doing their counting as usual. It was of course the daily run of the low-ranked students, and they chased after their brutish instructor who yelled that he could not hear their counting. They yelled even louder as they ran after him, shouting out their numbers louder and louder. As the students trained, a lone figure sat and watched with a crutch by their side. It was the redhead who sat with a happy smile as she waved at all her suffering classmates. Jeong-ma could not help but look at the girl in jealousy as he would give an arm and a leg to skip physical training class. It was so brutal. The teacher happened to catch him slacking off and yelled at him to go faster and that he was too slow, so the boy panicked and picked up the pace. It was not only their guerrilla instructor with them but the famous sword master as well, and he asked if the poor boy was still hurt from the incident in the midterms. The boy yelled that he was not hurt, and he wondered why the heck someone this important was running along beside him. The Sword Emperor, Siegfried von Nibelung, was a descendant of the first Sword Saint, the right hand of Balor, Joquin, and the Sword Saint, Aaron Nibelung. Siegfried was the man who would later inherit the title of the Sword Saint, a title that was as unique to him as his own name. The Sword Saint would become one of the greatest forces of humanity, and not only that, but during the Second Demon War, he would also become Leon's swordsmanship master. The old man was a character whose importance rapidly increases in the later half of the story. So, the poor background character could not understand why someone that important was now keeping tabs on him when his only desire was to stay in the shadows and out of the plot. He wished the old man would just go back to watching over Leon. The main story, which was gradually going off track, was now completely falling apart. As the Oreo-haired boy thought about it, he realized that the blonde never actually ended up receiving the Sword Saint title. It was a pretty big issue back then. Well, since the hero of the story could not inherit the title anyway, the MC figured that maybe it did not matter in the long run if the story did go a little off track. Barely a minute went by before he took back his words and immediately decided that being hounded by the Sword Emperor was still way too uncomfortable. Glancing at the Sword Emperor, an old man who was running beside them and still making them eat dust, the main character then realized that the old man's form was actually poster-worthy. The man looked so good that his other classmates were impressed too. It was as if they were running together with the man matching his pace. The old man told the young lad that the foundation of any warrior came from physical strength and endurance. No matter how outstanding a talent may be, it was useless if the body could not support it. Conditioning was the foundation which enabled further growth. The old man yelled for the young lad to not cut corners and to keep up. The boy agreed and raced after the old man as fast as he could. And the old man yelled that he could not hear the boy's response. The boy yelled that he definitely understood. The old man was thrilled and smiled, happy with the boy's response. Then, he somehow raced ahead even more and demanded that the young lad keep up with him. There was no way for Kangen to possibly accomplish that. The boy was barely keeping up with his classmates that had started to give him a considerable gap as they ran. Jianma was so confused and wondered if the old man was somehow aging backwards because he had so much strength. From now on, unless it was for field training, the use of personal weapons was strictly prohibited. Suddenly, a sack was shaken out and a bunch of rusty dusty weapons got shaken out of it. Instead of personal weapons, the students were then asked to pick up one of the weapons in front of them and to master it. The young prodigy was surprised to see that even a sashimi knife had been included in the weapons that the old man had pulled forth. The other students thought that this was rather out of the blue, and one of the students wondered if his weapon was a family heirloom. Then, a student had a question for the Sword Emperor and the man was interested in hearing it. The boy asked if, in the long term, he believed that it would be best to get used to the weapons passed down from their families, and he wanted to know why that was being prohibited. The old man said that it was a good question. It was because the basics were more important than everything else. The more the students relied on high-grade weapons, the more likely they were going to neglect their training. It was easy to mistake the power of a weapon for one's own strength, and that would eventually lead to the very weak user of a very powerful weapon. In that case, it was actually even more important to learn how to use them and make up for any shortcomings. One of the guys grunted that the boy who kept raising his hand was just making a fuss to get attention. However, the old man said that no matter how well armed they were, if their skills were lacking then their weapon would end up being a pearl necklace on a pig's neck. Also, the old man glared with a serious gleam in his eyes as he added that a true master would never blame his equipment. And that was the end of the story. Everyone was very moved by that intense answer and our guy recognized those words as the saying of his first teacher. The Oreo-haired kid nodded with respect at the Sword Emperor's words, saying that it was 100% true. So, the man slammed the end of his cane on the ground and said that once they had mastered the basics, they would naturally become comfortable with any weapon. That being said, cadets who could handle ordinary weapons skillfully also had a high possibility of receiving a higher score in the class promotion evaluation at the end of the year. This really excited the other students and they rushed forward, eager to claim a weapon and begin their training immediately. Even Jianma was kind of impressed at how the old man had a really powerful way with words. All of the students had become very inspired. The boy had already thought of the old man as just Media's punching bag, which was kind of mean. Then, the young lad noticed the knife on the floor. He had known that this would happen and he was a little nervous. The boy decided that he would just grab what he needed, and the old man focused on him at once. It was just as the talented youth had expected of the old geezer. Today, all the students were expected to get accustomed to their new weapons, and then they would implement pairing training between cadets which would involve one-on-one matches. The students were surprised that they would be engaging in such matches without the subspace, and they worried that they would surely get hurt. The old man reminded the cowards that they had enrolled into the academy to grow into warriors worthy of carrying on the legacy of the ancestral hero. A warrior could only truly grow through combat while facing the risk of being defeated. However, if the students pointed their weapons at each other without thinking, then they could easily end up killing each other without even meaning to. So, before pairing, the Sword Emperor planned to personally give them a demonstration of proper sparring. The students were excited that they would get the opportunity to see the Sword Emperor's sword skills live and direct. Another student was excited because they had only watched the display on internet videos. Their brutish teacher then reminded them that he was still there and he told them to be quiet, and there was to be no talking during lessons. Li Wenbin was an educator at the world's top academy for magical students, and in his entire career, his whole life, this had to be the biggest and worst crisis he had ever faced. Even if it was just a demonstration, the poor instructor was somehow expected to face off against the Sword Emperor. Internally, the poor instructor apologized to his mother as it seemed like this was the end of the road for him. The teacher tried to speak up to the Sword Emperor, but a hand raised to stop him. It turned out that the famous Siegfried had his eyes turned to another and he called to a cadet. The Sword Emperor called on Cadet Kang Jeong-ma, who looked horrified that he had been called at all. The poor student was then asked to come forward while the old man looked at him with a glare of intensity. The cadet Kang Jeong-ma found himself suddenly called forward by the Sword Emperor, and the talented old man drew his weapon. The other students were alarmed and shocked, thinking that the piece of junk sword wielded by the mighty Sword Emperor did look significantly sharp and intimidating. More importantly, they were about to be witnesses of a demonstration from the Sword Emperor himself. Then again, the other students also wondered why the Sword Emperor was challenging a noob. He even called the boy personally by his name and everything. They did not think their classmate was all that, and the classmate in question could hear all of the jerky things they were saying. It was not like Oreo Hair wanted to be in that position either, but the old man did not care and just asked the boy if his bones were healed, as he planned on re-breaking them. The boy admitted that his bones were indeed healed, and that he was fine. That was exactly what the old man wanted to hear because he immediately got fired up. If that was the case, then he demanded that the young student immediately pick up his sword. Even though this was supposed to be a sparring match, the MC felt that situation was just too much. His condition was perfect after a long rest, but there was no reason a student should be fighting the Sword Emperor Siegfried as his opponent. Our guy was sure that if he crossed swords with the old man, it was clear that it would not end easily, and he was kind of nervous about that. At least one of them would lose a hand, and if they were extra unlucky, a head would roll. The boy wondered if it was because of the divine power, and victory was spelt shakily in the waters of his mind. Even if he did not want to, his instincts were craving for a fight. However, this situation was far too different from the usual. If he thought about the consequences of this matter, the boy openly admitted that he was nothing compared to the skills and experience of the Sword Emperor. The young man asked for the old man to please lower his sword. The other students behind him snickered and laughed, saying that of course, he would say that. They knew that their classmate would get beaten like a dog, and they mocked him openly as the boy silently hung his head. However, Jeong-ma's eyes told a different story, and they shone with a sharp challenge. The old man was not moved by the young student's pleas, and instead seemed enraged by his behavior, asking if the boy had no pride as a swordsman. The old man glared and asked how long the boy thought he could live while hiding his power, and he demanded what was the use of the extraordinary talent that the boy had been given if he chose to remain a coward for the rest of his life. His words really stung, and they resonated in the young boy as he considered the word pride. It was the word that he had engraved in his heart ever since he had claimed the title of the greatest swordsman in the country in his past life. Those two characters that spelt out the word pride were the reason that the boy had never put down his sword and had spent most of his past life cutting fish as he had been shown to do. The provocation from the Sword Emperor was trying to test him, and even the instructor Li looked concerned. The elite students were also watching. If Kang Jeong-ma were to fall for that provocation in this situation, then he would definitely regret it for a long time. The boy was sure of that. However, his grip still tightened on the knife he held. The instructor rushed forward, wanting to help the student out, but the old man raised his hand to stop the instructor Li. The Sword Emperor could already tell that the young boy had already made up his mind. Cadet Jeong-ma. Everyone watched with bated breath as the boy's name was called once again, and the MC got a serious expression on his face as he finally decided to learn from the Sword Emperor. The main character raised his sashimi knife with the intention to do battle, and the blessing of the sword god manifested over him. There was darkness, the air tense as the two swordsmen stood before each other, the atmosphere thick with the scent of challenge. The two stood face to face, sword raised and sashimi knife poised at the ready as both men sized up the opponents that stood before them. On one side stood Jeong-ma, a stripe of white in his dark mop of hair as he faced his opponent with a serious expression on his face. The old man thought that it was as expected, and his own sword was raised to meet the challenge. The man's golden eyes gleamed as he assessed his opponent. Even though he was 70 years old, the Sword Emperor could still remember a moment that vividly came to mind: the enlightenment that he had gained through the sword. Back then, the Sword Emperor had not been mature yet. He had met a one-armed wandering knight. The knight had gripped the smaller boy's hands in his one giant grip. That wandering swordsman, the knight, had then shown the young boy the power that could be wielded when one swung a sword with the grace and the might of a warrior. That knight back then had undoubtedly been at the level of that realm, and the young boy had watched the knight in awe. The boy that he had been keeping an eye on since the allocation test, Kang Jeong-ma, now stood before him. The old man was sure that if it was that boy, then likely the young sashimi knife warrior would be the clue that would lead the Sword Emperor to that realm. Excited, determined and ready, the old man raised his mighty sword and prepared to strike. In a flash, the Oreo-haired student moved, almost faster than the old man could detect, cutting with intensity and speed. The old man's gaze remained steady and his golden eyes shone. He swung his sword as fast as the boy was moving and the youth only managed to dodge the next slice. The old man then turned with alarm, but was also very impressed that the boy was dodging his strikes. Meanwhile, the dark-haired boy was already spinning back and ready to throw in the next combo of attacks. The main character flew at the Sword Emperor, who watched him approach with something akin to a gleam shining in the old man's eyes. Their dance was a dangerous and wild mix of sharpened metal sliding against each other as they were narrowly escaping each attack. The old man was impressed at the boy's boldness to charge head-on without even attempting to avoid his next attack. It was a peculiar sword path, and the Sword Emperor thought it was much like that of a swallow in flight. The dance continued, flashes of blue and green clashing against each other as they both spun and bobbed and weaved, facing each other head-on as the sparring match continued. They were almost evenly matched, which was a feat to accomplish on its own, and the match went on, both fighting and working hard to match the other's hot and spicy pace. The old man was impressed by the young lad's physical abilities, noting that even those had improved compared to the past. The youth could somehow push him back so effortlessly, it was amazing. However, the Sword Emperor's gleaming and bright sword was raised high with the intent to strike, and it was not the kind of firepower to be taken lightly. The Sword Emperor swung his sword, a bright burst of light emanating from that powerful swing. It was so sharp and swift that it would have surely blinded a weaker opponent, and Jeonma felt the swing coming from a mile away. It was an earth-shattering and powerful strike. Meanwhile, the other students watched the fight intensely, studying the battle that happened before them, and one of them could not help but remark internally that he did not understand. The student sulked, thinking that the MC had just gotten lucky with the matchup during the last subspace sparring. The boy was just from an ordinary class, at best. The weak student was the only decent cadet among the special students. However, it was not supposed to matter that he was decent, since the sulking student expected all special students to be weak. So, the student could not understand why the great and famous Sword Emperor cared so much about that one special student. The student watched and scowled, and before the fight began, he hoped that the Sword Emperor would give the Oreo-haired student a proper lesson so that they could see the weak student cry like a baby. Then the students watched as the fight began, and for a moment they were all speechless. The sulking student was confused the longer he stared at them, and the more he stared, the more he thought that both opponents were just standing still, neither of them moving to attack, and he wondered why this was. Meanwhile, Instructor Lee could see everything, and he watched in shock, knowing that the two opponents were in fact not standing still at all. The instructor had doubted the Sword Emperor's words at first, but he was genuinely shocked to see that Kang Jeonma was truly exceeding expectations, as they had not expected the young boy to be at such a high level. The instructor had earlier expressed his worry to the Sword Emperor, saying that the headmaster would not like the idea of the old man sparring students, plus the cadets around him could be affected too. However, the old man had just responded, asking the instructor if he really thought that the man would actually cross a real sword with the young boy. The old man assured the teacher, saying that if his thoughts were correct, then Kang Jeonma would be able to step into that place and face him man to man. The instructor was surprised to hear this and asked if the old man truly meant the mental realm. It was supposed to be a huge feat for any student to possibly grow enough to reach such a state, especially a first year. Yet, the young boy had actually managed to enter that place and even withstand the strikes that the old man threw at him. The Sword Emperor himself could not help but be astonished at the talent and skill displayed by the youth he challenged. A duel in the mental realm was an intense battle of wits, and one could tell just by crossing swords. The young boy with the dark hair, even in this short time, he was growing, and he was growing strong. The lazy student held his sashimi knife high, with no hesitation in each mental step he took. The boy's posture was strong and his stance flooded with determination. The old man could not help the happy gleam in his eyes and the smirk on his lips as he regarded the boy's impressive form. If that was the case, then the old man raised his weapon, and it was charged with power, bright and intense. The sword that he held would have to rise to meet the young boy's challenge, and it sparked to life with light and energy. The Sword Emperor asked the young boy to take this, and he sent a huge energy wave right at the young boy, and the students felt the charge even from where they stayed, watching in awe. The instructor was alarmed and knew that the blue light was aura. The students stared in shock, and the instructor worried if the two had broken through the mental realm and returned to reality. The old man grinned with his eyes gleaming in glee, and the young boy faced him and challenged with a dark determination in his eyes. This was nothing like what the Sword Emperor had said it would be, and the instructor wished they would stop as soon as possible. The instructor Lee had to stop this before it continued and escalated into something wild, or they would end up seeing bloodshed on the school grounds. There were sparks as both fighters took off and leapt at each other, and the teacher yelled out to the Sword Emperor, begging him to stop. However, someone suddenly showed up and she yelled that the Sword Emperor was crazy. It was the director, and she had popped out of nowhere with a sharp burst of energy, snapping the two fighters out of their intense challenge, and the lady screamed in rage, asking what the crazy old man was doing to his student, and then asking if he had lost his mind. The talented Sword Emperor could not help but apologize to the school director, who was fuming by the way. She growled and asked what he was saying, so the Sword Emperor quickly corrected himself. He admitted that apologizing was not right, which further stupefied the irritated director. She glared at him, her eyes blazing red with much annoyance and disappointment at his shameless, reckless behavior with a student. Grabbing him by the collar, she yelled and asked if the old man was in his right mind at all. If he was senile, then it was best for everyone if he just stayed home and rotted. The talented director had worked so very hard to get the old man a spot, and then he pulled a very dangerous stunt with a student. At this point, she was convinced that he was out of his mind. She also asked if he wanted to die. The students had whispered and murmured when the director had shown up to stop the fight, and she was hesitant about causing a scene. The old man admitted that he had not intended to do anything dangerous, and she cursed in frustration at the situation they had found themselves in. Meanwhile, the old man glanced back at the young main character who was busy sheathing his sashimi knife. The Sword Emperor had actually gone a little further than he had expected to, and he had ended up losing self-control. Without noticing, he had ended up exerting his aura to the fullest in a battle against a student of all things. The director was still yelling out rude insults and asked the talented old man if he was deaf. He groaned and called her by name. Then, he turned to Medea and sincerely apologized for stressing her out so much. The director had not expected that, and she was truly surprised by the apology. In over 50 years, the beautiful lady had never heard an apology fall from the old man's lips, and he said it that day once but twice. It was unnerving. So, the director then asked why the Sword Emperor had engaged in something so foolish earlier that day. He had unleashed the Sword Spirit's blessing on a student, and if it were not for her, something terrible would have surely happened. The old man sighed and admitted that if he had not unleashed the blessing, then he would not have been able to gain the upper hand in the fight. This information shocked the director, and she gaped, unable to believe what she had just heard. Her old friend Siegfried had so much pride, and yet he had so easily admitted to near defeat in a battle against a student of all things. She knew well about the innate talent of Kang Jeong-ma, but she also knew better than anyone just how strong the Sword Emperor truly was. Someone like that admitting defeat was no small thing. The old man confirmed her suspicions by informing her that the young boy had already reached the mental realm, which was where they had held their battle. The director was shocked that such a thing had already happened. Not even the super talented old man had started mastering the mental realm until he was nearly 30 years old, and here he was saying that a 17-year-old had already done it. It did not make any sense to her. The old man sighed and admitted that he did not really understand either, but if there was something that could offset experience, then it was definitely talent. The smoke from his cup bubbled up in the tense air, and the director groaned with her hand to her face. Kang Jeong-ma was turning out to be way more trouble than she had anticipated that he would be. She recalled rushing to him after stopping the fight to ask the student if he was alright. But the boy was surrounded by a deadly aura as he was still getting out of the mental realm. The director had stopped in her tracks, and in that moment, any semblance of dignity as an educator or a 7-star vanished from her. The emotion she had felt towards that boy at that moment had been pure, unadulterated fear. It was a feeling quite similar to the one that she had when she first met the 6th Division commander called Vasan. He had been a towering, terrifying being, and she wondered why she would feel such a thing now when facing a student. The director wondered if this was because the boy's name had the word devil in it. She was deep in thought, her hands partly knocking her glasses off her face as she considered the situation. However, studying her old friend, he seemed deep in thought as well, and it did not seem like anything he had told her was a lie. Then, she asked the old man if this meant that he had lost the fight in the mental realm. The old man was so offended by her words that he suddenly started yelling that there was no way. Even if the boy's talent was innate, it was still nothing to compare to a Sword Emperor who had trained and harnessed his skills for years. On top of that, the old man insisted that he was not even fully armed at the time, so the boy had not fought him at his full strength. The director was amused by this reaction and asked why her friend was busy overreacting. Besides, the one who always said that masters did not blame their equipment was him, so he was making all that noise for no reason. She grinned and asked if he was using his equipment as an excuse, adding that it made him look a bit ridiculous to do that. The old man trembled and twitched in rage and wounded pride, insulting the director where she sat on her haughty chair. The director was able to match his energy and cursed right back, asking her old friend if he wanted to die. Then they both launched into a nice friendly cursing match between the two of them. Meanwhile, somewhere else, two people sparred against each other. There was a huge flash of light and a rending of the waters and the earth as their weapons met in a huge clash. One figure was the grinning old man, wrapped in the thrill as he did battle with the other figure, which was of course Kang Jeong-ma. Suddenly, a notification bell went off and Jeong-ma's eyes snapped open. The boy had been awoken from a dream and he stared at the roof, dumbfounded and silent. The fight between the two warriors had ended well, but now that he thought about it, he found the Sword Emperor to be quite hot-headed. If Medea had not intervened, things could have gotten really dangerous for him and the other students. The boy with the Oreo-streaked hair rolled to his side as he pondered his new situation. As he recalled bits and pieces of the fight, the young gloomy lad recalled that he had somehow entered the mental realm. It was strange to actually experience it instead of just playing it as a gamer. The mental realm is an active space that could be activated by the mastery and understanding of one's weapon. It required certain conditions to be met, of course, and only peak masters who had honed a single weapon their entire lives could enter it. Due to this, even in the world miracles blessing him, not even 10 heroes could freely enter the mental realm. Leon, the protagonist who is blessed with the qualities of a hero, needed 3 years of private training just to set foot in it. Our guy knew this because he had stopped playing the game at that point. However, now he wondered why it had been possible for him to enter the mental realm right away. He did not think himself as talented as the game's protagonist, and he certainly did not have protagonist buffs either. Suddenly, Jeonma's eyes widened as he recalled that his weapon of choice was a sashimi knife, and he had been using a sashimi knife nearly all of his professional life in this world and the world before. In his previous life, the young lad had been using the sashimi knife for more than 20 years. That was a lot of time. What's more, every time that he unleashed the sword spirit's blessing, he experienced a concentration that transcended perception. The tangled life here and his past life harmoniously intertwine, breaking through situations. That was right. Based on Jeonma's experiences so far, avoiding situations only made things worse. Rather than being swept along passively, it would be best for him to tackle what he could do and to solve things step by step. The main character grinned as he was now newly motivated, and he stood with his sashimi knife in hand, ready to give his new theory a try. If he could freely control the mental realm, then he could train in combat without relying on the sword spirit's blessing. So, Kang Jeonma closed his eyes and concentrated. For a moment it seemed like nothing happened as he tried to slip into the mental realm. The light from his window illuminated the boy who stood at the center with his knife in hand. The more he focused, the more the light seemed to dim, and the boy was transported outside of his physical body to a realm that only his mind could access. It was a realm with translucent buildings and towering structures, the mental realm. The more the main character focused, the more cracks suddenly began to appear over the picture of his focused form. The cracks were red, and a large demanding hand tore through the pure blue realm and reached for the struggling boy. The hand crept up behind the boy who was focused with his eyes closed, and its long fingernail pressed against the young lad's shoulder. Kang Jeonma gripped his sashimi knife tightly, surrounded by a wave of blue with muscles bulging in his arm. The main character was shocked and stared at the sudden transformation in speechless surprise. However, when he tried to adjust his hold on the knife, it started to fade away, much to his shock. Our dude was now transported back to his room just in time to see the knife in his hands turn to dust and fade as well. He could not fathom what on earth had just happened. Meanwhile, in the dark of the night, someone said that the elder had gone too far this time. Indeed, the elder's actions could be seen as a blatant disregard for them. Someone slammed his fist on the table and yelled that it was something they all agreed to. Sending demons was out of the question, as those creatures were clearly their enemies. However, someone insisted that such a thing did not matter. They needed to eliminate the troublemakers as soon as possible. Then, someone had to add again that they needed to investigate the top student called Kang Jeonma. There was a possibility that the top student was also a candidate for the hero. However, they had been sure that the hero candidate was Leon van Reinhardt. Still, the Oreo-haired kid was considered a half-baked brat who could not even properly manifest his blessing. That was barely someone worth looking into, and the old man asked if they had forgotten it already. However, the half-baked brat's swordplay had definitely taken down the genius twins during the class placement exam. What was more, Media was blocking information under the pretense of protecting the student. Everything about our guy was suspicious from start to finish, and they had to admit it. In any case, the hero's fate was unavoidable, and another said that the conclusion was correct. As if that was not enough, the 7 stars were causing trouble. They had to eliminate any possible sprouts quickly before they got in their way. This time their enemies had even brought the Sword Emperor to the academy, a move that the plotters could not stand. Since the academy director happened to be one of the 7 stars, their standing as elders had severely weakened. After Basman was defeated, the public only looked up to the 7 stars while the plotters were treated like outdated relics. Nothing frustrated them more. It was them, the elders, who guided the foolish masses and maintained the balance. Even now, if a hero were to appear, their very existence would once again be threatened. Indeed, they needed to maintain their power, and in order to do that they needed a public enemy. The other elders agreed that the hero who threatened the Demon King had to be eliminated. The old man who had been doing most of the speaking was also one of the elders of the academy. Thanks to that awful woman who had beat him up, he was now forced to exert so much effort to persuade the elders with sheer force. The 5th Division Commander was furious, and if the elder did nothing there, then he would have to face the 5th Demon King Division Command, Calder Acker, who was disguising himself as an academy teacher. Rather than face that sadistic little feline, he would rather beg for death. So, the elders came to an agreement and asked that they issue the orders to the auditor family. A hammer fell dramatically to the ground, which could not necessarily be a good omen, and Arkai stared at it with a vicious look in his eyes. Someone was begging so desperately to be spared, and it was an older gentleman with an apron over his clothes. With shaky hands, the main character lifted his sashimi knife despite the man's pleas. Kang Jeonma cursed at his situation, but he managed to lower his knife before the cowering man. Our guy's new weapon, the new Murasame, had been redesigned to fit the specifics of a sashimi knife. It was now 35 centimeters long with a C-rank destructive power, and a range and hardness of E with a high rank potential for growth. Guillaume stared at the new sword with immense irritation on his face. The man in charge of working on the sword said that he had been hammering steel for nearly 30 years, but he had never once seen anything like this. To put it simply, it was as if the Murasame sword itself refused to be forged into another shape. Somehow the sword had broken in two, so the blacksmith had hastily melted the metal and reforged the sword, barely managed to give it a proper shape. If any ordinary blacksmith had tried, the metal would have likely ended up a useless lump of metal. The blacksmith insisted that it only took one strike of the hammer and the sword broken apart, insisting that his tale was true. Even with 20 years of experience with knives, our guy could not help but find the craftsmanship impressive. The specifications also somehow aligned perfectly with the blessing, but the hardness of the sword remained E rank. The situation was eerie and peculiar, and the blacksmith worried that he would be blamed for damaging the sword. The working man insisted that the potential of the weapon was good, so if it was reinforced, it would definitely become useful. It was not exactly an apology, but if the main character brought the reinforcement materials, then the blacksmith would not charge him. Then the angry student asked what the blacksmith intended to do if the sword broke again. The blacksmith panicked in response, saying that even if it was E rank, with a rank of growth potential, the weapon stood the chance to become a high rank. There was also the never fail material, but that material could only possibly be obtained from an A rank or higher demonic beast. There was no way a student could happen upon that type of thing. High-rank demonic beasts were on par with E-rank demonoids. Guillaume was not really into the idea of having to hunt something like a mermaid again. He did not want to risk his life to reinforce the equipment that he had won, and even low-rank demons dropped reinforcement materials. Despite how careful he had been, the main character's wallet was crying again, and he could not afford all the things that he so desperately needed. Finally, the young lad asked if the blacksmith truly promised. The man swore on his honor as a blacksmith. That aside, the dark-haired boy also added that the blacksmith should refund half the cost of the leftover scrap metal. The worker was shocked. Meanwhile, Guillaume reminded the man that it cost 10 million won. The blacksmith protested that he had made the sword exactly as the young lad had ordered it. Besides, as the man had said, he would not charge for enhancement costs. However, the main character easily pointed out that the B-rank sword was reduced to scrap considering the market price, and that seemed fair. The blacksmith was furious and asked what kind of person was our dude for trying to swindle an adult like this. Then Guillaume growled that he had been planning on testing the performance of the new weapon anyway, so this worked out perfectly, and he waved the sword threateningly at the blacksmith, much to the man's shock. The man leapt back in horror and quickly began to apologize, begging and saying that he was sorry. The blacksmith begged for 500, saying 500 should be fine. However, the main character was way greedier than that and he asked for 1,000. The blacksmith was horrified and lowered it a little, asking for 800 and no more. The black-haired kid raised his magical sword, and the blacksmith squealed that even the scraps of a B-rank weapon have a different market value. It was hard to buy scraps for the same price as the original amount. However, the young lad looked very dark and deadly as he demanded that the blacksmith hand over what he had come for, with both his eyes and weapon glinting with deadly delight. The blacksmith was horrified to be faced with such a menacing customer. The man screamed and fell on his ass on the floor, finally agreeing to our guy's demands. Later that day, King Guillaume read through the usual screen explaining the blessing of the sword god. He had a bit of supper as he read through the usual list of abilities and limitations. After obtaining a new weapon, his armament increased and additional options became available. The biggest reason he hesitated to use the sword god's blessing was the excruciating pain, but now the blessing was finally offering to reduce the pain. He needed to level up that skill no matter what. Actually, the young lady had tested that earlier and it went from feeling like he was going to die to being able to breathe. However, the pain was still darn unbearable and it hurt a lot. Still, if just one level reduced it this much, then perhaps after consistent leveling he could use the sword god's blessing without the pain. It seemed armament increased when one obtained a new weapon or enhanced it. Now that midterms were over, he would make weapon enhancement his top priority. As long as the main character went on growing like this with a lot of great determination and hard work, he might finally understand the weird demonic power that he had been given. Maybe then he would even figure out who threw him into this crazy world. The black-haired boy was very lost in his thoughts and was busy munching his salty anchovy when Chloe suddenly showed up and greeted him with concern in her eyes. It had been a while away from his temporarily disabled Yandir and he greeted her. The redhead wanted to know what he was doing as he was taking his time with his meal, and the boy admitted that he had lost his appetite while eating. Then, he realized that she had finally taken off the cast and he was rather happy for her. Guillaume asked if her body was okay now and the little assassin happily showed off her skills, saying that she still needed crutches but she felt stronger than before. She did not even fall over on one foot. The girl beamed and said that broken bones healed stronger after breaking and mending after all, and the main character did not know how to tell her that bones were not muscles and she should not be so casually breaking them in the first place. Suddenly, the main character leaned in when he noticed something on her face. Pink filters flushed over them as he plucked away a grain of rice from her face. He was surprised to see it, oblivious to Chloe hitting ecstasy, and nearly fainting from the immense satisfaction of having her crush touch her face. The girl's legs did indeed give out and she hit the ground with a squeak to her surprise. The boy stretched out his hand to help her up, asking if she was okay, and the redhead admitted nervously that she had tripped. Suddenly, they both looked back where our guy had been sitting and the little assassin asked about the wrapped-up weapon. He showed it to her and his happy classmate was excited to see his first weapon. She thought that it was very cool. He did not exactly share the sentiment and watched a little anxiously as she handled the weapon. The wrapping slowly started to fall off the sword and the girl's smile was bright as she regarded the pretty blade. It was hard to believe that the sword was E-rank and it looked so adorably good. The young lad smiled sadly at his E-rank sword and Chloe panicked, hurrying to say that was not what she meant and that she meant that for the lowest rank, it was really good. However, that still sounded mean and she hurried to fix her words. Jioma smiled and said that it was fine since he already got some money back from the blacksmith. The man had said that he would not charge for enhancement if he brought the materials, so hopefully, if he enhanced his new knife a lot it would become usable. The redhead cheered him on and said that was right. Her classmate was already strong even with just a sashimi knife, so she was sure that with a proper weapon, he would definitely get even stronger. The black-haired kid thanked her. Honestly, there was no real reason for him to get stronger, and ever since he cut down that mermaid, he had been able to handle mid-tier magical beasts. Besides, the main reason that the boy wanted to enhance his weapon in the first place was just to reduce the pain that his blessing brought him. The young lad sighed heavily as he considered his life. This made Chloe worry and she quickly apologized, saying that she did not mean to insult his weapon. The boy assured her that he was not upset about that. The problem was that seeing the Murasame he got as compensation made him sigh. The redhead stared at the broken weapon with intensity and started mumbling about the blacksmith messing up Jiom-ma's weapon. Those who made her beloved crush suffer also had to suffer and she started glitching and switching to Yandere mode. She began to pledge to kill all of them, but that would just get in the way of the freebies he was supposed to get. He called her name and the redhead snapped out of it in surprise. She apologized and our guy was speechless because there was no correct way to react to your friend threatening murder and meaning it. Suddenly, Jiom-ma sensed something and got serious. This aura that he felt was strong and he wondered why Chloe did not feel it. The redhead then happily skipped after her crush and asked where he was going. The main character stood and stared darkly at the nearby tree. Then, he kicked the tree and demanded they tell him what they were doing. The poor older brother of the little assassin came rolling out of the tree with a groan. The redheads around him were all the same and the older assassin slid back with an annoyed tongue click about how careless he was. Chloe was surprised to see her brother was still skulking and hanging around. Later, our guy set down his sashimi knife while his Yandere friend clung to him like an angry overprotective guard dog as she glared at her brother. Since there was no smell of blood, it seemed Chloe's brother was largely unarmed, and our guy asked if there was something the male redhead wanted from him. This made the older assassin flinch and for a moment there was silence as none of the three spoke. Jiom-ma quickly lost patience with that and said that he already explained it to the other boy before in a way that he could understand. The male turned to glare at the main character, saying that he came looking for him. Yes, but it was not because of their old beef. Then, the dark-haired boy wanted to know why the redhead boy had come then. The redhead muttered that even if he told only Chloe, it was obvious that it would reach the gloomy student's ears. So, it was better for the red boy to just tell them both directly. This was all related of course to Kang Jiom-ma. The red boy adjusted his mask and turned as he announced that the academy's elders had made a request that the Oreo-haired boy be disposed of. The sashimi knife wielder was shocked that the academy's elders had appeared, and of all things they were focusing on him. The little assassin yelled at her brother and asked if the older redhead had come because of that and if he intended to hurt her friend. The older brother was in pain, calling his sister and saying that she had been away from home too long and that she had lost her edge. She growled and asked her friend to get behind her, refusing to let her brother harm him. The female redhead was determined to handle this herself. She cried out for Jiom-ma to hurry while swinging her crutch around like she was not lame in one leg. To both guys, she looked kinda ridiculous. The redhead boy sighed and said that his sister's instincts turned out to still be very sharp. Then, the boy turned to the main character saying that he did not actually care what the talented student had been up to, but the elders were oddly fixated on him. Not just the redhead boy, but even within the auditor family, there was a sense of unease. They had temporarily postponed the elder request, and the request had been made in secret, bypassing the academy head. A request to eliminate a mere student went strongly against the auditor family principles. However, since it was a direct order from the elders, it was hard for the family to ignore. If the pressure from the top went on, then the family would eventually have no choice but to investigate the scary student. The redhead boy sighed as he rubbed his mask. Whatever the case, his sister was a member of the family, so she needed to know what was going on. The little assassin was surprised to hear this. The boy had come under the pretext of the family's principles, but in the end, he had just been worried about his sister. Our guy could not help but admire that. That was all that the older boy had to say, and he quickly turned to leave before he got even more mushy around them. However, Jeon-ma called out to Nox and the assassin paused, glancing over his shoulder at the other boy. The gloomy student was wary about the red-headed boy as the last time they had met, the redhead had said something different. However, the older assassin interrupted and muttered that his sister was happiest when she was by the weird student's side. So, the brother would not debate the truth. Even he, her brother, had never seen his sister that happy. The girl was shocked to hear her brother speak in such a soft way. Even the main character was shocked to see Nox openly speak in a soft way. The brother made a request that Jeon-ma not let Chloe get hurt anymore. This was surprising to Jeon-ma, and he wondered what the assassin boy was even talking about. It was not like it was his fault that her leg had gotten hurt. They had just happened to be on the same team. The redhead seemed to get tense the longer our guy gaped at him in silence, and the student managed to work up the strength to say that he would look after her, though that would be to the best of his own ability, and as long as she was near. The assassin boy then decided to ask our guy just one thing. He asked how the black-haired boy had become so strong. For some reason, this was news to the scary student, as he had not at all realized that he was strong. To be considered strong, one should have the ability to withstand any threats at all times, kind of like the Sword Emperor. Someone like him, who could only maintain that level of strength for less than a minute a day, was not at a level where he could casually boast about being strong. The idiot was oblivious to the fact that no student should be that strong. Still, Jeon-ma did not feel like he could even talk about strength in such a situation. Nox, who used Cole as an excuse, revealed family secrets to him, an outsider, so there was no way that our guy could trust the assassin to keep his mouth shut. So, the Oreo-haired main dude called Nox and informed the gifted assassin that he lacked desperation. The assassin asked what the boy meant, and the main character explained that it did not matter how much of an auditor the assassin was. There was a certain vibe that came from real-world experience. If the older assassin remained cooped up in the academy, then he would eventually hit his growth limit soon. So, the youth advised the assassin to go out and gain some real-world experience. With a lot of hard work, Nox would surely eventually gain something. The redhead was shocked at these words of wisdom, but our main character was already scurrying away after acting cool. He knew he was not entirely wrong, but he had spent enough time hanging around the assassin and it was time to leave. Meanwhile, someone was busy writing on a chalkboard and explaining, including order and prosperity, above all things, there were countless gods in the heavens. The really important lesson was going on, but our guy couldn't care less. He was busy pondering what he should do about the situation with the academy elders targeting him. The academy elders descend from 5 of Balor Hayakin's 7 disciples, and he remembered them as a group with immense influence, not just in the academy but in the whole wide world. However, since their role in the game was to constantly obstruct the protagonist for the sake of their own power and safety, they were called corrupt remnants by the players. Now, Jeon-ma wondered why on earth he was such a thorn in their side that they would decide to get rid of him. Instead of paying attention in class, he was busy doodling on his notes, and he wrote down all the things that he had done so far that were of note. Looking at what he had written, it turned out that the main character had actually caused a lot of trouble. He had wanted to practice peace, safety, and stability, but that was seeming impossible by the day. At this point, it was like he was trying to stand out. Still, no matter what he had done, it made no sense for the elders to target him, as he had not done anything bad. He then glanced down at the last point he had written that involved saving Leon during the midterms on Scopuli Island when they had encountered the mermaid. That is when he realized that they were not after him, but the protagonist of the story. Jeon-ma had just happened to be in the way, and now they wanted to remove that obstacle. No matter how well Media covered it up, the fact that he had been the one to defeat the mermaid must have reached the ears of the highest ranks of noble society. Plus, the fact that they were targeting Leon, the hero candidate, suggested that someone among them, or perhaps all of them, were colluding with demons. Now that was a very serious situation. They did not just try to obstruct the hero, they had tried to kill him. A young student who was just a boy. It was frightening just thinking about it. No matter how corrupt the elders were, this was way too much. They were not supposed to prioritize preserving their own power over the safety of humanity. And the academy. The main character had not expected the elders to be so darn rotten. He could storm into the chambers of the elders and cut them all down. But it was not yet the right time for them to die. When the time came though, the dark-haired boy would not hesitate, and he would surely cut down all of those nasty old men. Meanwhile, the teacher told all the students to take notes, and our dude internally groaned as he was having issues focusing in class. He was too busy focusing on cutting people down. He scribbled a bit more on his notes and figured that he could try some weapon enhancements, and he would have to go to the dungeon to do that. First, he would need to gather a party, as the dungeon was too hard to conquer by himself. Chloe would definitely help, and instead of getting a brute like Rachel, he would prefer to team up with someone a bit more strategic. The teacher went on babbling and teaching about future generations while our guy stayed making plans. A wonderful idea came to his mind, and he realized it would be great to get Speed Weapon on his team. He would go and ask the odd boy for help. Later, the main character made his way to the dragon class, and someone cracked their knuckles as they greeted the famous dude. The ugly-looking student grinned, saying that this place was not for lowlifes like him to come and go as he pleased. The MC had almost forgotten that he was still a special student and that discrimination was still a thing. Jeong-ma sighed to see a third-rate extra get in his way. With 20 years of experience in the food industry and customers he had dealt with, someone like the teenage lump before him was just really annoying to deal with. The main character asked the dude not to bother him before he cut off his jaw. The angry brute yelled in anger and surprise. He raised his fist and got ready to swing in rage, and Jeong-ma saw him coming. The big brute was moving way too slowly. Suddenly, his eyes widened as someone jumped in front of him. The big brute got knocked back instantly with a huge hit to the jaw that threw him back. Some of the other students wondered what was going on and if there was a fight. Fortunately, the coast was clear and the big brute lay flat on his back, knocked out cold. The orange-haired hero muttered in annoyance that the brute's jaw was so darn hard that it hurt his hand. The main character had heard of strength mages, but a strength healer was something completely new. Speed Weapon groaned and wondered if he had hit the jaw too hard. Then, he happily turned to face our guy, asking if he had come to find him. The healer then asked if they should take the conversation outside. So, they did take the conversation outside and the boys talked. So, it turned out that the black-haired boy needed to form a party as soon as possible. Weapon was happy to help Jeong-ma recruit members and the clear rewards would be split among the rest of the team. In exchange, the dark-haired student got to keep the materials from the magical beasts. That seemed to be the entire agreement. The main character admitted that if he tried to gather a party, it was likely that only Chloe would join him. Bro was really out here underestimating his riz. So, Jeong-ma asked Weapon to help with the dragon class as that would be much easier. The orange-haired healer sipped his drink and agreed that our guy would need at least 4 members to get a dungeon clearance permit. If it were not for the academy rules, someone like the gloomy youth would likely clear 5 or 6 dungeons alone. The black-haired boy wondered where on earth the healer got that confidence in him from, as he did not think he could clear a dungeon alone. The healer laughed and pointed out that the impressive student had taken down a mermaid by himself, and now he was saying that. The healer laughed that being too humble was annoying. Then the main character realized that others seemed to think that he was being modest. The orange-haired kid smiled at our guy and said that it seemed he was doing better now. The dark-haired boy was surprised but admitted that it was thanks to the good treatment. He had rested for a few days and then got better. The healer smiled and agreed to take the boy's offer as he saw no reason to refuse. Plus, he had the feeling that working with the guy would be a fun new experience. Jeong-ma was grateful to Weapon and thanked him. Then, the healer asked if the main character had any dungeons in mind and he immediately replied with a C-rank buffalo dungeon. That was the one in Chiaolin. The orange-haired boy pondered the choice, saying a buffalo dungeon was pretty classic. Then, him, Chloe and the main character made 3, so he asked if our guy had any preferences for the last member. The boy admitted that he would prefer for it to not be Rachel or Leon. The healer laughed that those two would not come anyway. Rachel had been in seclusion since Jeong-ma was hospitalized, and she was practicing in the academy training grounds. Meanwhile, Leon was preparing for upper-grade dungeon raids with 2nd and 3rd year students. The main character was very pleased to hear that both troublesome students would be too busy to join up with him. Meanwhile, Weapon pondered their other options. Suddenly, he had an idea as there was one person who did come to mind. By now, they were probably already sleeping, which surprised Jeong-ma. He wondered who on earth could be sleeping at this hour, but Speed Weapon said that was just how the person was. He tossed the empty can into the bin and said that they needed to go to the cafeteria to buy something first. Later that evening, someone said, "Excuse me." The door was open so they were allowed to enter a traditional Japanese-looking house. The main character was surprised as he had not known that the academy had such a place. Even during his time playing Miracles Blessing M, he had never come here. In his past life, he was a Japanese cuisine chef, but he never actually went to Japan. He had always wanted to visit Japan, but it was nice to have this vicarious satisfaction by entering a Japanese-styled house. Suddenly, they appeared at a shooting range with multiple arrows hitting their center target. Finally, they found who they were looking for, and it was someone dozing nearby. Weapon asked for the girl to wake and our guy was speechless as he happened to recall this character. Weapon bent and asked the girl to wake up already, but that was not working. So, he whispered to the sleeping girl that he had bought it. That immediately fired her up and she sat up, though looking rather dizzy. The orange-haired boy grinned and pointed at Jeong-ma, telling the girl to look at him. The girl suddenly leapt to her feet and bolted towards the surprised main character. Fortunately, she was just aiming for the bag in his hand. The bag was swiped immediately, and the girl tumbled in the air like a little whirlwind, much to the boy's shock. She looked like a spinning demon as she snatched the bag, and then there was a loud thud. The next moment was the girl happily munching on some treats as she lay on top of the fallen dark-haired boy who had been flattened to the ground. The girl happily said that the treat was delicious while Jeong-ma was struggling to get his bearings. Suddenly, the girl spoke and beamed at Jeong-ma, asking him if he had any more yonggi. One time, back in our guy's previous life, when he was working in the kitchens as usual, they heard a very loud alarming click that had all the chefs immediately raise their heads. It was here, it had finally come to them, the thing they had been waiting for. The only pastime after living a life of nothing but work, the Miracles Blessing M. It was a really big deal in our guy's former life. In both the game and real life, he was barely holding on among the stench of men, so at last the game had come to comfort him. The main character trembled in the work bathroom in his former life, and laughed that it had popped up right after he spent some money. The game brought him his angel who made him spend money, the beautiful Abel von Nubel. However, instead of seeing his angel, a similar-looking girl casually called to him and asked if he had any yonging. Her name was Saki Ryozo and she was not Abel. The main character was frozen in horror and confusion as he stared at his phone and he realized that he had gotten scammed. Miracles Blessing M was a narrative centered around the protagonist, Leon, and it featured numerous heroines. Among them, the character officially designated as the main heroine by the game developers was Abel von Nibelung. Though each heroine flaunted unique charm and abilities, Abel and Leon were often the ones to come and get everyone else out of a very difficult situation. The story in the game depicted Abel and Leon overcoming hardships, and it also showcased the blossoming of their love. Even the main character had been captivated by Abel's charm when he was just a player, and he had opened his wallet like he was under a spell. He ended up spending over 141 just to get Abel. As a result, the other heroines gradually faded into the background. Among those defeated heroines, the one who faded the fastest was Saki, the blue-haired Abel lookalike. Our guy's first 5-star, the daughter of Jialgun, Saki Ryozo. That just happened to be the girl that he was facing now, and she had just flattened him to the ground, so they were not off to the best start, and she was somehow still asking him about Yonging. The main character was speechless for a while, and the girl turned, saying that he looked a bit foolish. So, this girl was the reason that Weapon was so confident. Having used her, our dude was aware that Ryozo was a top-tier DPS among ranged attackers. Though it did not seem like it, she was a skill-based character that was completely different from Leon. Plus, since she barely impacted the main story, her joining the party would not disrupt the plot. Probably, our guy sure hoped that everything would be fine if he teamed up with her. The girl asked her friend Weapon what brought him here, and he held some treats to keep her attention. She snatched the treat and asked him to spit out his request, so the orange-haired boy introduced her to Kang Jeong-ma. She must have already heard of Goem-ma, and she mumbled that she did. Well, the dark-haired boy had come to the healer that afternoon, and he saw him getting harassed by some punk earlier. The blue-haired girl asked for them to just get to the point already. Weapon sighed and then admitted that they were recruiting for the Buffalo Dungeon raid next week. The orange-haired boy's explanation is a whole mess, which lived up to his name Speed Weapon. They were to split the clear rewards except the horns. This curious offer made the girl glance at Jeong-ma, and then she walked over to him like she wanted to inspect him a bit more. He was the one that fought that one guy back then in the training subspace. She remembered the main character from that time. Jeong-ma admitted that it had been him, and the lady stared intensely at him. Jeong-ma stared back with concern. The girl then whipped away, saying that since dungeon clear rewards also reflected on their grades, then there was no real reason to refuse. However, the Oreo-haired boy seemed less determined than she had expected him to be. The main character wondered if she had room to judge considering he had found her half asleep. Then Saki apologized, but she did not want to work with someone who seemed so unmotivated. However, Speed Weapon insisted that she had seen his duel, and that Jeong-ma was no ordinary guy. The girl refused to back down so easily and just shrugged that perhaps his opponents were just weak. The orange-haired boy could not believe that Defense's his opponent was someone from the Auditor family, and during the midterms. Well, the orange-haired boy had to quickly stop himself there as he had nearly given away a very important secret. The girl noticed and our guy darkened and tensed. Speed Weapon groaned and said that he could not explain it, but he wanted the girl to just listen. However, she was not his family dog and she had no intention of listening. The healer pointed out that the archer had the tendency to drool over Yongjings like a mutt, so she did not have much of an excuse. The girl yelled that the healer had bragged that he was a Yonging expert, and he insisted that was why he had brought some with him in the first place. Meanwhile, the main character was wondering what the healer's deal was. A party member could be greedy or rude, but not both. If she was just gonna cause trouble, our guy did not see a reason to stick around begging someone like her to join them. So, the black-haired boy called to Speed Weapon, saying that the begging was enough. They would go as that kind of uncooperative attitude was poisonous to a party anyway. They would go and find someone better. This immediately offended Saki, who growled and said that she guessed that the dungeon raid was clearly not that urgent after all. The Oreo-haired boy did not know what to say in response to that. The boy then opened his jacket and pulled out one of his small sashimi knives. The two were shocked when he pulled out the knife and it was glowing. Jeong-ma casually sliced the air with his knife and it formed a very clean arc in front of the two who stood before him. The knife flew from his hand, hitting the target in the distance dead center, and he had not even been looking. The girl was shocked to see such a display of strength, and she turned to the gloomy student in shock just as he pulled forth yet another knife. Her eyes widened in alarm as yet another knife flew and once again hit the target dead center, so it had not been a lucky throw the first time. Then, looking extra cool, the Oreo-haired kid asked the lazy archer if she was interested now. The girl was speechless. Shivers traveled through her as she stared at the boy in awe, and she was unsure what to say. Later, much later, a door swung open and Saki greeted. The girl looked a little geeky in her glasses and uniform. The rest of her team members had arrived and they noted that she had arrived rather early. Chloe happily greeted the other girl, and the brunette locked eyes with the dark-haired boy. The archer nervously greeted him too, though she was still a little wary of his scary skill. Gyoma also managed to greet her, noting that using his sashimi knife to threaten people worked every time. The healer sat beside his friend and was amazed that she had already gotten the work done, though she mumbled that it was just a few clicks. The permits were now ready, so they were ready to start. The team gathered around in the room and it was time for them to begin. Speedweapon cleared his throat and got busy putting down some notes on the drawing board. The buffalo dungeon housed C-rank demonoid buffaloes, and he drew them so poorly they looked like pigs in disguise. Apparently, the demonoids were nicknamed water buffalo and they had the tendency to charge from a distance, so it was advised that everyone be careful. Close combat against the demonoids would be tough, but they were weak to ranged attacks. They had one really important rule to follow, and that was the one thing that they must never do. They were to never open the stone gate at the center of the dungeon. The redhead asked what would happen if they did, and the healer admitted that rumors said that it was some kind of seal or something. It was just a hypothesis and nothing had been confirmed. The academy's permit required them to leave the gate closed, so there was no reason for them to disobey. So, Kang Gyoma smiled and noted down the rule that they were to never open that suspiciously dark and locked door. The other 3 members of his team went silent as they stared at him. The boy was surprised at the sudden tension. Then, Speedweapon asked the dark-haired kid if he happened to know what was behind that door. The boy hurriedly denied having such information, saying that obviously they should not touch it. However, he actually knew there was a hidden boss behind that door and he wanted nothing to do with that hidden boss. The healer was relieved and mumbled that he thought the worst, which made the dark-haired boy mentally sigh in relief as everyone went right back to what they were doing. The dark locked gate would only open under specific conditions. It was locked by the system now anyway, so he did not have to worry about it. Ignoring that risk, the efficiency of the dungeon that he had picked was unmatched. Then his eyes strayed to the brunette archer who was busy munching on her favorite snack as usual. The gloomy student was surprised to have been caught staring, so he just mentioned his surprise at how much the girl really liked that snack. Saki replied that it was normal for brainy types to need candy. However, Gyoma thought that was rather ironic when the girl could not even form proper sentences. That is when the boy noticed something that he might have forgotten for a bit too long. There was growling coming from Chloe. The Yandir had noticed him staring too long at another woman and she was already pulling out her knife. However, the boy tensed when he noticed something even more important. Even now, as he held his meeting, they were being watched. The boy turned to Chloe, who was fighting to keep her Yandir in check and losing. For now, the main character and his team could only wait, with his eyes shrouded in darkness. The enemy would eventually appear when the time came. Gamnol Duchorwan was a place they had to get to using the bus. The dark and gloomy main character sat in the bus, thinking very deeply about his situation. Back in his former life, when the main guy had gotten discharged from the army, he had sworn that he would never go back to the city of Chiorwan again, not even to pee in it. Fate sure was laughing in his face now, cause here he was on a bus right back to Piss City. Gyoma had never imagined that he would come back like this. The car tires screeched to a halt, and a voice spoke, noting that the bus was from Hawakin Academy, and the voice asked how they could assist. The main character peeked out of the bus window and noticed a man handling some odd-looking barriers outside. This is when he noted that there were civilian restrictions in place, and he wondered if this was because the border was a dungeon zone. Security was definitely tight around that area. Meanwhile, Gyoma once again noted that the elders were watching their every move. Speedweapon called out from the back of the bus and he asked his hero if he would like some eggs. The Oreo-haired boy was surprised by the offer and he politely declined, wondering if people still randomly ate eggs on the bus nowadays. The orange-haired healer asked his captain if he was getting nervous over a measly C-rank dungeon, and asked the boy to lighten up. Gyoma nervously laughed and accepted that he should be calm. Then, the healer asked his friend Saki if she wanted any eggs. The sulking brunette wanted no eggs, and Chloe was dozing with her katana pressed close. Speedweapon thought it was their loss since the eggs tasted so good. Suddenly, the brunette glanced up, her blue eyes tracking the main character and watching as he spoke casually to her friend. He noticed someone watching and glanced back at her, just in time for her to get caught staring. This was of course something that Saki did not appreciate, so she turned away with an annoyed huff and scowled. Unknown to her, the poor hero had bigger fish to fry. He already felt watched, knowing that the elders were targeting him. He did not need little Miss Blue to stare at him and make that feeling worse. Eventually, the bus came to a stop and the teammates hopped out. The redhead marveled at their new destination, happy that they had arrived. The weather was perfect too and the sky was clear. Still, Gyoma was a little nervous as this place was where ancient demons once nested. Now, it was reduced to a simple farming dungeon. The orange-haired healer could not help but ask the main character why he'd brought so much luggage like he was moving into his marriage home. The main character just smirked and asked Weapon if he was curious about that. Smirking like a bandit, the black-haired boy unzipped his heavy bag and showed off his huge stack of deadly weapons. It was a giant bag chock full of sashimi knives. Bro had more sashimi knives than he could possibly use. Speedweapon was mystified and could not stop from asking if our guy had come all this way just to sell knives. Still, the MC smirked and said that it was better to be safe than sorry. The healer smiled in amusement, saying the dark-haired boy talked like an old man, but he believed that the hero had his reasons. Chloe happily leapt into the conversation, saying that she would take point as always in this team. Jeon-ma was counting on her as usual, so it was time for them to move out and the students marched forward and approached the dungeon. The dungeon gate was sealed when they got there because security was at maximum level and the guards around the area were preparing to open the gates for the students. The guards looked up, noticing immediately once the students arrived. The main character and his group also paused for a moment to regard the rocky dungeon before them. The security recognized them as students from Howakan Academy, and they asked them to just write all 4 names on the visitor log before they entered the dungeon. The class got busy and wrote their names in no particular order on the page they'd been given. However, the security tensed after Jeon-ma wrote his name and the MC immediately noticed. The healer then called their captain, asking what he was doing and urging the boy to hurry up. The dark-haired boy agreed with the healer, and the team turned to the gates as they cracked open before them. Immediately, the orange-haired boy complained about the stench and he warned them to watch their steps as they entered. Meanwhile, the main character was still thinking of the man whose eyes wavered when he saw his name. Glancing behind him as the door shut, the Oreo-haired kid hoped that this situation would be fine. The door closed with a final thud and the team walked deeper into the dungeon. They had been walking for a while when they noticed some very ridiculous doodles on the cave wall. Some of them were doodles of couples writing their names and drawing hearts between them, and others were just random phrases. It was like looking at the walls of a middle school bathroom. The main lead could not help but wonder when dungeons became tourist hotspots. Nobles really did abuse their privileges. They'd been walking for a while when someone suddenly grabbed our guy by the elbow. It was Saki, and the brunette whined about how she felt so tired. The boy with the white stripe in his hair glanced back at her and he had to admit that she did look tired. The girl sulked that if only she had something sweet, then she would feel better right away. Then she asked if their team lead had some sweets that she could nibble. While our guy started rummaging in his pockets, the brunette grinned in anticipation as she waited for her sweet snack. Then, he suddenly handed her a tiny sweet. The girl was stupefied, saying that candy was not her thing, and she asked if he had any yonging instead. Jeon-ma had no intention of dealing with all that and he growled, asking if she thought he was her mum and that she should bring her own snacks if she wanted them so badly. The girl had the cheek to say that she was saving her own snacks for later. Irritated enough, the dark-haired boy turned away with a glare, wishing the girl would focus. The brunette had to settle for the sweet he had given her when the redhead suddenly pulled them to a stop. She had detected 4 monsters coming their way. They were charging from 200 meters away and the team had to get ready to face combat immediately. Speedweapon turned to the girls and reminded them to stick to the plan to minimize the danger that would come from facing the incoming beasts. He then called Chloe and Saki, saying that he would buff them properly so that the girls could fight, and he told them not to let him down. There was a flutter and the Japanese girl yanked the cloth off her giant bow as she readied herself for combat. Jeon-ma was admittedly impressed by the formidable weapon. It was an S-grade weapon called the Crimson Bow, and with this, clearing the dungeon would be a breeze. The brunette groaned that it might have been too long since she used her powerful bow, and it was now feeling a little stiff. She ought to take better care of her weapons. The main character wondered if he could really trust her. Suddenly, the brunette said they should wait. Then, she yanked out her favorite sweet snack and took a big munch out of it. She gasped in joy at how absolutely delicious the snack tasted. And the MC wondered again if he could really trust this clown to protect his life. The beasts were already coming and they had no time to spare worrying about things like that. All the members of the team got ready to fight and brace themselves. The hooves of the incoming beast beat hard against the rocky ground as they approached, and our guy yelled for them to attack. Saki got ready with her bow and Chloe got ready with her menacing glare. Their healer pulled out his recorder and started to play, boosting them all with power buffs. The monster buffalo charged out of the dark, roaring and flapping their tongues. The redhead was the first to greet them, racing out to meet the opponents, while the other members of the team fell behind. The girl took off, launching from the floor, and she charged at the bull before her. The bull roared as it got hit, crying out in pain, and it fell to the rock with a cry of anguish. However, that was just one attacker and the rest of the monster bulls rushed forward. The redhead was slightly irritated by the insistent charge and prepared to take down the rest. She explained that she was going to slow them down up front and reached for her sword. The orange-haired boy yelled for the assassin to abandon that plan and fall back like they had planned. Meanwhile, someone else was sure that she had the monsters right between her eyes. Saki appeared out of nowhere, her hair flowing like a river as she focused on her target and aimed the arrow. The arrow flew from her magically charged bow, wisps of smoke and air dancing around her as it flew. The arrows sailed forward like lights and they flew right at the charging stampede of raging black bulls. Chloe watched in awe as those arrows cut right through the monsters, obliterating them as soon as they made contact. The monsters were torn in colors of red and gold and the little assassin's eyes widened as the beasts fell apart before her. The Japanese girl grinned at her success, thinking that taking the monsters down had gone much easier than she had expected. She even playfully said oops, and then went right back to munching her tasty treat. Our favorite gremlin stared at her for a moment, thinking it would be really bad if they broke all the horns they had come to collect. Still, a victory was a victory, and he could not help but smile, impressed at the massive amount of targets that he had taken down. A skilled DPS could not be stopped, and the archer was pretty good at what she did. Then again, the horns were for Jeon-ma's enhancement materials, and he could not afford to lose them just because Saki was so good. Weapon asked if they ought to go even deeper into the dungeon. It seemed like a good call. Suddenly, a piece of rock broke from a formation, alerting them to the charge of one more raging bull that ran independently of the others. It jumped right in the path of the archer as she was munching her sweet treat. It was one of the bulls that had fallen earlier, and it was annoying to see it back on its feet. The Japanese girl got ready to run, but somehow she stumbled and dropped her weapon. The giant beast loomed over the surprised girl, and for a moment it looked like it would be lights out for Saki. The girl raised her arms in preparation for the incoming attack, but no harm came to her. The brunette instead opened her eyes to find a marvelous sight. She was held in the arms of the talented student with dark hair. Jeon-ma had come to save her life, dispelling the beast with one sharp swish of his sashimi knife. His weapon was so sharp that it sliced the beast clean in two. His face was serious as he regarded his opponent, a halo of awesomeness and cool aura radiating around him. For a moment, Saki found her breath stolen away. The beast fell apart before them, each side crashing down with a heavy thud, and great winds swept the girl's hair back. Then, Jeon-ma asked if she was okay, and the brunette was speechless at first. A blush came upon her cheeks, and she hiccuped at how absolutely cool the main character had looked in that moment. Meanwhile, somewhere else, somewhere dangerous, a phone rang. One of the guards that stood outside the dungeon gate picked the call, and just as the MC had feared, he confirmed information that the man he worked for wanted to know. Jeon-ma was busy. He was a man on a mission, and his mission was to retrieve as many bull horns as possible, so he got busy. It was a huge part of the reason that they had come to this dungeon in the first place. Buffalo horns were a versatile C-rank reinforcement material used for weapon grades and other purposes. He was just thinking that they should take as many as they could carry when the brunette suddenly called to him. Saki handed him some of her favorite snack and said it was thanks since he saved her earlier, and giving him the thing that she treasured the most was her way of saying thanks. The gloomy lead just glanced at her like he had gotten a major ike from her act of kindness. However, Jeon-ma was actually quite perplexed by the raging inferno that he could sense coming from Chloe because he dared help out the brunette. He turned and called out to the redhead, who seemed shocked to have suddenly been called. About the staff member earlier, the dark-haired boy had a few things that he intended to whisper about, and he whispered all of his thoughts into the redhead's ears. The girl understood his commands, and the two kept talking to each other. Meanwhile, the orange-haired boy suddenly asked the two classmates if they were dating, since that would somehow make a lot of sense to him. Of course, this absolutely triggering question set the little assassin off in a gushing and blushing spree that someone actually assumed that she was dating her crush. However, the dark-haired boy just chuckled and said that assuming all male and female relationships were romantic was a really narrow-minded thing to do. Weapon was shameless and said that he thought for sure that they were definitely a couple since he always saw them together. Of course, this resulted in Chloe glaring in great disappointment, and her classmate could not for the life of him figure out what made her upset now. By the way, the redhead asked if there were always these few mobs to fight in the dungeon. They had been standing around for a hole and no other monsters had shown up. Suddenly, thanks to Red jinxing the situation, the team heard a really foreboding thud come from deep inside the pit. They went silent for a moment. Then, the healer pointed out that no matter how popular a dungeon was, it was unnatural for it to be this empty. He asked his Japanese friend what she thought, and she thought deeply about the situation for a hot minute, agreeing that the buffaloes they fought also seemed a little off. The rest of the team was a little surprised and asked how the buffalo were off. Well, Saki admitted that it looked like the monsters had been running from something. Buffaloes usually did not behave that way, so it did not make any sense to her. Weapon agreed that the monsters were often rather docile and locals could even use them for farming. This meant that something was very wrong. However, Jeon-ma thought the truly wrong occurrence was people using demonic buffalo for farming. Clearly, something was wrong with the common folk. Well, there was more than one suspicious thing, but they all hoped that it was likely nothing. No matter what the situation was, they still had a signal and could reach out for help whenever they needed it, so they were sure that the situation was okay. By the way, Jeon-ma was curious about how the healer and the archer had come to know each other. Saki proudly boasted that she had topped the written exams, while the healer had placed second. The boy had bragged about it for weeks, and the healer now growled that she should not dirty his name. The girl beamed and posed, saying that for the record, she had ranked third in placement tests, and she was very proud of that too. Meanwhile, the main character was impressed that the healer had somehow placed second on written tests, as he had thought the orange-haired boy was just a loudmouth. Speedweapon was surprised to hear that his hero thought him a loudmouth. Rachel was his distant cousin too. Now, the main character pondered the situation of the healer being relatives with the violent hyena girl. It made sense why Jeon-ma as a player had not known about the healer's connections to the main characters. The orange-haired boy explained that his family was a branch of the Changseong clan, Rachel's mainline. The boy seemed about to say something else, but he trailed off and told them to just forget about it and that there was no point to even talking about it. The dark-haired guy was silent for a moment and the healer gently punched his shoulder, asking why their team lead was glaring. The healer said that he was living the dream. The main character was the impressive one and Weapon asked our guy not to forget him once he got famous. The dark-haired boy said that would not happen so the healer did not have to worry about it. Weapon walked forward with his hands in his pockets and said that their lead might even end up joining one of the 7 heroes. The redhead said that Weapon was right about the Jeonma's potential. The dark-haired boy was silent and kept pondering, his eyes drifting to the silent Japanese girl. The brunette said nothing and kept walking. The brunette then said that she happened to hate the 7 heroes. It was such a bold declaration that it took the others quite by surprise. Even Weapon wondered what her problem was. Anyway, it was time for them to go and they needed to finish this dungeon fast and go back. Suddenly, the main character paused as he noticed some strange-looking gashes on the wall. The healer noted that they needed 20 kills to clear the dungeon, but the MC's focus stayed on those strange purple gashes that oozed bad news. Once again, the orange-haired boy called out to Jeonma and asked what he was doing, telling him that they had to keep going. The dark-haired boy agreed and walked on, ignoring the strange purple rocks that fell to the floor. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the guard at the gates informed someone that all the preparations were done as instructed. The students had likely encountered the enraged buffaloes at that point, so there was no need to worry. The person making demands said that it was easy for the guard to say, and then they asked the guards if they had done anything else. Of course, the security had followed all of the instructions. However, personally, the security thought that they would all be dealt with by the enraged buffaloes. His employer yelled at him, laughing and telling the security man not to sound cocky. His employer turned out to be the traitor teacher who was secretly a demoness. She asked the security if he would take responsibility if it failed and he was struck with fear. Well, the lady was sure that the man at the gate had done well and he was just to call her with the results as soon as the deed was done. She wished him good luck and the man gave his acknowledgement for the matter. The man sighed, knowing that either way, he was dead. A very dark aura was seeping from the gate of the dungeon that stood before him. Just in case, the security had forced the gate open. The chances of the students surviving the dungeon, he had locked them in, was 0. However, still, the eyes of the main lead lingered in his mind, haunting him. It was like the boy could see through everything. It was unnerving and the security stepped forward, deciding to check inside just for a moment. Deep inside the cave, the walls of the rock had switched from concrete to dirt. They walked in further when Chloe suddenly called out to the dark-haired boy. The girl admitted that she could sense magical beasts approaching from behind, and he asked how many were coming their way. The girl frowned and said that the blessing detected roughly 50 monsters coming right at them. The boy was shocked and the healer asked what was wrong. The rumble and thud of the monsters approaching grew stronger and the students tensed as their enemies approached. The closer they came, the paler the students became as they recognized the might of the foes they might have to face. The thudding got louder and louder and the buffalo demons suddenly appeared, racing forward in a uniform and deadly stampede. The students were like ants before them and the orange-haired boy cursed. Buffaloes never swarmed. That was not a thing, and they were not even sure the approaching enemies could be called buffaloes. The mad and enraged monsters bellowed as they charged at the alarmed group, their eyes blazing red like they hungered to spill blood. The healer yelled that the monsters were supposed to be harmless, and even Jeonma was speechless at this development. A stampede of buffaloes was more than he expected and he intended to summon his knife right away. However, the boy paused as he recalled that every blade had its purpose. His master from his old life had taught him that one could not use a chicken knife to kill an ox, just as sashimi knives were meant for fish. Back then, the main character had joked about beef sashimi. After all, it was silly to use a sashimi knife to butcher an ox. His master's hand had swung and the boy flinched, immediately apologizing. Then the young lad paused when his master's hand did not come down. He cracked open his eyes in surprise and saw that the fish had been sliced perfectly like always. His master smiled down at his glorious work and admitted that his student's words were also true. Suddenly, our guy had been reminded of his past and he laughed nervously as the enemy approached. It looked like they would have to slice cows with a fish knife. Focused, Jeonma ordered Chloe to distract the herd. She was not to charge straight in, and she was to move quickly left and right to disrupt their formation. There was no need to attack as all she needed to do was just to draw their attention. The girl replied that she understood and the dark-haired boy turned to smile, asking the healer if he was ready. The orange-haired boy was surprised, but he was encouraged by his leader's relaxed posture and said that he was born ready. The Japanese girl could not understand why the dark-haired boy was so calm when facing 50 buffalo, but the leader called to her, much to her surprise. The Oreo-haired boy told her to hold the front and to stop anything that got too close. She was surprised by the order, but she agreed, still wondering why the odd boy was so composed. The healer smiled as he pulled out his recorder, telling the brunette not to be surprised. Saki stared in confusion at the odd group as they readied for battle. A herd of buffalo and a sashimi knife, the main character reminded himself not to overthink. It was better to be safe than sorry, and that was why he had come ready. No matter what was in front of them, no matter how many, he would cut them all down. So, he grabbed his sashimi knives and he pulled out many at once, holding them between his fingers like they were tiny daggers. Then, Jeonma activated the blazing blessing of the sword god. The buffalo screamed as they charged at him, but the boy met them head-on and unafraid. The red-shaded beasts leapt with nothing but carnage and destruction on their minds. The boy, in turn, unleashed his sashimi knives right at the charging bulls. The archer watched in awe as the healer worked hard to give them all buffs. Saki's baby blue eyes widened in shock to see our guy do what she considered impossible. Saki's tasty treat fell to the ground with a splat. It was rare for her to not finish her favorite snack, but the brunette was in awe as she stared at Jianma. The girl thought that he looked crazy as he stood before them bathed in the red light that was the blood of their enemies. The young student stood on their corpses as he faced the danger ahead, unscathed and unbothered. He looked like a dark knight as the shadows danced around him, his dark eyes hooded as he stared into the abyss. The brunette's eyes widened and she was rendered speechless. In a split second, the boy before her had flown forward and he had used his special blessing to wipe out the enemies that had appeared before them. Those charging buffalo had barely stood a chance, especially with the combined attack from Chloe, who used her feline's blessing to launch her own attack. The buffaloes had raged, but they were no match for the redhead's deadly skill, and she made quick work of them using Schrodinger's cat. The young girl had flashed with speed, dancing as she destroyed the enemies that appeared before her. The buffalo were decimated and they fell to their knees in defeat. Of course, Chloe did not fight alone and a shadow followed quickly behind her. It was Jianma and he launched his own spinning attack, knocking down anyone she missed. The dark demons did not even get the time to process what hit them because in moments they were torn to ribbons by Jianma with his eyes flashing white. It was a battle unlike any other, with the youth flashing between the beasts as he tore them apart. All of the screaming and roars of pain looked like it had taken place in just a split second. The bulls roared their rage and Jianma hesitated when one got a bit too close. He raised his knives to block the attack, shielding his face from any real harm. The other two in the back were alarmed to see him cornered, and many buffalo raced at him, intending to take him down while he was distracted and alone. They piled together, leaping on each other as their only aim was to crush him. The buffaloes were mad with bloodlust and they created a thick muscular pile, determined to drown him underneath their weight. Saki panicked to see such an attack and she drew her bow, feeling the number of attacks were too much for Jianma to handle on his own. However, before she could even fire her bow, her eyes widened in shock to see a spray of gore. Muscles were torn apart and the enemies before her scattered into a million pieces before their knife-wielding leader. He had torn those buffalo to shreds without even breaking a sweat, and he even looked mildly irritated that he'd had to face them at all. The girl could not help but gasp in a silent prayer of disbelief. She had not realized that they were led by such a monster. Their enemies fell around the area in many pieces, and their conqueror stood over them, valiant and strong. His blades glowed in the darkness and a dark red aura bubbled around him thanks to the crazy feat that he had accomplished. Jianma stared down at the fallen bodies and was busy thinking that he'd gathered all of the materials that he would need. He figured that this number of enemies should do nicely, and he happily scooped up all the horns that he could carry. Thanks to the 40-second painless blessing, he could take down 50 buffalo like it was a breeze. It was a huge blessing, which was about time since his power had felt like a curse for too long. His number one fan, Chloe, was at his side in seconds, happily hailing him and telling him that he had crushed it again that day. Of course, he recognized that he had come this far thanks to the party's help. He smiled and told Chloe that she had done a good job and that they had a clean run. The girl was ecstatic with joy at this compliment, of course. The two classmates were happily babbling as if they were not surrounded by a flood of blood, while the other two normal people gaped at them. The brunette was in awe as she watched the other two discuss. The orange-haired boy beamed at Saki and grinned that he had told her that no surprises could hold them down. The brunette still yelled, asking how she was not supposed to freak out over that. The orange-haired kid grinned and laughed that she was speechless. Of course, the healer had expected that their leader would always find a way to shock them. The archer was still baffled and looked at their leader with confusion, wondering aloud what the boy even was. She didn't think he was normal, and to be frank, neither did Weapon. However, he also had no idea what their leader was. Weapon grinned, thinking that their guy was legendary, and wondered if Jianma would mind about live streaming. The public would not care much. Saki was confused and did not understand what he was talking about. The healer said their leader's name with awe and the brunette was still speechless and confused. She had no idea what was going on. The four continued through the dungeon. They had achieved their aim, so it was now time to casually stroll their way back home. The dungeon's clear condition was 20 buffalo, but their leader had managed to solo twice of that just to show off. Jianma said it didn't matter since he didn't do anything during midterms anyway. The healer grinned and seemed like he wanted to say a few other things to the leader, but he glanced at Saki and suddenly changed his mind. Honestly, they had almost died screaming back there, and the healer jokingly said that the Lion King had almost died the same way. The archer was confused that they had suddenly brought up the Lion King. Then he asked if their leader was being controlled by something else too. Suddenly, Chloe asked their leader why everything had suddenly gone so quiet. It was eerie, and the more they walked, the more it felt like something was off. The pillar-looking thing was suspicious. Suddenly, the archer screamed that they should wait. They all paused when they saw huge dark purple chains hanging from the dungeon gate. They looked deadly as heck and the students stared at them in alarm. It was a gate and the team stared at it in shock. It was chained shut. That was very unusual and it sent chills through the main character. Inside the dungeon, the traitor guard at the gate found the slaughtered bodies of the buffalo that he had unleashed on the children. He could not believe that they had actually managed to defeat the foes that he thought they would die facing. They had actually killed all of the beasts, and the man gulped in fright just seeing that. It was insane. There was 20 billion in debt from Chiorwan land. A few days ago, some woman claiming to be a Hawakan instructor approached the guard. It was the traitor demoness teacher with the purple hair highlights, and she had asked the man to do one thing for her and she would wipe his debt clean. The guard was shocked at this offer. The woman's request was for the guard to tame the buffalo, and then he was to frenzy them with the demon stone that she handed to him. After that, he was to release the frenzied bulls as soon as Kang Jeong-ma showed up. Then he would open the stone gate in the depths. There were a lot of rules, and the guard couldn't tell if he was more shocked by her outfit, or that she'd shown up out of nowhere with a grocery list of requests with an unbelievable offer. The guard could not believe that the witch was sacrificing students. Not happy with being judged, the woman asked if he was uninterested. She was fine with that since she also hated risky bets and she was fine with just finding someone else who would do the job for her. Unfortunately for the guard, he was desperate and he grabbed her hand in a plea for her not to go. He beamed and said that he would gladly do it and he was happy to help. The woman smirked and said he was doing well for a debt-ridden fool, insulting the poor guy even after he accepted the job. She said that she would call soon and his job was to answer every unknown number. The poor idiot was drooling with joy. His mind only focused on his gambling debts getting eliminated, like he wouldn't end up gambling himself into another hole. Unperturbed, the lady wished him goodbye and he stared at her with surprise and awe. Then he grinned at the offer of 20 billion. He could do so much with that money, and already the idiot was planning on gambling again because fools never change. The man stalked through the dungeon in anger, cursing anything that would get in the way of his 20 billion. He had already planned out how he was going to spend it. Anyway, he had no reason to worry because the stone gates were open and he was sure that there was no way that they would survive what they found inside. Meanwhile, the students found themselves facing that exact gateway. They could not believe it and they wondered if they had entered the stone gate now. Jeong-ma looked around and figured it explained why everything had seemed so easy. They had walked right into a trap. That glare from the guard should have been his tip because it had felt very wrong. The main character should have trusted his gut feeling back then. This gate would only open with the giant's demon stone, and that was a mid-game quest item. Those fragments they had seen earlier were pieces of the giant's mana stone, and the boy had not expected the door to be left open. If he followed the game, then the reward for defeating this level would be pretty good. However, surviving came first. Jeong-ma could see it as he stared at the heavy door before them that was locked with even heavier chains. A single red lion was carved into the supposedly indestructible stone gate. The boy has used all of the 40 seconds of painless blessings while fighting the buffalo, but he hoped Murasama would hold out a little longer. He had to slash the gate and get out before it shattered. That was the plan. A bubbling of purple miasma began before them, with smoke seeping from the ground and the students tensed in alarm. The little assassin called out to their leader and asked what was going on. The team was confused as they did not understand the things around them, but the air felt very dangerous. The rumbling continued and suddenly something manifested before them from the haze of white light. A giant being with an axe had appeared and it towered over them by many feet. The students could not comprehend what they were looking at, and the healer dumbly asked if that was a buffalo. Of course, the creature was no buffalo and Jeong-ma cursed their luck as he regarded the beast before them. The tall menacing creature that stood many feet above them had broken through from the gate before they had gotten the chance to escape. The clear reward was the blessing of transition. The reward would transfer and amplify the owner's blessing to a chosen target and it was single use only. In order to somehow gain that blessing, they needed to defeat the Agrade demon, Inatoros Minotauros, also known as the Buffalo King. The wind blew fiercely in the darkness of the cave, bringing with it the aura of the mad powerful beast that stood before them. It was a large towering creature with curving black horns, lit up by the light of the fiery torch. The creature looked left and right as the torches came alight. Two bodyguards stood at the side of the powerful creature that towered high over the 4 tiny students that faced it. This was a boss-level demon that they were never supposed to fight. The left-wing tactical formation and the right-wing tactical formation were already in place. Chloe assessed that they were now facing a demonic beast inside the stone gate. Even those 2 smaller foes were a problem. Even if the team tried to slash the gate and escape, once the bigger beast awoke, it would be impossible to escape unscathed. However, this situation was not like the midterms. Jeong-ma knew nothing about the mermaid, but he had fought minotaurs before. He could take 3 alone at full strength, but he had used all 40 seconds of the painless blessing. Any battle he fought now would be near suicide. The team needed to act strategically and he reached inside his jacket for his hidden sashimi knife. The main character asked the healer if he could boost him with some pain reduction. The Carrot Top was surprised but said that he could. Then the main guy needed to know how long he could do that. Weapon could only give Jeong-ma 2 minutes max, but that was enough. He asked the healer to keep it active while he was fighting. One slip and he would be cooked for sure. The healer was a little nervous but he was also motivated by Jeong-ma's smile. He said he would do it just because his hero was the one asking. Saki and Chloe were to handle the small fries. The big one was the main characters to deal with, and he told them not to interfere. The Japanese archer was stunned by how quickly Jeonma had adapted to a difficult situation. The boy asked them all to stick to the plan, and just then, the beast roared, spraying spit all over the place. He was like a wild beast. With a focused grim expression, the dark-haired student unsheathed his weapon and activated the blessing of the sword god. The pain was brutalizing as it flooded his body with silver-blue power. Jeonma had not faced the realities of his curse for a long time, and it was a brain-bending experience. To feel like 1,000 knives flooded through his veins, trying to uproot his nervous system, the young student spat blood in pain. However, he suddenly felt a bomb soothing the effects. He could move. Weapon was playing his recorder for all he was worth. The healer's blessing had helped after all. Jeonma had to do this, even with blood seeping from his lips. He needed to move. They would only get one shot at this. The giant beast with golden horns made a run for the young Sashimi wielder, and the main character rushed at him with speed. The god's blessing stayed with him, blessing him as he charged his opponent. The fires in the underground burned as the students fought for their lives. Moving fast like the wind, Jeonma rushed forward and ran straight for his opponent's leg. The blessing of the sword god was so painful that he was about to vomit blood. However, he managed to stay standing as the giant beast unleashed its first slash. The deadly sweep of its sword managed to miss Jeonma, and he dodged the first and then the second attack. He had to block the next kick that the Minotaur shot in his direction. But he had no time to stop and contemplate injuries. The MC moved fast. There was a slash and he had to pull back after making his first cut. Even the sensation she could not feel with the painless blessings was starting to awaken within him. He faced the giant warrior and the beast hefted its giant sword. Jeonma rushed forward, diving in between the beast's legs. Its red eyes followed his movement, turning in its enraged bid to strike down its opponent. The boy growled and sliced, but the beast moved in counterattack, its blade inches away from the main character's face. Even with the pain bearing down on him with heavy malicious intent, the dark-haired boy realized that he felt free. He raced forward, moving like the wind as his opponent bore down on him with the intent to kill. The giant beast wrecked the landscape each time he swung his sword. He was a powerful creature, a foe worth facing the mighty protagonist. The beast's pectorals bulged as it raised its weapon again. The Oreo-haired boy breathed in the wind. The beast's strike came down like the thunderous clap of lightning and thunder. It burned as it descended, searing anything that dared to stand in his way. Smoke came over the wrecked scene, blocking everything from sight. The beast stood proud in the cloud of its destruction, searching for signs of his opponent's survival. It grinned in malicious victory, red eyes glowing with joy, but paused when it sensed something. A flaw in its attack. Jeonma stood before it, his eyes glowing blue, sashimi knife still in hand. Saki glanced back at the battle happening behind them, thinking it was crazy that a human could even move like that. The small fries they were handling were basically the beast's generals, and the archer leapt into the air with her bow in hand. Muscle control, stance, leveraging kinetic energy, a combat sense that broke the enemy's gentle gravity with minimal movement. But theory and reality were worlds apart. The archer knew that as she fired her bow, the beast screamed as it was hit by her steady arrow that was fired with unshakable focus even at death's door. This sort of fighting really reminded the Blue Net of someone. She growled for the annoying beast to get out of her way and she fired her golden arrow. The bolt charged with energy shot forward, tearing into the beast and bringing it down. Yes, Saki realized that Jeonma reminded her of Siegfried the Sword Emperor. The current rumor going around the school was that the Sword Emperor used his aura against a special admission student. The giant beast now faced that special admission student. Its eyes widened in shock and horror as it stared down Jeonma. Jeonma faced that gaze without any wavering, a dark, terrifying blue aura burning behind him, alerting even the towering beast to the danger that stood before it. It still fought on, swinging a fist at the boy's face with the intention to catch him by surprise. In a bright, blinding light, Jeonma swung his sashimi knife, cutting the beast before him to ribbons. He grinned wickedly, eyes bright with a dangerous light as the beast's arm dropped, severed from its body. The monster cried out in pain. Its giant arm had been severed and its opponent walked calmly behind him. What had first appeared as an uneven fight had quickly become a beatdown for the giant beast. As the dark-haired boy fought, the others fought beside him, weapon playing his recorder for all he was worth, while the girls handled the two smaller bulls. The orange-haired boy was strained and shaky, but he kept up his steady pace as Chloe absolutely murdered the beast before her. The bull crumpled to the flood and the redhead flicked her sword to get the blood stains off. With an even pace, she stalked back to the healer, rubbing the blood off her cheeks. It had been a close fight, but she was still majorly inexperienced when it came to fighting demonoids. The more human-like the monster was, the more deadlier it was to face. That's why the fishmen could not compare to the bulls they'd been facing. It may vary from person to person, but if a demon acts like a human to that extent, then the redhead worried that her crush would struggle. The giant beast screamed in pain and rage at being cut by the small student, and it gripped its large weapon with its other hand. It hoisted up the battle axe with a roar of battle, casting a dark aura around it. The students were shocked and horrified to see a demonoid with the ability to cast magic. Its veins throbbed in its arm and it gritted its teeth with madness and power. The archer began to sweat as she realized that the creature was burning life force for mana. She could not believe that a demonoid could do something like that. The wind blasted all of them as they watched their impossible opponent stand before them fearlessly and do something that they should not have been able to do. It was hard to even approach because of the rampant magic power, yet even now, Kang Jeong-ma did not back down. Blood began to leak from the healer's lips, but he remembered the instruction not to waver and he kept playing, hoping for a miracle. The orange-haired boy believed in his hero, and the dark-haired boy stared facing the giant bull before him. Even the main character spat blood, looking up in horror to see his opponent beef up in brawn and magic. The situation was tense with little chance of them slipping away. The beast then once again swung and he swung his axe with all of his might. That swing came with fire and vengeance and rage, burning light sparkling as he swept his arm through the air towards Jeong-ma who stood beneath him. The Minotaur's axe bubbled with dark magic. That magic stretched from its arms, veins growing around the axe before him. It was empowered by the beast's drive to end Jeong-ma once and for all, its hatred fueling its power. The main character spilt blood from his lips, staring in horror at the beefed-up opponent he faced. The air was thick and tense with blood and sweat, and the dark aura of hate as the beast swung its weapon towards the MC, the dark-haired boy standing in the way of the attack. Pulling forth his weapon, the Oreo-haired boy leapt forward and there was a splash of blood, a blinding light and a tremor through the area as both their attacks met. The axe hand versus the glowing sashimi knife. The beast's rage versus the student's will to survive and live. They faced each other, knowing a death match stood before them and only one of them would survive. Jeong-ma naturally pressed on because to accept defeat would not only kill him, but all the members of his team as well. The magic was too dense and the boy laughed as he realized he could not cut through the Minotaur's magic defense. If the main character was to dodge now, the students behind him would become the victims. The monster growled as it pushed its attack against Jeong-ma, and the boy began to bend to the weight of the power pushing against him. Golden cracks appeared in the air and the gifted student groaned in pain. His feet scraped across the hard ground and he realized he was getting pushed back. This was not an easy battle to win and he had already started to lose. He could not accept that. However, before he could come up with a solution, a golden bolt fired from behind him, nailing the beast in the eye. The MC was shocked to receive an assist. He turned and saw the blue archer, her hair sailing in the wind she'd created with her shot. The girl yelled, asking the Oreo-haired youth what he was waiting for now. He was to take the opportunity that she had opened and sliced. Realizing this, Jeong-ma rushed forward with his sword in hand. The beast growled in rage to see the boy get an assist. The dark-haired boy closed his eyes and focused his power. His eyes grew dark with dangerous thorns, a red light glinting in his eyes. Red light danced around the boy in the darkness as yet another aspect of his blessing was activated. There was red on the ground and it was deep and treacherous, painting the scenery with a dark and dangerous foreboding color. The red was like a living, breathing creature and from it something white extended. The red beat like a thumping heart and the white within it grew, forming the pointed end of a dangerous weapon streaked with white and metal and red. A red dangerous aura was coming for Jeong-ma and the dark-haired boy pulled out his long blue knife. It was a blue light that Chloe recognized, and she stared in surprise. The blue light met the red, piercing through, and it would cut cleanly. Jeong-ma, his eyes blacked out with white irises. The monster's eyes widened in shock as the blue light began to cut. The light grew blinding as the MC forged forward and the monster screamed in rage and pain as it was cut, this time more cleanly than before. It was like its cord of life was severed as Jeong-ma pushed forward. The special student swung his arm and sliced that monster in half. The beast fell apart in two separate halves and Jeong-ma tumbled in the air. The Minotaur fell in two separate halves, the upper and the lower. The beast's attack had not even come close to the perfect slide that the dark-haired boy had made. The others stared in shock at such a beautiful cut. The boy stumbled forward and the beast's pieces fell to the floor. Jeong-ma stood still for a moment, his back bent as he stood between the two bloody pieces. He still gripped the knife in his hand and he breathed heavily, gasping in giant breaths. The dark-haired boy stared forward in relief, blood caking his lips as he embraced the satisfaction of victory. He had managed to cut his foe down. Saki stared in awe, her eyes staring at Jeong-ma. Meanwhile, a blue countdown continued. The healer fell to the ground in relief and he stared in amazement. His hero shattered common sense every time the healer watched him fight. The blue light that had been bright enough to illuminate the cave had come from Jeong-ma who was somehow still standing. At his age, the dark-haired genius was already manifesting an aura. The orange-haired boy wondered what the boy even was. The healer jumped in shock when Saki placed a hand on his shoulder, scolding her friend and reminding him to breathe. He was still jumpy from their terrifying experience, and the boy looked up at her in surprise. The girl smirked and said that she kind of understood what weapon had meant earlier. The boy was confused and the brunette explained that she meant the legendary incident. The orange-haired boy was surprised that she was bringing that up. Sake smiled as she finally understood why weapon kept following that guy around. Jeong-ma was pretty impressive. The healer protested that he was doing nothing of the sort, but she just rolled her eyes, saying that the academy rules would not let Kang Jeong-ma transfer to their class that year. The healer's lips were swollen and purple and he stared at his friend in disbelief, asking if she hit her head or got possessed by a demon. The girl just smirked and suggested the other way around. There was, after all, no rule against that one. Now that the healer considered it, he realized there was no rule against it. The brunette smiled and said that was good, because now she felt like tagging along with him too. Kang Jeoma had become someone interesting to them. Meanwhile, the boy in question was really going through it as he tried to catch his breath. Even with Speed Weapon's blessing, rest was unavoidable. At least the main character had managed to survive. Still, fighting without the painless blessing was progress, and this was the first time he'd done it. Suddenly, someone cried out his name and flung themselves at him. It was Chloe, of course, and his resident Yander was worried about him. She wrapped her arms around him, much to his surprise, as she wailed and asked if he was hurt anywhere and if he was okay. All of her care and hugs were somehow aggravating his already existing wounds, and he trembled in her arms, groaning about how he was still hurt and he would love for her to wait a minute. The girl gasped and pulled back, nervously playing with her hair as she apologized. The poor boy leaned back as he wished he'd just died instead. The pain he felt now was massive. The boy then blinked as he stared up into the sky and saw a huge system notification. It congratulated the MC, for he had unlocked yet another blessing. Originally, this fight should have been Leon's. The MC had no intention to steal it, especially as the spirit rank was one of the rarest in that world. It was a blessing that only revealed its full potential when combined with another. Jeoma had gained the blessing of transition, which meant that he could transfer an own blessing to a living being or an object. However, the user must make direct physical contact with the target. It was an essential blessing for controlling the dual-natured Bamung. Well, the dark-haired boy had won it now, so he might as well make the best of this. Suddenly, the door to the dungeon opened and the weakened student raised his head. The dark-haired boy reminded Chloe that he had asked for a favor. The girl was surprised, but she immediately agreed to whatever favor he required. The guard peeked inside the dungeon, looking around. He then assessed the situation and stared in horrified disbelief. The poor stupefied guard could not believe the wreckage that lay before his eyes, but before he could process it, Chloe leapt at him and stabbed him in the leg. The guard screamed in pain, crying and wiggling on the floor like a pathetic caterpillar. The assassin warned him to stay still. Her gaze was threatening and the guard cried in fear to see her. Weapon was a bit confused and asked what was going on, so the team lead explained that he had asked the girl to do him a favor earlier. The guard yelled and cursed at the students, asking why they were attacking him and what he had done to them. The dark-haired boy said that was exactly what they were trying to figure out. After a moment of explanation, the guards were shocked that the rampaging buffalo horde and the open stone gate were all because of the wicked guard. The archer admitted that it had all felt a bit suspicious. There were not any surveillance cameras inside the dungeon, but the guard had just happened to show up in time, just as they defeated the beast. The healer did not understand why the guard would target them though. The archer scoffed and said that was exactly what they were still trying to figure out. Then, they turned to the guard. There was no way that a small fry like him pulled this off without any outside help. The brunette asked with glowing blue eyes, asking who was backing him. The man was already very terrified. He stuttered as he tried to speak, but the brunette was impatient and asked if he would talk or if he would prefer that they loosen his tongue. Even Jeoma was surprised at her ferociousness. Then, the dark-haired boy added that if the guard would not tell them about his boss, things would get very dark indeed. The guard panicked and said he would talk. A few days ago, a Howakan Academy instructor came to him, and they said that they would clear his gambling debt if he just obeyed their instructions. Weapon was enraged to hear that a guard was selling out students for gambling debts, and that he had traded over lives for a few bucks. Even Saki couldn't believe his scummery. The guard panicked and said that it wasn't a few bucks, the person had promised 20 billion. The guard refused at first, but Weapon didn't want to hear it. He thought that the guard was a complete scumbag. Anyway, Saki made Weapon calm down, and then asked the guard what the instructor looked like. The man confessed that it was a woman with purple hair and eyes, and she was pretty tall as well. The archer considered this description and realized that it sounded like the class assistant instructor. She was sure because she never forgot a face. Plus, the teacher's eyes were so sharp that she stood out. Jeoma mumbled that this was true. The healer was confused and asked if she was behind the midterms incident as well. The brunette asked what had happened during the midterms since she had not been on the team back then. The dark-haired boy then took the moment to reveal that they had run into a demonoid mermaid during the midterms. The brunette was shocked to hear this, realizing that Leon had ended up in a hospital because he fought a demon. Weapon was glad that they could talk about that now, because he was thrilled to reveal that Jeoma had been the one to solo the giant female fish. Of course, the archer was shocked to hear this. She was about to protest, but given current events, it made sense. Well, they had gotten all the info that they needed from the guard, and the boy checked out the time on his cell phone device. The others gasped and groaned when they realized how late it had gotten. They had spent more time in the dungeon than they had expected. Suddenly there was a tearing sound and blood splashed everywhere. The guard screamed in pain and fear as blood formed on his clothes. A dungeon that was never supposed to open just happened to open. The timing was perfect for erasing someone from existence. The guard panicked and asked what the student meant by that. The dark-haired boy instead turned to his classmate. She was the assassin here, so it was her call. The girl nodded and stepped forward, raising her sword. The sword was pointed at the greedy wicked guard who begged for mercy, but mercy was forfeit when he tried to get them brutally murdered. The guard wished they were joking, but Chloe was going to execute him. He wasn't granted much time to scream as Chloe was done quickly. Hoken Academy's elders and instructors, one of them was targeting Jeong-ma. The boy already had enough trouble on his neck, but now he was enraged. He mentally told the teacher to come at him, because he would erase them all. The Cow King's horn was a giant and admirable golden horn of Minotauros, the boss of the Hidden Water Buffalo dungeon. This horn would guarantee success for weapon enhancement below a rank. Jeong-ma dropped this magnificent item before the blacksmith and asked him to enhance it. The blacksmith was beyond speechless that a special student had successfully attained such an item in the first place. A grade beast material was a hard find, even if the hunter was a student from Hoken Academy, and the man had to admit that the situation was insane. The blacksmith shakily asked the MC if he had somehow obtained high-rank material by taking down the boss by himself. However, Jeong-ma brushed off such a claim by saying that he could not have done it without his team. Besides, while the blacksmith was at it, the boy needed his sashimi sword repaired as well. The blacksmith was absolutely horrified by the ugly state of the sword. He yelled and asked what Jeong-ma had done to his weapon to wreck it like this. The MC did not have time for this and threatened the blacksmith with one word, which had him doubling back immediately and sweetly saying that the boy should take better care of his items. Of course, the student was more worried about his body than his weapon when he was fighting. Well, the blacksmith promised to fix the problem, so now Jeong-ma would leave the materials and the knife to him. As the boy walked away, the smith cursed his fate for ending up like this. He even plotted to make the knife even shorter this time. Then, the boy paused as he remembered something and then asked the blacksmith to use the leftover materials to buy himself a drink. Fear was great, but kindness worked even better and the blacksmith was shocked by the sudden show of favor. Meanwhile, back in class, there was a lot of murmuring among the students. Things had gotten a lot better, but poor Jeong-ma was still facing a bit of residual pain from the sword blessing, and he figured that he should ask Weapon for a bit more healing blessings later. The boy leaned back on his chair, silver streaks falling over his eyes as he sighed. Above him hovered the status board that shone with a bright light. Apparently, some terms had been changed. For better understanding, his physical endurance, mental endurance, and weapon synchronization had all gotten an upgrade. The most noticeable change was the assimilation rate. Unlike other stats, this one jumped dramatically after every major battle. Clearing another dungeon would probably raise it again, and it was going to unlock soon. Unlike the skyrocketing stats, there had not been any new gray hairs since that day, though his gray hair slowly increased. If his hair became completely white, the main character feared losing it all. Really strong characters tended to go bald after all, and he didn't want to walk around looking like a human egg. With enemies targeting him, Jeong-ma needed to be fully prepared, and he could not let all of this lead to a meaningless death. He also needed to study how to use the blessing of transition. It was quite unfortunate that he'd stolen that from Leon, but he would be drowning in buffs anyway, so he didn't really need it. There was way too much for Jeong-ma to do, so for now, he would focus on recovering from the last fight. The boy groaned as he stretched and flexed his muscles. It had been a hardcore battle. Glancing to his side, he then noticed the celebratory gift, yakan. The treat was apparently too sweet, unbearably sweet to the point of being inedible. For the first time, the main character had achieved the goal of leading his own team and clearing a dungeon. Being targeted for assassination was now just another part of his daily life, but it was not all that bad, because now he finally had two people that he could call his friends. Weapon and Chloe, neither of them played a major role in the main story, and he was not even sure if Chloe considered him a friend or an object of love. The redhead had ended up hospitalized with a fever after the dungeon, so he would have to visit when he had the time. Suddenly, their teacher marched in and barked at all the students to return to their seats. As usual, the renowned swordmaster was behind him. Jeong-ma idly wondered when the swordmaster guy would show up when he suddenly got an alert from his phone. The dark-haired boy whipped out his phone and stared in shock as an unknown number messaged him and asked what he was doing. Jeong-ma was surprised and wondered if he had been messaged by mistake. The next message asked the boy to look in front of him. This was a curious respect, but Oreo hair obliged and looked up. Then his eyes widened in shock and horror. The person with the bunny picture as their wallpaper happily waved and grinned with her tongue out. It was Saki with her wave of light blue hair, and she skipped happily into what was supposed to be the wrong class. So, from that day, Cadet Saki Ryojo had been reassigned to their class, and there was a shout of shock among the students. The teacher told them to settle down. He said that he hoped that they would all get along, and that announcement was over, so it was time for the class to change into their gear and report to the training grounds in 30 minutes. Then, they were dismissed. The students acknowledged the request and gaped at the girl in awe. They could not believe that the girl was really in their class now. The bald instructor said that Saki had requested the reassignment herself, and the other students asked if the girl was really their classmate now. They even had the shameless audacity to ask what was her type. Ignoring all of them, the girl casually strolled through the class and Jeong-ma watched her in disbelief. He could not comprehend that she would actually come to their class. Among the year's recruits, the girl Saki was considered one of the miracle generation. The top 4 students, Jeong-ma, Abel, Rachel, and Saki, who ranked first, second, third, and fourth were to walk together. The brunette ranked first in academics, but her combat skills were just as sharp. A true balance of brains and bronze. She was also the daughter of Kojima Saki, one of the 7 heroes aka the Absolute Bow. Fun fact, Kojima Saki holds the title of the Prime Minister of Japan in this world. Basically, the brunette was Japan's princess, and in this world, Japan was still a superpower. So, people were losing their minds like they just met a celebrity. Internally, Guillaume begged for the brunette not to come over to him or it would be a pain in the behind by 200%. The Japanese princess strolled through the class with a pep in her step like she had not a care in the world, and the men gaped, thinking that she was quite gorgeous in person. The lady then stopped with an amused smile when she spotted Guillaume. The poor boy was still pleading mentally and doing everything in his power not to meet her gaze as he begged furiously for her not to come to him. Suddenly, a very familiar and grating voice said that if he would not eat the treat on his table, then she would eat it. That's right, standing right beside Kang Guillaume was none other than the Japanese Princess Saki, bearing down on the poor main character like she was a wave as she shoved her phone in his face and asked him to save her number now. The poor guy just wanted to know why his bad feeling was never wrong. Meanwhile, back at the dungeon, there was a lot of police tape sealing the place up, and someone asked exactly what the guard had said before he entered the dungeon. The other guard responded that the guard was worried about the cadets and that he needed to check it out himself. The interrogator asked if there was anything else unusual, and the guard admitted that now that he thought about it, the previous guard had not looked very well. The interrogator understood the situation and said that they would continue the site inspection now, so the man could leave. The guard was thanked for his cooperation. The interrogator sighed as he faced the dungeon, and someone mentioned that it was rather common for people to die in dungeons. However, no matter how bad the accident was, there was always a body left behind. This time though, the interrogator could not forget the sight that he had found within the dungeon. When they had entered the dungeon for the search, they had been left in utter shock. Wide-eyed, they had stared at the numerous bodies of defeated buffalo, a mountain of flesh and blood, piled high with buffalo corpses. Howakan Academy cadets had been here, but this was not the work of mere students. The cadets returned safely, but the staff member who had gone in after them was never found. Not even his body had been retrieved. It was as if the guard had never existed in the first place. The interrogator's partner asked if it was possible that the guard was still inside the stone gate, and they could not rule that out completely, but it was highly unlikely as the stone gate had never opened before. Even so, they could not exactly interrogate Howakan Academy cadets because that place was crawling with nobles. The higher-ups would not ever approve a warrant for them to further investigate the matter, but the partner needed to step away to go easy on himself. The whole cage was driving the surprisingly hot interrogator crazy and he sighed as he smoked. Suddenly, his partner got thrown back and the interrogator stared in shock. A lady approached in thigh-high white boots. Purple energy crackled all over the fallen man who donned glasses and the interrogator stared in horror when he realized that magic had been used. It could only mean that the approaching lady was a demon. Indeed, she was a demon, and it was the happy and wicked purple-haired teacher from the academy. She played with purple magic in her hands and happily greeted the interrogator like this was a normal occurrence. The woman looked human, so the interrogator was taken aback at first. However, his eyes began to spin as an attack was launched right at him. The demon sliced through, moving from one end of the road to another as she sliced right at his neck, putting a very solemn end to the surprisingly hot interrogator. The wicked purple demoness happily greeted the man a goodbye and his head was dispatched from his body, but not before the interrogator noted that the enemy was in fact a human that made a pact with a demon. A person who was half human and half demon, a demi-demon. The demi-demon teacher grinned as she regarded the fallen corpses, saying that it was great that the men were hardworking but she was a hardcore villain as well, and she thought that they were all just a little too slow-witted. The beautiful princess with sparkling blue eyes grinned as she munched on her favorite snack. She even had the audacity to giggle like a little hellion, like she was not the center of attention. Guillaume hesitantly called out to her, and the young lady immediately redirected the conversation by asking why he had not been interested in eating the treat that she shared with him. Unfortunately, Guillaume was not interested in eating the snack version of diabetes, and he reminded the young princess that she was on the seat of his favorite Yandere assassin. However, Saki couldn't care less, saying that it was first come and first served. The boy figured that made sense, but he was still uneasy, but the matter was dropped and the girl was satisfied. By the way, the main character could not fathom why the talented archer had transferred to their class. Before the conversation could press forward, they were reminded that they had 5 minutes to prepare for the assembly. The archer clearly had no intention of answering the main guy's question, so there was an awkward silence at first. Then, Guillaume pointed out that their class had an early morning training every day, and their new student was supposed to join them. However, Saki had no intentions of doing that either. Why did she even bother joining their class? Then, the girl added that she didn't want him to call her Saki anymore. She wanted to be on a first-name basis, so he was to call her Ryojo. In her country, close friends used first names, not last names. However, Guillaume pointed out that Weapon calls her Saki. The girl scoffed and said that had nothing to do with this, so apparently, she was playing favorites. She told him to have fun at training and very obviously dozed off on her seat. A very troublesome person had entered the MC's class, and she clearly had no plans of leaving anytime soon. Meanwhile, in the hero class, Rachel did a few stretches. The blonde girl noted that it was a noisy day, and she'd heard the rumors that Saki transferred from their class. The blonde couldn't believe that the brunette who slept all day had really left their class. Abel could not care less about that rumor and was barely engaged in the conversation. The blonde noticed her silence and then grinned, detecting that the waterfall-haired miss was in fact very bothered by Saki's move. The genius swordswoman was confused and asked what the blonde meant. Rachel grinned and said that transfers could only happen if there were open spots. Apparently, their class was short one student that year, and Saki found that out, even when she was always napping in the archery hall. Abel was so confused and asked what the archer's transfer had to do with bothering her. So Rachel explained that Weapon had told her last week that the archer had teamed up with Kang Jeong-ma, and they cleared the Buffalo Dungeon together. The blonde then grinned that even if the brunette liked the guy, there was a proper order to things after all. Now, Waterfall Hair began to panic as she slowly began to understand. Rachel then laughed that their perfect swordswoman had already called dibs on Jeong-ma after all, and the girl panicked with a blush, saying that the blonde was always saying weird stuff. The hyena girl teased, saying that she'd noticed whenever Jeong-ma's name came up, Abel would always react a little differently. There was something definitely going on. So, the swordswoman decided to make it clear. She had only tried talking to the MC a few times, and there was nothing between them. So, she wished the blonde would stop with all of the weird rumors. Then, the blonde hummed and smirked, saying that there was nothing right now, but who would know what could happen later. Abel, the girl could fool others, but lying to herself was kind of pathetic. The swordswoman was stunned speechless and the blonde just smirked, telling her classmate to ponder those words for a bit. It seemed the talented swordswoman would be taking that advice after all. She recalled when her predecessor had explained that she would be temporarily taking an instructor position at the academy. The girl had been annoyed and asked him not to follow her as she was already getting too much attention as it was. However, the old man said that he would be overseeing the first-year students, and the young lady was surprised to hear this. The old man had not forgotten what happened during the midterms. The girl had asked him for help after all. She would not have much of a chance to bump into him after school, so she would not need to worry about him. Now Abel noticed that her grandfather was trying to stay calm, but there was an odd sharp glint in his eyes that was impossible to hide. The swordmaster, who always seemed indifferent, was stepping into the field like this. It could only be because of one person, Kang Jeong-ma. The lady did not know if she should feel threatened or offended. The main character was a prodigy who disregarded status and broke through noble society purely through strength alone. The boy also possessed a ridiculous level of talent, the kind that defied all logic. Even his background was that of a fast-track student. When she had first met him, he had been nothing but a scrawny kid, always sneaking around. Now, Jeong-ma had suddenly grown into a strong and sharp-eyed young man. Honestly, the special student was now starting to shine even more than Leon Reinhardt, who was supposed to be a hero candidate. The special student was walking the hero's path more clearly, yet he never even showed it off. The boy was not the kind to boast about his achievements, and he instead just quietly moved forward. If he had acted cocky even once, then maybe the swordswoman would find it easier to dislike him. Now, she found the current situation rather pathetic as her beautiful features were marred with a frown. She was totally jealous. Abel was jealous now that her grandfather had recognized the main character as well. The high-ranked swordswoman was so ashamed. Now she was recalling this as Rachel grinned wickedly behind her, her eyes shining with mischievous glee. The swordswoman jumped in horror, squealing and asking what the hyena girl was doing sneaking around like that. Rachel also squealed, acting like Abel was wrong for screaming. No matter how it looked, the swordswoman was hell-bent on riding the train that she did not have feelings for Kang Jeong-ma. In fact, she did not even have the time or room to think about him. The blonde then grinned, saying that she was quite relieved that Waterfall Hair had said that out loud, much to the other girl's confusion. See, Abel had now given express permission to any other girl openly interested in Kang Jeong-ma, and Rachel was pleased that she would not have to compete with Abel to get the man that she wanted. The blonde opportunist cackled just like a villain. She was sure that she could easily beat the brat Saki, but things would be easier now that the swordswoman was out of the picture. Abel was taken aback by this response and fidgeted shyly with a pleased blush at the idea of Rachel backing out if she was interested. Then, the hyena grinned, asking if Waterfall Hair was ready to admit her feelings now. At the speed of sound, Abel was right back on the defensive, and she scolded the blonde once again. The rank of a blessing was generally determined by what spirit resided within it. If a guardian spirit was present, it would be a guardian-level blessing. However, if a true spirit was present, it would be considered a spirit level. A student then asked if an ancestor spirit counted as an ancestor-level blessing. Meanwhile, Saki mumbled that her grandfather kept showing up in her dreams lately. Perhaps she'd see him less if she slept in class less. The teacher laughed and explained that ancestors could help to lift weights in the forge, but they did not give blessings. Saki pondered this answer for a few minutes, and then she just dropped right back to sleep. Not even the professor could keep her awake, and once again, Jeong-ma wished the girl was anywhere else. Alright, moving on. The teacher went back to the lecture and Jeong-ma pondered how the girl could possibly sleep so well. It had been 2 days since the brunette had mysteriously shown in their class, and he still did not know why she was there. Especially because all she'd done since getting there was sleep through the entire class, so there was never any time to ask her. Seriously, if the girl was just going to nap anyway, then she could do it in the corner, not next to him. Fortunately, Chloe was still in the hospital, so there had been no issues raised about Saki's choice of seat. Still, the archer covered for him after the dungeon incident, so everything wrapped up without too much trouble. The archer was on another level, way better than weapon. The teacher was still teaching and passing on knowledge to anyone who would bother paying attention. He talked about blessing ranks and how they were classified. There were heroic spirits, true spirits, guardian spirits, and personal spirits. Most cadets in the class probably had a personal spirit blessing. However, the teacher said that there was no reason for the students to feel too much about that. If they were skilled enough, then even a personal spirit blessing could outperform a guardian level one. Plus, spirit level blessings were super rare anyway. Ma wondered if that low-quality pat on the back was somehow supposed to be reassuring. Then again, it was not like the main character had recently snagged one of those rare blessings or anything. Meanwhile, he had indeed snagged the blessing of transition. Another student asked about heroic blessings, and the teacher explained that those blessings were basically considered a legend, even to a professor of blessing studies. Since the dawn of blessing manifestations, only one person had ever awakened it. Of course, that person was none other than the great hero of Origins, Valor Howken himself. However, in modern times, there was a rumor that there could be one more person who could do it. The miracle blessing. Unfortunately, this was where their class would come to an end and they would have to finish the story at another time. Just before the teacher left, Kang Jeong-ma decided to ask a question. The teacher was surprised but told the boy to go ahead. Then things got dark as Jeong-ma asked if the teacher had ever heard the phrase that said, "May the blessing of the gods be with you." There was a bit of silence that had some tension in it. The kind of tension that even woke Saki. The teacher then said that he was not quite sure what the boy was getting at. But there was a flaw in what the boy had said. This was intriguing to the main character, and the teacher smiled, saying that there were no gods left in this world. He admired the young student's thirst for knowledge and told the boy to feel free to visit his office anytime. In other words, of all the categories of blessings, the blessing of a god was even more than a legend. Most thought that it was something that no longer existed. The main character was silent as he watched the teacher leave the class. Then, the brunette grinned sneakily at Jeong-ma. He asked if she was done sleeping, and she said probably not. The boy sighed since the girl clearly had no intention of participating in the land of the living. He also needed to get some rest anyway. So, the boy lay his head down for a moment, deciding to rest. Everything went dark, and in the darkness, the letter G appeared. There were words appearing in the dark, like something was trying to communicate, and the boy blinked blearily as he tried to make out the words. Then, his eyes widened in shock and realization. Before Jeong-ma was a planetary-wide display that said the GMO requested a conversation with him. Bro was now floating in what looked like a satellite in outer space, and it seemed like the sword god was trying to make contact, and it was asking if Jeong-ma accepted. A giant glitching and glowing blue orb that rose to the heights and the size of a mighty planet hovered in the middle of space, with a commanding presence and aura. Various debris and stuff that looked like bits and pieces broken off from a train floated around it. This very odd world was where Kang Jeong-ma had been transported to, and the boy was speechless. The giant glowing orb asked the boy if he accepted, and the boy could only stare in confusion. The orb kind of wanted to speed up the process and inform the dude that the GM requested a conversation with him. The GM was also interfering with the world line via code, and this seemed to be against the rules because it was doing a whole lot of glitching. Meanwhile, the main character wondered what the world line even meant. This whole situation made no sense to him. Suddenly, the discarded objects around him went still, and things suddenly became quiet once more. The dimensional gap was too large. The boy's current level was insufficient. The creature trying to reach out to him could not breach the gap after all. Jeong-ma had apparently not yet met the requirements for something, and the large screen asked again if he wanted to proceed. The screen was leaving out so much information that could have helped to make an informed decision. This whole situation had gone on for too long, and it did not seem like a dream. Perhaps he would finally find answers about the sword god's blessing and why he was in this world. The boy focused on the end tag, and he selected a yes. The GM promptly confirmed his decision and was now initiating reverse connection. There was a glitch and readjustment as the world began to align, and the system buzzed. The glass shattered before him, and Jeong-ma was suddenly hit with a feeling. It was just like when he had first awakened with the sword god's blessing at the academy entrance. Lines connecting and lights flashing with scattered remnants of a memory danced around him. Right, something was flashing just within his sight. No matter what, he needed to see clearly on the identity behind that bright flashing light before him. The boy reached out, getting closer little by little to the shining light, and he encouraged himself, pushing himself just a bit further with his hand outstretched. Jeong-ma was going towards the light when suddenly a voice called out, screaming for him to awaken. A hand grabbed his shoulder, pulling him right out of that sparkly red dimension. External interference had been detected, and the conversation would have to be postponed. The main character was alarmed, trying to hold on to the information that he so desperately needed, but he would not get that chance. He was spat out by the swirling red system that was already quickly locking itself away. However, a message was left for the dark-haired boy by the GM. The message was to cut and sever, no matter what it was. With that, the boy fell away from the sparkling and glitching blue light before him, and even that eventually faded to darkness with a sparkle of pretty blue stars left in its wake, twinkling and shining with excellence as the boy lost his grip on everything around him. Once again, Jeon-ma was told, "May the blessings of the gods be with you." Then someone yelled for Kang Jeon-ma to wake up already. The drowsy boy's eyes snapped open, and he lifted his head to find the brunette daring to scold him for sleeping in class. The boy had always nagged her about sleeping, but here he was having the time of his life with a little sweet nap. Anyway, the girl welcomed him, saying that if she had not woken him, he would surely have slept in the class till the next day. Suddenly, Saki paused when she noticed something off about her classmate's expression. The special student stared ahead with a tear falling from his eye, sobbing from the absolute missed opportunity. Much later, after the boy had time to collect himself, Jeon-ma sat on a bench, taking a moment to think about everything that had happened to him so far. The girl had been concerned to see him so distraught, and she had asked if he had a bad dream, and if he was doing okay. He knew that he had dreamt of something, but now the boy could not remember. It had been really unsettling for the dark-haired student to face that. It was embarrassing enough to get caught crying by Saki of all people, but he could no longer recall why he had cried in the first place. This sort of thing was very disorienting. Suddenly, his team popped up, much to the boy's surprise. Saki had come, and she had brought with her weapon and Chloe. So, the group gathered together and they got busy summarizing the situation. First, they knew that someone on the inside of their school was targeting their team captain, and during the midterm, they had attacked too. The brunette was quite frustrated with going over these silly details over and over again. She said nitpicking over nonsense like this was exactly why the leader never topped the ranks. They needed to just get to the point. Weapon had to take responsibility if he was just going to make her ears bleed. Jeon-ma had asked the healer to brief everyone, but it seemed that the poor boy was suffering for it. The orange-haired kid could hold his own against the brunette though, and he yelled at her, telling her that she would not be the top student forever and he was sure to beat her in the next test. The girl dramatically sighed that her ears were totally bleeding now because of him. Jeon-ma and Chloe were not exactly sure how to relate to such an energetic duo, and they just stayed silent at first. Then, the dark-haired boy turned to the redhead to ask how she was doing. The girl was now doing much better, but she did have to keep her distance for now in case she was contagious, which was why she had given them some distance. Anyway, Saki had already heard the story, so there was no reason to push further in that direction. Trying to figure it all out by himself at first had not been very helpful. Suddenly, the brunette got all up in Jeon-ma's face, reminding him that he was supposed to gently call her by her first name now, and she would stand for nothing else. Ryojo, her new object of admiration, had to call her Ryojo. The boy was a little nervous about doing that in such proximity to his resident yandere. However, he managed to do it just to keep the peace with Saki. The brunette was delighted, saying that it was nice working with the boy. Now, back to important matters. The healer had organized everything that they knew so far quite clearly and precisely. First, the academy elders were targeting Jeon-ma, and second, they got the description of that suspicious female instructor from the guard. Looking at the image that the boy had drawn, which was a horrendous replication of the suspicious teacher, both Chloe and the dark-haired boy were speechless. Well, so far, they were getting somewhere. However, thinking about it again, knowing all of this did not solve anything right now. The elders' exact motives were unclear, and the auditor family would probably handle the whole situation anyway. Cleo agreed with that assessment, while their captain was still baffled by the picture. Regarding the female instructor, Ryojo had definitely seen her somewhere, so she had checked every instructor and assistant through the academy's internal security system, which accounted for 546 different people. Through quick deduction, the archer had been able to find someone who matched. But strangely, her identity could not be confirmed. The Oreo-haired boy was shocked that Ryojo could actually do something like that. The brunette grinned that this much was just the basics in this world of tech overflow. Anyway, the academy's security was world-class, so she had to do it at dawn when the system was at its weakest. She was already sleep-deprived, and now she was even more exhausted. It turned out that Ryojo was more than just a sleepyhead for no reason. Even Jeon-ma was amazed and impressed by how sharp she actually was. This explained so much about how she had gotten her grubby hands on his number in the first place. Basically, they had not confirmed anything yet, and they could not exactly march up to the elders and threaten them. The healer spoke to Jeon-ma, saying that the scarily strong boy could probably do that. But that would only aggravate the already existing situation. So, the healer had a fancy new idea. He thought of starting their own club. Now this surprised the Oreo-haired boy, so the healer went on to explain. clubs at Hawakan Academy would basically have free movement and financial support because the academy emphasized cooperation among students. There were also a lot of perks behind getting into a club. One of the perks was that clubs were treated as official academy-affiliated groups. So, by joining a club, they could get the academy's official protection. Being students alone was not enough. Weapon happily upstaged the Blue Net's explanation, and Saki scowled, but admitted that a club would act as a double layer of protection since they had enemies both on the inside and the outside. It would be very convenient. The club system was one of the features from the game. Miracle Blessing Emmet was a mechanic designed for the academy-based game, letting players decorate their own personal spaces with furniture, invite characters over to boost affection, and basically empty the wallets of countless hardcore fans. It was a so-called housing system. The main character had not really been interested in that feature since he did not have a lot of money at the time. He had no idea that such a thing would become useful like this in real life. Then Jioma asked if there were special requirements for making a club. The healer replied that they needed at least 5 members, then they were to submit a club proposal form to the administration office. The main character did a lot of quick calculations in his head and figured out that they were 1 member short. Then, the Oreo-haired boy asked if the other members of the raid team were interested in joining the club. Naturally, Weapon was his #1 fan, and he was more than excited to join in. The healer proudly said that they would not even bring it up if they were not serious. Chloe was also happy to lend her help to Jioma, and Ryojo was also on board. After all, he had saved her life. Plus, every good team needed at least one brainy type after all. As a person gets older, human relationships can sometimes get more calculating. Yet, these people trusted and supported him even though they barely knew each other, and especially in a world obsessed with social status. The Oreo-haired boy expressed his thanks to everyone willing to pitch in to help. Then, to keep up this momentum, they should choose a club name first. Chloe thought for a moment and then came up with the really edgy name called the Memories of Assassination. If that did not work, then they could try something catchy like Corruption Killers. After all, they could catch bad guys. Weapon was rather worried about just how dark and edgy those names were. Even Jioma was concerned. Then, Ryojo flipped her hair with her own ideas for their name. She thought they could use something random like the Leaf Village Neighborhood Watch. That name sounded suspiciously like plagiarism. Weapon had the idea of Fight Club. But that was just as ridiculous and twice as suspicious. The redhead still had her ideas of assassination memories that she shortened to the very unflattering ass memo. The team could not make up their mind. So, Jioma got the idea of a travel club. They could clear dungeons and travel around a bit outside the academy, too. The dark-haired boy asked if it was too boring. Surprisingly, the entire team was fine with this idea, and he was greeted with bright and smiling faces. They agreed to be a travel club, and now they had to pick a club advisor. They had to sort this out quickly since they had exams next week. Meanwhile, Jioma was busy panicking over the name and how quickly they had agreed. Without an advisor, they could not even form a club. This was the tricky part since advisors had to be at least professor level, and the redhead asked if they could ask the professor from Blessing Studies. The man was known to be popular and really kind, too. However, now that Weapon thought about it, the man was way too busy, and he doubted that he would agree. They had over 500 academy staff, and only about 30 were professors, narrowing it down to just those teaching first years, and it was only about 10. The school encouraged clubs, but their system was full of contradictions. Then, Ryojo asked their captain if anyone came to mind. Well, as long as they just had to be professor level or higher, he did have someone in mind, and this made the whole team feel rather curious, as there were very few who were ranked higher than a professor. However, there was one person whom Jioma could call, someone who shocked every member of his team when he revealed the phone number to them. The team gaped in shock at his solution, a part of them wondering if their leader was really serious about that. The club president must apply in person to create a club. Well, Jioma was the club president, so he had indeed come in person for the permission. The teacher looked rather doubtful as she eyed the special student. This discriminating hag even had the audacity to snicker when she realized his status. Oreo Hair could not believe that an actual academy employee was quite brazenly looking down on him just because of his status. That guy, who happened to look like a chubby woman, was so annoying. The boy just wanted the dude to process the application if he met the criteria. Then, the chubby guy stood, intimidatingly large, as he said that no special fire year student could start a club on his own. He needed the approval of a faculty advisor first. From the looks of things, there was no professor willing to advise the boys' club. The student then asked what the blonde was getting at, and the big man smiled. He thought that he was making himself very clear to the special student. The blonde did not believe that there was any professor at the academy willing to volunteer to advise a club founded by a special admissions student. With the boy's background, he should at least be more perceptive of this kind of thing. Meanwhile, Jioma was just thinking that people would indeed never change. The little goodwill that he had left for this place was disappearing quickly, and he would love to solve this conversation in the way that he was most familiar with. However, having worked nearly 20 years in the service industry, the boy had gathered a lot of experience when it came to dealing with disgusting people. He knew that keeping quiet was usually the best solution. However, the boy really wanted to punch that guy. Keeping calm, the young boy fished out his phone and made a call, much to the blonde's surprise. The boy explained that he was currently in the admin office about the club registration, and the blonde was truly amazed at how cleanly the calendar was being made. Jeon-ma then smirked, noticing that the club advisor was nearby and he was even on the way. That was perfect. Then, the boy would be seeing the advisor soon. With that, the call ended, and the blonde yelled, scolding the kid and saying that he had a lot of nerve acting big by making a phone call. The Oreo-haired boy did not have the strength or the time to get into an unnecessary fight and just told the blonde to follow the procedure. His advisor was on their way. The blonde yelled, saying that the boy was being so darn rude, and he yelled to ask just whose backing the special student thought that he had. The blonde kept yelling that he was a cousin of a close friend of the headmaster himself, and if he said the word, a special admission student like the boy with black and white hair would have his life over. Suddenly, the boy snickered, which further annoyed the angry blonde. However, Jeon-ma asked the blonde to keep silent and to stop making so much noise. The blonde's voice was too loud. Now, the blonde was really about to lose his temper, yelling at the kid with his face going red. That was the receptionist's true face, and Jeon-ma smirked to finally see it. Finally, the receptionist would be honest. Suddenly, something slapped across the room at record speed. Every receptionist in the room was intimidated, frightened and scared. They could not believe what they had just heard. The blonde stared in awe as the heel of a pretty shoe stepped into the office. Now, Jeon-ma asked the receptionist to pay their respects because the boss had arrived. The club advisor was none other than the curvy and gorgeous principal herself. The green-haired boss cooed at her favorite student, asking how he was doing as she had not seen him face to face after so long. The boy apologized for the inconvenience, understanding that the principal was busy, but the lady cooed, saying that she would come running for his sake every time. The blonde continued to stare speechless at them and was horrified to see Kang Jeon-ma. Now, the blonde realized that was the name of the year's top freshman. The principal told the boy to leave the papers with her and to hurry back to class. After all, his written exams would begin in the next week. The boy then thanked the lady for everything, and one of the receptionists rushed out, providing a chair for the green-haired lady to sit on rather haughtily. The woman was shocked and horrified to see the headmaster, pleading that the whole situation had been just a misunderstanding. However, the woman did not even need to use a blessing to know what the blonde had said. The giant man had mocked the poor boy's background, of all people. He had done that to the student that he and Zeke personally selected. The green-haired lady smiled with a wicked cock of her hair, telling the blonde that she had 5 minutes, and it was time for the blonde to start writing. Now the blonde had no choice but to forcefully resign because of her atrocious behavior. A few minutes later, Jeon-ma was informed that the club application had gone rather smoothly, as long as he found one more member of the club. He was good to go. The boy also guessed that the girl at the office was probably fired. He promised to visit the principal eventually, and she was telling him to come by her office after class. A very suggestive invitation that made him quickly put his phone away. Anyway, the boy soon arrived at his destination, and he found the blacksmith hard at work. The man turned and asked if the boy had come for his gear. If that was the case, then he just had to wait a minute. Now the boy thought that the man finally looked like a real blacksmith. He did not know what the blacksmith really thought of him, but as a former player, he had mixed feelings about the guy. After what had happened recently, the negative side had grown stronger, though honestly, the boy also felt rather bad for the blacksmith as well. It was really hot inside the forge, and he unconsciously pulled at his tie. See, the thing was that Blacksmith Wheelant was one of the main NPCs responsible for almost everything related to equipment upgrades. Due to the nature of K-mobile games, the man was born as a character people, either loved or loathed, for notoriously draining players' wallets. Being a small spender, the main character could not fully relate, but heavy spenders regularly held rituals begging the good plant for luck and praying desperately for Wheelant to bless them just once. Though in reality, most players just called him Scamlant, Doomlant, or even Dicklant. Well, even the boy cursed him when he downgraded his Mirasama from B grade to E grade. Suddenly, the smith asked the boy exactly what he was daydreaming about. The boy was startled as he raised his head, and he mumbled that it was nothing. The smith had just reminded him of someone that he knew. The smith laughed and said that the boy must have been thinking of someone handsome then. Anyway, the man now had the gear for the Oreo-haired boy. This upgrade was perfect. The smith was confident about that. Some special options had even been added as well, and he told the young stunt to check it out. The new and improved Scattered Rain blade of Murasame, the sashimi knife version, with a release boundary. It sparkled in the light and the boy stared in awe at the beauty before him, declaring that the smith was indeed godland, shocking the smith silly. The smith had no idea what the boy was talking about, and he was moving kind of creepy, too. The Painless Blessing has also been significantly improved and would now activate for 50 seconds with a 12-hour cooldown period. When the main character had thought about the dungeons that he had to clear in the future, he had felt like 40 seconds would never be enough. However, 10 seconds extra would make such a hug different, considering that it would be used in conjunction with the blessings of transition when the level of armament was raised in the future. This was definitely good news. Even though the boy had complained in the past, the Painless Blessing was surprisingly versatile for a spirit blessing. Then, the boy said that Wheelant asked him to check some things out. The boy whipped out his knife and saw that the blade had been upgraded to a D rank weapon. After all that effort, the rank had not been raised very high. It was a slight disappointment, but our guy would live with it. He had gone through all that trouble to get materials from an A-grade monster, though, and he'd been hoping for at least a C-grade. Still, considering that he would be handling aura through the Mirasama frequently, having its hardness increase by 2 grades was definitely encouraging. It shouldn't have to shatter mid-combat anymore, and that was supremely important. Plus, the flashing button partially begging to be pressed, the boy had a weird bad feeling about that. But his finger was drawn to it all the same. He did, in fact, press the big glowing button, and a huge screen popped up immediately, much to the main character's surprise and alarm. The screen that appeared relayed that there had been successful reinforcement, and the weapon's high growth potential. Up to 3 special abilities could now be added. Special abilities require magic stones and can activate at random. Gyoma stared in part awe and part horror, as no one had mentioned anything about magic stones, and now he was faced with 3 very empty power slots. The boy then paused as he recognized yet another element from the game. Meanwhile, a cup went flying into a glass as someone cursed bitterly, shattering the glass in their anger. A man stood now, facing the shattered glass as he panted heavily. He slumped to the floor in defeat, again failing to kill his target. Deep in the depths of despair, the man swung up a bottle and drank deeply to wash away his sorrow. The man then tossed aside the empty bottle and asked his father what he was to do now about this sudden situation. He called to his father, the portrait of a man on the wall, who had no answer and gave no reply. Rimmen von Bimhark was his name, and he was one of the 7-star heroes, the one known as the Mad Tiger. However, the man had fallen in battle 40 years ago during the campaign against the 6th Legion commander, Vasman. Society praised the man as a noble hero after his death, but immediately afterwards, countless attempts were made on his son's life, driven by family members hungry to seize their family and their wealth. To survive, the young boy had been forced to harm and poison his heart. Those relatives who plotted assassination against him were instead manipulated to destroy each other, and ultimately the boy was able to escape and restore the family's shaken foundations in his father's absence. At the age of 30, the man had become an elder of the Hawakan army. His mission was to guide this foolish humanity and uphold an absolute ruling class. He had accepted this fate without question. To control the ignorant masses, a common enemy was necessary. Fortunately, the existence of monsters provided humanity with the perfect enemy, lending legitimacy to their authority. They had worked with heroes to fight against the monsters, but unexpected variables always arose. That variable in question was now Lon von Reinhardt, the one hero born with the ability to defeat the Demon King, a capable one chosen by fate. Of course, given the overwhelming gap in power between humans and monsters, the likelihood of Leon truly defeating the Demon King approached 0. The 1st Legion commander, Lycan, was slain by their ancestor, a legendary hero, Balor Hawakan. Such legends were real and had set a precedent so that such events would never happen again. A figure had asked for permission to deal with the so-called hero candidate personally. Naively, the man believed that the being who approached him was just an instructor, though he lamented that instructors knew nothing of hierarchy. However, on seeing her glowing red eyes, the truth became clear to the terrified elder. The moment their eyes met, it became clear who stood above and who remained below. A human who willingly abandoned humanity to directly contract with a Legion commander, a half-human, half-demon, a villain. Things were complicated enough with Leon alone. Now this low-born special admission student was making matters so much worse, and they'd failed to properly maim either boy. It was giving the man a headache. Even the auditor family seemed hesitant, claiming that they had insufficient justification to proceed further. Then the man looked up and called out into the dark, asking if his visitor had come. The person responded that they were indeed there, bowing to Elder Clady von Bimhark. The elder then asked his companion to summon the undertakers. Gyoma was busy writing in class as the dedicated student that he was. The boy was deep in thought, considering the fact that he needed to get magic stones to power up his weapon. The difference between weapons with and without magic stones was absurdly stark. So, having 3 spots to put in special abilities was definitely a jackpot. That is, if this was still a game. Magic stones were the kind of thing that only dropped from specified dungeon bosses, and they dropped from a rank or higher demonic beasts, which were practically demonoids in all but name. The fact that he had to deal with demonoids yet again felt like a very unfunny curse, and he wondered if that had to do with the word demon in his name. Meanwhile, Ryoja was by his side sleeping as usual, and he wondered if the girl had stayed up all night long yet again. It had already been a week since they had cleared the Huffalo dungeon with the club members. The key to opening the stone gate in the Buffalo King's territory was also a magic stone, one that came from the colossal beast, Gigant. For some reason, it seems that someone already slayed Gigant and took its stone. Even in the game, the giant Gigant was depicted as so powerful that a single step could shed the earth. Plus, the tall monster was nothing compared to the monsters added in later updates. There was the Basilisk of Corruption, an S-rank monster. There was also the Calamity Beast Manticore, also an S-rank monster. Last but not the least, the S-rank Lick King Dullahan. All of these monsters were natural disasters given form. Ma really had to think about whether that kind of thing was worth risking his life in the name of getting special abilities for his weapon. Hunting demonic beasts for stones was supposed to be Leon's job. Suddenly, Chloe popped up, asking if a seat was taken. The redhead had finally shown up after spending so much time in the clinic. The boy greeted the girl hut predictably. There was instant tension between her and the brunette who was sitting at the redhead's spot. The dark-haired boy tried to move the conversation along. Nothing that Colio seemed to be doing much better now. She laughed that her crush had suffered way more than she had and she wanted to ask about the blue light from his weapon, but he really did not want to talk about that. The more the boy thought about it, farming magic stones was worth the aura he'd get from it. Ironically, right now the main character was craving strength and he had abandoned thoughts of peace and safety. However, his core goal remained unchanged. Ma needed to survive. Unexpected variables, ones that did not exist in the game, kept targeting him relentlessly. The plot that he had known was getting distorted, and if this world itself refused to leave him alone. Somehow, it had already been a month since he had enrolled at the academy, and the truth about the Second World War, which would occur in 3 years, would soon be revealed. The boy had to hurry and strengthen himself as well as enhance his weapon. There were necessities, not a choice. At this rate, he could not guarantee the war's outcome because he did not trust Leon, the so-called hero candidate, one bit. The Oreo-haired boy was busy having very deep thoughts while his club members fooled around beside him. Even if the mermaid was a demonoid, the main character thought it was odd for a future hero to get one shot by a basic attack. That was too pathetic to put into words, which made him firmly believe that Leon was definitely up to something. Suddenly the boy groaned and growled that everything was just way too exhausting. The healer jumped in just then to complain that Ryojo had hit him. The main character hadn't even noticed when the healer arrived, and the other team members were giggling like children. The healer explained that he had come to ask how the club registration was going. The headmaster had approved it so they could start as soon as they found one more member, and he told the orange-haired boy to stop calling him president. The healer accepted the request, and then asked the dark-haired boy if he heard the weird news about Leon being in a rampage. There were rumors that he had been clearing high-ranked dungeons non-stop. The main character went silent as he considered that Leon was now acting like a protagonist. Perhaps he'd taken back his earlier judgment after all. Apparently the boy had also cleared a high-ranked dungeon yesterday as well with a small party. Meanwhile, they had barely scraped through a C-ranked dungeon, even with the complications. The orange-haired kid was surprised to see the brunette was rather well informed, and then he joked that the archer was into the hero student. The brunette glared with an annoyed pout and Ma stared at her in confusion. The brunette then mumbled that she was not interested in the hero, not anymore anyway. It seemed she'd moved to more darker interests, even though she did not explain what she meant to the others. At any rate, Leon was growing stronger, and at this rate, he would obtain bombing during the upcoming Survival Island training. Objectively speaking, surviving this long with just a sashimi knife was borderline miraculous. Hypothetically, Ma's existence might be acting as a shield, diverting all threats meant for Leon. That was rather frustrating to consider, especially as the main character was considerably weaker and just trying to survive out here. Even if that was true, the boy had no intention of just rolling over and taking that abuse. If it was for survival, he would swing his blade without hesitation. He had no reason or desire to play the role of a flawless hero. The dark-haired boy was not the protagonist. Instead, in this world, he was Kang Ma, a background character. He would cut anything, whatever it might be. Ryojo watched him curiously as he mumbled to himself like a complete weirdo. Then she asked if he was into anime cause he was spouting out like he heard them from a game. Meanwhile, a group of people propelled down a nice and long hallway. One of the punks in line spoke to their boss and cheered that they were moving up in the world. Even the Hawaiian Academy elders were calling them now. It was pretty fantastic and they might as well go legit. However, the boss immediately silenced her disrespectful junior. His colleague laughed, saying that he was new so he didn't know any better. Their boss actually hated the elites. This confused the guy as he wondered why they'd taken the job then. Invisible it was, because the payment was too good to refuse. Not even undertakers would bite the hand that fed them. The other guy laughed and admitted that they all had to eat. Plus they even got an advance payment of 100 million per head and they'd get double for completion. It was pretty impressive. Then the boss hissed at them to be quiet and they both agreed to shut up. The maid brought the dangerous people to her employer and the man asked for them to be sent in. Hey, we're all villains. The deputy leader was Jang Tipuk, the grunt was called Perry, and their leader was Ray Shen. The Undertaker Syndicate belonged to the Undertaker Merry Villain Alliance. They had come quite a long way to meet with the old man from earlier. The man made eye contact with the beautiful bodacious leader of the mercenaries. Then, the old man asked someone to give the mercenaries the package. The package was brought in and the beautiful leader looked through the file. Her target was Kang Ma, an average-looking gothic special student. Even the grunt was irritated that they had been hired to take on a snot-nosed brat and they were being paid so much money for it too. The punk dared say that the main character even looked like a gigolo. They were to handle him during the next week's Survival Island training. As discussed, the mercenaries would get 100 million upfront and their bonus would be paid separately upon completion. The woman then asked what disposal method they were to use. The old man told them to dump him. The island that they'd chosen would be surrounded by the ocean after all. It was best to take advantage of the scene and let the fish and sharks take care of the rest. All they had to do was drop the body. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting serious student was focused on his written exams as he bit into a sandwich. The era when blessings first manifested was about 694 years ago. The aftermath of the heroic revolution in France was something he had to know too. As someone who aced midterms, the boy did not really need to try this hard. But ranks got posted publicly. The boy had to take the exam seriously, since 2 club members happened to be the first and second place in the written test. Of course, his club members just had to be the top scorers. It was so unlucky and he knew they'd be looking out to see what he scored. Suddenly someone texted and the boy wondered who could be calling this early. It was a message from Ryojo who wanted to know if he'd eaten breakfast. She was acting like his mum. He told her about having a sandwich and she insisted that he needed to load up on sugar or his brain would not function. Then she predictably began to praise the beauty of Yonggang. She was busy spouting so much nonsense first thing in the morning, and he wondered how she could even be the top scorer. He ended up matching her nonsense by saying his country also had nice sweet things. Excited, the Bluenet asked what kind of sweet things they had and Gioma surprisingly replied rather rudely. The girl was so shocked as she stared at her phone for a hot minute. She sent further messages for an explanation on the nonsense that he'd just pulled, but he'd surprisingly gone silent. The boy tossed his phone down and got focused. He planned on acing this exam and he could not focus on her distractions. He would not let that Yonggang eating manic beat him. After hours of studying, the boy then realized that he was in so much hot soup. Listening to Weapon and Ryojo chat about all the right answers in the test sounded like listening to an alien language. Chloe was kind and asked the shivering boy how the exam had gone. The boy then mumbled that he had guessed through all 3, which surprised the redhead since those were all essay questions. The boy had somehow managed to scrape by using more knowledge, but he was really going through it in this school trying to ace academics. Chloe thought he was just messing around, but the main character was truly going through it. Hopefully, he had done a bit better than the redhead. Then he asked if she had heard from Nox since he had not heard any updates from the boy. About that, the girl said that her brother actually did call the other day. However, she had been asleep and she had totally missed his call. The boy asked what time the boy had called and that was at 7 in the evening. She had been pulling a lot of all-nighters to study. The girl was a night owl. She had clearly ignored her brother's call on purpose. That was not the kind of energy that Gioma needed right now. The auditor member's constant info was classified, so unless the redhead boy sought him out directly, Chloe would be his only intel source. However, the girl was not the biggest fan of her brother and they seemed rather awkward around each other. The main character thought siblings should at least get along better. Suddenly, the healer screamed that he had studied for days without sleep, but he still was unable to beat the Bluenet. Ryojo haughtily laughed, saying that it was best for the healer to just acknowledge the very obvious talent gap between them. The girl was confident while the healer was in dismay. Gioma could not help but wonder what the girl would think about him when she found out how much he was struggling. Suddenly, Ryojo rose and hopped over to sit beside them, much to the redhead's still annoyance. She had noticed the two whispering to themselves and she wanted to know what they were talking about. Then the Bluenet pressed to ask if they were dating or something similar, fishing for loopholes so that she could snatch her prey. The boy wondered if dating and romance was truly the only going on in the minds of teenagers. Meanwhile, Chloe was blushing in the background at this adorable assumption. Well, Gioma rejected the idea immediately, much to the poor redhead's disappointment. They were just friends and it was not what the Bluenet thought. Then the Bluenet smiled and then asked why the dark-haired boy always ignored her texts if he did not have a girlfriend. The student groaned, saying that he had only done that one time and she should stop making it look like he always ghosted her. Meanwhile, a very dark and familiar threatening voice echoed behind him and the boy turned in horror to see Chloe's Yander mode had activated. Now, the redhead was violently interested in the fact that her crush and the Bluenet were texting and she wanted to know exactly what the heck they were texting about.
Chloe had just found out that her crush had been texting with her man crush and she was not having it. Her inner Yander popped up and she was flooded with blood-hot rage to find out that those two had been texting each other in private. Gioma was shocked to see this reaction. Chloe had been a tad quieter earlier and now she was suddenly on the edge. He had no idea why the girl was freaking out just because of a text. Weapon was confused by this behavior as he had no idea that the redhead was a Yander. Meanwhile, the Bluenet was intentionally acting oblivious. She clearly enjoyed stirring the pot and she was asking why Chloe was suddenly acting so weird. The boy hissed at her to back off a little, but that little jerk had the audacity to shuffle even closer. Ryova did not see what the big deal was. The black-haired boy and the redhead had known each other for a while now, so surely he should know why the redhead was acting up now. Of course he knew, but he also did not trust Ryojo's sudden and really weird interest in the matter, and he wondered just what he was planning. Then Chloe called out his name, her words dripping with murderous intent. The boy had not even given her his number, and here he was exchanging casual pleasantries with a girl he'd only known for a few days. The boy hesitantly had to explain that this was because the redhead's number was confidential in the first place. He could not possibly access Auditor's personal information so casually. Still, the redhead was not having it, and he said that he had promised that he would be her one and only prince. He promised nothing of the sort, by the way, and this was the most that her yandere had ever acted up in public. Things were getting really bad really fast. Meanwhile, Ryoja was cackling and enjoying the show. Gyoma wondered if the brunette knew what a yandere was, or if the girl was just dense. The archer then pretended that she had no idea what yandere meant, despite the fact that she is clearly Japanese and is messing with him on purpose. She was even working very hard to make the situation worse. Fortunately, Speedweapon popped up and grabbed her head. He scolded her for not taking the situation seriously, especially when Gyoma was so clearly uncomfortable with the whole thing. The brunette wailed and whined about getting pushed, growling that she would kill the orange-haired healer. Meanwhile, Weapon was just baffled at the way Chloe was acting. The redhead had even pulled out a knife, which was way different from what had happened last time, and the main character was lost on how to handle this very tense situation. He had been slacking off on his research about yandere because things had been going so well. This was bad, and the redhead advanced. The girl declared that from now on, she would make sure that he would only ever look at her. She was making some really dark promises there, and the boy nervously suggested talking things out first before they did stuff that they would all regret. The girl scratched and leaped right at him, swinging her knife with such violent killing intent. The healer cried out in shock, and even the brunette started taking things a little seriously when Chloe attacked their leader. The girl went on ranting as the Oreo-haired boy dodged, saying that he kept making her so sad. He was always hanging around and flirting with other girls. He would not even look at her. Obviously, that hurt her feelings so much, and Ryoja watched curiously as the knife came flying right at her. Seeing that the brunette could possibly get hurt, Gyoma stepped in right away and knocked back Chloe's knife. He would not let her hurt another person, and the brunette oohed and awed as she watched them battle. The redhead felt that the way her crush treated her was so unfair. He made time for other girls even though she was always there for him. There was a sudden loud bang, and the others stared in shock. Gyoma had finally taken the bull by the horns, and he pushed the redhead down on the table, pinning her there in a romance lead style. The girl growled for him to let her go, but he held her tight, using all of the power in his big muscular hands. The leader demanded that the resident assassin calm down and listen to the sound of his voice. The girl yelled that she should listen when he did not even want to keep in touch. However, the Oreo-haired boy said that he didn't want to talk, but he preferred to talk to her face to face. If they talked through a hunk of metal like a phone, it would feel so cold, and their emotions would not properly pass through. The boy had finally remembered his training on how to deal with a yandere, and he was laying it on thick with the sugar-sweet words. He preferred it when things did not sound cold between them, and the girl began to tremble with emotion. Leaning closer to her, it was time to land the finishing blow, and he called her name, holding her close as he thanked her for always thinking about him. The redhead blushed, her heart suddenly beating faster at this gentle embrace. Even Weapon gasped at this tender display, while Ryoja looked like she'd swallowed rocks. The wicked homewrecker had failed in her mischievous efforts. Now that Gyoma had gone full prince mode, he was laying it on thick. He mentioned that back in the Buffalo Dungeon, he had always ended up relying on her, so he begged her not to be upset. The redhead blushed and cooed and giggled at this high praise coming from her man, who was just relieved that he managed to handle it somehow. The healer then asked their fearless leader if he was okay. Fortunately, Gyoma was pretty cool, and the team asked what they could talk about now. Well, first things first, they needed to clean up the mess that they had made. The Oreo-haired boy noticed the brunette angrily stalking off, and he wondered what on earth her problem was. It had been a long day, and the sun had slowly begun to set on the horizon. Weapon and Ryoja were heading home, and as they did, they thought about their fearless leader. At some point, whenever it came to anything about that boy, Chloe would instantly give off a murderous aura. If Weapon had to guess, Chloe's feelings for her classmate were a sort of twisted love. However, the absolutely most shocking thing was seeing him hold that sashimi knife behind his gentle words and actions, like he had been prepared to go toe-to-toe with her. Their leader aimed for persuasion and compromise through conversation, but he was also ready to switch from persuasion to violence. The main character knew how to use the threat of violence if needed. At a glance, this might make him seem like a villain, but in reality, that was the great and amazing remarkable qualities of a ruler. The orange-haired boy could not help but admire it, thinking for sure that their leader was destined for greatness. While he was busy fanboying, he noticed that the brunette beside him was sulking. Spivapan was a good friend, so he asked what was going on with her weird mood. Since she wasn't going to give him a proper answer, he asked why she was fiddling with her phone, and she just said that her subscribers were not watching her video, so she was deleting it now. The healer was surprised to hear this. His friend was on NeoTube too. The girl scoffed, saying that it was nothing professional, and she had just created it just for fun. It turned out that she had been the one to write the post on the perfect way to deal with a yandere, and now she was going to erase it and leave poor Jioma high and dry. The healer was speechless when he read the post title, and even more shocked to find that it had over 200,000 views. That seemed like such a waste to delete, but the Bluenet pouted and instead that she did not need it anymore. Well, it was her choice, so he shrugged and took a moment to make fun of the name of her channel. He even laughed at her, even though she then threatened violence. Meanwhile, in the Akin Academy library, starting next Wednesday, there will be a scheduled deserted island survival training on Avalon Island for 3 days and 2 nights. Going by the name, it sounded like a serious survival camp. However, they could make teams from 1 to 4 people, however they wanted. They even posted an official announcement with all the details to every cadet. So it was more like an event similar to camping or a school trip. Surviving on a deserted island, our guy needed to do all the research he could get his hands on to accomplish that. He looked through books like the Guide to Identifying Poisonous Plants, Bear Grylls' Survival Tips, and many more. Since it was called a survival test, the Academy would evaluate each cadet's self-sufficiency over the course of a 3-day and 2-night period. Although it did not affect their grades. Now that he thought about it, this event had left a pretty lasting impression on him, and he had been just a player back then. That event was part of the main storyline where one would acquire the hilt of Balmung, the main weapon of the protagonist Leon, and then an incident would happen that would spark the feelings between Abel and Leon. That was when the iron wall around Abel would finally crumble, and their romance would blossom into something new. Since Abel and Leon were his favorite couple, Jioma had been really into that event. However, now he found that he was not that jealous of Leon anymore. Since entering the school, all the endless perils had made him even more cynical about love. He had to deal with the fact that the Academy elders were after him, plus there was a mysterious instructor too, and the fact that his club still needed some members, and many more problems that he had to deal with. No matter how pretty the gifted swordswoman was, the main character was not in a situation where he could catch a feeling at all. It did not matter who it was, so love could wait for his next life. As a swordsman, what he was more interested in was the holy demon's sword Balmung. Perhaps it was because he was a swordsman, but he honestly could not help but want the beautiful weapon so badly. Plus, as a former player, he already knew where the weapon was and what it could do. However, finding the scattered Balmung pieces was also a key part of the story's narrative. Even if he knew where all the pieces were, he still would not be able to get them. This was because the condition to obtain Balmung, which chose its own master, was to manifest the blessing of a miracle. This was given to Leon, giving him the quest of saving the world from the Demon King. This weapon was literally designed exclusively for the protagonist. It was like a pie in the sky that he just could not have. Compared to him with his sashimi knife, the difference was just too much. So instead of hurting himself by longing for the impossible, the man decided to instead focus on learning what he would actually need for those 3 days of survival. Avalon Island, likely the place they would be surviving on, was uninhabited with no demonic beasts, already a good sign. The boy hoped that nothing weird would jump out this time, like what happened on Skopuli Island. This time, the director made a special request to have the Sword Emperor join as a guest instructor to lead the underdog class. This was not enough for Jioma, and he needed to do more research. The world's strongest hero guiding first-year students on a camping trip was almost hilarious, and the main story had changed a lot, but at least now he could fulfill his goals safely thanks to that. The boy looked through the books in front of him, seeing if he could find more about Avalon. He had not come to the library just for basic survival info that he could get online. The boy had a purpose, and he was also looking for something on Avalon Island. He wanted to research the place that they would be sent to so that he could learn more about it and create the perfect survival strategy. The island was located in the far western sea, and it was a mystical place where the terrain constantly shifted. In the very center of the island is the ancient Queen's Lake, and among certain tribes, it's called the Land of Beginnings Paradise. Currently, it is uninhabited with no residents. The stuff that he found in the new book was exactly the same as all the other stuff that he knew. The boy groaned and wondered if he would have to search the whole library for more information. Suddenly, someone greeted Jioma, acknowledging that he was here too. The boy looked up in surprise, and the golden boy of the school greeted him with a hand on his shoulder, noting that it had been a while since they had spoken. They were not alone in the library, and wherever Golden Boy went, his fangirl entourage was sure to follow, and a few of them gasped when they saw their crush interacting with the main character. It had been a while since both boys had met, and the air was a little tense. Giamma was surprised to see the boy holding an introduction to a magic book. That did not seem like the kind of thing that the savior of their world should be carrying around. Even if the savior was just trying to learn from what happened during the midterms, Leon, the protagonist, should not be in the library studying magic right now. The boy really could not trust this setup up, and he was also wary about how quiet Leon was being right now. The blonde asked the main character about the books that he was reading, and the black-haired boy replied that he was just checking out stuff about Avalon Island, where they would be doing their training next week. He had been researching various things related to it. For a moment, there was yet another awkward silence between the boys. Then Leon said that the Wolf class student was truly very diligent. Well, the boy could not deny it. With exercise, dungeon exploration, and studying magic beasts, his life had become super busy since he knew what would happen in 3 years. He would have to do his absolute best to prepare for his own sake. It was best that Giamma be prepared to look out for himself during the survival trial, and Leon mused over his words for a moment. Then the blonde spoke, noting that the dark-haired boy was really different from him, and he was also different from the main character. Giamma had never forgotten the really weird question that Leon had asked him the last time they spoke, asking where he had come from. The blonde was not acting any different from how he usually acted in the game, but the main character could not shake the feeling that there was something off about Leon now, compared to the one that he knew. There seemed to be a hint of sadness in the blonde boy's eyes, and there was also something about his troubled attitude. Well, the blonde walked off, wishing the dark-haired boy the best. He did not have much time before the library closed, so Giamma was advised to get home safely. The black-haired boy also wished the savior a farewell and a good night, although he still felt very confused. He chalked Leon's weird behavior to the burden that he carried of the weight of being a hero. It was not easy to carry all of humanity's fate. It was like both light and darkness were pressing down the youth's shoulders like heavy weights. Well, the boy had to focus and get back to his studying so that he could find what he needed and leave the library before it closed. Eventually, the D-Day finally arrived for the deserted island survival training. Rachel, the hyena girl, was there, and she happily greeted Saki, saying that it was so hard to see the blue net's face these days. Saki had been strolling around with Chloe of all people, and the two girls greeted Rachel and Abel too. The four girls now stood facing each other, a mix of emotions and expressions on their faces as they stared at each other. Abel asked the Japanese girl if she was ready for training, and the archer just said that he would just stick to what she usually did. Rachel watched in amusement as they exchanged pleasantries, obviously aching to cause some trouble. So then she told Saki that she skipped ahead a whole grade behind their backs, asking if the blue net was having fun at school lately. It all happened properly and by the rules. There was no need to tell them what she was doing. The blonde hyena girl smirked, asking if she expected them to just sit around and let Giamma get snatched like this. The Oreo-haired boy had become hot cake, it seemed, and the hyena was fuming about it, saying that it was not enough for him to go to the Buffalo Dungeon. But now he was doing club activities with the archer, and now they would spend 2 nights and 3 days training with the boy too. The blonde was at her limits of tolerance with that nonsense. The archer then rolled her eyes, pointing out that Giamma said that he wanted to do his training alone. Even Chloe confirmed that he said that there were things that he wanted to try by himself, so he was planning to go solo this time. Abel was speechless, but Rahul was absolutely elated to hear this news. This meant that for 2 nights and 3 days of deserted island survival training, no one was officially paired up with Giamma. Now the archer sighed as she knew the blonde hyena was scheming once again. Even Abel was concerned, wondering what the girl was thinking. The blonde grinned, pointing out that their man said that he wanted to go alone. But there was no rule that they absolutely could not follow him after all. Abel thought that was some miraculous logic. The hyena had hearts in her eyes as she giggled, knowing that they had not said it out loud, but they were all thinking the same thing. So the blonde was going to propose a fair and square game. So fair and sure that she decided to call it the Rachel game. Obviously, the other girls were a little wary about this, but the blonde forged on. Everyone knew that Avalon's island terrain and environment were always changing, so even if they used the spatial gate, they would each get dropped at random locations. It would be hard enough just trying to meet up, so that they would have to form teams. However, they could. That was the fun part of the training. The girls all knew about that, so they asked Rachel to hurry up and get to the point. Well, the point was that during the 2 to 3 nights of survival training, whoever found Manhwa first would be counted as the winner, and the remaining 3 would have to give up. What did giving up mean? It meant that they would have to stop chasing him with affection, and the winner would get the chance to monopolize their joint crush. Now this battle immediately caught their attention. The hyena girl explained that if they met up, whether they wanted to team up or stick together, that was up to them. However, it was important not to get in each other's way. This game sounded like a good idea to Chloe, and even Saki agreed that they should take a picture of Manhwa as proof that they found him. The girls were happily getting ready for the challenge. Meanwhile, Miss Abel was panicking because she had not even begun to accept the weird feelings that she had for the main character. Now that she thought about him and the time that they had met, something came into focus for her. The blonde hyena asked the swordswoman if she would be participating in this game. However, the girl with hair like a waterfall steeled her mind and her resolve. With a whip around, she told the others that she did not have the time for silly games and opted out of it. The blonde was fine with that, saying that the trio would play then. Abel walked away from the other girls as they continued their plotting and their planning. Meanwhile, the man whom they were busy plotting about groaned as he acknowledged how exhausted he was. He had been holed up inside the library till it was late at night. However, he had managed to accomplish the things he set out for. He had noted down everything that he needed on his phone at least, and although they were not heading into a demonic beast danger area, the director had advised bringing at least some basic weapons, just in case. The woman was even checking on him, asking if he had carried good clothes, and he laughed at how she was acting like his mother. Though in her case, it was more like she was his grandmother. Anyway, it was time for them to leave, but he paused when he noticed a figure with purple hair in the distance. The guard that they had interrogated in the bull cave had confessed that the person who hired him was someone with purple hair and purple eyes, a female instructor who was fairly tall. The main character could not even begin to guess at her intentions, but if she was after him, then this deserted island survival training would be the perfect opportunity. If she tried to take advantage of the mysterious nature of the island, where the terrain constantly changed, it would also make the cleanup very, very easy. Of course, the same thing kind of applied to him as well. Manhwa was not comfortable with the idea of using his ninth powers on a person, however, he could not let himself just die either. Come to think of it, Spiwapan had drawn a sketch before. The sketch had been kind of lame, and the main character cursed, knowing that there was no way he would be able to find her with art that lame. There were so many purple-haired trainers scattered around the school. The boy then sighed heavily, resigning himself to his fate, when someone suddenly called out to him. It was the swordmaster, dressed in a casual Hawaiian shirt, and he noted that the boy had been slacking in his training recently. The Sword Emperor reminded the young lad that with great talent came lots of hard work, and then the results would not just be added, but they would multiply as well. The man also reminded the boy that his body could only handle so much, and it was also important to prioritize rest and enjoy the training. Manhwa thanked him for the advice, partly baffled by the motivational speech, but wished the Sword Emperor luck as he went out to catch big fish. The Sword Emperor cleared his throat, very awkwardly saying goodbye to his newest obsession, and the main character smiled nervously, thinking of how the old man was so hip. The girl with the waterfall hair also stared at him, and his eyes were immediately drawn to her. She said nothing and just walked off, looking upset for a reason that he could not identify. Everyone seemed to be acting weird that day. Then he smiled, knowing that Abel would get his boyfriend soon, so he really hoped that she would cheer up. Just then he felt a presence beside him and whirled around fast enough to flick the forehead of the brunette archer before she could jump him. She squealed in pain. Ryojo sulked and cried, saying that she was just bored and trying to mess with him, so she had no idea why he would just attack her out of nowhere. He had felt something sneaking up before him, so he had done it without thinking. It was her fault for trying to scare a targeted man. The brunette cried that her head was not a drum and she had really come all the way just to wish him good luck in the upcoming training. She was upset at how badly her attempt to be cute had gone, and she angrily stalked off, leaving Manhwa even more confused than before. The main character really could not sleep much these days because the brunette was always hanging around him in class. If he did not react at least this much, she would get even more restless and keep pacing around like crazy. Manhwa was not sure what part of him caught her interest, but Ryojo was technically still a heroine. He figured that it would probably be for the best not to get closer than he had to. With all the weird interactions over, the spatial gate to Avalon Island was now activating. All the students were told to be careful and to have an enjoyable time. This time, the main character just wanted to find what he was looking for and to get through this event quietly without any trouble. Thus, all students were given the blessings of the hero as they embarked on their training. Stepping into that new world, Jyome's eyes widened at the first thing he saw. He had landed in a world painted in the hues of pink, blue, and purples. It looked straight up like a pride flag with colored waters and a bright purple light. It had been a year since the main character had fallen into this world, and he stepped forward now, his eyes raised as he looked in front of him. Now it finally felt like he had entered a fantasy world for the first time. The sacred land of Avalon was beautiful, especially the Tree of Beginnings, Yggdrasil. Well, the girls had also landed, and they decided that they would save the sightseeing for much later. The deserted island survival training had begun, and Kang Jyeonma was very excited to see if he could find his new blessing. The games had begun. Jyeonma had taken a photo of Avalon Island's map back at the library, and then he had marked the location where he could get the blessing of regeneration. After comparing his memories of when he played the game to the map itself, he realized that the blessing's location was near the lake at the island's center. It seemed to be near some rocks. This meant that he would need to get close to the world's trees lakeside, and he would have to cross both the rocky area and the forest area. Well, there were still 3 days left, so he was sure that he could handle it. Also, the academy did not just send them there to play around. All the students had been given missions to find orbs hidden all around the island. In short, it was just like a treasure hunt that people did on field trips. The more orbs they found, the better their grades. Apparently, the orbs could even be used to enhance the materials, so he would try to grab some while he could. First off, following Bear Grylls' book, it was time to check on his survival gear. Then the boy whipped out said survival gear, which was a 50-centimeter long mesh sheet with a dangerously dark blade. He bought that from the hiking section at a supermarket. It would help him clean and log while he was out there. The main character bought that gear especially for this training, since he would have to save the 50 seconds of the painless blessing, so he should get used to using another weapon first. The boy swung the machete with fiery power. The grip was great, but the weapon still felt kind of awkward. He decided that he would use it in emergencies like the Sashimi knife. Then the boy suddenly spotted a really cute, adorable white bunny peeking at him. Instead of being moved by its cuteness, Jyeonma got the idea of using the animal as target practice to help get used to his blade. Plus, he'd need the food anyway. Suddenly, the rabbit stood up, and Jyeonma found out that the little bunny was a huge scam. It was a surprising shock, but it wasn't like he couldn't handle a serious threat. He had taken down the Cow King after all, so a little rabbit should not be too hard. So he got ready and charged, choosing to do this hunt without the sword god's blessing. He really needed to test that machete after all. The bunny saw him coming, staring deep into his eyes as it suddenly reflected the image of Abel. It turns out that Abel had also discovered a very adorable, and though confused, she had the right reaction towards it. She waved to the little creature, thinking that it was much too cute to eat, and she wondered where its mama had gone. The sweet girl tried to give the rabbit a little pat, but it immediately bit her. The ungrateful ingredient then skipped away, and Abel got reasonably upset. It seemed she had changed her mind about not using that bunny for food, and she grabbed her sword as she raced after it. This would work out well because now she could test her special training results against one little rabbit. The rabbit was surprisingly fast, though, and it even smirked at her as she gave chase. That was not all in her head at all. The rabbit had definitely gotten faster, and she growled, wondering how dare the rabbit look down on her. So the creature had been hiding its true abilities after all, just like that one guy that she was pretending that she did not like. Well, no matter how fast the bunny was, in front of Nibelung's sword, it was no match. She was the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, and she would not be defeated by a bunny. Waterfall Hare almost got it when something strange happened, and the terrain had changed all of a sudden. The girl found herself splashing into water, the mean bunny leaping out of sight. It was truly embarrassing. She was the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, the true heir to the Nibelung bloodline. She was Abel von Nibelung. Yet she found herself sinking into a whirlpool, the rabbit looking back at her with scorn. In the rabbit's place, she saw Kang Jyeonma, and the Nibelung hare sank deeper into the water. Meanwhile, Jyeonma was busy fighting against that giant rabbit monster. He had worked out so much, but without a blessing, he was starting to realize that he was rather pathetic. That was so irritating. The boy had thought that he was a lot fitter compared to his last life, and he was, but he was not a match for a monster rabbit. The boy panted heavily as the battle dragged on, stumbling and groaning the longer he fought the rabbit. It now seemed a better idea to just starve than to waste all of that energy for nothing. The boy gave up, sitting on the floor and deciding to let the rabbit go. The rabbit then smirked mockingly as if he were calling the boy trash. That was the main character's last straw because he quickly activated the blessing of the sword god. It turns out that he could be rather petty after all. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Rachel was happily skipping about and shouting for joy. The powerful blonde leaped high, her expression one of joy and exhilaration. Happily, the lady landed with joy, but then took a moment to consider the fact that it felt like she was going in circles. That was not very good. She had talked big about this Rachel game, but what could she do when she was stuck? The girl laughed at the situation and the fact that she was totally lost. Suddenly, she noticed a bird flying high in the sky, and the dark feathers reminded her of the main character's unique dark hair. The girl had heard that crows like shiny things, and she figured that if she just ran that way, then perhaps she would find her beloved crush. Rejuvenated, the girl grinned that it was time to stop wasting time. She would not just think, but move. Charging up her feet, she leaped into the air, following after the crow, and cooing that she was on her way to see Jume. Down below, Ryoto groaned because it felt like she had just heard Rachel's voice, but she liked to think that she had just imagined that. Well, it was time to look over the rations that she had packed. Obviously, the sugar-obsessed archer had packed lots of sweets, a blanket, a cardigan, and weapons. Now all she had to do was find her man. The girl smirked as she considered hunting him down. Since she had agreed to play this game, she could not allow herself to be the loser. She had landed somewhere on Avalon Beach, so she just needed to adjust her goal for this special environment. The only place on the island that never changes is the World Tree. Given Jiome's personality and the fact that he wanted to go solo, he would most likely head towards the center of the island. It was annoying, but the archer had no choice. She was determined not to lose this game, and she did kind of want to see him, and she did not want anyone to see him first. Once she saw him, she promised to pay him back for the forehead flick that he had given her earlier. On the side of the island, darkness had fallen and stars twinkled in the sky. On the ground, wolves hunted ferociously, all of them charging at a well-known redhead, but they were no match for her. Easily, she made quick work of them, slicing them to ribbons. Her eyes glinted with yandere obsessions and power, cooing for the love of her life to wait for her, at least just on this island. The obsessed girl was determined to win and find him before anyone else would, so that he would only have his eyes on her. She saw someone ahead and reached forward, hoping in her heart of hearts that the person she could see would be the love of her life, Kang Jianma. Kang Jianma was indeed sitting by a fire, and now that he had skinned the hide of the rabbit that he caught, he would not need to worry about food anymore. He could also just turn the rest of the meat into beef jerky. Suddenly, the boy heard a noise and looked up, wondering who had appeared before him. The presence that he felt was not that of a wild animal, it was something else. There was the possibility that it was someone targeting him, so he could not afford to let his guard down. The person was coming straight at him without stopping, so the boy cautiously reached for his weapon. He had saved his blessing too, so the sashimi knife in his jacket was ready. The person would be there any moment, so the boy braced himself and prepared to see the person charging right at him. Prepared, the boy raised his weapon, and Chloe burst out of the trees, happily calling for her Jianma-kun, just to end up seeing Rachel instead. The blonde hyena girl was shocked to see the redhead, and the redhead was just as disappointed. They were so pissed to have found each other instead of the boy that they were looking for. Meanwhile, Jianma paused in shock because the person who had shown up at his side was none other than the heir of the Nibelung family, Abel. The boy was shocked to see her, and she was also quite surprised to see him. The girl blushed in horror to be caught in this shamefully soaked state by the boy whom she was pretending that she did not like. The girl laughed nervously, trying to brush off the awkward situation, but there was really no living this down. It made sense that the girl had drifted towards the site of fire, especially given how cold she had gotten from getting soaked. Sitting beside the fire, she noticed a fur beside Jianma that looked warm. Not only that, but there was plenty of jerky, enough to not go hungry for a while, probably from a rabbit. Even here, in this new world, the boy was doing well, and she had lost to Kang Jianma once again. It was a painful loss, and the girl sulked about how embarrassing it was, while she shivered from the cold. Suddenly, she looked up when the boy came over and covered her with the fur that he had harvested. The girl blushed at this show of love and was not sure what to say to that. Now, Abel thought that she was acting crazy. She should have just snuck away while she had the chance, but she could not resist the smell of food that had drawn her to Jiome's camp. The air was warm around the fire, and she shakily thanked the boy for his assistance. Then they both realized that she had a very sore bruise on her ankle. It seemed like she had twisted it. The girl was horrified to be caught looking weak, and was then even more horrified when Jioma leaned in to help. Without even hesitating, the boy took her sore ankle in his hand and yanked off his tie. It was not right for her to leave her ankle like this when it could get infected while they were there. The girl could no longer fight back her blush, but the boy was hyper-focused on the leg that he was trying to heal. Carefully he wrapped it up, causing the flustered girl to thank him. Once again, an awkward silence returned to the camp, and neither of them spoke for a while. Then the main character asked why the talented swordswoman was wandering around by herself. The girl did not have the gall to admit that this happened because of Rachel's really stupid game that she had unconsciously been playing. She blushed that she had something that she wanted to do too, and she was more comfortable when she was alone. The boy nodded, taking her words for truth, and even saying that she was a lot like him. The girl blushed because she recalled how casually she had opted out of the game when she had ended up being the one to win. She recalled that she just had to take a picture to prove her victory, and very shakily raised the phone. Abel was just a shy lover girl after all, and she somehow did manage to point the camera in the right direction, and then she actually posted her victory. The other girls nearly lost their minds at this development. They yelled that she said she was not playing, but now she went ahead and won the game, so the quiet kitty was a sneaky little thief after all. Having finally sent in her victory, Abel could relax for a bit and really think about her life. Her crush handed her some meat to eat, and she panicked and hid her phone before he found out how pathetic she really was. The smoke curled high into the sky, and they kept eating. In silence. It was pretty awkward. Finally, Abel spoke up, asking the boy how he was so strong. Even though it was only for 1 minute, he had caused quite a stir since coming to the academy. The boy mumbled that it was probably thanks to his great teacher, the person who had taught him how to use a blade. Abel had spent 17 years, basically her whole life, learning the sword from her grandfather. She was confident that she knew more about swords than anyone else. However, she had never even heard of the sword style that Jioma used. Curiously, she asked what exactly he had learnt and the name of the family from which he had learned it from. The boy smiled tiredly and said that the thing that he realized long ago is that being strong did not always mean that a person would win. In the end, it was the one who never gave up that would win. So he thought that those who managed to endure, persevere, and survive until the very end were the truly strong ones. The girl was surprised to hear this, and then she covered her mouth with a soft gasp, shocked to see him talking like an old man. It was so cliché to hear him talk like that she burst out laughing out loud. It kinda hurt the main character's feelings, especially since he was indeed an old man. She even said that he sounded like her grandfather. Well, it kind of reminded her of when they had talked on the bench back then. This was now their first real conversation since that time. Then he handed her some more meat, and she took it, finally admitting that the meat was rather nice. The next day, Waterfall Hair had her hair antenna up, and she gasped as she opened her eyes to find the campsite empty and vacant. The boy had left everything behind without even saying a word to her, but he had also left some food so she would not starve when she woke up. Remembering the events of the night before made her blush at how silly and partly intimate it had all been. Glancing down at her feet, she could see that the makeshift splint that he had made for her was still there. Suddenly, something wet hit the floor, and Abel was shocked to find that she was crying. It seemed that this was Waterfall Hair's first time being cared for by someone else. The girl rubbed hard at her eyes as she fought back the tears. No matter what happened in her life, she had always faced it alone. Even against huge obstacles, she managed to overcome them eventually. Even when she wanted to cry, she had to hold back her tears, and she did not have time or the luxury to act her age. That was the duty of one who carried the name of Nibelung. She had stood alone on the top of that high tower for a long time. Now she was moved to emotion by Kang Jiama, who had gone out of his way to do all of these kind things for her. All this time, she had envied and been jealous of people who offered kindness without expecting anything in return. Well now, only 2 days of survival training were left, so she grabbed her weapon, knowing that nothing would change if she sat and cried. Her leg was feeling much better now, so he tied his tie around her arm, and she smiled, saying that she should at least properly return the tie that she had borrowed. Then she tossed her coat on her shoulders and said that it was time to go. Meanwhile, Gyoma was pushing through the forest, looking around. It had been pretty chilly last night, but now it was rather hot. Abel would be awake about now, and the boy could not help but think of how pretty she was. However, for some reason, it seemed like the girl did not like him very much. Well, then again, that was just how her character was. She was a proud and aloof young lady. Sure, he had ended up helping her out after randomly running into her last night, but it was not because he had feelings for Abel. The girl had just looked so pitiful that he could not bring himself to be cold to her. Also, it was not like a little kindness was going to turn the whole plot upside down, or so he thought anyway. The boy had finally gotten out of the forest, and he was going to proceed with his journey. Even if the main storyline changed a little, he was sure that everything would still go fine. So he slid into the new terrain and realized that today was the day that Abel and Leon were supposed to start developing feelings for each other. The boy paused to consider that and groaned at the thought of that beautiful girl giving out his fur blanket to Leon, which would vex him so much, and it would make him feel kind of weird. Well, there was no use thinking about it, and he should just focus on finding the blessing before the sun set. The boy stalked forward, thinking of the blessing that he was chasing, the blessing of regeneration. It was a Guardian-class blessing that was ranked one tier below the blessing of transference. It was designed to instantly amplify the body's regenerative capabilities. The catch was that this blessing could only be used by the caster themselves, making it a doping type of blessing befitting its Guardian-class rank. However, because Kang Gyoma already possessed the blessing of transference, also known as the kind of power that was only usable by the caster, this restriction did not apply to him. He should be able to patch up even the fragile Sashimi knife pretty easily now. At a glance, it might look like a cheat, but it was not to the point of regenerating lost limbs. It was just a blessing that would accelerate the healing of wounds. Besides, this blessing was treated as a hidden bonus even in the game, so it doesn't particularly affect Leon's growth. Since the blonde would end up growing incredibly strong later on, he would have to make sure to get it no matter what. The boy was doing a lot of climbing, and he groaned because this looked nothing like the game's graphics. In the game, it was supposed to be on some kind of rock, but he had ended up searching until sundown. That totally sucked. However, it had paid off in the end because finally he had found it. The blessing of regeneration, hidden inside some suspicious-looking rocks at the bottom of a valley. He wondered what that shining light was over there when the blessing should be hidden. He went closer to inspect it and was surprised to see a gigantic orb as a freebie. He had come all the way for the blessing just to get an orb as a bonus. That seemed like good luck to him. Things were finally starting to look up for Gyoma, and it felt like his luck was finally turning around. Things had been rough so far, but he was going to go grab the orb first and have a look around, since he was so crow-like that he could not resist going after something shiny. He really hoped that he could finally get the blessing before it got dark. Just then, the old webs and ropes holding the orb suddenly snapped, and the boy paused in confusion, wondering what the heck was happening. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him, someone who said that they had not expected the boy to come this far deep. The person assumed that the main character had not come here for a sightseeing tour of the World Tree. It was Leon, and he looked mad and scary. He asked if Gyoma had really come to a place like this just to find the orb. The main character was shocked to see the hero with glowing blue eyes. The blonde looked threatening as he asked the black-haired boy if he had come here for another reason. The main character stood confident, saying that he had seen the orb from a distance and he had come to get it, that was all. The blonde decided to test that theory. It could not be helped after all. He yanked out his sword and told the dark-haired boy to try and take it, a very bizarre thing to happen. Leon said that he would let Gyoma have the orb if he could beat him. Leon, the day that he was born, half of the world smiled with him. Gyoma had found it, the hero's proof. That beautiful white feather and the glowing sword of blue. Two boys faced each other now, both standing at that empty place as the sun slowly rose behind them. Now Gyoma wondered what had gone wrong and why his beloved hero was acting weird. He thought that the valiant blonde savior of the world should be with Abel right now, making romance, as this was supposed to be a turning point in the story. However, now the boy worried that he might have accidentally stolen the event from Leon. So nothing happened between them all night long. However, even if the hero knew that, fighting over that would be a bit ridiculous, wouldn't it? However, Leon was not smiling at all. He swung the deadly weapon that he held, a deep slash behind him to show that he meant business. He'd have found Balmung, and the main character's eyes widened in shock. However, he wondered what sort of condition this was. He understood that it was not complete, but still. The world's worst and most sinister demon sword was Balmung. The blue gem embedded in its center was a catalyst that granted holy power to the holy demon sword Balmung to neutralize its magic. The other gem was the power used to neutralize that magic. However, since Balmung itself was based on magic power, even if it was neutralized with an ether gem, it was still greatly affected by the user's character. That was why in the game, Balmung could become either a demon sword or a holy sword depending on the player's choices. Now Giomma worries about Leon's state of mind. The boy said that, anyway, the main character could just think of this interaction as nothing more than just a sparring match. The blonde could not even use the mental realm right now, so this was insane, and the dark-haired boy had to ask if the boy was truly serious right now. The blonde just replied that he was not good at lying. He was dead serious. The blonde stalked forward, and the main character feared that the hero was trying to use him as a stepping stone to grow stronger after getting Balmung. The boy kind of understood where Leon was coming from, but it was just a guess. One thing was for sure, the orb was just an excuse. The blonde apologized, saying that he did not have much time, so he would just go ahead and start the fight. With no hesitation, Leon leaped forward, swinging his sword. Suddenly, the perspective shifted, and we were back with Rachel, who was groaning with annoyance. The orange-haired healer was with her now, and he asked why she was busy yelling like that. The girl groaned that she was just trying to find Giomma, but she ran into Weapon, of all people. Weapon was also not excited about running into her either, and she blamed him for having no sense of direction. He was always busy bragging while following her around. The boy then yelled and asked if she was searching for Giomma. She was so predictable, and she did not hesitate to admit that. The orange-haired boy was baffled by her shamelessness, wondering if she was interested in their leader or something. The brunette asked why the healer would think that, and the boy said it was completely obvious. Until just a month ago, all she did was nap in the archery range, but now, whenever their team leader came up, she got all active and different. Also, she really hated doing anything complicated or tedious, but now she was suddenly doing a lot of extra stuff without anyone asking. He knew her well enough to know that this behavior was plain weird. The girl paused, and the healer froze, wondering if he had said too much. He ended up smacking his nose on her head, and he told her not to stop so suddenly like that. Suddenly, the brunette called to her friend and slowly turned with a nervous blush on her cheeks, asking if her feelings were truly that obvious. He had never seen her like this before, and he asked suddenly if she was possessed or maybe under some kind of mind control. She punched him in anger because now he was just talking nonsense. However, they paused when they heard a strange sound and saw black birds dancing and flapping in the air. Weapon thought it could be an earthquake, but Ryoja knew that it was different. This was instead the power of someone she knew well, Kane Giomma. The boy had the audacity to whip out his machete in a serious fight, and to no one's surprise, it was immediately cut to ribbons. Kang Giomma was tense, knowing that things were more serious and more insane than he expected. The blonde demanded why the black-haired boy was not fighting back. Even if the boy knew that Leon would miss on purpose, there was no reason not to take this fight seriously. Then the hero said that the black-haired boy clearly had no respect for him at all. Honestly, the black-haired man just could not react as he did not expect the blonde to actually swing Balmung. The boy could not just get dragged into some fight when he did not even know what on earth was going on. He had hesitated because if he had tried to use his blessing, he might have accidentally cut him down. Then the blonde called out to Kang Giomma, and the main character knew that if he did not fight back, he might end up losing his head. Leon was the protagonist of this story, and he demanded that his opponent grab his weapon, especially since this was going to happen sooner or later anyway. The protagonist was also the holder of the blessing of the miracle. Facing a monster like the protagonist without using his blessing was simply absurd. It was time for him to get rid of the naive thought of facing Leon in a casual way. So the boy summoned up the blessing of the sword god. The two clashed in that empty place, power meeting power as they began their dance for dominance. The two very fine and very talented young men clashed in a battle of wit and power. Giomma found himself leaping backwards, but Leon was hot on his tail. Leon slashed that mighty sword, and Giomma was absolutely shocked when his sashimi knife fell. However, the blonde did not relent and slashed again in an attack that the black-haired boy barely dodged. The blonde's slashes were relentless, and he would not stop or waver as he swung his weapon like he aimed to kill a monster. Fortunately, the main character had come with his bag of knives, and he reached for another knife to resume the battle. Neither of them was joking around anymore, and they were going to fight this battle seriously. A dance of powerful slashes swung around the golden protagonist, and he raced forward again, charging at his enemy. The sashimi knife wielder was shocked again at how fast the blonde was moving, and the golden boy swung his sword with killing intent. Gyoma panicked for a hot second, and the beams in the surrounding area were cut clean. The golden hero's power was no joke. That guy was on fire, and he even sliced the main character's knife bag in half. Gyoma just managed to dodge the attack, and he just managed to run fast enough to get out of Leon's crazy long range. The Black Mane raced away, realizing that the hero was now on a whole different level from when they had encountered each other during the midterms. Even the protagonist's buff had its limits, so why on earth was Leon the only person who was solo leveling? This was ridiculous. Suddenly, the Black Mane froze, and he had to dodge yet another wicked slash midair. That slash took out the rest of the terrain. It was so deadly that it shredded rocks, it shredded the ground, and it probably shredded the air too. The sword in Leon's hand sparked and puffed, and the golden hero panted heavily as he fought. Kang Gyoma stepped forward from the smoke, his weapon glinting as he did not run away anymore. He confronted the blonde, calling out his name and asking him why he was going so far. The blonde stared at his opponent, staring at the other boy in silence for a moment. Then he raised his head and mumbled about the world. On his shoulders rested the absolutely heavy burden of saving the world. Those heavy words, those heavy demands, they weighed on him like the pressure of a dark red sea. If it were him, he would surely be the one who was able to bring happiness to everyone in this world. The hero laughed at those words, gripping his sword as it lit up once again, saying that now Gyoma should be able to understand. With this, the hero fired up his power, saying that the main character would finally know between them, between the absolute power that Leon held and the fragile knives that Gyoma wielded, they would finally know who was who. The blonde looked crazed as he flared up his powerful weapon. But Gyoma did not faint nor cower at the power that the boy displayed. Instead, he raced forward, he dove into the slash of Leon's sword and responded with a slash of his own. Wind and rocks flew as the two faced each other for real this time, with the final swing of their swords. A piece of the hero's weapon crumbled, and he thought of those words that had said that they believed in him. Both boys stayed frozen in the poses of their final slashes for a moment, and a white feather danced around Leon as he stared emptily forward. He was thinking of the words of his father. However, those expectations were just too far out of reach for him. The boy lowered his sword as he looked into the sky, thinking tiredly that someone else should have been chosen instead of him. The boy in front of him, who quietly sheathed his sword, was Kang Gyoma. The battleground had been completely leveled by the ultimate display of fighting skill that both boys had shown. The black-haired boy carefully sheathed his shining sword with a very definite clack, but when he turned around, the blonde boy was gone. It was an unexpected duel, but the black-haired boy figured that the hero wanted to use the duel as a way to help him grow as a hero and strengthen himself. Unfortunately, Gyoma did not plan on losing to anyone. Besides, the blonde had not even come at him in a way that would let the boy end it easily. Plus, the black-haired boy had wasted so many really good sashimi knives. If he had made one wrong move in that battle, he truly would have been dead. The black-haired boy had tried his best not to target Leon, but thanks to that, he had ended up dodging all over the place. Even so, the blonde's growth was at a level that was quite fitting for the protagonist. Also, the main character thought that he might have sliced Bauman quite a bit, and he felt bad about it. As long as Leon could get it repaired and could collect more parts later, reaching its final form should not be a problem. Gyoma was, in fact, very pleased that at least he had not cut the hero, so everything should be going pretty well. The main character was delusional enough to believe that everything was going great, and he snatched up the ore. He had also found the blessing, so he happily grabbed that too. A new message popped up, congratulating Gyoma for acquiring a new blessing. The blessing of regeneration. The boy hurried to test out his ability right away and quickly sliced his arm. Sure enough, his arm healed back just fine, like the wound had never even been there. The effect was pretty solid, and the young lad was impressed. Still, he was quite glad that he had gotten what he wanted. He had fought a very tough battle. Later that evening, smoke rose into the air as Gyoma warmed himself by the campfire. He wondered now, thinking of the things that had happened, and he wondered what that fight had been about. If it was not about Abel, then why had Leon said things like this was going to happen sooner or later? Things had gotten so tense that the main character could not even question it. He wondered what the hero had meant. Leon was in existence in this world, but the black-haired boy wondered what exactly Leon was. Before that, the one who threw him into this world was the real mystery. For now, the man should just do what he needs to do. Even in his last life, he had a fiery personality. He had been holding it back a lot lately, but he could never ignore injustice. Often, the main character got into a lot of fights with rude customers, but he never backed down. That was just his own weird sense of justice. At first, Gyunma had tried not to really interfere with the main storyline, but before he knew it, protecting himself became his top priority. Even though his actions were just to get a blessing that would not change the main plot, today he even ended up fighting Leon. Now he was under threat of assassination as well, and his life was really on the line. If things went on like this, it might get to the point where he would have to cut down a person. Not just monsters but human beings as well. The boy fell silent as he considered that system, and then he sighed rather tiredly, wondering if he was really okay living like this. Then he wondered if he needed to learn to take things a little easily. Suddenly, someone showed up, scolding him for talking too much and saying that he should just act a bit more like himself. The boy was surprised to see Ryojo, and he stared in shock for a moment. However, when he blinked, she was gone, and now he was shocked that he was even hallucinating the girl. If Ryojo were here, she would probably just nag him just like that. This made him then wonder what the others were up to. He had gone alone so that he could find the blessing of regeneration, but now he wondered what they were doing. The others were also just chilling near their own campsites. Ryojo was ignoring Weapon, and the blonde was busy messing around with the redhead. Meanwhile, Waterfall Hair was busy taking a dip in a nearby pool. Now Gyunma smiled as he considered his friends. It sounded rather cheesy. The night passed, and the boy fell asleep beside the fire in a really uncomfortable-looking position. On the grass, there was movement, and a bunch of really horrible-looking men suddenly showed up. They seemed to be stalking the boy, and they grinned maliciously now that they had found him. Right, it was the assassins who had been hired to kill him, and one of them fired off a weapon in the boy's general direction. Gyunma was startled awake when he sensed that death was coming, and he managed to leap out of the way before his head got taken off, though he did get scratched by the flying weapon. The boy grunted in pain at the sudden attack, confused and angry. The assassins, on the other hand, were rather amused by Gyunma's dodging skills, finding it hard to believe that he was just a student. One of them even joked that they would recruit the boy instead. However, the lady told her colleague, Perik, to keep silent. Gyunma paused when he noticed Lei Shen. She was the known leader of the assassin group known as the Undertakers, and later she would become the first half-demon that Leon would ever face. Originally, she was the daughter of a noble, but after her family's betrayal, she was kicked out and became a contract killer. Her hatred only grew with time, and eventually, she became a villain and was defeated by Leon, a character doomed to tragedy. Still, the black-haired boy could not say that he felt any sympathy towards a killer who gave up her humanity. Now he was facing that killer as she was trying to take his life. Her men goaded him, asking him what his deal was. They held back, but he should not have dodged their attacks so easily. Even they knew that it was not normal for a student to be able to move like that. Plus, someone that young should not be able to make a face that serious in a life-or-death situation. Perik really and truly wanted to scout Gyunma for real. He could tell that the dark-haired boy was hot stuff. Even the lady hesitated a little and asked the young boy what organization he was from. The boy was silent as he wondered how he was supposed to respond when hitmen were asking him strange questions. It seems those jerks did not truly believe that he was a cadet. The other bandit goaded and coaxed, telling the boy that he was about to die, but they thought that he had some really great guts. It was the first time that the captain had shown any interest in their prey. Even the vice captain agreed. Judging by the boy's moves, he was clearly not just an average teenager. The man had thought that being the top freshman meant that he was just some go-getter. Though it was not perfect, the boy had cuts everywhere, and they'd only just met. Gyunma was tense about how these guys were talking about him like he was fresh meat in the market. This feeling was coursing through him. He knew that the people after him had sent these assassins. This meant that whoever was behind this had to at least be an elder. After all, who else would have access to the corpse disposal squad? The squad was now truly alarmed that he knew their name. Perik growled and asked who Gyunma was working for, because there was no way that he knew all of this information about them so casually. The girl he was with easily stopped his rage. It seemed like the boy knew about them. The boy growled that he did know about them, and he had no respect for butchers who just went about killing people for money. The vice president seethed to hear this, knowing that the boy had just said the thing that their captain hated to hear the most. Gyunma stepped forward, taunting them, asking if they were that pressed that they did not like getting called butchers by a scholarship cadet. just because she used to be a noble. Now those words really triggered the captain when this boy suddenly knew her deepest, darkest secret. The vice captain raged and prepared to punch Gyama, but in that breath, he immediately activated the sword god's blessing. So the young student easily dodged the punch, leaving the vice captain shocked. The vice captain growled, annoyed that the dark-haired boy kept hopping around and dodging like a rat. However, a slice suddenly appeared on the guy's neck, and he gasped as his head was severed from his neck. The other members of the team were shocked to see their vice captain get eliminated so fast, and the boy breathed a sigh of relief. He had cut down a person for the first time, not in a subspace, but right here in reality, and the man would not come back. It was the first time he had done something like that, and something red and black lashed out at him. His eyes widened, and he turned to see the red and black ropes around him getting thicker and obstructing his view of the countdown for his pain blessing. The captain of the assassins looked shaken now as she stared at Gyama, and the blessing of the sword god had started acting up again, becoming almost sinister as the numbers blurred, and the boy grinned like a devil. This power was not bad after all, and the blessing of the sword god was fully with him.
Already it had gotten late on the 7th of December, and Gyama had been working pretty late in his past life. He decided to find what he was looking for quickly so that he could call it a day. Then, the boy started wandering around in search of his humanity. He could not imagine where he had left it. He checked the fridge, but all he found inside was the blessing of the sword god. The boy was conflicted to see that his chef uniform was melting into his school uniform, and a white streak appeared in his hair. The main character was shocked at the weird way the items in the fridge were organized. Still, he was in a desperate search for his humanity. It looked like he would have to take everything out, just so that he could find it. Before he could begin, he was drawn to items called Cut It. The items called out to his psyche to cut it all. This confused the main character, and now he wondered if he had gotten enough sleep. The letters seemed different all of a sudden. Slowly, he began to realize that the words on the items in the fridge were changing, and they urged him to do it no matter what it was. Ma was urged to cut whatever stood before. The boy's eyes widened in horror at these instructions, and the fridge began to glow. The bright red light came streaming from the fridge like a beacon from another dimension, flooding the area and overpowering Gyama. A really twisted countdown had started as the boy was urged to cut everything within his reach. His eyes went red as that aura dominated him, filled him, and commanded him as well. The main character was ordered to slice, and all his opponents would be cut down. The physical body of the dark-haired boy moved as he was directed, and with a sweep of his hand, he sliced. The others around called out in horror when they saw their vice-captain fall. But Gyama only had a sickening look on his face. The others rushed at him in rage, calling him a little shit, and they charged at him as one, intending to catch him and hold him down. They did not need to come because Gyama was also rushing at them. For a moment, the dark killers hesitated. After all, they were just fighting a kid, however. The boy sliced through them like they were nothing but ribbons floating in the wind. The opponents grimaced in shock as they fell into pieces, Gyama dancing past their sprayed blood and falling body parts like they were nothing but leaves in the wind. One by one, the assassins charged in a desperate attempt to end the boy's life, and the boy weaved through and past all of them, slicing them mercilessly in a dark show of angst and emo power. The blessing had taken over his mind, and his smile had become dark and twisted. He did not even flinch at the sight of so much blood covering the area. Each life that he took was nothing, and the fighters panicked, yelling encouragement at each other to just grab the brat. They yelled to get a grip. They yelled to attack all at once, but it was no use. Even their leader had identified that as she stared at the boy in horror and fear. The dark-haired boy made quick work of her men like they were nothing, slicing them into bloody ribbons. She could not believe that they were truly facing someone who was just a cadet. The Mohawk guy standing by her asked what they should do now, and the captain was also panicking because she had assumed that their target would be easy prey. However, before she could respond, Gyama came spinning into view, and he made a quick chop of Mohawk too. The man had not even seen the boy coming, and he had not stood a chance. The captain stared in horror when her subordinate fell, and she already started nervously backing away. This was supposed to be an easy job. 100 million each was good money. The man who hired them had even promised to give them a bonus as well. Now that lady realized that the crazy old man who hired them had set them up. The thing that they were fighting, the thing that had killed all her men, was surely not human. The captain was convinced that Gyama was something else, maybe half human or half demon, a monster disguised as a cadet, and now that monster was racing towards her with the intention of cutting her down. The captain tensed as he approached, cursing out the boy and calling him evil. However, she froze when her back suddenly hit the floor. She was cornered, the worst place to be. The boy raised his knife, pointed it at her, and he stood over her fallen body. He had mostly taken care of his troublesome night visitors, and the captain closed her eyes, expecting to surely get cut down. There were 9 seconds left when Jiam sheathed the knife in his hands. Nearly all the time had been used up because he had been fighting Leon and the Undertaker group. It had been self-defense, but the boy sure hoped that he would not need to use it again. This was a completely different and unfamiliar feeling compared to demonoids. However, his opponents were human butchers coming for his life. There had been no reason to show mercy, so he had no regrets. Fortunately, he had not entirely lost his mind either. Now, the only ones left were him and Lei Shen, who was now tied to a tree in a rather suggestive way. It was time for interrogation, and the Blade Boy asked the assassin who had sent her. Naturally, he was not about to give up information that was possibly keeping her alive that easily. This was his chance to finally learn about who was after his life and nip them in the bud, before their disease kept growing. Crushing the captain with overwhelming fear was the most effective way to make her confess. However, the boy knew that if he cut off her head without hearing the whole story, he was sure that he would regret it. The boy asked if she was stupid or brave. She was doing great, putting on airs and acting confident, but he had just single-handedly wiped out all of her subordinates, leaving them in a bloody mess. It was best for her to start talking while he was still being nice. The lady bit her lip, gritting her teeth in rage as she hissed at him, reminded of the carnage that he had wrought. She called him a demon, and coughed from how worked up she had gotten. Then, the captain huffed in amusement, saying that she now understood why that person had put a hit on him. She should have realized when all of his personal records were erased. Even his relatives and parents were gone. It was so suspicious. The captain was pissed that the old man had dared to hire them to take out a villain disguised as a cadet, and she went on bitterly ranting. She had a good reason to be upset. But Jum zoned out for a hot minute as he considered her words and what he was saying. He had no idea that all of his family records had been erased, and he still vaguely remembered his parents from this world. It was true that he barely looked like their son, but he could not even remember their faces anymore. Now the boy was panicking, and he demanded that the captain repeat what she had just said. The lady was confused, but the boy was already bringing out his weapon again. He wanted to know exactly why his relatives and parents had been erased. The captain was alarmed to see him ready to go crazy again. Originally, he had just planned to hear the name of the one who had hired her, and then he would send her off peacefully. But now, it seemed that he had something else to ask her. Something that he really had to know, and the assassin captain began to panic. For the record, Jama said that this was not a negotiation. This was, in fact, a threat. The girl panicked, her body trembling as the boy said that even if she lost her arm or leg, she could still talk after all. Suddenly, a huge blast of power erupted from the silver-haired girl, so great was its force that it stopped the boy in his tracks. The girl gritted her teeth as the oppressive pressure of her gift washed over the dark-haired boy. The main character was shocked to suddenly feel such a large amount of overwhelming magic pressure. Then, all of a sudden, it stopped. Then he glanced behind him and saw that the blood of the corpses was doing something weird. The blood flowed past the boy, clinging to the tied captain, who panicked as the blood crawled up her. She cried for the blood to stay away, but it had no intention of listening to her demands. Even Jiamma was confused as blood rushed from behind him to touch upon the bound girl. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, the Sword Emperor was busy having a blast. The fishing rod he was using was for management purposes, but it was not so bad when used in practice. The only problem was that he had not gotten a single bite since he started fishing. The man sighed, saying that the fishing rod was not living up to its high price. Suddenly, the water began to swell and rise, and the Sword Emperor got excited, thinking all of his sitting and waiting was finally about to pay off. However, so many fish erupted from the water at one time that it was like there was something down there that was worse than the fishing rod. The Emperor was alarmed as he recognized the essence of that power. This level of magic power could only be a commander from the demonic forces. The captain cried out and screamed as the blood flooded her being and filled her, despite her desperate and weak attempts to fight against it. The girl begged that she would tell Oreo Hair everything that she knew if he would just help her, please. Jima himself was not sure how to help. He had never seen anything like this before, and he was not sure how he was supposed to fight the flood of blood. The girl cried out with tear-filled eyes, begging him that she did not want to die. There was a sparkle of bright light and magic, and it suddenly descended from above like fire from a dragon's mouth. That bright golden beam eradicated everything where the girl had been tied down. Its light was blinding, brilliant, and final. The purple-haired demon teacher was surprised when she saw that glow all the way from where she was posted, and she wondered if her lord had come. A piece of metal fell to the ground, and the sky was lit up like night had turned to day. Jiam stood in the clearing, silent as the smoke began to fade away. There was a sigh of relief from within the smoke cloud, and then there was mad laughter as the captain was revealed to be standing, her head thrown back in pleasure. The being in her body overcame with delight, as it had been 700 years since it had been able to cross into the human world. The boy's eyes widened in horror as he realized who now stood before him. This level of magic power that made the mermaid back then seem like a small fish, that power was emanating from the captain now in terrifying waves. This impure flame could only belong to the one who cooed and called him Little One, the Demon King's army, 5th Legion commander, the succubus, the dream demon. The bewitching flame, also known as Agor. The demoness laughed wickedly, throwing her head back as the sky filled with smoke and debris. Burnt birds fell from the sky, heated by her miasma of evil. For a moment, the demoness took a pause to wonder if she was greeting in the right way, just like humans did. After all, it had been 700 years since she had left the demon realm to visit the human world, so she was not so sure about current human customs anymore. At any rate, suddenly acting deceptively cute, the burning woman introduced herself as Agor, the commander of the Demon King's 5th Legion. Then she said it was nice to meet the main character who was not as thrilled about meeting her. Still, Agor pressed on with a cute tilt of her head and asked his name. The boy was speechless as she stared at the demons, and she pouted about him not even answering her question. That was really cold of him after all. Meanwhile, Ji-ma was trying to figure out how he could get out of this situation. He needed to try and dig up some of his memories. Even the smallest seemingly useless fragments could serve as a mirror that would let him see into the future. And he desperately needed to do that now that he was facing a monster that was way out of his league. The biggest advantage that Ji-ma had for surviving in this world was the memories he gained from playing the game in the real world. Now, he tried to remember all that he could about the succubus Agor. He could still remember the basic details about her on Wiki, back when he quit the game. However, he had no idea why the succubus had come down to the human world after 700 years. Even worse, he had no idea why she would use possession to descend, using Li Shen as a host. The whole situation was getting out of hand and downright terrifying. Suddenly, the succubus grinned and asked the boy if this was his doing. She was quite impressed to see all the wonderful discarded bodies just laying around. No wonder the boy had not seemed at all like an ordinary human. Plus, there was the fact that the boy was still standing insane after seeing her maddening appearance. Looking at him now, the lady smiled and noted that he was just a whelp, but the boy would probably turn out to be a lot more in the future. In that case, she had a wonderful idea. Shining her evil demonic eyes wide, the bold demon immediately demanded that he form a contract with her. Such a proposal was unacceptable, and the boy backed away, but the demoness pressed closer. She told him to feel honored since this was his special chance to become her slave, as if anyone would want to become a slave. In the end, humans could act noble all they wanted, but deep down inside they judged each other and created their own weird pecking orders. They chased after their own interests, killing others and causing pain. So in her opinion, it would be so much better for him to just sacrifice his life so that he could dream of glory by her side. She had come really close now, gently rubbing his chin as she tried to seduce him. The boy found his mind getting taken over, and he found himself thinking that perhaps this demon was right. Human beings had always been the worst of most creatures on the earth. Honestly, the tired main character wanted to survive and accept Agor's offer. It would after all be the right thing to do, according to his drugged mind. On top of that, his ultimate goal of survival would be much easier if he just sided with the Demon King's army and brought down the human race. The beautiful redhead cooed, and even called him handsome as she filled him with her powers, evaporating common sense with her special dream of glory. Ji-ma started to seriously consider accepting her offer. However, his thoughts were quickly sliced in two. The blessing of the sword god ignited in his soul, and it informed him that the opponent they were to fight was a demon, the succubus queen Agor. Meanwhile, the succubus queen was shocked to see that the boy had actually broken free from her high-level magic. That was extremely shocking, and she wondered if her weak vessel was messing up her powers. She'd only made a contract with the girl, because she wouldn't stop whining, but it did not seem worth it anymore. The demon sighed and complained about the guy who supplied her hosts and asked how she could do anything if her host was this weak. Suddenly the boy before her began to laugh, and this surprised the succubus queen very much. She asked if he had just laughed, and the boy said that he found all of her nonsensical barking rather amusing. There was silence at the audacity of this statement, and for a moment, the fairy queen was too shocked to say anything. Then, Ji-ma reached into his clothes and pulled out his weapon as he prepared to give her an answer about the offer to become her slave. Naturally, he was going to pass on that, and the demoness grinned with irritation on her face to see him fighting back. She mumbled about how he had no manners. The boy was lit with vibrant blue flames of justice as he prepared to battle his foe, and he sliced at her flames as she hummed and idly blasted more fire in his direction. The main character fought earnestly, but he'd been fighting since his encounter with Leon and she was a top-level foe. So, he struggled to land a hit on her and she yawned in amusement at his weak skills. Still, the boy did not give up, and he swung his knife with the urge to kill, exciting the succubus as she watched. The knife was swung in a brilliant blue arc that surely would have severed a normal foe. Instead, the succubus just laughed at his efforts, truly amused beyond comparison. The demoness laughed that she had been half joking when she said it the first time. But all of this effort he was showing was really making her want him more, which was concerning since he was so young and she was grandma age. Now Iger was visibly interested in the fight, and she called out to her opponent to ask just how far his abilities could go. She called herself his Nuna, which means elder sister in Korean, and said that she would have to check for herself. The demoness then activated Inferno, which exploded in a blast of fiery magic all over the fighting space. The main character was alarmed by the sudden shock of power, and the demon laughed, telling him to do his best. Roaring flames came soaring towards him, but the boy was unperturbed. Instead, he pulled out a sashimi knife, slashing the flames and the fire split, unable to touch him or do him serious harm. The redhead was shocked when she saw this, but she was also pleased. Jim-ma was fast at dodging, and he zipped around at the speed of light. Those flames were unable to touch him as he swept through the area with his sashimi knife. Now the demon was cautious as the boy was now showing power that had gone past human limits. Meanwhile, on her end, she wondered how long it had been since she had descended, and she was adapting a bit slowly to her new form. Before she could compute thoughts, she saw her opponent behind her raising his knife. He had already caught up, much to her surprise, and she was so pleased to see how fast he was. Then he sliced, their power hitting together in a huge blast. Smoke filled the area after that huge attack, and the demoness couldn't help but chuckle. Her opponent really had an impatient personality, and she couldn't help but smile about it. Despite his strong attack, she had been able to block it with only one hand. The boy was shocked. Ager grinned, asking him why he was in such a hurry. After all, his big aunt was here and she had all the time in the world. However, he had no time to mess around. His painless blessing could only last for so long, and he could not risk drawing out this fight for longer than he could handle. The redhead was surprised when Jiam-ma lunged again with his next attack. His time was fast running out. The seconds were counting and ticking, and Ager realized that the boy was getting faster and faster. Their power clashed and there was a huge blast in the area with sparks of yellow and red. The counting numbers reminded the main character that he was running out of time. Still, the battle raged until those counting numbers hit 0. There was a huge spark in the area, and slowly the dust settled to reveal the main character. The boy was panting for breath, his body covered in bruises, his sashimi knife sparkling with power, but he had run out of the healing blessing. If he fought any further, he would be in huge pain. Meanwhile, Ager casually flexed her cut-up fingers. They had been sliced to ribbons but were already quickly healing. The claws from 700 years ago was slowing her down, and she just could not get used to this red blood. The demoness licked her lips as she laughed at how it felt like she had become a human herself. It was really such a waste to leave the talented boy that she had scouted as only a human, and she greatly admired the determination that consumed her opponent's body. It was truly captivating to her. The boy was lacking in manners, but she admired his fiery passion. At his age, he might have more potential than the other kid that was prophesied to be the holy vessel. Meanwhile, Jiam-ma was struggling to get his bearings as his opponent continued to idly chatter, saying that she was almost fully adjusted to this new body of hers. Then, she wondered if he could become the one to fulfill their wish. So, Ager would give him one last test, and she leapt into the sky, her hands bubbling with flames, telling the boy that if he could withstand her last attack, then he would pass her test and win her game. The magic that she activated was called Flamma, and the boy barely had the strength within him to move. Meanwhile, the redhead demoness chuckled, saying that he had to at least endure this much. Fire came racing towards Jim-ma, and the main character had just about reached his breaking point when someone leapt into the fray. The fire was indeed blocked by the strong sword emperor, who arrived just in time to protect his favorite student, swinging his weapon with incredible ability. He yelled for the dark-haired boy to pull himself together, while the demoness threw a hissy fit at her crazy game getting interrupted. She asked the old man not to butt in between them since they were busy having fun by themselves. However, the old man refused to back down. See, Jiam-ma was very precious to him after all. He would absolutely not let the demon touch that boy. So she hissed back that he should try his best to protect the precious boy then, if he could, and then she rained down even more fire to annihilate both man and boy. The demoness Ager really had no joy. Meanwhile, the main character was still struggling deep inside the realm of his powers, and he wondered if he had finally died. He heard the low sound of coughing and his eyes widened in shock to see a figure on fire that was standing before him. The main character's vision finally cleared and his eyes widened to see the old man protecting him with his body. The Sword Emperor had come to save his life. The boy was greatly surprised. A peerless talent like Kang Jium, Muz was not the type that should be lost in vain in a place like this battlefield. The old man leaped forward to protect the boy, his sword swinging mightily as he fought for the young lad. The man was certain that the main character would be the one to bridge the divide between humans and demons, and he would become the hope that broke the chain. With this in mind, the man fought relentlessly, throwing back the demoness attack and saving both his life and that of the young lad behind him. The old man coughed from the effort he had expended just blocking off that attack and asked the young lad if he was all right and had finally returned to his senses. Then he told the boy to rest for a while as his body recovered. From what the man could see, their current situation was very dire. The boy was visibly struggling with multiple bruises, but he did not fail to notice the Sword Emperor's arm. The old man told him not to worry, as there was no need to use two hands to grip a sword. Instead of worrying about him, the dark-haired boy was told to focus on getting himself together. Then the dark demoness stepped forward, calling out to the old man with mocking laughter. She hummed, saying that it felt rather strange that he was taking her magic head-on. After all, he was just a mere man, and she was rather irritated by all these people who were somehow able to match her power. There was silence as the three opponents faced each other. Agar was a demon of Legion Commander rank, and it meant something for someone like her to show up. A flesh offering was likely used to summon her and to loosen the barrier between the demon realm and the human world. And she was likely possessing a human body that was acting as a catalyst. Due to the backlash, the demons could not bring out their full strength while possessing someone. However, that did not change the fact that they were unstoppable disasters. The demoness scoffed at how annoying she found her current situation. It seemed the body she had possessed was not a good match after all. She could understand struggling against a lively brat, but if she could not even beat an old man like the Sword Emperor, then surely this body was the height of useless. Agar stepped forward, saying that she was unsure what tricks he had pulled, but this time she would take more than just his arm. Then she launched at him with fire in her hands and the intent to do harm. The old man narrowed his eyes as he prepared for her attack, and they both swung at each other at the same time. He with his glowing blue sword and she with her flaming sword of attack. The demoness hissed in rage, and her sword fell along with one of her flaming arms. This was an unacceptable situation to the Legion commander, who demanded to know how the old man could do such damage to her. The old man mocked her, calling her out for being scared, and the demons hissed, calling the old man an insolent worm as she launched yet another heated and rage-filled attack. The man did not know exactly why the wicked commander had crossed the demon realm to come to their world. However, he raised his sword of justice. He could see that her eyes were clearly filled with fear, and a slash of his sword dispelled the flames that soared towards him. They spun around him in circles, hoping to do maximum damage to the warrior who stood alone, but the man had been titled Sword Emperor for a reason. The Fire Lady's eyes widened, but she scoffed when she saw the bug acting cocky, claiming that he had just gotten lucky when he cut off her arm, but he quickly proved that C was talking nonsense when his word suddenly appeared at her throat, and he sliced in an arc so sharp and fast that he would have taken off her head if she did not leap back. Now the demoness realized that she could not take the man for granted as he had such an intense aura. Those eyes, she could now see that he was clearly a descendant of Aran. The old man said nothing and simply raised his sword, but now the demoness was cursing her luck. Still, he was just a human with a body that was far past its prime. Humans were really pitiful in her opinion, and she mocked the old and withered descendant of Aran, and asked if he could really dodge her attacks with his frail body. The little cheat rained down fire from the sky in thousands and millions, all falling towards that old man who fought alone. She laughed wickedly, and both Jium, Mai and the Sword Emperor were horrified to see the extent of this attack. That rotten lady laughed, asking if this attack was too much for the old man to stomach, and the man had to dodge, moving as fast as he could to escape each streak of fire as it rained down like hell on earth. The man ran as fast as he could, and the dark-haired boy yelled in worry. The boy would like to at least cover the old man, but right now, he was barely staying conscious. He had been fighting before the sun set, and he had fought all night long. If he let go now, he may never grab hold again. Giving up his blessing in this situation would basically be suicide, and the boy gripped his knife as hard as he could. The Sword Emperor was still just managing to hold his own against the fire demon, and he swung his sword to dispel her attacks, swinging in a huge arc that cut through the flames. Agar could not help but be impressed by this point, saying that he was achieving much despite his old body. Perhaps, instead of a butt, the man was more like an annoying little rat. The man raced forward, now purposely moving towards her despite the rain of fire that she kept throwing at him. The man mocked her as well, saying that demons were definitely absurdly stronger than humans, and that in his youth, he had resented the world for that. after standing before an unchanging wall that effort alone could not overcome. However, the old man had now realized something now that he was this age. Ager wondered what he was rambling about, though she figured experience could not be ignored. The man was about to get within striking distance, and she searched his body for weaknesses. She then noticed that the left side, where his arm was missing, was wide open. With a devilish smirk, the Legion commander prepared to attack, and she laughed that he could keep on babbling like an old man. He managed to dodge her rain of fire and took the moment to remind Agor that humans could develop and evolve even in hopeless situations. This part about them was the thing that demons feared the most. This was why demons constantly tried to invade the human world. He sliced through her flames, sliced through her attacks, and sliced through her defenses, much to the absolute shock of the Lion Commander, who gasped in shock. However, her look of horror was quickly replaced by a smirk of wickedness, and she laughed like it was part of her plan, amping up the flames on a full-blown attack. The Sword Emperor was shocked to see her launch flames straight from the ground, and the evil woman laughed at how pathetic he was. She grabbed him suddenly, pressing her hand to his belly and saying that she could not bear to listen to him anymore. With that, she activated her demonic attack, a lance of fire going right through him. The woman's fiery arm regrew and tightened into a fist, and a roar of flames erupted around the Sword Emperor, piercing him with dozens of fiery lances. Meanwhile, Ager disrespectfully yawned, acting bored as she destroyed her opponent. The old man was overwhelmed by such a terrible attack, coughing blood as it seemed like he had reached the end of his abilities. The fire was extinguished, and the man fell to his knees, bleeding with holes through his system. It did not look like he would survive this fight at all. Mockingly, the wicked demon placed her foot on his head, asking if this was all he had to show for the end after all. Honestly, whether it was 700 years ago or now, she laughed that humans were always so cliché. Still, for something like the dying words of a worm that did not even live for a century, she felt like his last words worked just fine. Ma could not accept that, calling out to the Sword Emperor, who looked about to fall in defeat. Agar then recalled why she'd started the fight in the first place and called out the black-haired boy's name. She smiled and turned to him, apologizing for forgetting him. She wanted to tell him all about the result of that test from earlier, and the boy panicked. Using his last burst of strength, the old man told the boy to hurry and run away, and the demoness chuckled, telling the boy that he had passed her test. The boy started to feel dizzy all of a sudden as she worked her magic on him, and the lady smirked as she laughed rather wickedly. She felt that his body would serve the hopes of their demon kind, and she laughed, asking him not to resent her too much as she hoped to see him soon in the underworld. The old man yelled for her to leave the boy alone. He was just a cadet. Meanwhile, her opponent was not even finished yet. However, Ager completely ignored him, amused by his weak attempt to save Jiama. She laughed and said that she did not really feel like hanging out with someone like the old man anyway, and told the man to stand there and watch. Her mouth fell open, and a demonic seal was activated. Leaning closer, the lady pressed her tongue on his face and filled him with the stamp of her approval. The boy fell to his knees as his head was kissed, and the old man cursed her for her demonic work. The redhead blushed and asked if that was a compliment. After all, being demonic was what he did best. Her demonic energy filled the main character, flooding his mind and body and soul. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open with pink light, and the mark showed on his forehead in a bright purple stamp. Her magic traveled all through his body in weird, forceful patterns, trying its best to do a demonic takeover. There were loud buzzes of error and caution all through the main character's system as an unauthorized external intrusion was detected. Of course, the sword god did not like that, and the defense program was immediately activated. The countdown began, but an unexpected error occurred because the main character's level was too low. Jiama was too weak to protect himself from the attack. This error message was transmitted all through his system, and then activate the Yggdrasil as a catalyst to temporarily increase the user's level. The program then began to run using its restraining to readjust and synchronize the world line. The program began to run, and the countdown got even faster as the defense was activated. The numbers floated fast on the screen, and it kept going up and up and up until they reached take off. At 100, the conditions were met. Meanwhile, Ager was still teasing and fighting the old man, laughing at how much slower he was now as he kept trying to beat her. She could not imagine how he was still moving and then decided to cut off his head to make sure that he would never get up again. He could barely hit her now, and he could dodge easily. Even if it cost him his life, the man was still determined to at least cut off her legs permanently. This made the demoness pause for a moment as she noticed the color of his aura. It was like 700 years ago, in the Great War, just like the Sword Saint's aura. The man had evolved his aura right up to his dying breath, and the demoness was so disgusted to find out about this. The woman was then determined to kill the old man for good. She launched at him and told him to just give up and to die quietly like a good descendant of Aaron. Suddenly, a huge charge appeared and zapped the demoness out of nowhere. It was like someone combined 1,000 bolts of lightning and launched them at her, hitting her at the same time in a huge shock wave. Agar was shocked to suddenly get roasted, and she turned in rage, asking what the heck had hit her. However, she was shocked by what she saw behind her, unable to believe her eyes. There was an unpleasant feeling in the air, and a boy who hovered above the ground, lit in brilliant light like he had wings. It reminded her of an unpleasant feeling that had hit her about 700 years ago. Meanwhile, Jiaome's system was forcibly raising and manifesting the level of all the users' blessings. The blessings of painlessness and the blessing of regeneration were manifested simultaneously, and the blessing of transference was also activated to half the world line's pain and damage. Agar was pissed that the worms were getting in her way, and she asked how he dared interfere, because she could recognize Joaquin from anywhere. The blessing of the sword god had been temporarily deactivated as Ma floated and was bathed in light. The gods now bore witness. At another part of the island, the lady swordswoman tightened her hold on her weapon. After a very long and eventful practice, they had finally reached the last day for their exam. However, staring out at the rising sun, the girl still felt worried as she glanced at her phone. The blue-haired archer was also staring at the blue sky, and the orange-haired boy behind her groaned, asking why she was awake when it was not even dawn yet. However, the young girl already knew that it was over, though the boy was not sure what she meant. The archer insisted that sunrise was a long time ago, but the orange-haired boy could not accept that when the sky was pitch black. She then muttered that he truly was the second in the written exam since he was being so darn slow. Anyway, it was time for them to head back to the academy. Meanwhile, Rachel and Chloe were knocked out, sleeping beside each other. It was best for all the students to start waking up and to hurry to get to the return point. She bet the other cadets had already gathered at that spot since yesterday. So, it was time for them to hurry up, as the archer did not think that this was a good sign at all. Meanwhile, in the clearing where our main character stood, there was smoke and dust everywhere. The fire from the demon still raged around them, and Ma glowed before his opponent and his ally. Agar ground her teeth in fury to see what she believed to be the reincarnation of Joaquin, and she asked where he had come from. Lightning sparked everywhere that Ma put his feet, and the boy shone with such bright and powerful light that he was barely visible to them. The boy began to come closer, and the fire demon finally saw that it was still Ma that she was facing, but he radiated so much power that it left her confused. Agar had been aware, even if the boy gave the same feeling as Joaquin's blessing, Joaquin was still human, so there was no way the man would be alive after 700 years. However, this was the worst. The body she possessed sucked, and even her judgment was slipping. Still, just now she could have sworn that she felt her old rival. Just now, this seemingly harmless boy had hit her with an attack on par with her old foe. This was not a situation that she could just brush off, and she cursed in annoyance. The old man was still bleeding heavily as he stared in shock and awe at the glowing boy, detecting almost the same things that the woman detected. The old man fell to his knees in awe-filled salute and basically bowed before the main character. The boy was still out of it, as he was currently being possessed, but the being inside of him acknowledged the old man. Suddenly, the hole in the sword emperor was filled, and his health was restored, and bleeding stopped. The old man stared in awe at his healed skin, free of the damage that he had earlier sustained. Then his eyes raised to Ma, wondering just what was going on. This was far more than he had anticipated. The boy still glowed like a brilliant bolt of lightning, and his eyes were shut in concentration, summoning a million sparks of silver power. They danced around him, energetic waves, pulsing the story of his strength in the surrounding area. Ma dominated now, and he stepped forward unafraid, turning his attention to the demoness that dared to bother them, and then immediately attacking her. White powder zoomed toward the shocked Agar, and her eyes widened in horror. Suddenly, the boy appeared behind her, and her eyes widened because he was moving too fast. The demon found it terrifyingly strange that she could not get a clear grasp of his form at all. Shui wondered if her lousy body had something to do with it, but deep down, she knew that this situation was just beyond understanding. This situation was dangerous, and the opponent she was facing could not be human. In that case, the lady fired up her hands as she begrudgingly apologized. What she had said just a few moments ago, she would have to take it back after all. With that, she fired a shot into the ground, breaking and cracking it open as fire spilt from the ground. The boy's body would have definitely made a very fine vessel. However, she could not let a powerful foe like this continue to live. If she did not take him down now before he mastered his powers, then she was sure that the boy would block the path of the demon folk. The lady was ready to go all out against him. She swung her hand and tossed hot, fuming flames at him. These flames burned like molten lava, and they formed a fiery tornado so intense that she named it Blaze Tempest. That huge fiery attack was so large that it was 100 times her size and bubbled in the air like a raging storm. The Sword Emperor was horrified to see an attack that large, though Ma was largely unbothered by it. The Wicked Lady laughed, saying that she would think of this encounter as brief but really fun, and then she launched the attack, telling the boy that she would see him in hell and all that. The flame was furious and golden, and she threw it. That raging storm, sure to destroy anything in its path, flew to her opponent, and it scorched everything around it. It sailed through the air like a moving mountain of fire, a heated bullet train that would stop for nothing, and the Sword Emperor watched in horror. The man glanced at Ma, worried about what the boy would do, and the being inside of him spoke. The main character activated the blessing of the Sword God, and was instantly filled with its divine strength and demonic power. Shalkut was activated, and the world was disclosed into specific colors so that the boy could focus on his target. The large ball of lava got closer and closer, and he stepped forward, physique popping, and assessed the danger coming right at them. The red line in the middle of the flames marked the core of the attack, but the boy found the core line within and slashed it. It was a cut so smooth, so precise and so deadly that all color was erased by how quickly he moved. The thousand sword technique was utilized, and the attack was split neatly from top to bottom. That large mass of flames, carnage and burning lava had a cut that went directly through it, breaking it in half, and Iger watched in confusion and horror as the line went right through her as well. The explosion from that attack was phenomenal. Flames, lava and carnage split in two, with the caster behind it also suffering some damage. There was an explosion so great that the world went white out for a second, the sound so loud that anyone nearby would have surely gone temporarily deaf. The flame demoness could not believe her eyes or her ears. She had launched her best into that attack just to get flamed so easily. The attack was split in two, and she let out a small cry before hitting the ground in defeat. Ager groaned, raising her eyes to her opponent in confusion, awe, and rage. Meanwhile, the students had finally noticed all the chaos going on net h distant, and they gasped when they saw the fireworks so far away, wondering what the heck was causing such a blast. The popular swordswoman looked up in surprise, and so did the Ryojo and speed weapon. All of Jiama's friends said the explosion would happen. Even more amazing than the rumble that shook the earth and the fire that painted the sky was the aftermath. The sky before them had opened up. There was a large gash in the dusky sky, dark clouds clearing so that the blue could shine through. An ultra-incredible, ridiculous feat that all the students could not help but gasp in awe. Some of them were a little slow on catching up and thought that the sunrise was acting a little weird, but they did take pictures of it just because. They might as well document proof that they saw it happen. Meanwhile, the demoness Ager was having the absolute worst day of her life. She could not regenerate in the position she found herself in, as she had sacrificed too much power in her last attack. It was like the very source of her mana had been cut, sliced to ribbons, and at this rate she would die as she deserved. Jima stumbled forward, and the demoness panicked to see him coming. After all, she was unable to fight him in this state. Well, fortunately for her, the boy had gotten rid of the parasite in his body, so he had no room to move anymore. He collapsed to the ground and she stared in shock and relief. Anyway, she had no intention of dying a pathetic death and instantly tried to crawl away. She was sure that Kangjama would be a calamity for their demon folk. Even if she died, this was her only chance. This little rat, who had been worried about dying, was still willing to use her last breath to slay her enemy. Fortunately, she did not go very far before a sword ran through her head. It seemed little Miss Fire had completely forgotten about the healed Sword Emperor, who was still on the scene. It was very rude of her to turn her back on the enemy. She was just like the 6th Legion Commander Basman. Ager screeched in rage, cursing and shouting and protesting, but her slip would now cost her life. She cursed Aron's descendant, but he just told her to go back to the depths of the underworld, where she belongs. The lady screeched and wiggled, but it was too late, and she dissolved into nothing. Ager was dead, or as dead as a demon possessing a human's body could be. The old man glared at the ashes of the flames, saying that his name was not Aron's descendant. He was Siegfried von Nibelung, and she should but some respect for the name. At any rate, he turned to Jiama, who was passed out on the floor. The old man rolled the boy over to check on him. Fortunately, the kid was still breathing. There were some blocked blood vessels but no fatal wounds, and his life was not in immediate danger. The old man marveled at the boy and wondered just what he was. In that moment, his act of courtesy to kneel before him had been an unconscious response as a swordman. Long ago, since ancient times, humans had believed that an incomprehensible will resided within all living creatures. Storms, floods, and lightning out of a clear blue sky, comets falling from the night sky, superhuman or supernatural forces had always been objects of fear for humanity. Ironically, people worshipped these transcendental powers in hopes of receiving blessings and protection. Thus, people would often call such things calamities or gods. The dark dawn sky broke to the blue of the morning, and the radiant stars of the dark were pushed aside when Ma had split the sky. The students were in an uproar, rushing to the meeting point now that the exam was complete. But the bluinet archer ran faster than most, pushing through the crowd to get to the front. She managed to achieve her goal, breaking to the front with the carrot top at her side, and they froze at what they saw. There was a hospital bed being rolled out of the exam area with someone inside. Teachers were overseeing and checking in on the students to make sure that they were all okay. On that hospital bed was unmistakably Ma, and he was unconscious. This sight, of course, was horrified by his harem, and no one was more passionate about this than the redhead Chloe, who struggled to break through but was held back by Rachel. It was almost like the redhead was trying to attack a teacher just to get to Ma, and they had to force her to calm down. The blue archer looked ahead in concern, and she glanced to see if other members of the harem showed up. Waterfall Hair, Abel looked to be in great distress. She saw that her grandfather now had a missing arm, which was a valid reason to cry. Her family had gotten hurt, and her new crush had gotten hurt too. The girl collapsed to her knees, and Ryojo put a gentle and comforting hand around her shoulder to calm her down. This was a tense moment for all of the students. As humanity remained in a ceasefire with the demons, they would have no choice but to suffer a significant loss in power due to the Sword Emperor's recent incident. The entire world was, of course, concerned whether another vacancy would arise among the 7-star heroes, who currently numbered only 4. The archer girl monitored the news the entire time, hoping for some updates on the Oreo-haired protagonist. But of course, there were none, and she wondered if he was awake now. Even some of the students in class mumbled that they had not seen the special admissions student lately. They had noticed that he was carried out from Avalon Island, and there were rumors that the boy was now barely hanging between life and death. Some of the students worried that he would actually die at this rate, and Ryojo was rather frustrated with the rumors. She yelled at the boys, who immediately answered her call since they recognized her as the princess. With an ice-cold glare, she told them to go continue their distasteful gossip somewhere else, since she hadn't been able to get any sleep the other night, and she found them way too annoying and noisy. Realizing their mistake, the boys pulled back an apology, and they rushed away to continue their little chat somewhere else. The current situation irritated the Bluinet, who strongly believed that Ma would never die. Glancing to her side, she found Chloe, sobbing her eyes out. The poor assassin had not stopped crying since that day. She was much like a mourning widow in that respect. Even though Ryojo had said the main character would not die, she was still worried. 2. He had not come back to class in ages, and it had been over a week since they'd seen him. When they tried to hawk up on him in the clinic, they'd been told that no visitors were allowed. Even though they were just cadets who wanted to check up on their friend, they were not permitted to in. This was by the direct order of the director of the school. The redhead was not having it, and she tried to force her way inside. It caused a ruckus outside of the clinic, and the healer begged her to stop as the guards wrestled with the little assassin. The Bluinet was worried, knowing that this special direct order must also be related to what had happened to the Sword Emperor. Avalon Island had turned into a boiling sea of lava, with that eerie manna they felt several times, and how humanity's strongest lost his left arm. A reasonable deduction would be that a demon or demonoid had invaded. The Sword Emperor had likely stopped them. That was all that the archer could assume for now without any proper details on what had occurred. She had searched the forums over and over for any info that she could find concerning the matter. However, there was nothing to answer her pressing questions. On top of all this, the director Medea stated that she would specifically review and announce updates on the situation, so all contact with the outside had been cut off as well. Not even the media could get any information concerning what had happened that day. It was frustrating, but Ryojo did what she could, idly texting Ma to see if he would respond. They were all worried, but it was futile to send texts when he was likely still unconscious. The archer sighed in frustration, thinking about the last time that they had spoken. Shach wondered if the boy would ever come back and wished that he would return soon. She'd changed classes just to be with him after all. She was worried. Abel was also having a hard time. That could be expected after all. Her grandfather, the world's strongest, had gotten severely injured in a battle no one had seen. The swordswoman was silent, so Rachel called out again, pulling waterfall hair from her thoughts. The girl apologized for getting lost in thought, but her classmate understood. It was normal to worry about the Sword Emperor, and the Spear Saint, who was also Rachel's uncle, was worried too. Abel knew about that and tried to reassure the blonde that her grandfather was fine and that there was no reason to worry. Even the Sword Emperor had apologized to the young swordswoman, saying that she would find out about it soon enough. She would find out why her grandfather was the one personally caring for the cadet Ma. In truth, Waterfall Hair could not stop thinking about that ad. She did not know the details, but she was sure that he was hurt helping her grandfather. Rachel was worried about her. Meanwhile, that old rotten man who ordered the attack continued to drink and indulge. He slammed his alcohol on the table, saying that these things were getting more and more troublesome. He also tossed aside the leaflet for the undertakers, calling them worthless scum as they were all marked as deceased. Meanwhile, Jiang continued to be cared for. It was reported that his muscle fibers were torn and even his nerves were wrecked. The boy is in far from normal condition, but now he had recovered and was discharged. In fact, he even seemed healthier than before. The director was rather proud of the fact that she had mobilized every single medical staff and healer just for him, and she had threatened all of them to save him at all costs. Then she yelled at the old man who was taking his own injury rather casually. The man teased her, saying that if she got so worked up so easily, then she would surely get wrinkles. The woman scoffed, saying that they would try to be positive. Then she asked Siegfried how he was holding up. The child was not the only one to get badly injured after all, and she worried for her old friend. They had really lived a long time to experience all of this. Well, the old man shrugged and laughed, saying that he experienced no major inconveniences. The medics who had tended to the two patients had been dumbstruck. In all their years as doctors, they had never seen a case like this. The man was perfectly healthy, even his old illnesses were gone. It was like they had been wiped clean. It could only be called a miracle from the gods, and the director had sighed immensely, telling the doctor that she did not get what was going on anymore. Sure, the young boy coming back in tatters was partly Siegfried's responsibility, but he also never left the boy's side while the youth was hospitalized. The old man had even shelled out a ridiculous amount of his own money to book the entire ward. The woman had never seen the old man go this far, and she wondered what exactly had happened between those two. At any rate, even her blessing of the poet could not figure out what had happened, and it was beyond cognitive understanding. Now that the boy was awake, she asked if the old man could finally reveal what had happened. The media had been hounding her for weeks, so she had not been able to sleep in days. The old man set down his teacup and admitted that he needed some time to gather his thoughts as well. It took a while for him to process what had happened on the island, and the lady desperately needed to know the gist of the situation. The man squeezed the stump of the arm that remained attached to himself and admitted that Agor, the 4th Legion commander, had appeared on Avalon Island. Of course, this was absolute world-binding and devastating news. The lady was shocked, wondering if she had truly heard him correctly. She did not want to, but she asked again if he had said Agor. There was no way he could mean the Agor. That's what he thought it meant. The man sighed, knowing that it was hard to believe, but it was true. She was the one who had taken his arm. The director leaped to her feet in horror, asking if the young boy had gotten hurt by her too, and the old man fell silent. That just would not do. He had started the gist, so he needed to finish it. They desperately needed to know what had happened to Agor. The old man admitted that the devil had been eliminated. It was too early to make such terrible news public, but he had seen it with his own eyes, so there was no doubt. The director was worried and asked hesitantly if the old man had taken her down by himself, and he laughed. They both knew that such a thing was impossible for them at this age. The lady returned to her seat, now worried that the old man had surely gone mad. Of course, the old man could take down Agor solo, even if someone else helped. The opponent was a commander, so there was no way this story made sense. Suddenly, the director felt a chill and she leant forward to ask if the one who defeated the great demon was the person she suspected. The bespectacled lady was in disbelief, staring in awe. The old man then sighed that he would explain everything when they all got together soon. For today, there was a place a youth should visit before considering adult matters after all. The director fell silent at the words, then she sighed and called her classmate a boomer, as if she was not quite old herself. However, this situation was fair enough for her. Meanwhile, a gathering was called, and the group decided that they could not stay depressed forever. So, someone made a poster to recruit for their club. Of course, it was Speed Weapon, and he beamed as he held up the shiniest, most rainbow poster ever designed. The boy looked really proud of it as he thought that the shiny poster would stand out. They were always relying on the boy with the sashimi knife, but they had never really done anything for him. So, the boy asked the two sulking girls what they thought. The archer sighed that she was actually surprised by him for the first time in many ways. She did not think that she could make a poster that outrageous if she tried. The healer did not get the hint and beamed, saying that color was everything in a poster, and it would surely catch the eyes of passers-by. Chloe, who was being an A-class hater, just stabbed the thing and sliced it in two. Poor Speed Weapon was horrified, asking what on earth she thought she was doing. But the redhead just said that she would never let her sweet crush look at trash like that. The boy was upset. He had spent all night making that horrendous thing, but the assassin just muttered that at least it was burnable. so it would not hurt the environment. They got noisier the more that the Bluenet listened to them. Even the Yoken was not as sweet as before. She sat with her head hung, wondering when their lover would ever return from the sick bed, just to hear voices declaring that Jiam-ma was back. The Bluenet looked up in shock, rising from the bench in awe, as she saw Speed Weapon and Chloe talking to a familiar figure with Oreo-like hair. They were chatting to him like everything was normal, but Ryojo was racing towards him. The archer was running so fast that she caught them all by surprise. She finally got to him, but she only flicked his head, calling the boy an idiot. Then she smiled, a beautiful rosy smile on her face to just look at him, and the boy stared down at him in surprise. However, he smiled too and happily told his team that he was back. The ginger wanted to happily show off the poster she made, but none of the girls wanted to see that garbage a second time. This is a special episode that the author created and prepared. It was a little slice of life story about Jiam-ma and his friends who went on vacation in the author's stead, and was more like a special set just slightly apart from the main story. Kang Jiam-ma himself was stupefied at all the stuff the author was saying as he checked his phone notifications. At any rate, the car fired up and the director told the young boy that they had arrived. The Sword Emperor had done a great job getting them to their desired location. This said location was the sea, and the director sighed because it had been a while since she'd been there. It seemed to be a beach episode after all. The place was so empty that they realized that the director had definitely reserved the whole area. People couldn't take Mikey to the grave after all. So the director had no reason to not spend her money as much as she wanted for special occasions like this. Their friends were already waiting for them and Weapon happily greeted them. Of course it was just the orange-haired healer surrounded by the main character's harem of women. The girls squealed to see their man coming, the swordswoman and the assassin energetically saying hello. However, the archer then suddenly narrowed her eyes as the others went forward to greet Jiam-ma, the director and the Sword Emperor. The Oreo-haired boy was also surprised to find that Leon didn't come, and truly all our hearts were broken that his beautiful face would not grace this chapter. But alas, the protagonist could not continue to steal spotlight from the main character after all, so Weapon had to explain that the famed hero basically lived in dungeons now. The blonde was always training that they barely saw him, and it was hard to tell if he was a demon or a human at this point. He wouldn't even take a break for a once-in-a-lifetime beach episode. The hearts of those gathered bled, and even Jiam-ma found it suspicious. After all, why was there only one other guy present? Leon was leaving him to handle all these thirsting babes by himself. At any rate, the blonde wasn't here, so they'd just have to have fun on his behalf. Chloe was definitely edited about having fun with the Oreo-haired boy, so the knife wielder had to loosen up and follow his team. The special summer vacation chapter had begun. Young feet stepped on hot sand and the students happily got into the sea, splashing and having fun in the water. Chloe was having the time of her life, and the main character couldn't help but feel happy for her since he doubted that the assassin had lots of time to lay back and relax. The healer had already caught the first wave and he was excited to surf. The popularity pill on the characters was also out and Speed Weapon had tied for 6th. That was rather nice as he was such a likable character, and he gave great support. Rachel was determined to beat him surfing though. The blonde hyena-like girl of course ranked higher through the power of giant melons, and she ranked 4th in popularity, earning a 10% of the votes during the poll. Rachel was surfing way too fast and wild, and she ended up oncoming poor Chloe into the water. What a shame. The assassin fell right out of her floater. The sweet yandere ranked 5th in the popularity poll, as she managed to charm a 3% of voters to her side. There was a pointed weapon floating up from inside the water as Rachel zoomed by on her surfboard, and the fighter thought for a moment that she'd seen a shark. She sped past Kang Jiam-ma, who ranked 3rd in popularity in his own story. Unbelievable. One could only guess who got the highest votes. The girl with hard eyes ended her surf and stared with awe as Rachel and Abel came into the water. Abel wearing the most scandalous swimsuit known to man. They were both looking especially fine today. And even the blonde had to complain that it was cheating for those two to look so good. Abel blushed nervously, wondering why everyone was looking at her in her surprisingly skimpy swimwear. While the kids were busy having fun, the adults played a game of chess while discussing real-world problems. Making the next move was tough, but they had to be sure to make the right one so that the children that depended on them could keep on having smiling and carefree days like this one. Tied for the 6th most popular character was surprisingly the Sword Emperor Siegfried von Nibelung, the man of the hour. The director smiled as she watched the children play. The lady was also tied for the 6th, and at this point the 6th position felt like a consolation prize. Still, the director agreed that the Sword Emperor was right. They fought for the sake of those precious smiles and these innocent lives, so they could not possibly do anything to interrupt that. A huge ball spiked high as the kids got down to playing volleyball, and Rachel laughed, telling Ryojo to watch out or she'd get hit. The archer seemed to tense as the ball came rocketing towards her, but she served instantly, sliding like a pro. The healer was impressed, telling the blonde hyena to go easy on them. That ball had come in so hard that the archer fell to the floor just serving that pass. She was angry at the blonde gorilla, but her eyes widened when Abel leapt into the air, the picture of grace and beauty. The female swordswoman had a high number of votes that truly appreciated her style and noble nature. She had come second place in the popularity poll, which was the most shocking news of all. The blonde and the assassin gaped as that ball spiked past them, neither of them making any attempt to catch it. The swordswoman landed daintily with a happy smile on her face, seeming satisfied at the violent ball that she had just served. The bluinette was having a great time, and the smaller archer sighed, lowering her head in defeat and wondering if there was anything that the swordswoman could not do. Abel turned to Ryojo, offering up a hand to help her stand, but the archer's smaller hands dug into the sand in an effort to control her jealousy. Still, as a show of good faith, the girl did offer up her hand to the swordswoman, joking that it was a planned assist, and it was not so bad after all. The bluinette also smiled, saying that they had won because of the archer. Meat began to sizzle as the sun set, and there was nothing like a good barbecue in the beach air to really get things going. The kids were now a bit more dressed as they settled around the dinner table. Jam manned the grill, and there were lots of people crowding around him to get a taste of the meat. Meanwhile, Ryojo sat on her own for some reason, silent and distant. While Abel tried to cast a Japanese spell on the meat to make it more delicious, Ryojo slipped away. The girl took a little stroll on the sandy beach, wondering what the swordswoman had even been doing with that Ushiku Nair spell. Nothing was going the archer's way that day, and she was feeling really bummed out about it. The girl continued to take a casual stroll underneath the light of the moon. Then, she paused when she found a suspicious bottle laying on the sand. That was so curious, so the young archer opened it. And behold, it was the first annual popularity poll that was definitely breaking the fourth wall. The ink was smudged, so it was a little hard to read. Still, Ryojo was determined to try her best. She wondered what kind of poll it was, but was amazed to find that first place had 60% of the votes. That was unreal. She didn't know if this was a prank, but the pretty bluinette did feel jealous about whoever it was that took the first position. She wanted to be first too, to be the best at something too, and her little bunny-like ribbons flopped on her head. Her stomach also growled because she was really hungry, and she'd left all of that really delicious food behind. She had barely eaten anything before coming out to sulk, and now she was experiencing a lot of regret concerning that. Just thinking about Abel made Ryojo's stomach twist. The girl was pretty, and she would not be able to turn her down if she were a dude. It felt like the mood between them had been different since the Avalon game they played to claim Jiam-ma. The swordswoman, who had been previously icy, now openly sought out the Sashimi warrior, smiling at his side and laughing while Ryojo was out by herself dying of hunger, and she was so upset about it. That was when Jiam-ma suddenly showed up with a stick of meat. The main character had no idea what she was doing out there, but he wanted to inform the archer that the movie was about to start. The archer gasped, shocked to see Kang Jiam-ma and her whole face flushed with embarrassment. The boy had startled her by appearing so quietly, and she nervously asked how he had gotten there. Well, obviously he walked. How else would he have gotten there? Naturally, she didn't appreciate his sass, but it was her bad for getting distracted. The boy then admitted that he'd been worried about her. Those words sent her eyes widening, heart racing and breath quickening. Her crush had thought of her enough to come out to find her. Naturally, the small bluinette was happy to hear those words. With a blush, the girl spoke, nervously looking at the stick of meat he held in his hand, because she so desperately wanted it to the point that she was shaking. It was so amusing, but he happily shared some of the meat with her, and she was grateful for it. The meat was so delicious, and Ryojo giggled as she ate it. Sure, it wasn't as nice as the yokin she always ate, but she'd accept this temporary replacement for now. Jiam-ma was amazed at how widely her mood changed when it came to things like treats, but he told her to eat slowly. It was not like he was going to steal it. Suddenly, the beautiful brunette grabbed his hand, and the main character was shocked, wondering what was going on all of a sudden. Well, the pretty girl laughed, ranked highest in the popularity poll Saki Ryojo, the beautiful archer, earning 60% of the votes, and she happily called Jiam-ma, telling him to come with her. They both raced back to where the others were waiting, and the others happily called to them. They'd been waiting for the main character to show up with the bluinette after all, and the girl apologized, saying that she'd had to take a call. Nice way to hide the fact that she'd been busy sulking. At any rate, everyone gathered around to see the movie with excitement. However, the orange-haired boy was surprised to see that the bluinette had returned alone. He asked where Jiam-ma had gone, and the archer just said that the boy had gone to the bathroom. Then, Abel called to Ryojo, referencing an earlier time and apologizing about the photo she'd taken during their game at the Avalon. She had not expected things to turn out like that either, but the archer just said that she was only a little surprised. Besides, it didn't matter, it was all in the past. The swordswoman smiled at how nice the archer was, saying that she would make sure that there was nothing to apologize for next time. The archer was silent as she watched Abel smile, but Oreo hair had finally returned. The boy settled between the top two, happy that the movie had not started yet. Then he asked who'd decided on the seating arrangement, and Abel giggled that she'd given up that seat for him. This made Ryojo realize that Abel had gone out of her way to let the archer sit beside her crush. Giamma found himself staring at a large castle-like structure with a bright clock at the top. He stood there with his sashimi knife in hand, staring ahead at the bright sparklers that swooped over the school, lights dancing in bright colors as the beautiful structure seemed to be meeting its very quick end. Those beautiful and sparkling ribbons of light soon proved to be more than just ribbons as they lashed out violently, causing carnage and reeking of ill intent. Our guy grabbed his weapon, smacking away those evil light beams of doom immediately. They were trying to dominate and hurt a little too hard, but his defense would not be shaken by those petty and awful creatures. Our boy battled relentlessly, refusing to lose to such bright sparkles of light, fighting with determination in his eyes. Space had torn itself apart in the vision that he was witnessing, but he would not let those demons win. Suddenly, our dude noticed something and a giant sashimi knife descended from above. That could not be good. Giamma seemed to be doing battle with his own subconscious and his own ability. Inside that world of red and light, the status screen glitched and fizzled as it tried to communicate a message. Now our boy paused, seeing the words written out. The knife wanted him to reach out and take it. That screamed every level of stranger danger known to man. Our guy was hesitant, but still the weapon burned bright and demanding. It demanded attention and love, and its power enveloped Giamma. Its summons would not be ignored. It desired for the youth to take up the weapon, and it would not be rejected. The Oreo-haired boy was wide-eyed as he got flooded with power all of a sudden, and he noticed that the floor was now breaking away as more and more sashimi knives pierced into it. The words urged him, written and etched into his soul as they called for the youth to take action. He had to pick it up. Giamma was still trying to figure out what the heck was going on. He had suddenly woken up trapped in the mental jail of his own abilities, and he could not figure out how to escape from it. His eyes were wide as he felt a casual viewer of events he could not interpret, and then he woke up. That was one heck of a nasty dream. Our boy almost could not believe that he was back to reality. The dark-haired boy groaned because he'd had that dream way too many times. He had only just gotten up, but there was someone annoying already trying to message him. Surprisingly, it was Speedweapon who had posted an opening to recruit more members to their club. Giamma checked out the cheesy-looking ghastly recruitment poster and knew immediately that his club was finished. The ginger's terrible design aside, our guy was pretty happy to note that his body was doing much better. He felt even better than before. The boy wondered if it was because he had been resting in the VIP treatment room. After the fight against Igor, he had heard that the Sword Emperor had used his personal funds to rent the boy a room and had personally cared for him as well. The Sword Emperor was too kind. He really owed the old man a massive debt now, and he had to make sure that debt got repaid. Once the dark-haired boy was dressed, he got busy working on his tie. Suddenly, he paused on Isle Avalon, recalling the fight that he'd had with Leon and how that nasty perverted demon had tried to have her way with him. Now, our guy wondered what on earth was going to happen from there on out, and if he was doing the right thing. Thinking back to it, he'd had the exact same worry much recently. It seemed his anxiety was not improving, and he was still worrying about what he should do as a supposed background character was now becoming too mainstream for his own good. He decided, after some thought, that it was much too late for him to grumble about his decisions now, and he would just deal with all of that much later. For now, he had school to go to. Ryojo was waiting for him, and she did not hesitate to immediately try to share some of the sweet treats that she loved so much. Our dude greeted her and told her that he was good. He did not really need all of that sweet after all. The brunette scoffed that he was not fun. He was not even surprised to see her. To make up for it, Giamma put on the lossiest surprised reaction that had even the brunette scoffing in his face. More importantly, she then asked if he could finally tell her something. Ryojo was feeling nosy and she wanted to know about what happened at Avalon. She wanted to know why the boy had been hospitalized for so long. Obviously, he was under strict instructions not to talk about that, so he kept his mouth shut, much to the nosy girl's disappointment. She kept pestering him though, like a little blue bug. Ryojo refused to give up. That was a little more than annoying to our dark-haired dude who'd had fairly enough of her whining. The brunette noticed a change in their fearless leader, teasing him. She was the strategist of the travel club, the worst name possible for their club, and she insisted that she deserved to know everything that there was to know about our guy, including his age, height, and measurements. Since she was not going to respect his boundaries, Giamma then settled for completely ignoring her, which the Blueanette did not like at all, but she would have to deal with it. Our dude was still looking at that eyesore of a poster. It had to be by far the most wretched thing that he had ever laid eyes on. They were never getting recruits thanks to that thing. They barely got permission to put up a poster, and the ginger was using their hard work to put up garbage. Since the archer was their strategist, it was her job to intervene as soon as possible. They would never be able to get a new member at this rate. She could tell that she was being dismissed, but it was not like the dark-haired boy had any intention of informing her where he was going. Instead, the boy kept to his secrets, and a conversation was had about someone who was surprisingly good at making tea, considering their appearance. It was the Sword Emperor, and he was of course mocking his colleague, the principal, who had no idea why she was being mocked and what was wrong with her looks. The Emperor insisted that it was a compliment, but the green-haired lady knew that it was a pretty lousy compliment. Suddenly, their adopted son appeared, and the principal greeted the youth. The boy wondered if he had come around too early, but actually he had come at the perfect time, before they could devolve into a round of childish arguments. The old man had spent 70 years with 2 arms, so he kept getting mixed up from time to time and forgetting that he had lost a limb, especially when he wanted to flush the toilet. Our dude was present, but it seemed that nothing really would be strong enough to distract his school parents from their real love language, which was arguing with each other. Then, the principal turned a worried look in the direction of the dark-haired boy. She had heard all that had happened from the Sword Emperor, and how the young boy had taken down the 5th General Agor. Our dude had the memory of doing something like that, although his face paled and sweat dripped down his face. Ma knew that it did happen, but he did not feel very aware of the moment as it had happened. It was almost as if it was a dream. The principal apologized, knowing that the youth had only just recovered and had only recently started walking around again. The boy nervously insisted that it was fine, and the principal smirked. She just found it so hard to believe. However, she could also tell that this was no lie. As unfortunate as it was, this situation was the truth. The old man had been there for the fight against Agor, but it had really been Kang Ma who had done all the heavy lifting. All praise to the child who should not have been in that much danger in the first place. The old man hung his head in shame, apologizing to Medea. He had not meant to hide information about Avalon Island. The poor man had no choice but to stand by. The demons must have sensed the disturbance that had caused by now. He was no longer in his prime, but even if he was, no human could stand against a demonoid of the general level currently. He did not know how Agor made it to the human realm, but their actions had a clear motive, as if it was to prevent something. This theory clearly bothered the principal, but it was time for them to wake up to reality. Things would only get worse if they just stayed put, and the students would suffer. Demons were compulsive and yet sly, so he predicted that within a few years' time, they would be back at war with them. A war that would rage incomparably harder than what had occurred 50 years ago. It was indeed a rather scary thought. If they account that they slayed Agor, the demons might use that as a reason to attack. It was thanks to the Sword Emperor keeping things quiet that the rumors had not spread fast enough, and the demons had not been able to respond. Ma understood that the old man was truly deserving of the respect of the human race. The old man sighed, saying that he had prepared this meeting today just to say this. The man was old, and he knew that he was no longer fit to fight on the front lines. This had Medea protesting immediately, but it was the hardcore truth though. The lady asked if he was going to be so depressed just because he lost an arm, but she was missing his point. They did not have time to drag the title of power when they needed to be raising true heroes in order to pass down a better era. It was time for the youth to fight, and it was their job to make sure that the new students could indeed face the upcoming threat. This was also the reason that Medea was now the dean of the academy. It sucked to raise child soldiers, but they could not overlook the fact that the demons making a return would put a lot of the students in danger. There was silence as the 2 adults in the room moped about this. Our guy let them take their time with that. They seemed to be going through a lot. The Sword Emperor took up his cup, and then said that he was planning to step down from the 7 stars soon. This was the true deep and heavy news that he wanted to share with all of them. Now this news was even more shocking to Ma, who leapt to his feet in outrage. The man told the boy to calm down. This was not a rash decision. He had in fact thought about it for a nice long time while the boy was busy dozing and snoozing in the hospital. He did not mean that he was going to just sit by. He would instead focus on doing what he could. Still, this was going to be some bad press, especially since it could be tagged as the downfall of a really prestigious man, and those reporters would tear him apart like wolves. The man was ready for those jerks, and he said that he would in fact be holding a press conference within a few days. It was better to take care of them at once. Now the school parents were fighting, the principal yelling why the old man was still the same after 50 years. He was just saying all of this casually like it was nothing and like it would not hurt him. The man laughed that he lived young, but that just got Greenie even more heated. Seeing them act the way they usually did sure did make Ma smile with relief. He was glad that those 2 clowns were by his side. For a long time, The dark-haired boy had tried his hardest to stop the story from deviating from the original plot until now. He used to freak out when characters acted differently from canon. However, thinking back, his actions were actually quite selfish. Their words and actions were the result of their own free will, so forcing them to play a part in story that had a fixed path for them was almost cruel. These people with him were more than just characters in a video game. He could see that now as he watched his school parents argue comically. They were people with egos, and no matter what choice they made, he would accept them from now on. Closing his eyes and refusing the truth about the situation was no different from acting like a baby. Suddenly, the old man remembered one very important thing. They were quite tired of all of his back-breaking announcements at this point, and wondered what else he had to say now. Well, the man announced that he would now be transferring his 7-star seat to the student Kang Jim. It was a quiet evening in the principal's office with the tea gone cold on the table. Medea sighed as she thought about her old friend who was making all of these really new changes in his life. She was silent as she considered her life. They needed to gauge the demons, and of course accept interviews from the press. The old man assured his friend that he was not saying it would be immediate. It would take at least a year to get things ready. The boy should be allowed to enjoy school life during his time at the academy after all. The green-haired woman growled at the stupid old geezer, who had laughed at her. Still, she could not believe that old geezer would be transferring one of the seats of the 7 stars just like that. It may be too large of a burden for a 17-year-old boy, but nobody suited taking up that position more than the gloomy social reject with unexplainable powers anyway. They had not been able to publicly announce any of his feats, but if word were to ever get out, they were sure that the world would be in an uproar. The dark-haired boy could only be described as a genius who had descended from the heavens, and he had his foot in the realm of legends. It was almost as if Balor Jockin had come back to life, and it had the lady reminiscing about old times. She gasped when she realized what she had just said. It almost felt ominous to call his name during a time of peace, but it also laid emphasis on how much times were changing. The lady sighed, missing her friend, and she called out his name. She perfectly understood why he was making this decision. The absence of an actually strong 7-star hero could cause a commotion not just in human society, but in the diplomacy with the demons. It was tricky, and it needed to be handled with care. There might be backlash later on, but as long as Sieg had appointed Jianma himself, there should be no further problems. However, in order to move forward with this, they would also need the agreement and cooperation of the association and the other 7-star heroes. It was a really tricky topic, and the principal sighed as she thought of the difficult road ahead. Looking at the picture that they had shared in the past, the lady realized that it would soon be time for a high school reunion, or something of the sort. Meanwhile, the old man and his new hair walked the halls of the very large building, just doing whatever they wanted. The boy trudged silently behind the old man, thinking about all that he had just heard. Sure, Jianma had said that he was fine participating a bit in saving this world, but he had not expected such a heavy role to suddenly get dumped on him. Now that it was just the two of them, he tried to speak to the old man, asking if he had a moment to just properly object the situation. The old took a moment and then asked if he wanted to speak about the 7-star seat that he was giving up. He apologized for not telling the kid about it before dropping that bombshell, but it was way too late to take anything back. He asked if the dark-haired boy was aware why there were 4 seats for the 7-star heroes. Jiang Ma was a little surprised. Then he said that it was a respect move for the allies who passed away during the war. Well, that was one very sad way of looking at things. It was also thanks to their valiant sacrifice that they were able to exist on this earth. However, it did not make any sense to leave seats of the 7-star heroes empty for such a reason. In truth, the situation was quite simple. They had just never had anyone worthy of taking the seats. In other words, every other person in this world was a bum. There were no heroes at their level of strength, talk less of stronger than them. Plus, the demons were terrifyingly strong, much stronger than humans. They did not dare lower the standards of a strength that a hero should maintain. The power of demons was well demonstrated in the game as well. The dark-haired boy remembered that much. He recalled the darkness of those wicked creatures as they flew down to raid humanity. Of course, that strength was just clearly to get players to spend, but the reason the blessing of Miracle Mobile was such a hard game was because of the crazy base stat lines of the demons. The developers just made things hard on purpose. If a full-on march of demons was to occur, all of humanity would go extinct in half a year. Despite vastly outnumbering the demons, it was absolutely pitiful. One could only converse or negotiate on equal terms if they had power. Our dude asked what that had to do with leaving a few seats empty. The old man scowled as he explained that mediocre power was worse than none. He really said garbage power should stay in the garbage, because there was no difference. Well, that made sense, because if a 7-star hero was to fall against a mere demonic beast, then humanity would be finished immediately. It was more than just a position of glory. They were the frontline fighters if a demon raid was to ever occur. It was the duty of 7-star heroes to keep the demons at bay and represent the might of humanity. it came with great responsibilities, though even that had long since lost its meaning. Now that super powerful respected name was being used as a form of political power, which was rather disgusting to some degree. Well, politics would not matter when the demons came. Ruling a nation using the name of the 7-star heroes, a prime minister served for 40 years and basically became a dictator. The prime minister of Japan, the absolute beau, Saki Kojima, one of the 7-star heroes and Ryojo's father. A really awkward situation. The man was strange and he apparently never appeared outside of being mentioned in the game. The Blueanette never really talked about her family either. Even the assassin of the group talks more about her folks than the archer. All the girl would ever say from time to time was how much she hated the 7-star heroes. This might be the one and only cure to her relentless crush if she felt this strongly about them. Our dude understood the Sword Emperor's sentiment, however he had a different question to ask. Ma wanted to know why he had been chosen, which was a real stupid question. Only one teenager ever had gone against a whole general of hell and was still able to walk and talk. Now he was asking why he had been chosen for a position of power. Even the old man was shocked by such a dumb question. The man had just explained to this A-class idiot that power and protection mattered in this role, but the boy was busy acting stupid. The man was giving this stupid boy his seat of power, because that dark-haired brat was stronger than him by a ridiculously large margin, as large as a raindrop meeting the sea. Some people were blessed with talent, but not enough sense. He had been the one to push Igor to the brink of death, but the boy was still having an identity crisis about that. After all, he had been mostly out of it when the real battle begun. He did not think it was his power that was responsible for that, but it was maybe whatever creature was possessing his body. The boy was speechless as he could not really explain to the Emperor that there seemed to be a weird creature living inside of him. However, the old man had his own suspicions and questions about the boy, and he needed them answered right away if he was going to go through with this. First, he wanted that idiot child to explain his power immediately. The boy's power seemed to have a time limit, and Ma was shocked that the old man had been able to gauge that much from just observing him. He had never once told anyone about that, so he was shocked and wondered how on earth the old man had figured that out. The man placed a gentle and comforting hand on the boy's shoulder. This was not the time for him to get a panic attack, it was just a guess anyway, and him fizzing about it confirmed that guess to be true. The Sword Emperor understood that the boy could not use such an overwhelming force without limitations after all, so it made sense for there to be some kind of limit. It was necessary to keep the boy alive anyway. Back at Avalon Island, the man had predicted the time limit after seeing the kid collapse after a minuet or so. The boy then called out to the Sword Emperor and the old man wondered what the boy wanted. Ma's hands curled into a fist, and he said with determination that he had something that he wanted to tell the old man about his powers. This was a huge relief to the young boy because there had been no one that he could talk to about it. However, now that the old man was doing so much for him, it seemed that he could finally confide in someone. So, they had a discussion and the old man realized that the boy was always struck with immense pain every time he used his abilities. The pain was something that he could nullify with another ability, but he only got a few minutes to do that. The boy had explained his blessing of the sword god and the painless blessing, but he had not gone into any serious details. He did totally trust the Sword Emperor, but he was also not about to reveal his total weakness to someone. He also needed to see how the old man reacted to this information. He was just telling the old man to see if the man could provide any insight in this issue. The boy did not care to trauma bond at all, he just wanted information. The old man smiled, saying that he would not tell anyone about what he heard, but using one blessing to suppress another blessing sure was a revolutionary idea. If they thought that was revolutionary, then they likely did not have any great ideas for Ma to use. Well, the dark-haired boy seemed to be using that power in his own way, and he did have a lot of talent. However, they had to agree that it would not be good to fight on a timer forever. Sure, now that he was young, the dark-haired boy could utilize the painless blessing in his battles. However, working with a limited time was not the best for a battle that could stretch on for a long time. For that, the boy would need an experienced master. So it was pretty great that the old man just happened to be in the need of a talented disciple. The Sword Emperor had picked Ma as his disciple and successor, and it was his duty to pass on his knowledge to the youth. The man was retiring, and he did not want to just lie around waiting for bad things to happen. They'd had a really long conversation that day, so the old man was happily checking out. Suddenly, the man paused and pulled out something. Abel had told him to hand the strange item to the young man. Ma was surprised to see it, and the old man just smirked, saying that he would call the youth once things were sorted out. For now, the boy should enjoy his academy life. The old man laughed as he walked away, the picture of jolly and casual relaxation. Our dude had said that he would contribute more to the plot. He had not asked to suddenly become the Sword Emperor's successor and disciple. That was just too much chance to talk that old guy out of it later. Little did he know that he would never succeed in doing that. Meanwhile, night fell over the academy building and our dude groaned as he had yet another thunderous nightmare. Poor boy could not catch a break as he was assaulted in his mind over and over again by that giant and thirsty sashimi knife. Once again he saw the large clock at the top of the large school tower. He fought against the dancing red threads with his knives, and then he groaned because he was having the same old dream again. It was a very not funny situation. Once again he saw those shaky words in the sky, breaking and reforming over and over again. There was a spark in the sky, and the boy wondered his options. If he accepted this again, he was not sure what would happen. Then a voice mocked him, saying that he seemed to be taking Jin that power for himself. The Sword Emperor had told him before to accept that power, working with a time limit while hindering his growth, after all, and they needed his defense adjacent the demons. So this time, our dude turned towards that bright light and hit accept. The knife in his hands began to buzz and stretch and change, and the boy stared with his hands out, wondering if this was some kind of dream. Suddenly, a huge sashimi knife came down from above, piercing through the sky, and our dude readied himself to meet it. This time he was accepting that huge power. He just sure hoped that he would not be dying taking that huge risk. Bright colors whooshed as that knife dove right for him, and our guy gasped, feeling the full brunt of the pain as the sharp tip of that weapon slammed into him. It was a horror like his period had just started for some reason. Still, Jama was not the type to run and he stayed steady, absorbing all of the pain. Oh, it was agony. He could barely bear and his eyes kept glitching from the intensity of it. Soon, bright light filled the room and blockaded out his vision. Our dude fell back, his clothes torn to bits, and he lay in that limbo world, feeling a power encircle him and form into a seal on his chest. He sure looked like he was getting proper possessed now. Suddenly, our boy could stand again with tiger markings on his face and body, like he had been born anew. This power radiating through him made his eyes widen in surprise, and his gaze sharpened. What our dude was experiencing now as the afterglow of a really good upgrade, and he walked around in shock, eyes widening when a voice greeted him. The boy turned, staring at the person before him, this figure that had no face or color, but had a wispy form like an apparition. The strange-looking smoke-like apparition hummed that this was not the place that the boy had been transported to before. He had in fact just created a similar location just for the boy to be set at ease. It definitely did calm his nerves a bit to appear in his familiar-looking kitchen. It was the boy's first time seeing him here, so the creature had gotten a bit confused. It apologized and explained that it was not the GM at all. This surprised the sashimi-wielding fighter, because he had been so sure that this guy was the GM. Though the apparition guessed that a person could say that he was not all that different from the GM. Now he was just being confusing on purpose. He could be the GM or the GM could be him. He was Schrodinger's cat. To be exact, it was the other way around. Alright, it did not matter at this point what it was. GM just wanted to know who it was. It seemed the weird little apparition was having an identity crisis because it took a moment to figure that out. Suddenly, the spirit burst out laughing as our dude had just told a very hilarious joke. The boy asked how long they were going to laugh for. The apparition smiled, saying that it was kind of reminded of some very fond memories, especially with the way the boy was acting. At any rate, the apparition understood why the boy was intrigued by him. However, it would take way too long for it to explain who it was. They did not have a lot of time right now, so the boy would have to settle for a very simple explanation. The thing was known by many names, and it was a calamity, nature itself, as well as space. Also, it was a god. The boy stared in surprise at this thing that called itself God. Yes, it was not just any god, to be exact either. This was the sword god. Now all of this was really interesting, but also very confusing. It was not the same kind of god that the boy was thinking of, but the boy could just call him something like that. The spirit would love to tell him more, but they don't have time. Well, alright. Ma at least decided to ask why the creature had appeared at this time. The creature explained that for the first time in a long time, its restraints were released recently. The blessing of the sword god had been released. The boy at least reclined, getting that kind of announcement the other time. The boy now had the right idea about how things had occurred. However, the spirit was not fully released, which is why he was here in this incomplete form. It was a miracle that he was even able to talk to him. Suddenly the world around them already began to shatter. They really did not have a lot of time. In fact, the brief time that they shared together was fast getting interrupted. He guessed that this was all that he could say for now. The boy was stunned, wondering why the sky was falling apart. Suddenly, the blue around him had changed to red, and the ground opened up underneath him. Before departing, the spirit decided to mention that the slashing and dicing were all good, but the boy should not be too rash. The power that the boy wielded now was well, he would not understand right now even if he told him. Teachers like that were the worst. The least they could do was say it and let their students figure it out. The boy cursed at that stupid creature since he had managed to learn next to nothing. It was just recycled information that he already knew. There was still so much that he needed to ask. Anyway, the spirit told him not to mess this up this time. The spirit believed in him. That was total rubbish. The least that stupid thing could do was answer a few questions. Poor Kang Jim, but even after all of that pain, he had barely gotten his questions answered. The boy was left on his bed, staring up at the sky with his hand outstretched like he was trying to grasp his destiny. Well, it was much too late to stop the transition, so the boy sat up and sighed. He also got an announcement that the synchronization had hit about 21%. Carefully, the boy got to his feet and rushed to his desk. There, he wrote down everything that he had heard in that strange dream. His memories were quickly disappearing, so he had to write fast. He groaned, knowing that what was important was that he kept getting clues. It was monsoon season already. The boy with the Oreo-haired was rather wary of how high the synchronization had shot up. However, high synchronization had never been to his detriment so far. The boy glanced at his phone as he seemed to get an incoming message. Oh, it was not a message, it was a call, a very loud call from someone who felt like making so much noise very early in the morning. That was kind of annoying. However, this was great news. Their little startup team had somehow gained 52 new members, even with that ridiculous poster. They almost could not believe this amazing news. They wondered who on earth would want to join their club, especially with that ridiculous poster. They did not know that there was still some of that trash left over, even after they had tried to take it down. Even the orange-haired kid looked shocked that it had worked out so well. They wondered what kind of people would try to join their club. Well, they were already suspicious just from the fact that they were intrigued by that poster. They had to make sure to interrogate them thoroughly. Ryojo was now in full interview mode. Ma hoped that she would not be too harsh on their new recruits. Chloe was also feeling very suspicious about the whole thing. They even banded together for the first time in a while, united in their suspicion. Even the Oreo-haired boy admitted that there was nothing wrong with being wary. After all, he still did not know the identity of the female instructor who was trying to kill him and was behind the dungeon guard and the Lai Shen plotting. This new member could be a spy who was trying to kill him. The ginger-haired boy nervously asked their club president if tomorrow was okay for the interview. The boy had said that he loved fish dishes, so the club would be established soon, and they needed to congratulate him on his recovery. His teammates were so sweet and thoughtful. Well, the boy was pretty picky about food, but he did like sushi. He also did not feel like it. They were going to take him to one of the most famous food places in the academy. Even getting a reservation was hard in the place that they were, plus it had 300,000 reviews, and it seemed like even Japanese people enjoyed it. The place looked delicious. The boy sighed, and he had to agree with it. The celebratory feast could not be so bad, plus it would suck for him to refuse their kindness. Suddenly, someone stepped into the room. The first person to step in was a nerdy-looking girl with mint green hair, asking if this was the travel club. They happily welcomed her into the place, giving her a seat and being very hospitable. She looked rather normal than they expected, and the boy figured that she probably was normal compared to an assassin, a lazy archery bum, and a boy who healed with a recorder. The girl was focused on Oreo hair though. She also happened to adjust her glasses with her middle finger, which was kinda suspicious. Well, the ginger-haired boy thanked her for applying to join the travel club. Ryojo instantly shut down that thanks by telling the girl to give them an introduction. They needed to assess her right away. She was really going into hard mode right off the bat. The others were kind of intimidated. Since it had come to this, the girl introduced herself as Sanhana, second year of the ordinary class. She was from Busan. The boy was surprised that she was Korean because very few of the major players were Korean, so he had not even realized that there were Koreans in his class. He had never heard of the family name San, though he guessed Kang of the Seori region was not a family line that existed in real life either. After all, this was a fictional universe. The boy smiled and said that he used to eat tons of pork gukbap when he lived in Busan. He was clearly thinking about his previous life, but the girl was rather excited to talk about her home. She loved gukbap so much. If she put in more species and shavings into the white broth, it was so good. However, Ryojo snarled him out of the friendly mode immediately. They needed to get serious. Once again, Ryojo hit serious mode and asked the girl about her motives and reasons for applying to join the travel club. The girl explained that she had seen on the poster that the primary activity of the club seemed to be traveling and clearing dungeons. Her marks had been underperforming this year, so she wanted to clear a few dungeons to boost her scores. What an earnest but kind of low-drive reason. Their primary focus was traveling and clearing dungeons was mostly an additional feature. It was funny that the archer said that, considering they had cleared more dungeons than any traveling that they'd done. There were plenty of clubs that had a large focus on dungeon, though, so the Bluenet asked why the mint-haired girl wanted to join this club in particular. The girl sighed and explained that now that they were second-year student, no club wanted to let in an ordinary class student like her. They were considered low class and weak after all. It was inevitable that someone as useless as her would get left behind in a dungeon raid. The archer was now kind of feeling sorry for her, so she asked the girl what kind of weapon she used. The girl did not really have a specialized weapon or anything. This interview is not looking good. However, if she had to pick one, she would say her fists. Her fists. She was a rather small and normal-looking girl, so her fists did not look very intimidating. They were worried now and asked if she was sure that she could clear dungeon. Well, the girl reminded them that they said that clearing dungeons was not the primary focus of the club, even though there was someone trying to kill Ma. So they really needed someone who could at least survive difficult dungeons, or the boy would end up carrying a huge burden. The ginger-haired boy, who was watching the whole thing go down, commented on how he had never seen Saki lose in a match of words. Well, now the two bespectacled girls were considering each other and wondering how this interview would proceed. Finally, the archer sighed that he understood the situation, and the girl expressed that she would really like to join the club, not only for dungeons, but also to create some memories before she graduated. After dealing with so many customers, the boy had come to learn how to sort people into groups based on their small habits. While the two girls were talking, the main character had done an assessment of the girl being interviewed. Using his sword god's blessing with this, he could tell that the brunette was thinking that it would be hard to find other people anyway. So, the boy welcomed this nervous-looking girl to the travel club. The girl was surprised and asked if she had truly passed. Well, they were a year younger than he was, so she should feel free to speak to them casually. Since they said so, the girl got ready to speak. Now it felt like she had been waiting for the opportunity, and they wondered what she was going to say. Since she was their senior, it was beneficial for them to be on better terms, and Chloe's politeness was all that he could handle anyway. The girl said that they could be casual as well, as she did not want to be treated like an elder when she was just a year older than they were. So, they would just call her Hana. So, they handed her a letter that they needed turned in by the end of the week. She also needed to fill out the club entry form as well. The girl scanned the right-up of the form, and also realized that the club chaperone was the principal. Now that was surprising. They explained that the club president had asked, and she had apparently accepted right away. The girl then smiled and said that she thought that she would have a really fun time in this club. That was very suspicious. The girl was moving very suspiciously. The girl told them to call her next week and that she had to leave now. They watched her leave, and the boy wondered who it was again. Ryojo asked if something was wrong. Perhaps not wrong, but something was very off. The boy asked if Hana reminded them of someone. He felt like the only one who felt this way. The girl did not really remind the others of anyone else. She did look rather generic with her round glasses, and how she had raised them like an anime character. The archer giggled, and the boy told her not to copy that behavior. Suddenly, they got a text, and the Oreo-haired boy realized that it was from the principal. They wondered if she had already heard that they had a new member already. There was no way for her to know that at the speed of light, and she was probably just replying to something that he had asked her about. Apparently, his student records had been sent to him, and the boy stared in shock. For some very strange reason, his information was turning up empty. His date of birth and his biological family, even though he had had a family when he had worked in this universe. For a reason he did not understand, his information had been wiped clean. After seeing those very concerning results, the boy had to stand up and take off immediately. No insult to his teammates, but his past had just been wiped clean, and he needed to investigate that immediately. The group wondered what was going on with him, especially with that really serious expression on his face. The redhead wondered if the principal had sent for him. The brunette just sipped on her drink. The boy had a very serious issue to address. For a reason that he did not understand, his relatives and his family had been wiped clean. It was like his past as an ordinary background character had never even existed. He could not even remember the faces of his parents. So, this was what Lai Shen meant when he had cornered her back then. The principal was sad to break the news, and she was not sure how to tell him. His records had truly been wiped clean, and his family information that should have been filled out was gone. The only information left was all the stuff that happened after he entered the academy. That was not normal. No matter how hard Ma thought about the situation, he could not remember his parents' faces at all. He did not want them to worry, so he had not contacted them since the mid-term exams. He grabbed his phone and decided to make an attempt to call them directly. After all, their phone numbers should at least still be on his phone. The boy made a call, standing tense as he waited for someone to pick up the phone. The phone rang, and then finally, he got the dial tone that the number that he was calling was not in service. His eyes widened, sweat dripping down his skin in alarm. He could not reach his parents. It was like an important part of the main character had just been stolen from him. The boy stood in the middle of the street, speechless, with his identity lost. His hand fell from his ear, despair bleeding from the burden on his shoulders. His family was gone. Suddenly, it began to rain, as if the sky as well pitied him enough to send a downpour to mourn with him. Slowly, the boy walked in the rain. He did not seem to have a destination in mind, but he needed to keep moving. The boy was in such despair that he even went ahead to sit on the bench underneath the rainy sky. Slowly, he checked out the photos that he had with his family, sure that eventually those two would be erased. He could already barely see their faces in the pictures that he had. This situation was not a hallucination. and his memories were not wrong. The effects of the blessing of the sword god disproved all these theories. His parents had merely been people who had helped him adjust to this world. Perhaps if he thought of them like that, then losing them would be that much easier. However, it was still a sad situation. Outside of the school, Kangjama had no home to return to. In his despair, the boy sat getting soaked by the rain, thinking painfully of the person who had created the situation. This someone in question was, of course, the sword god who had cursed his life with a really painful power, and now a painful reality. The boy reached into his coat, then yanked out his sashimi knife. It was either one or the other, maybe even both the sword god and the GM. He was just pondering how depressing his life was when the bench beside him suddenly got hit by an awe-inspiring bolt of lightning sent from the heavens. The boy, fortunately, had his weapon drawn and raised to deflect such an awful attack. Even in times like this, the poor kid could not even be spared a few seconds to mourn his hopeless situation. Someday, the boy promised, things would be different. Meanwhile, somewhere at the other side of school, Rachel was having a blast. The grinning blonde hyena was walking around with a mighty air, as many people begged her to accept their things. The girl laughed at the boys and told them that they were just not on her level. Once they were gone, she sighed in relief and headed inside the class. Abel felt sorry for her, even sympathizing because it must be hard declining all of those advances every morning. The girl sighed, her giant bazongas just bouncing on her chest. The hyena girl was not as cheerful or as playful this morning as usual, so the swordswoman wondered if maybe the rain had gotten to the blonde. Rachel then asked if her classmates would be so kind as to listen to her problems. So, the waterfall-haired girl asked what the matter was. The poor blonde pouted about how her self-confidence was at an all-time low these days. She really did not think that she was that bad. After all, she was strong, and her face was pretty enough that lots of guys would chase after her. Most importantly, looking down, she had a great bod. Rachel was so shameless about her giant melons that she made the poor swordswoman feel self-conscious. The blue-haired girl yelled and asked the blonde where she had dared to look. However, the blonde got serious. She wanted to talk about the club that Kangjama had made. Before she could proceed, the wild blonde hyena did notice that the waterfall sword was sure acting strange. So, the girl leapt forward and asked her friend if she had done something with the talented genius on Avalon Island. They had in fact done a lot, and Abel was justifiably rather shy about the whole thing. The girl panicked and said that, of course, nothing had happened. However, she was blushing a lot when she mentioned that she had hurt her ankle, so the boy had left early. They had not done anything scandalous, but she also seemed not to mind if something flirty was done. Heart eyes stared in amusement at her classmates blushing and pouting. Well, the swordsman was not the type to lie, especially about that kind of thing. It seemed that the blonde was just too sensitive, and she apologized to her classmate. Plus, her classmate had already mentioned that she was not interested in the boy, not even a tiny bit, although that whole tirade had been a complete lie. The blue-haired girl even mumbled that she had not gone as far as to say all that. Now, Heart Eyes was interested, and she leaped at the swordswoman, asking if she was really interested in the boy. Of course, the young blue-haired talent much preferred to deny such a claim, rather than confirm it. Well, people changed their minds easily, so Rachel was just checking if the talented girl was serious about her denial. There were no absolutes when it came to relationships after all. Anyway, the blonde hyena wanted to continue with what she had been saying before, but she had now quite forgotten what they had been talking about. Her classmate reminded her that she had been going on about how their shared had formed a club. Right, now that got her back on track. So, the girl had of course asked Weapon if she could join. However, the boy had flat out refused, and it was so disappointing. Apparently, Ma said that he would feel uncomfortable accepting class students in his guild. Then it would look like something designed only for the elite. It was rather considerate of him to do that, but the blonde was bothered about it. The waterfall-haired girl was still kind of slow, so she asked what any of this had to do with Rachel's self-confidence. Well, that was precisely the problem. Yesterday, the blonde had been asked to order a café befitting of her status, or a café au lait, which she used to drink that every day back in her homeland. It seemed the blonde was French. Alright, then she suggested a café or. She should retain the dignity of the de Murat family after all. The girl came over and asked for an iced coffee. In her defense, summer in Korea was way hotter than summer in her homeland, which was why she was drinking cold coffee. Just then, she realized that Ma was sitting inside that cafe, and she was so excited to have spotted a ray in an unexpected habitat. The blonde had prepared to leap into the fray when she noticed there was a bespectacled girl in front of them. A girl who looked average in looks and body proportion. That was the type of girl that her crush was considering for his team. It was soul-crushing to the blonde, who was a bit used to being the prettiest person in almost every room. They must have been holding an interview, and she could still remember her crush's face from back then. The boy had been grinning from ear to ear, and the blonde huffed, wondering what the boy liked so much about girls in glasses, or perhaps he was just into that type. However, Rachel did not get very far in her concern, because her ever-attentive audience was suddenly spitting mad rage. Abel was furious and it had taken the blonde quite by surprise. It seemed someone else did not like the idea of Ma spending his free time with all sorts of strange girls. Meanwhile, Ma's team had finally met up at the Korean sushi place. The names of the world's shops were so lame. At this point, if the chef were Caucasian, then it would really top off the irony of this situation. The boy hoped that his job instincts did not kick in at the party. Suddenly, he heard the call of his teammates as they happily waved him ahead. The boy came over to greet them, but was surprised to see that their newly recruited Hannah was not present at this gathering. They informed him that the girl could apparently not eat raw fish, so he had to pass. The Oreo-haired boy thought it was weird for someone from Busan to not be able to eat fish. However, the food smelled really good, so the group headed inside excited to eat. The servers welcomed them inside, and the boy looked around at the kitchen setup. It almost felt like being back at home. They had booked a seat for 4, but before they could proceed, Chloe suddenly went pale and fell backwards in terror. It seemed that a problem had arrived, and the boy looked up to see the barely recognizable redhead, also known as the assassin's defender. It looked like the redhead's big brother was on the scene. The blueonette asked what was wrong, and the hero found himself asking Red what he was doing at the restaurant that they had chosen to eat at. They had to give the poor guy a break, and he tried to explain that this was the place where he earned his living. The Oreo-haired boy could not understand what the boy meant by his working there. He was supposed to be part of the Auditor family, one of the wealthier families in this world. Now Ma worried that the senior assassin was hiding his identity for some kind of mission. However, one of the workers suddenly yelled at Mr. Red, telling the newbie to hurry up and tend to the customers. He also had to pick up the pace. The boy had practically been begging him for the chance to work there a few days ago, so he should not be slow. Time was sushi. Alright, so they had established that the loser had somehow begged for this duty, which was crazy to Ma. It was best for them not to interrupt them, and the boy agreed. So, the group found their table and started looking through the available items on the menu. It did not take long for Ryojo to find something that she wanted, though the procedures were abominable. The menu looked good to the team, and they understood why the restaurant was so popular. Meanwhile, Chloe looked a little downcast and was not able to really enjoy the menu or the scenery. The Oreo-haired boy gently calmed her, saying that he was sure that Nox had his own reasons for living like this, so they should just focus on having a good time. The girl agreed in a soft voice. The siblings' relationship was hardly perfect, and some would even say that their relationship was messed up. Chloe had really been looking forward to this outing the most too. So Ma did not like seeing her look so down. There was talk about how the Korean sushi special was really good, though it was not reasonably priced for 11 pieces. 400,000 won for 11 pieces of sushi was somehow a good deal. The boy truly lived in an entirely different world from these spoiled rich kids. Ryojo even had the audacity to apologize that the sushi was too cheap and that they should have gone somewhere even fancier. If they even breathed near anywhere that outdid these prices, the boy knew he'd collapse on the spot. There was no need to worry about doing better next time. Instead, they needed to order whatever they wanted since he was not the one paying anyway. The happy blue-haired girl waved over a waiter, yelling that they were now ready to order. Ryojo belonged to the upper class, so it was kind of difficult to see the switch up from her usually lazy self in situations like this. The sushi was prepared and ready, and it also looked very beautiful as it continued to shine. Even in Japan, sushi that was this good was quite rare, and even the ingredients were rather fresh. The boy was reaching for his sushi, and his Japanese homie asked him if everything was okay and if he was truly feeling well. However, the boy admitted that he should not say this when he was being treated to such a very nice meal. The ingredients were fine, but the knife work ruined them. The boy could even hear them crying. As someone who used to work in a kitchen, this was very personal to him. The girls were surprised to hear this when the food looked so nice. Nox was not at all pleased to hear this because it sounded like that brat was insulting his boss, who could hear the whole thing. Suddenly, someone called to Ma. It was the chef, and he had come all the way to the Oreo-haired boy to ask what exactly he had just said. There was a tense air for the students, but the black-haired boy seemed rather calm in this situation. The boy even had the audacity to explain that he said that the chef's skills were okay, however, they did not deserve this price tag. Now those were fighting words. The chef was not about to back down either. Since it sounded like the boy knew so much, then he might as well show them how things were supposed to be done. Well, now Big Man Chef was offended, so he was telling our dude to put his money where his mouth was and to show him some of those big man skills. The rest of the party felt rather nervous as things had taken a really odd turn. Even if Ma did critique the fish, there was no reason for the chef to turn confrontational when they were paying customers after all. Even the other guests worried that a fight was going to break out. It was kind of unfortunate that the chef had such really sharp ears. Considering how much nonsense his Korean sounded like, the man could still somehow understand the language pretty well. Well, if that was the case, our boy was indeed ready to put his money where his mouth was, and he stood up. Now, Ryojo was concerned, asking Oreo Hair what exactly he was going to do. The chef only further goaded him, blaming his arrogance on the fact that he came from Jokwin Academy. It almost sounded like the chef had beef with that school. The chef's Korean truly was very broken, but he said that he was Mansur and he had been swinging his sword for 12 years, longer than this boy had held a knife, or so he thought. He was so arrogant that he even offered that if this kid was truly better than him, then they would get a free food deal. He was on, and there was no going back on his word alive. He had just challenged a dude who had spent a good part of his former life slaving away in a kitchen, and the chef was about to eat his words. The chef was still feeling boastful, sure that he was just talking to an arrogant kid who did not know better. The chef thought that the boy just wanted to show off in front of his friends. He would give the boy a difficult fish to cut, which was a flounder, that would teach him a lesson. The chef was about to suggest they use a flounder, but Ma was not going for cheap fish like that. He wanted high stakes on this deal. He challenged the man using a red snapper fish. Now the air in the restaurant really got chilly. There was a red snapper fish right there on the cutting board, so it would be perfect for them to start right away. The chef was shocked. He wanted to humiliate the kid, but he did not want to take it so far that the child would get hurt. Nox watched the whole thing go down with an air of apprehension. Nothing ever went right when that sashimi-wielding maniac was around, so he was rather concerned. For now, the redhead told his boss that they should just watch for now. The chef was not having it, of course. He yelled that his employee was crazy. They would get in big trouble for letting an outsider into the kitchen. Plus, a red snapper fish was expensive. They could not waste that on the boy's terrible cutting skills. The redhead sighed, knowing it was not his place as a mere server. However, he was sure that the chef could count on the crazy maniac. Giamma stepped into the kitchen, as he belonged there. It was almost refreshing to be back. The red snapper fish lay on the counter before him, like a call beckoning him to his rightful place. It had been such a long time since he had entered an environment like this one. The black-haired boy shrugged off his jacket and faced his fishy foe. As soon as he reached for the knife, the blessing of the sword got activated. Now this was a little tricky as he had to be sure to use it carefully and not break the kitchen table. Within seconds, the greatest stabber in the nation had sliced up that sushi to absolute perfection. Even the chef who challenged him could not believe his eyes. The man bowed in total defeat. Even if he was arrogant, he was at least the type who was able to admit his loss. That was a good quality. The other guests also watched the boss prostrate in awe, wondering how good the fish had been sliced to make the boss man apologize like that. The man had worked 12 years swinging a sword, but he had never seen such pristine sushi in his life. He was even ready for our dude to take him in as a disciple. Now that was just going too far. The student begged for the chef to stand up. The chef just got louder and yelled that he was rude. He was even ready to call the student his master. Our dude would not be able to show his face in this establishment again. The boy insisted that he stand. He did not know about a disciple, but he could at least give the man some advice and tips. The chef was overjoyed to hear this and celebrated the mercy of his kind master. Bro even pulled out a notepad to take notes. This was a very serious situation for the chef, who actually wanted to learn more. He was a good sport. So, our dude gave him the advice he craved. He told the guy that his skills were not bad, but he could make use of the knife a bit better. He should also try to use a blade made for a left-handed person. The chef was surprised to hear this, but our dude insisted that this was important. From the cut, he could see that the chef had too much power in his right arm, which was why the flesh was so mushed. Switching knives would greatly improve the man's output. The rest was something that the chef would understand after a few more years, so the boy did not need to mention that right now. At any rate, the chef was really and truly overjoyed, and still trying to call the boy master. At this point, there was no escaping his new accidental student. Then again, the boy asked if the head at least remembered their agreement that they would get to eat for free. However, he had even given the chef some advice, so he joked that the chef should be paying him now. The chef did not even hesitate to agree. It seemed he would kiss Jianma's boots if he asked. After asking the boss, the boy yelled to the room that he had got some awesome permission to treat the customers in his stead for free. All the present customers were overjoyed to hear this, and they greatly thanked the weirdo who had come in here and challenged the chef in the first place. Sinking back into something familiar was a nice form of therapy for Jianma, so for his welcome back party, he really stood in a kitchen and got busy cutting sushi for everyone. They even let him use the most expensive fish available. Of course, his party was kind of concerned because they had brought the boy here to help him relax after having such a difficult experience and to celebrate the growth of their team. However, the boy had a smile on his face, so Chloe smiled too. She did not know that their captain could smile so easily. Even Ryojo had to admit that the boy was truly doing something that he loved. As long as he was having fun, they were not going to interrupt. The ginger-haired boy got to his feet, asking if they should help out at this rate. It seemed the brunette did not rest his capabilities and even asked where he thought he was going. With the club president so excited, the healer could not help himself and could not just sit by. He wanted to help out too. The Bluenette sighed, but she got up and even called the redhead to go help. They were going to do this as a team. Still, the assassin hesitated when she got to her feet. Yeah, she was still scared of her brother for some reason, which was almost hilarious considering that he was so scared of Jianma. However, the boy just gently said that he would teach her. The redhead glowed, a soft, happy aura gathering around her from her brother's gentle approval, and the girl thanked her sibling for his kind consideration. Well, it had been a pretty eventful day, and after all the fun and games, Jianma found himself staring at a wall. It was supposed to be a club party, but he could not resist slipping into a role that made him comfortable, especially when a sashimi knife was involved. 50 seconds was more than enough to prepare 3 fish. After spending time cutting demonic beasts and people, cutting into fish felt so refreshing that the boy could not resist. After he graduated, he was even considering opening a sushi restaurant. Suddenly, someone came over to join him, and he was surprised because he thought this person would still be busy. It was Nox, and the boy said that the ingredients for the day were all done, and the boss said that he would take care of the rest. Also, Jianma's friends were helping with the waiting, and his little sister had sent him here to go talk with the brooding boy. Well, while they had the time, the arc-haired boy decided to ask why on earth the redhead was even working a job in the first place. The angry assassin said that the hero had been the one to say that if he worked a real job, then there might be something he would learn. He had really taken those words to heart. The hero barely even remembered saying those words. Nox was so offended by the boy's forgetting. The hero joked that he had not forgotten, but he was still a little surprised. It seemed that when the assassin boy set his mind on something, he really saw it through till the end. That was plenty admirable. The redhead blushed, saying that it was not like he accepted his advice or anything like that, but the redhead would admit that there was something to be gained from doing real labor. That was why he was curious. The redhead even wanted some advice on how to handle drunk customers. Well, on this topic, Jianma had loads to share and he happily did so, citing some examples to help his assassin acquaintance get by at this new job that he was trying out. Once they were done with talking, everyone could finally relax. The redhead admitted that the more that he talked with the sashimi wielder, the harder it was to believe that the kid was really his age. He even asked if that kid was lying about his age. Technically, he was, since the boy had come from another world, but that was a really dicey subject after all. The dark-haired boy just laughed and said that the redhead could have just complimented him by calling him experienced, instead of making him sound old. Then, the genius asked if the assassin had any more questions. Normally, leaking their family matters to outsiders would be a grave sin. However, the assassin had tried to get Clue to tell him, but she would not pick up the phone. At any rate, the auditor family had finished looking into the boy's background, but they could not find anything suspicious. In fact, the elder's request had been cancelled. They were a family of assassins, but they only took down people who were troublesome to society, not suspicious teenage prodigies. In fact, now the special family of assassins were investigating the Council of Elders as a result. They needed to know why an association of old men would want a kid dead. The auditors sought to keep justice, and they would not be the hunting dogs of someone with too much cash on their hands. They would have a record-breaking investigation squad ready, and they would also proceed quite cautiously, because it felt like something nefarious was going on. The redhead had even decided to participate in it as well, and he just wanted the genius sashimi wielder to know. Now, the youth knew that the assassin family would no longer be targeting him. That was at least a relief. If they had decided to attack the elders, then it would have caused some kind of commotion. However, none of that was his own business. The boy thanked the redhead for entrusting so much dangerous information with him. He knew that it was not easy to tell him that. The redhead stared at the boy, silently for a while. Then, he took Jianma's hand, shaking it firmly. He did not do much, and he felt like he should be the one thanking his sister's friend. Then, the boy withdrew his hand immediately, coughing and mumbling about how he had said too much. He was still hesitant about being too friendly with Jianma. Still, the main character was happy to hear that the siblings' relationships had improved somewhat. Then, he recalled something. He asked if the boy had heard of a girl named Hana. It seemed the main character was still a little suspicious of this new girl who had entered their group. Hana was a girl who had just joined their club, and he thought that the boy might know her since they were in the same class. The boy admitted that he did know that girl. She was the type to sit alone and read all the time, not a lot to note about her. However, there was one thing of interest about her. She was always in the very middle of the class. Now that was interesting. The main character asked him to explain what he meant. Well, it was an odd situation. Whether it be theory or real combat, her performance was always right in the middle, as if she did it on purpose. That was the kind of thing that was really hard to do intentionally. Red was surprised that the dark-haired boy was showing interest in his average classmate, and the boy grimaced, asking Nox exactly what type of guy he thought that he was. Well, Red took that question seriously as he looked the boy in the eyes. To him, Kang Jom Ma was something that he did not say because he suddenly got called in to close up the shop. They had really spent all day serving the customers and then chatting for the last few hours of the day. The chef was also surprised to see Jean there, whom he now called master, and it looked like that title was never going away. The chef was happy and told his master about how he had learned a lot. In fact, he was so happy with his growth that he wanted to give his master a nice gift. The man pulled out a nice-looking knife. The dark-haired boy was shocked. A knife was a chef's life. It was not the kind of thing that they could just hand out to anyone. The blonde chef properly understood that too, and he bowed low, explaining that this knife just did not match him at all. The man used to believe in that knife, but now he knew. The real master cared more about skill than tools. He wanted to gift this to the master who had shown him how to change. Since that was the intent, the dark-haired boy did not feel inclined to refuse. The chef bowed in thanks, and the student groaned because he was still being called master. Now, it was time for Jiama to check out his new weapon, and the blade shone under the light of the shop. It was the kind of knife that looked crazy expensive. In fact, this knife was crafted more like a weapon than a kitchen utensil. It reminded him of his first teacher, who said that masters should not rely on their gear, yet he loved expensive knives. A good knife was like family, and giving it a name was a ritual of decision. Even though his former teacher gave his knives some really lame names, the chef watched the boy nervously, asking if he did not like the knife that he had given him. Well, the boy just explained that he was thinking of giving it a name. This impressed the chef very much. He would not have thought of giving his tools a name. Now, the boy thought very deeply about what to call his new and fancy knife. He was Kang Jiama, pride of the Sori Kang family line, though that family had now been lost to him. Using the letters of his name, he called his knife the Everfrost. Even as his happy memories with his family faded away, he would still have the knife, which represented the time that had been stolen away. It was nighttime in the city, and it seemed like a lot of dark magicians or demons moved together in a group. They had all come despite being very busy that day. They did not even properly know the identity of the thing that had called them there. The creature smirked and introduced itself as the professor. So, all these bad guys were gathered around this apparently even badder-looking guy, who also looked kind of demonic and went by the name the professor. They did not want to spend a lot of unnecessary time there, so they told the big guy in black to cut to the chase and to tell them why he had called them all the way here when they clearly had better things to do. Everyone agreed with the question. The masked hooligan at the center responded by laughing. In fact, he found this question so hilarious that he tipped back his head and kept guffawing like he was a laughing drum. Now, the gathered hooligans thought the big boss had gone crazy. They had really come all this way to watch this weirdo have a mental breakdown, and they were not digging the situation at all. They asked why he was now laughing out of nowhere. Alright, his bad, the masked figure smiled, knowing that his goons were still drunk on their newfound powers. It was kind of cute. Now, the lead speaker did not like being called cute, and he launched at the guy with rage, telling him to eat his words and all that. The creature identified that the idiot succumbing to rage bait served the fourth general, Permersh. The earth attribute magic was not something that was very common. Well, the Permersh worshipper did not respect himself, and he slammed his foot on the floor, asking what the creature was squeaking about. His hands had been feeling dry for a minute, so it was his pleasure to coat them with the big man's blood. The other gathered fools were now getting a bit concerned. They did not want to cause a scene here, because it would be big trouble if they attracted a group of good-doing soldiers to mess up their fun. The angry dude yelled that he did not even care about that. Anyone who came to interrupt them, he would just kill them anyway. It seemed that this guy got his kicks from spilling blood. That poor, unfortunate waste of space quickly got blasted away into nothing. There was a giant hole where his torso had once existed. It was kind of pathetic indeed. The masked figure dismissed the fallen corpse, saying that such a loose guy did not deserve this awesome power. The traitorous teacher was in attendance at this meeting, so it seemed that even she answered to whatever this creature was. All the other gathered goons were shocked to see that big guy go down. The masked, robbed figure had not even stressed himself to kill that guy. Now, the figure would prove their worth to the others watching with this sample. He thought that this quick dispatch of the easily rage-baited fool should help clear up any misunderstandings, and it should suffice for his introduction. If everyone was fine with that, then they would move forward with the meeting. Yeah, everyone was fine with that. No one felt like interrupting now that they had seen the power of the second General Korn. Then, the general called out into the crowd for his student. Actually, his student was named the instructor. That was the traitor's cue. The beautiful damsel stepped out, and the masked villain was happy to show her off to the crowd. Being a teacher for so long, the man had gotten quite used to calling other people his students. Now, she would explain the details of their work. The teacher was not smiling, which was kind of new for her usual persona. She turned to the crowd and said that she would just get straight to the point. Unlike the rumor said, her master did not die at the sword of the emperor. Now this was huge news. The sword emperor was a big fraud. Everyone thought that he had killed that evil demon, but it seemed that was not the case. Checking to make sure that the rest of the news was okay, the trader then went on to explain that Agor had died at the hands of a single student. Now this was even bigger, mind-bending news, and everyone was muttering and mumbling about what had occurred. Oh right, this was the evil witch that showed up and tried to kill our guy. However, the name that they put out for the person who had killed Agor was the hero, Leon van Reinhardt. Now that was an interesting story. They really wanted the next hero to get targeted that much. Meanwhile, back in school, Kangjam Ma was working very hard at being a very serious student. He was in the cafe that his group used for their meetings, looking through his notes. He had written about everything that had happened so far, but things felt very confusing. There was the Council of Elders, the mysterious female instructor who wanted him dead, his crazy dream apparition of his power, the sword god, and the GM. Things seemed to get more important by the day. The pinnacle of Noble Green was, of course, the Council of Elders. They treated even the auditors, a noble family of assassins, like mere pawns. Seeing how they requested the killing of a student without any proper justification, they had really expected the family of assassins to work like their own personal hunting dogs. Thanks to their sloppy mistake, the boy had been able to dodge a really painful bullet, and he had gained the assassin family as his allies. The boy remembered that this was part of the reason that parties that sought to weaken Leon disappeared in the game later on. The Council of Elders got caught scheming things by the auditors. The boy now felt like he was in a similar situation, being protected by the assassins now. The auditors were the type to shed human blood instead of Leon. That was the mercy of the game developers. That was a really funny way to get their protagonist not to kill anyone human, but it also worked well. However, now that the boy thought about it, he realized that he was in even more trouble than Leon, and he had so many enemies after him. However, now that the auditors were on the job, he should know the truth soon. The one mystery left was that unknown female instructor. He got more information when Agor had talked, and she had mentioned that she had gotten a contract with her because of her whining. It was kind of two-faced for the demon to complain of her own disciple as whiny, but then again she was a demon. Perhaps it was not surprising that she was two-faced. The female teacher apparently had purple hair, but they also knew that villains could change their appearance easily in the game, so they should not treat the purple hair as an absolute. However, the two things consistent with both testimonies about her were her eye color and her sex. At this rate, though, it could legit be anybody, and he wondered how he could find her. There are limits to the sword god's blessing sensing abilities. Most importantly, he lacked knowledge of magic. The boy wondered if he should wait and try to learn magic. Jiam Ma was heavily unsure of what to do. Now, he looked down at his notebook, noticing that he had scribbled out something rather unconsciously. Now that the boy thought about it, he started wondering about the last time that he had studied or taken his schoolwork seriously. Why was he getting so wrapped up in plots and schemes that he was forgetting school? For now, he was going to go for an unexpected attack. Now was the time to be brave, so the boy got up, ready with the energy to visit his professor, Damien, as well. Before he could leave, his teammates came in, with the healer and the archer bickering as usual. The archer was complaining that the healer needed to stop getting so excited over tiny things. The healer protested that it was not a tiny thing. In fact, he could not believe that Saki did not know what day it was. The boy asked what was going on, and the bluenette groaned. Before she could even try to tell the boy, the ginger-haired boy jumped right into it. The orange-haired boy was excited to tell the captain all about it. It was also going to happen on the 4th of July too. Right? That day happened to be Kangjim Mai's birthday. He was about to tell Weapon not to bother to arrange anything special, but they did not even realize that it was his birthday. In fact, the 4th of July was the day the Baylor Joaquin had sealed Lycan. Now that was a foreboding piece of knowledge. The healer then paused, realizing that the captain had been in the middle of speaking, and he asked the boy if he had something to say. The dark-haired boy quickly backtracked and changed the subject. It was awkward to remind people about your own birthday after all. Ryojo sighed that there was no reason to make a fuss about a bit of demon sealing, as if it had not altered the course of history for a lot of people. It was not just the remembrance ceremony, but the strongest assassin, known as the Old Man of the Mountain, Altair Auditor, the next master of the Iron King family, Milan of the Iron Legser, and even the Pride of America, likely to become one of the 7-star heroes, all mute. All of these really amazing superheroes were going to be participating in Hijakian Academy Festival. Yeah, that was indeed a very big deal. Speedweapon was beyond excited, and now was a good time to recall how obsessed the boy was with heroes and the like. He happily wanted to get some club stuff done to keep the principal happy. The Bluenet yelled that the boy just wanted to shamelessly enjoy the festival, so he should not lie about doing club stuff. Jima was thinking that the whole situation was such a mess. Then, the redhead nervously asked Jiam May if the boy had any plans for that day. Well, it was his birthday, and probably he would have done something family-oriented if his family had not been erased. The boy admitted that he had nothing planned, so the redhead took her chance to shoot her shot. Nervously, she started to attempt to ask the boy out, but that got wiped out by speed weapons hooting and hollering. He wanted them to make a tasting booth of all sorts of juicy treats. Their club captain was great with the knife, so it would be best to put his cutting skills to use. This could be a good advertisement for the club. Well, all of that was all well and good, but the boy was not crazy about working on his birthday. Chloe was so pissed about getting interrupted that her inner yandere started flaring up again. She had spent a lot of time being cute, so it was about time that her demons started crawling out again. Ma needed to save Weapon's life fast, so he yelled out that the idea sounded great, much to Chloe's surprise. The girl was obsessed with him, so naturally, she would agree to everything that he said. The boy was so touched by his captain saving his life and even agreeing to his bogus and ridiculous plan. Ryojo was horrified, of course. The girl yelled that she had no idea that their captain was interested in such a vulgar display of power. Well, that was a huge accusation. She yelled that he just wanted to show off his power to the higher-ups. If he could help it, the boy would prefer to fade away from view, and the girl was talking a lot of smack for someone who was the daughter of a huge political figure. The boy explained that he did not really have a goal or anything by agreeing to Weapon's idea, but if it was just the break, then they would just be clearing dungeon. Until then, they would not really have any other opportunity to have some fun. It was very important for them to enjoy festivals as much as they could, especially while that was still an option. In the future, things could get dicey, and they would not have time for fun. Suddenly, the archer got cold and asked the dark-haired boy exactly what he meant by them not having enough time. The boy froze because now he had entered a dicey part of the conversation. He had unconsciously thought of what would happen in 3 years with the second human-demon war, and he had spoken too quickly, like he was Apollo with the gift of prophecy. He could not believe that he had made a mistake like this. This was proof that he had gotten way too comfortable around his friends. Now, the brunette leaned forward, demanding that he reveal if he was privy to some sort of knowledge that they did not know. Rojo was the type that did not like to be ignored, and she was not easy to deflect like Chloe was. Just like the last time, they wanted full information because he seemed to be working with a future that they could not see. Unfortunately, Chloe was now getting heated behind him because the brunette was leaning too close. In his attempt to save Weapon, the boy had ended up putting himself in huge trouble. The healer also realized that the captain was in trouble, and it was his turn to step in and offer some kind of guidance. Then the boy yelled, saying that he would make the poster for their newest club activity, and proceeded to draw some very horrendous art on the board. He asked his tram how that looked. Kang Jung-mo was so relieved that he got saved. The team fell silent at first, and then the bespectacled Hana spoke. She laughed that she was all for it. After all, she had joined after seeing that very ridiculous first poster anyway. Weapon had put everything on the line by drawing the ugliest thing he could think of, and he knew the captain owed him one for saving his life. There was no way they wanted their legacy of shame to continue with this history of gaudy, ugly drawings. The archer was so upset that she walked right up to the healer and told him to stop getting in the way with his stupid posters. She had been thinking about this for a while now, but it was time for them to set things straight. The healer asked what the deal was, but the archer truly was not playing around. Like an arrow that always hit dead center, Rojo's sharp gaze was now locked on their club captain, and she refused to waver. The club had way too many sailors at the keel, and they were going to make the hierarchy in this club clear, just so that the hare would never say dumb shit again. The archer had been so offended by that poster that she was really duking it out with the healer in combat. The healer was nervous but told her not to regret anything when she lost. The archer was confident and told the boy that if he won, then she would never go against him again, and she would even go along with his stupid plan for the festival. Now that was a really brave promise, and the poor club captain worried about what he had accidentally caused. Things had escalated way too fast. That's it for this episode. Until next time.